Chapter 1. I'm already the Great Emperor, and the system just arrived? In the Xianhuang continent, in the 3,000 states, in the Ling province. Xiao Yun slowly opened his eyes. It has been over 100,000 years since he came into this world. Holding on to the belief of being carefree and having hopes for the Tao, Xiao Yun successfully survived to the era without emperors. The once dazzling and glorious prodigies have almost all fallen, leaving only Xiao Yun as the sole great emperor. What? You say someone has treated cultivators as nourishment for the sake of longevity and ascension? What does that have to do with me? You have family, but I don't. He finally broke through to the peak of the great emperor. As for ascension, whoever wants to go up can go. I'll enjoy myself for a few 100,000 years first. Xiao Yun chuckled lightly. Great emperors have a lifespan of 1,000,000 years, and only over 100,000 years have passed. At that moment, a cold female voice slowly sounded. Ding! Invincible Disciple System activated, detecting that the host has achieved the status of Great Emperor, now providing two options. Option 1. Ascend immediately. Risk high probability of going to the upper realm to mine. Xiao Yun, what about the second option? Isn't there supposed to be two choices? If there's a better option, who won't go mining? It's better do something shady down here. Well, the second option. This system has a path in the upper realm. The risk is a bit high, but the profits are substantial. If the host has the guts after the matter is accomplished, you get 7, I get 3. How about that? Xiao Yun, wow, such a big benefit. What's it for? This business I'm not incapable of doing. I only have one reason for the host. It's to see how bold the host can be. See how bold I can be. Haha, I used to be cautious. After all, there were so many prodigies. Now that I'm the only great emperor left, what do I have to fear? Just do it. In the lower realm, it's only a few 100,000 years. I'm still going to die. Going up to mine is even worse than death. Xiao Yun, will take on this deal. Good. Once the host cultivates 5 disciples to become great emperors, a reward of top-level cultivation in the divine realm will be given, along with an independent small world. I understand the rest, but what does this independent small world mean? I already have one. Great emperors have their own worlds within them, but some special imperial weapons can also be excavated. The independent small world is an existence beyond the mundane. Even the heavenly Tao cannot perceive it. This world can evade calamities, avoid karma, and everything inside moves according to the host's thoughts. Xiao Yun stroked his chin. This independent small world is quite interesting, safer than his own. However, cultivating 5 great emperor disciples is a significant risk. Fortunately, in the past 10 years, there's been a little girl from the Lin family, Lin Xingxian, who occasionally comes to chat with him. Now that Xiao Yun has reached the peak of the great emperor, there's no reason to continue seclusion. Speaking of which, that little girl Lin Xingxian is quite interesting. She possesses supreme bones and is exceptionally talented. She will make a good candidate for a disciple. Why hasn't that little girl come today? Let me see what's going on. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Yun's divine sense instantly spread out at an incredible speed. At the same time, in a secluded courtyard of the Lin family, the stunningly beautiful Lin Xingxian was tied to a wooden stake, and no matter how she struggled, it was useless. Xingxian, don't blame us. Power has the Zhongtong. If combined with your supreme bones, it will soon allow the Lin family to stand atop the mountain of the entire Ling province. Even becoming famous across the 3,000 states will be just around the corner. As the elder sister, making some sacrifices is worth it. Lin Xingxuan's face was ashen. She never expected that her own father and mother would want to extract the supreme bones from her body to give to her brother. A pair of prodigies should have been the pride of the Lin family. Lin Xingxian asked herself she had respected her parents and treated her brother well. But why did it still lead to such an outcome? Did they not know that extracting the supreme bones could endanger her life? No, they knew. They must have known. They just thought of her as less important than Lin Hao. Lin Xingxuan's lips trembled as she looked at the beautiful woman in front of her, her own mother, Gao Wei. Some sacrifices. How likely do you think I am to survive after having my supreme bones extracted? Lin Hao is your biological son. What about me? Am I not one? Lin Xingxian cried out hoarsely. She would rather be harmed by her clansmen or outsiders. But the ones who were going to hurt her were her own parents. Slap. As soon as Lin Xingxian finished speaking, Gao Wei slapped her hard, delivering a crisp, and loud slap. What are you shouting about? I will ensure you keep your life. Once Howard fuses with the supreme bones in your body, you will become the Tao partner of the Holy Son of the Qingyan Holy Land. At that time, with the ally of the Qingyan Holy Land, my Lin family will surely rise to prominence. Gao Wei coldly finished, as if Lin Qingxian were not her daughter, but just a pawn that could be discarded at any time. Lin Qingshuan's father, Lin Tian, and her brother, Lin Hao, all looked on coldly. Not a single one voiced opposition. At that moment, Lin Qingshuan's heart completely died. Hee. So this is the last value of my existence in your eyes. Lin Tian couldn't help but speak. Qingxian, how can you think like this? The Holy Son of the Qingyan Holy Land has deep feelings for you even without the supreme bones. I believe he won't mistreat you. Moreover, the family has raised you at great expense of resources. Now it's time for you to repay. Before Lin Qingxian could respond, Gao Wei signaled to Lin Hao. Sister, don't worry, once I become famous across the 3,000 states, I will never let you suffer another grievance. Famous across the 3,000 states? Not let her suffer another grievance? What about now? Should she thank them? Lin Qingxian looked at the three closest to her and felt they were incredibly hypocritical. A father, a mother, and a brother. Not one of them was as kind as the senior Xiao Yun from the back mountain. She only chatted with senior Xiao Yun to amuse him, and he personally guided her cultivation. But Lin Tian and the others? No matter how well she did, she still ended up in this state, treated this way by her own family. How unfair was this world? You hypocritical and filthy beasts, you are unworthy to be parents. From today on, I, Lin Qingxian, sever all ties with you. There will be no further relations. If I gain power one day, I will make you repay the humiliation of today 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Lin Qingxian was emotionally agitated, her eyes filled with bloodshot veins. What ungrateful little beast. I've said it before, there's no need to waste words on her. Gao Wei was furious at the words, her hand glowing, ready to make a move, but was stopped by Lin Tian. She's just trying to provoke you, seeking death. Since reasoning won't work, let's take the supreme bones first. As for the Holy Son of the Qingyan Holy Land, he wants Qingxian, whether she has supreme bones or not is the same. Lin Qingxian closed her eyes in despair upon hearing this. But in the last moment before her eyes closed, she saw a familiar figure. The Gao family has a strong presence in the venerable realm. Who do you think you are to speak arrogantly? Lin Qingshuan's brother, Lin Feng, looked disdainful, still arrogant even when pinned to the ground. Xiao Yun raised an eyebrow and slapped Lin Feng across the face. Shut up. With that slap, half of Lin Feng's face instantly swelled, and several teeth flew out. Fenger! Lin Tian and his wife cried out in pain, but they couldn't even move, only able to watch their son get hit. Lin Qingxian watched this scene, feeling an indescribable complexity in her heart. She had been neglected by her parents since childhood, and her brother had always targeted her. Now, seeing them suffer, she felt a trace of pleasure in her heart. Senior, Lin Qingxian hesitated a bit. Xiao Yun waved his hand impatiently. Stop dallying, I detest indecisive people the most. Since you can't take action, then let me. After saying that, Xiao Yun raised his hand, ready to eliminate Lin Tian and the other two. Wait! Lin Qingxian suddenly shouted. Xiao Yun paused his actions, looking at her in confusion. Lin Qingxian took a deep breath, a hint of determination flashing in her eyes. Senior, I want to do it myself. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun's lips curled into a slight smile. Now that sounds like something. He withdrew the suppression on Lin Tian and the others. As soon as the three regained their freedom, they stepped back in terror. Qingxian, we are your relatives. You can't do this to us. Lin Qingxian sneered. Relatives? When you dug out my supreme bone, did you think of us as relatives? She walked step by step towards Lin Tian and the others, her eyes filled with hatred. Qingxian, we know we were wrong. Please spare us. The Lin couple knelt down, begging for mercy. Lin Qingxian looked at them, and the last trace of familial affection in her heart dissipated. It's too late. She raised her hand, ready to end the three. At that moment, a powerful aura descended from the sky. Stop! An old man with white hair appeared, the esteemed elder of the Gao family. Grandfather, Lin Qingshuan's brother, Lin Feng, was overjoyed. Quick, save us. The elder coldly glanced at Xiao Yun. Who are you? Why are you interfering in the Gao family's affairs? Xiao Yun dug in his ear, looking dismissively. Gao family? Is that impressive? The elder was furious. Arrogant. He raised his hand and struck toward Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun didn't even move. The palm wind dissipated before reaching him. What? The elder was taken aback. Xiao Yun yawned. Is that all? He waved his hand, and the elder was sent flying, spitting blood. How is this possible? The elder's face was filled with terror. He was a respected elder, yet he couldn't withstand a single move from the opponent. Lin Qingxian was also stunned. She never expected Xiao Yun's strength to be so terrifying. Xiao Yun looked at Lin Qingxian. Why are you still dazed? Get to it. Lin Qingxian came back to her senses, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in her eyes. She no longer hesitated and directly dealt with Lin Tian and the others. Xiao Yun nodded in satisfaction. Good, this is more like my disciple. He looked at the Gao elder. Now it's time to destroy the Gao family. Upon hearing this, the elder was terrified to the core. Senior, spare me. Xiao Yun ignored him and vanished with Lin Qingxian. Moments later, above the Gao family, Xiao Yun stood with his hands behind his back, looking down at the buildings below. Qingxian, watch closely. He raised his hand and a terrifying sword aura fell from the sky. Boom! The entire Gao family was instantly reduced to ruins. Lin Qingxian watched this scene, her heart shaken. Is this the power of a strong person? Xiao Yun patted her shoulder. Follow me in the future, and you can do it too. Lin Qingxian nodded heavily. Disciple understands. Xiao Yun smiled in satisfaction. Let's go, it's time to head to the next place. The two vanished from the spot, leaving behind the devastated Gao family. My grandfather is a latest-stage respected elder. Crushing you, a mere Tongtian realm, is like crushing an ant. What's senior? I'm taking my daughter's supreme bone, you better not interfere. Gao Wei thought he was dealing with a high-level cultivator, but it turned out to be just a Tongtian realm. The Gao family had at least 10 cultivators of this level. Annoying. Xiao Yun waved his hand, delivering a fierce slap to Gao Wei's face. If it weren't for wanting Lin Qingxian to vent her anger, this slap would have sent Gao Wei's soul flying. You dare hit me? Gao Wei lay on the ground, barely conscious, her face filled with disbelief. Why was the Gao family's reputation ineffective in Lingzhou? Shut up. Strength surpasses people. This is not the Gao family. Do you want to die? Lin Tian gritted his teeth as he looked at Gao Wei. Once they left Lingzhou, what could the Gao family do? Did they think they were in the Qingyan sacred land? Did they want to issue a wanted notice across the 3,000 states? Lin Hao clenched his hands. He was so close to getting his sister's supreme bone. When the reinforcements from Grandpa's side arrived, he would make Xiao Yun pay. Smack! As soon as Lin Tian finished speaking, Lin Qingxian stepped forward and slapped Gao Wei. You dare hit me? I am your mother. Aren't you afraid of divine retribution? Divine retribution? Lin Qingxian seemed to hear a great joke. She touched her cheek that had just been slapped, feeling a sense of relief as if escaping from a cage. Now you remember your identity as a mother? When you hit me, wanted to dig out my supreme bone, and sent me to serve others in the Qingyan sacred land. Where were you? You weren't afraid of divine retribution. Why should I be? Lin Qingxian slowly took out her magical treasure, step by step approaching Gao Wei. At this moment, the latter finally felt fear as Lin Qingxuan's eyes were filled with killing intent. Qingxian, I am your mother. Do you want to bear the name of a mother killer? Gao Wei tried to crawl back, but the slap from Xiao Yun had made her feel like all her bones were shattered. Seeing Lin Qingxian getting closer, Lin Hao could no longer hold back and shouted to stop her. Stop. Lin Qingxian. She hasn't caused you any substantial harm. Do you have to be this way? If you want to elope with him, just say it. Why do you have to act like you're so wronged? Smack. Without saying a word, Lin Qingxian directly slapped Lin Hao, crisp and loud. Two of his teeth fell out, showing that she didn't hold back at all. You can say whatever you want, but I will never allow you to slander Senior Xiao Yun. Don't think I don't know all the cultivation resources given by the family, mother. Gao Wei gave them all to you. Lin Qingxian was furious. If she had enough cultivation resources, would she have gone to the back mountain to cultivate alone? As a prodigy of the Lin family, she had retreated everywhere, yet it only earned Lin Hao's inching forward. Now he even had designs on her supreme bone. Truly, he was worse than a beast. You're my sister. What's wrong with me wanting a little? Am I an outsider? Oomph. You are even worse than an outsider, Lin Qingxian scolded, while Xiao Yun glanced at Lin Hao. Wow, a double pupil looks like cataracts, but this thing seems not worse than a supreme bone. Since Lin Hao wants to snatch the supreme bone, let's dig out these double pupils for my precious disciple before he dies. If you want to do it, then do it. Xiao Yun instantly moved in front of Lin Hao, pinching his chin and looking at Lin Qingxian beside him. Little girl, do you like this double pupil? Gulp. As Xiao Yun said this, Lin Hao couldn't help but swallow, seemingly guessing what he wanted to do. Lin Tian and Gao Wei's hearts sank. Hauer was the hope of the Lin family, their lifeblood. If the double pupil was dug out, he would be left in a state worse than death. Senior Xiao Yun, do you mean? Lin Qingxian was surprised. Could it be that Senior Xiao Yun wanted to return the favor in kind? That's right. It's just as you think. Since you and this kid are siblings, I believe the rejection of the double pupil won't be too strong. If it is, I will help you suppress it. Chapter 3: The Chief Disciple. Lin Qingxian becomes a disciple. Xiao Yun wore a kind smile on his face. After all, it was a dead person, and it shouldn't be wasted. Before Lin Qingxian could speak, Lin Tian looked at her with great excitement. Qingxian, Hauer is your biological brother. Can you really bear to act against him? Bear to act against him? Originally hesitant, Lin Qingxian became even more resolute. What is there I can't bear? When he wanted to dig out my supreme bone, did he ever consider that I am his biological sister? You all give everything to Lin Hao, and even want to send me to the Qingyin's sacred land to be at their mercy. I haven't had the chance to settle this score with you yet. If it weren't for Xiao Yun's appearance, Lin Qingxuan's final option would have been to choose self-termination. Since she had decided to sever ties, she wouldn't hold back to avoid leaving trouble for Senior Xiao Yun. Lin Qingxian, if you dare to touch Hauer, neither the Lin family nor the Gao family will let you off. Gao Wei glared at Lin Qingxian fiercely. She did all this for Lin Hao. Watching Lin Hao's being dug out would be more painful than killing her. Wow, I've changed my mind. After I destroy the Lin family, I'll take you trash to the Gao family. If you die on the Gao family's ancestral land, it would be quite interesting. Xiao Yun's lips curled up slightly. After all, he was the only emperor here, and he wasn't afraid of anyone. Madman, you lunatic. A mere Tongtian realm dares to speak of destroying the Gao family. You really don't know how to write the word death. Upon hearing this, Gao Wei laughed maniacally. Destroy the Gao family? What huge joke. In the entire Lingzhou, only the Qingyan sacred land would dare to say such things. Senior Xiao Yun, Lin Qingxian wanted to dissuade him a bit. After all, the Gao family was not something the Lin family could compare to. How noisy. Xiao Yun, tired of Lin Tian and the others chattering endlessly, simply trapped the three of them in place and directly condensed a beam of light to envelop Lin Hao. Under the incredulous gazes of Lin Tian and Gao Wei, Lin Hao's was being forcefully extracted by Xiao Yun in a domineering manner. In an instant, Lin Hao's complexion rapidly deteriorated until he completely turned into a half-dead, sickly figure. With only 3 breaths having passed, the pain in his eyes, combined with the helplessness of losing light, made Lin Hao let out a desperate scream. Ah! Father! Mother! Save me, my! Lin Hao convulsed all over, his aura becoming extremely unstable. If not rescued in time, not to mention recovery, even survival would be a problem. Xiao Yun, you have a heart of stone. The Gao family will definitely not let you go. Absolutely. Gao Wei felt like the sky was collapsing upon seeing Lin Hao's being stripped away. Her teeth were almost ground to dust. If looks could kill, Xiao Yun would have been cut into 1,000 pieces. Don't worry, soon I will let you see how the Gao family is annihilated. Xiao Yun smiled as he integrated the into Lin Qingxuan's eyes, completely disregarding Gao Wei's threats. Even a peak quasi-emperor couldn't withstand a single move from him. What kind of trash was the Gao family? He had never even heard of them. After speaking, Xiao Yun sealed the mouths of Lin Tian and the others to prevent them from speaking. As they merged into Lin Qingxuan's eyes, the sky instantly tore open with 9 blood-red slits. The waning moon fell towards the western mountains, while the rising sun emerged from the eastern sky, creating a time-space turbulence that ground the entire courtyard into dust. Such a great commotion immediately attracted the attention of the Lin family's cultivators. Soon, dozens of cultivators above the divine concealment realm flew over, only to see Lin Qingxian merging the. Qingxian, you shame our Lin family's pride by doing such a heinous act to your own brother. Stop. Hurry and return, otherwise I will definitely expel you from the Lin family. The Lin family elders all felt heartbroken, with 2 even wanting to forcibly intervene. But Xiao Yun merely snorted coldly, and the 2 Lin family cultivators who tried to stop him instantly exploded into a mist of blood in midair. Not to mention their bodies, even their souls were shattered. leaving nothing behind. A bunch of trash dares to ruin my disciples' good fortune? Xiao Yun sat in the void, and a throne composed of countless sword energies instantly formed. He propped his face with one hand, his eyes filled with disdain. As soon as he finished speaking, the remaining Lin family elders fell uncontrollably to the ground. Under the sky, the only one able to stand in midair was Xiao Yun. Kneel! Xiao Yun's voice was like a demonic sound ringing in their ears, causing the legs of these Lin family cultivators to uncontrollably kneel to the ground. Watching the rejection of the Lin Qingxuan's eyes becoming smaller and smaller, the faces of these Lin family cultivators were filled with frustration and despair. Such a terrifying might. Could he really only be at the Tongtian realm? Lin Tian was so dazed that he muttered to himself. He couldn't see a trace of fear on Xiao Yun's face, as if the Gao family meant nothing to him. If he wasn't out of his mind, it meant he truly had the strength and confidence. Should be, right? Gao Wei's mouth trembled, completely losing her previous confident demeanor. An hour later, Lin Qingxuan's left eye revealed a ninefold star ring, and her right eye burned with the supreme golden flame. At the intersection of the two, a chaotic beam of light erupted, piercing through the clouds. Done. Xiao Yun's lips curled up slightly, the smile growing wider. As expected of biological siblings, with just a slight push from himself, the perfectly integrated into Lin Qingxuan's eyes. Lin Qingxian slowly opened her eyes, her pupils becoming a pair of black twin stars. What surprised Lin Qingxian the most was that her original mid-stage Shuangguang realm cultivation, after merging had broken through 3 small realms, reaching the initial stage of the Huahai realm. The Huahai realm. At this step, I no longer need to rely on magical artifacts to truly soar through the sky. Thank you, Senior Xiao Yun. Your kindness, Qingxian will never forget in this life. Lin Qingxian looked at Xiao Yun excitedly. When the world abandoned her, it was Senior Xiao Yun who saved her and granted her this new life. Even if Senior Xiao Yun was a demon, a foreign race, or even a transformed monster, she would not allow anyone to harm him. No need for thanks. I do this with the intention of accepting you as my disciple. Are you willing? Before Xiao Yun could finish his sentence, Lin Qingxian respectfully knelt before him. Disciple Lin Qingxian pays respects to Master. Ding! Congratulations to the host for accepting the first disciple, Lin Qingxian. Reward: 2 divine-level pure pills, 1 divine-level cultivation method, and 1 top-grade sacred weapon, void-breaking blade. Warm reminder: all disciples will not rebel, but they may have thoughts of counter-pushing. Hope the host continues to work hard and quickly accepts the second disciple. A top-grade sacred weapon? This is second only to the extreme path imperial weapon. It is of no use to Xiao Yun, but it is indeed a treasure for Lin Qingxian right now. As for counter-pushing, isn't that a good thing? That's right. Since she is my chief disciple, I naturally cannot treat her poorly. This top-grade sacred weapon is good. You can take it to play with for now. Chapter 4. The destruction of the Lin family. Instantaneous travel of 10,000 miles. An exceptional sacred weapon? Don't mention the elders of the Lin family. Even Lin Tian and Gao Wei were stunned to hear this. Even the Qing Yin sacred land only has 1 exceptional sacred weapon. Moreover, it's rarely seen. And if you do see it, it means you've made a deadly enemy of the Qing Yin sacred land. Yet here with Xiao Yun, it was merely a gift for apprenticeship. Gao Wei opened her mouth, wanting to refute, wanting to question, but the cold aura emanating from the void-breaking blade rendered her speechless. Everything could be faked, but this aura could not be faked. Lin Hao beside her stopped his silent wailing, feeling that the Gao family might not be able to avenge him, handing out an exceptional sacred weapon so casually. Xiao Yun's strength had already surpassed their understanding. Could it be he is one of those mysterious imperial ancestors? Lin Tian, Gao Wei, what have you done? Why have you made an enemy of this senior? Exactly. Don't think just because you're the family head, you can toy with the lives of our entire clan. The remaining elders of the Lin family condemned them one after another, leaving Lin Tian speechless. Even Gao Wei fell into silence at this moment. After berating the two, the elder of the Lin family immediately turned to Xiao Yun with a smile. Senior, Lin Tian and the other 2 have committed heinous crimes, unforgivable offenses, and dared to provoke you? How about this? Let's take action on your behalf and personally help you eliminate these 3. What do you think? The elder's scheme was laid bare before Xiao Yun. Just a moment ago, they had been acting as if no one dared to oppose the Lin family, and now they were directly pushing the 3 out. You despicable people, when there are benefits, you call the family head nonstop. Now that something has happened, you push all the blame onto us, and even want to kill us yourselves? If you have the ability, try it, and see if the Gao family will let you continue to live. The elder and the others from the Lin family hesitated. The Gao family was Gao Wei's maternal clan, and they truly did not dare to act. After all, once Xiao Yun left, they would be finished. But Xiao Yun had no patience to listen to their infighting and directly interrupted them. What are you arguing about? What's there to fight over? If both the Lin and Gao families are destroyed, won't there be fewer problems? Destroy. Destroy them all? The elder of the Lin family swallowed hard, thinking it was his lack of resolve, and hurriedly began to explain. Senior, please withdraw your pressure. I will personally kill. Before he could finish speaking, the elder's body exploded into a mist of blood right on the spot. Before the other elders of the Lin family could collapse, Xiao Yun began to point at them in midair. With each finger pointed, a Lin family elder exploded into a mist of blood, leaving no trace behind, their souls extinguished. Come. With a wave of Xiao Yun's hand, a rainbow bridge instantly spread from beneath his feet to Lin Qingxian. Without thinking, she slowly flew toward Xiao Yun. After taking Lin Qingxuan's small hand, Xiao Yun immediately retracted his supreme throne. Then, he controlled Lin Tian and Lin Hao's bodies to fly into the air, using them as flying swords beneath his feet. As for Gao Wei, she was trampled under Lin Qingxuan's feet. In an instant, endless humiliation appeared on the faces of the three. Lin Qingxian, I am your mother. How dare you treat me this way? You will not die a good death. Shut up. Seal her mouth. It's not like I didn't seal yours, right? Xiao Yun sealed Gao Wei's mouth and also sealed her soul, rendering her unable to transmit messages. On the other side, Lin Tian unconsciously swallowed hard, swallowing back the words he wanted to say. Qingxian, as my disciple, you must learn one thing. That is to be arrogant. If someone insults you, then kill their entire family, just like this. Bang! As soon as Xiao Yun finished speaking, a gigantic hand of 10,000 meters began to condense above his head. As the massive hand descended, the core area of the Lin family's estate was instantly reduced to ruins. Moreover, the entire ground cracked and rapidly spread outward. With this strike, the entire Lin family was completely annihilated. Even just the aftermath of this palm made it useless to hide in a deep pit or inside a treasure. Xiao Yun held the entire Lin family's cultivation resources in his hands and pushed them in front of Lin Qingxian. Put away the things and show me the way. Show the way? Lin Qingxian blankly received the entire Lin family's cultivation resources, her mind unable to process it for a moment. The huge Lin family, with over 1,000 clansmen, was just resolved by her master like this? Seeing Lin Qingxian in a daze, Xiao Yun irritably flicked her forehead lightly. Show the way to the Gao family. I do not like leaving future troubles. Eliminate that so-called Gao family. Then I'll take you to the Qing Yin sacred land. What kind of cow or horse dares to covet my disciple? C'est domineering. Lin Qingxuan's eyes sparkled. Her master was truly too cool. All right, master. Lin Qingxian pointed her little hand, and Xiao Yun took her to a huge city. No, it's impossible. Gao family city is over 100,000 miles away from the Lin family, and it would take at least 3 days to reach. Gao Wei at this moment was too flustered to care about humiliation. She felt her head was about to explode. In an instant, just in an instant. Crossing 100,000 miles in a moment, this speed at least requires a powerful being above the respected realm to achieve. Who was she offended? Originally still holding a glimmer of hope for the Gao family, it now seemed that the Gao family was likely to follow in the footsteps of the Lin family. Master is so powerful. Lin Qingxian cheered. The stronger her master was, the happier she became, because the backing of the Lin family would no longer pose any threat to her master. Xiao Yun gave Lin Qingxian a head pat, then stepped on Lin Tian and Lin Hao, flying straight toward the Gao family. The Gao family in Gao Family City was particularly conspicuous, making it convenient for Xiao Yun to annihilate the clan. Look, we're at your home. Xiao Yun gave Gao Wei a big surprise, and she nearly collapsed right there. You. Gao Wei was filled with anger but dared not speak. Her heart was in her throat. Xiao Yun grinned and leisurely flew toward the Gao family. This arrogant demeanor instantly attracted the attention of other cultivators in Gao Family City. At this moment, Gao Wei wished she could bury her head in a crack in the ground, but with her head down, there was no way to hide. Is it the Gao family's eldest young lady, Gao Wei? How did she end up under someone's foot? You can't say that. The person stepping on her is really too beautiful. Saying she's the #1 beauty of Lingzhou wouldn't be an exaggeration. Wow, sister stepping on me. I also want to be stepped on by you. Xiao Yun's lips curled up slightly. Once they reached the Gao family, it would be the end for Gao Wei and her companions. At Xiao Yun's level, just helping Lin Qingxian vent her anger was no longer satisfying. He wanted to see Gao Wei die before her father, and then see the expressions on her father's and the Gao family's faces. By the time Xiao Yun and his companions leisurely flew to the Gao family members had long been prepared. They looked at Xiao Yun with ashen faces, especially at Gao Wei beneath Lin Qingxuan's feet. The latter was the eldest young lady of the Gao family, and Xiao Yun's actions were a complete slap in the face to them, showing that he did not take them seriously at all. But what shocked the Gao family's higher-ups was, the one stepping on Gao Wei was actually Lin Qingxian, the granddaughter of the Gao family head. Qingxian, what are you doing? She is your mother. Chapter 5. Human Fireworks, Explosions Are Art. Lin Qingxuan's expression was icy. She had only been to the Gao family a few times, but her impressions were all negative. Other direct descendants of the Gao family even tried to make light of her. So how could Lin Qingxian have any good feelings towards them? Her mother? Did she even deserve to be called my mother? If it weren't for my master, I would have probably had my supreme bone dug out by now. Lin Qingxian coldly reprimanded, and the head of the Gao family's expression changed. He never expected that Gao Wei would actually want to harm her daughter. However, Lin Hao's talent was indeed very high. If he were to merge with the supreme bone, it would be even more perfect. Once Lin Hao got up, the Qingyan Holy Land would have no choice but to obediently give up the position of the Spirit State Lord. The head of the Gao family, was about to say something when Xiao Yun directly controlled Lin Hao's body and flew out. All right, stop the nonsense. Take a good look. Is this your good grandson? The elders of the Gao family turned to look at their head, as Lin Hao looked too pitiful now. His eyes were gouged out, blood was still flowing, and even his wails were silent. However, the head of the Gao family trembled as he looked at Lin Hao, feeling more and more heartbroken and angry. Speak. What do you want to do? The head of the Gao family thought Xiao Yun wanted to threaten the Gao family. Otherwise, why would he bring Lin Hao and the others here? Oh, it's nothing. Just let you identify him. Otherwise, when he dies, no one will cry for him. Boom! Xiao Yun's words were like a thunderbolt, instantly exploding in the minds of the Gao family members. The head of the Gao family instinctively reached out to protect Lin Hao. But Xiao Yun laughed and shouted, "Explosions are art." Bang! Under the incredulous gazes of the Gao family, Lin Hao's body slowly approached the head of the Gao family. Before the latter could save Lin Hao, his body exploded into a mist of blood right in front of him. No! The head of the Gao family was filled with grief and rage. He was just one step away from saving Lin Hao. You have such guts to kill young Master Hao. You must be tired of living. So reckless. Do you really think my Gao family is made of clay? The elders of the Gao family scolded angrily, while Gao Wei was crying uncontrollably. Unfortunately, she had her mouth and spirit sealed by Xiao Yun, and even sending a voice was a luxury. Even if she cried her heart out, no sound would come out. Lin Tian was so angry that his breathing was not smooth, and he had also been given a big fight by Xiao Yun. What are you crying for? It's just a dead son. Look at you, crying like it's your father who died. It's just a dead son? Is it a matter of being stingy or not? Why don't you try it yourself? Despite Lin Tian struggling desperately to turn around and confront Xiao Yun, the latter did not give him a chance and continued to firmly press down on his back. At this moment, Xiao Yun stroked his chin and spoke thoughtfully. Sorry. It seems your father just got killed by me. Before Lin Tian could curse, Xiao Yun sealed his mouth and spirit first. You can be angry, you can curse me. But if you are angry at me and still want to curse me, that's not acceptable. What do you want? The head of the Gao family was shaking with anger. With Gao Wei still present, he couldn't ignore his daughter's life. Xiao Yun ignored the head of the Gao family and instead turned to Lin Qingxian. Dear disciple, do you want to see fireworks? Fireworks? Lin Qingxian was somewhat puzzled. They were still on the Gao family's territory. Did her master want her to buy fireworks? That kind of thing was loved by mortals, but practitioners found it childish. As long as you release Wei Wei and Lin Tian, everything could be discussed. The head of the Gao family tried to calm himself down. As long as Lin Tian and Wei Wei were alive, anything was possible. The two of them could consecutively give birth to supreme bones and a prodigy with dual pupils. Why couldn't they have a third one? No need, I still have two. Xiao Yun smiled at the head of the Gao family, and that harmless smile made the head's heart skip a beat. He instinctively looked at Lin Tian and Gao Wei, only to see Lin Tian flying out first. At that moment, even Lin Qingxian understood that the fireworks her master mentioned might not be real fireworks. Woo, take off. Xiao Yun controlled Lin Tian's body to fly into the sky, and at that moment, Not only the Gao family was watching, but also the cultivators in Gao family city saw Lin Tian's shadow flying into the sky. Snap! As Xiao Yun lightly snapped his fingers, Lin Tian's body exploded into a mist of blood under countless gazes. The head of the Gao family's eyes burst with blood vessels. He was about to lose control of his emotions. A dignified cultivator at the venerable realm was publicly humiliated like this. To watch his grandson and son-in-law be executed right in front of him, and he could do nothing about it. Wow, this handsome guy is so brave. He dares to kill in front of the Gao family, and even kill the son-in-law of the Lin family. Here comes another one to seek death. Apart from the Qingyan Holy Land, no one in the entire spirit state dares to offend the Gao family. This world never lacks people who fear death. I admire him and hope to see him again in 18 years. The cultivators in Gao family city knew the strength of the Gao family, and almost no one was optimistic about Xiao Yun. But Xiao Yun stared fixedly at the head of the Gao family, and when he saw the latter about to explode, he quickly spoke. Look, you're anxious again. Isn't there still one more? The head of the Gao family's gaze fell on Gao Wei, and before he could speak, Gao Wei's body flew out uncontrollably again. In an instant, the head of the Gao family wished he had 8 mouths. Stop. Yeah. You want me to stop just because you said so? That would be too embarrassing for me, right? Look, your daughter's taking off too. Xiao Yun smiled at the head of the Gao family and snapped his fingers again. Bang! When Gao Wei also exploded into a mist of blood, the head of the Gao family went insane. He was completely mad. Under countless gazes, the head of the Gao family exuded a terrifying aura. The surrounding space was influenced by his aura, creating ripples that surged outward. You kill my grandson, kill my son-in-law, and now you kill my daughter. Today, no one can save you. The head of the Gao family took out a top-notch magical treasure and launched a full-force strike filled with rage. He would definitely turn Xiao Yun into ashes and whip his soul for 10,000 years to vent his hatred. Lin Qingxian was so anxious to see Xiao Yun remain indifferent. She was about to help Xiao Yun block this blow, but found that her body had been restrained by Xiao Yun. Meanwhile, the Gao family members all looked relieved, already anticipating the scene of Xiao Yun being torn to pieces, and even the head of the Gao family had thought of how to torment Xiao Yun. But the next moment, something unexpected happened. The dignified head of the Gao family, a strong, venerable realm cultivator, couldn't he even break through Xiao Yun's protective spiritual energy with his full-force strike. WTF. That's a top-notch magical treasure. Even a saint-level cultivator would be injured just by doing nothing, right? It seemed the Gao family had provoked an existence they shouldn't have. If even the protective spiritual energy couldn't be broken, this person was at least a Saint-King level cultivator. Could he be the ancestor of the Qingyan Holy Land? Chapter 6. The Destruction of the Gao Family. Arrival at the sacred land of Qingyan. People were discussing fervently, but at this moment, the head of the Gao family was drenched in cold sweat. Without opening the Dharma form or making any defenses, he had blocked his full-force attack solely with his protective spiritual energy. My God, could he really be the ancestor of the sacred land of Qingyan? A top-grade treasure? What kind of trash is this? Xiao Yun reached out and gently squeezed, causing the top-grade treasure that the head of the Gao family cherished to snap in front of everyone's eyes. Full-force attack, you say? Given the chance, you're useless too. Xiao Yun grabbed the neck of the head of the Gao family out of thin air, and the expressions of the other elders of the Gao family looked as if they had swallowed a fly. Say, Senior, is there a misunderstanding between us? I am Qingshuan's grandfather, her biological grandfather. The head of the Gao family's anger dissipated, leaving only an infinite desire to live. He looked at Lin Qingxian beside Xiao Yun, but she didn't even glance at him. He and the Gao family could hardly be considered deep enemies, but they were the support of the Lin family. Moreover, everything the master did was to help him resolve his concerns. If he spoke up to dissuade her, Lin Qingxian would first hit him twice in a duel. From the moment Xiao Yun saved Lin Qingxian, the only person she cared about was her master, Xiao Yun. Qingxian, please help your grandfather plead for mercy. Oof. The only response to the head of the Gao family was Lin Qingshuan's cold voice. Xiao Yun was very pleased with Lin Qingshuan's attitude. So when that cold snort came out, the head of the Gao family was crushed by Xiao Yun's bare hands. I, Xiao Yun, am here today only to take revenge for my disciple. After 3 breaths, all the cultivators near the Gao family's territory would die. With the fall of the head of the Gao family, the already terrified members of the Gao family now wanted to disguise themselves as ordinary people and escape. But halfway through their flight, they discovered that the entire Gao family had been trapped by an invisible barrier. All right, we're dead anyway. Quickly activate the family protection array and fight him. As soon as the words left their mouths, the previously desperate members of the Gao family immediately began to orderly channel their spiritual energy. The moment the family protection array was activated, they continuously injected spiritual energy into the array. Xiao Yun yawned and casually patted Lin Qingxuan's small head. Thousands of Gao family members gathered together, and the radiance of the family protection array actually exuded the pressure of a saint. But Xiao Yun merely glanced at it, raised his right hand slightly, and the void above was split in two. Then, a massive sword that blocked out the sun gradually revealed itself. Go! Xiao Yun waved his hand gently, and that enormous sword flew straight toward the Gao family's protection array. At that moment, both the Gao family members and the distant onlookers couldn't help but hold their breath. Lin Qingxian widened her eyes, wanting to see how long the Gao family's protection array could hold. But to her surprise, the protection array maintained by thousands of Gao family members was as fragile as paper. When the giant sword descended, the protection array, along with the entire Gao family, was completely obliterated by that sword. Not to mention leaving behind corpses. Even the qualification to enter reincarnation was stripped away by Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun glanced at those waiting to pick up the spoils, and his right hand opened slightly, instantly revealing a massive sucking force. All of Gao family's cultivation resources, spatial rings, precious spiritual herbs, etc., fell into Xiao Yun's hands. 100,000 top-grade spirit stones, several 100 million upper-grade spirit stones. Indeed a poor guy. Xiao Yun looked down on them, then took Lin Qingxian and disappeared from the spot. The cultivators who originally dared not approach, looking at the shattered Gao family territory, immediately surged forward. But soon, the cultivator at the forefront was crushed to death. Although Xiao Yun had left, he was after all an emperor, even a casual strike. The residual might was not something low-level cultivators could resist. On the other side, in the void, Xiao Yun was traversing with Lin Qingxian when, not long after, he stuffed a spiritual herb into her small mouth. The Gao family had nothing good, so make do with this. The sacred land of Qingyin's strength wasn't that impressive, but at least it was a state overlord. It shouldn't be too far off. Lin Qingxian almost choked on the spiritual herb, but after refining it, she was astonished to find her cultivation level had reached the mid-stage of the sea transformation realm. How long had it been since she went from the profound barrier realm to the sea transformation realm? And she had broken through again? However, compared to this, Lin Qingxian was even more curious about Xiao Yun's strength. How could he not fear the sacred land of Qinyin? That was the absolute overlord of Lingzhou. Not much different from a local emperor. Master, I heard that the sacred land of Qinyin has a legacy of over 10,000 years, with many powerful beings stationed. What's wrong? Don't believe in your master's strength? Xiao Yun pinched Lin Qingxuan's delicate face, causing her small mouth to involuntarily puff up slightly. Oh dear, it's not that I don't believe in my master. It's just that I'm worried you can't handle it. Xiao Yun chuckled and did not hide his plans from Lin Qingxian. Rest assured, your master is an emperor, just a legacy of 10,000 years. When I was dominating the 3,000 states back in the day, this sacred land of Qinyin was nothing. Emperor? Even though Lin Qingxian believed Xiao Yun, wasn't he that a bit exaggerated? How many times had the 3,000 states been reshuffled? Lin Qingxian was unclear, but the era without emperors had lasted for a full 20,000 years, and this was something every cultivator in the 3,000 states knew. Before Lin Qingxian could speak, the four characters Sacred Land of Qinyin appeared in her line of sight. Just the mountain gate had two respected elder-level cultivators leading the patrol. Lin Qingxian felt a bit guilty, but when she looked up, she saw the disdain in her master's eyes. It was as if this colossal entity, the Sacred Land of Qinyin, was utterly insignificant in his view. Master will first take you to scare this sacred land of Qinyin. Xiao Yun chuckled, and under his control, two giant peaks of the sacred land of Qinyin rose from the ground. Then, under the gaze of countless cultivators from the sacred land of Qinyin, the two towering peaks crashed down violently above the mountain gate. In an instant, the cultivators stationed at the mountain gate were terrified and flew backward. Several old men in green robes, however, moved to the sky above the mountain gate and joined forces to grind the mountain peak's debris to dust. Who dares to be so bold as to come to my sacred land of Qinyin and act recklessly? Clang! The broken void blade in Lin Qingxuan's hand flew out uncontrollably, directly targeting the old man in the great sage realm who had spoken. In an instant, the latter's arm was easily taken away by the broken void blade. Although those in the Nirvana realm could regrow limbs, this sword frightened that great sage elder greatly. The strike came without warning, its speed so fast that even his divine sense couldn't catch its trace. How to dodge? Tell me how to dodge this? He only wanted his arm. But if you want to kill him, wouldn't it be like crushing an ant? With such strength, even the Sacred Lord would find it hard to escape death. As the elders panicked, the broken void blade transformed into countless sword chi. These sword chi quickly gathered into layers of stairways, reaching into the clouds. Cultivators from the sacred land of Qingyan looked up, only to see Xiao Yun and Lin Qingxian slowly descending. Xiao Yun was handsome, and Lin Qingxian was even more beautiful beyond belief. The scene of their appearance was nothing short of a celestial couple. Before everyone could react, the supreme throne that appeared in the Lin family re-emerged. Xiao Yun squinted, resting his left cheek, and spoke slowly. I heard that the holy son of the sacred land of Qingyan is thinking about my disciple-'s appearance. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to come before me. Chapter 7. Are you trying to show off more than me? Come down. You can't mess with him. Absolutely can't mess with him. The elder who had his arm severed was filled with fear. Upon hearing Xiao Yun's words, he immediately vanished from the spot to personally pull the Saint Son out. Meanwhile, other cultivators from the Qingyan Holy Land were hiding in the distance, discussing among themselves. After finally joining the dominant force in Lingzhou, they didn't expect there would be such a formidable presence that even the Qingyan Holy Land feared. What is the difference between this and winning a $1 million lottery at 10 o'clock and facing the apocalypse at 10:30? This senior's aura is even more impressive than the Holy Master's. No wonder he is so tough. The Saint's son probably never dreamed that the young lady of the Lin family had such a powerful master behind her. Wow, suddenly, it feels like the Qingyan Holy Land isn't appealing anymore. Having such a handsome master makes cultivation particularly motivating. Lin Qingxuan's mind was a bit slow to catch up. The master said to scare the Qingyan Holy Land. It turned out to be this arrogant. He smashed their mountain gate and severed an elder's arm, and they still have to obediently comply. 3 breaths of time passed in the blink of an eye, and the earlier elder had already brought a young man into the air. Senior, this is our Qingyan Holy Land Saint's son, Xiao Hong. Xiao Hong, greetings to the senior. Xiao Hong glanced at Xiao Yun and immediately buried his head down. If he had known that Lin Qingxian had such a background, no matter how beautiful she was, he would have dared to covet her. At the moment Xiao Hong completed the salutation, Xiao Yun's expression darkened. What level are you to share my surname? You're asking for a big fight. You. Xiao Hong believed he hadn't been disrespectful. Yet Xiao Yun was using this as a reason to pick a fight. In the 3,000 states where hundreds of clans stand, isn't it normal to share surnames? There are plenty of people with the same name and surname. What? You're not convinced? Xiao Yun almost had arrogance written all over his face. Yet the Qingyan Holy Land elders didn't dare to act. Nowadays, it's the era without emperors. In other words, Xiao Yun is an absolutely invincible existence. He is someone who holds grudges. Once, while exploring a secret realm, he encountered unreasonable imperial clan cultivators. In desperation, he fought back but was chased for 3,000 miles. Xiao Yun despises these talented individuals with backgrounds, acting extremely domineering and unreasonable due to their support. What is wrong with being talented? I'm targeting you, talented individuals. If you have the ability, call your ancestors out and let us see whose fist is bigger. The tides will turn. Xiao Yun will also let his disciples be arrogant in the future, and when they see a dog, they reward them with a big fight. Damn it. Now whose backing is stronger than mine? If you're not convinced, come and fight me. If you provoke me, don't say I'll just beat your ancestors. I'll imprison your entire clan and sleep with your matriarch in front of everyone. Senior, I only admire Miss Qingxuan's beauty and have no intentions of overstepping. If you have any dissatisfaction, just bring it up. Why use this as an excuse? Xiao Hong wanted to make Xiao Yun seem unreasonable, saying, I didn't do anything to your disciple, so you're looking for trouble with me. Isn't that your fault? Xiao Hong was very clever, and many elders of the Holy Land silently supported him. But he miscalculated one point. No one could threaten Xiao Yun now. A person free from any rules wouldn't care about these constraints. Slap. Just as Xiao Hong finished speaking, Xiao Yun gave him a big fight from afar. The originally lively Xiao Hong was immediately beaten to a bloody mess, lying on the ground, gasping for breath. Stop pretending here. If you hadn't pressured Qingxian's parents, could they have unearthed the supreme bone? And to the hidden Qingyan Holy Master, I'll give you 3 breaths of time to come out. Otherwise, Your Qingyan Holy Land will have no reason to exist. Xiao Yun scanned the left void, where the Qingyan Holy Master was hiding. But upon being named by Xiao Yun, he could only awkwardly reveal himself. The Qingyan Holy Master had sensed it when Xiao Yun smashed the mountain gate. But Xiao Yun's aura was so strong that he didn't dare to show himself. As senior, I don't know why you call me here. What is it? Senior? The flattering attitude of the Qingyan Holy Master made the Holy Land disciples gasp in shock. The Holy Master is a Holy King realm cultivator. Could it be that the other party is a quasi-emperor powerhouse? Stop pretending. Let us hear how you plan to handle this. Xiao Yun lifted the Qingyan Holy Master's collar from afar, and the latter swallowed hard, his eyes darting rapidly. Soon, he was smiling at Xiao Yun. Senior, how about this? Our Qingyan Holy Land is willing to compensate with abundant cultivation resources. What do you think? The Qingyan Holy Master thought that Xiao Yun was a loose cultivator, and the Lin family was from small place, lacking spirit stones and cultivation resources. Slap! A big fight landed on his face, leaving the Qingyan Holy Master completely stunned. This isn't right, is it? Did I guess wrong? Are you trying to fool me? My demands are very simple. You personally kill Xiao Hong and make the entire Qingyan Holy Land kneel and apologize to my Qingxian. Then I'll go to your Qingyan Holy Land as medicinal mountain to take a few holy medicines, and this matter will be over. What? This is called simple? The Qingyan Holy Land only has a few holy medicines. If you take them all, that is fine. And as for the apology, it's something the Saint's son did. What does it have to do with the rest of the Holy Land? If they really agree, the Qingyan Holy Land will fall apart immediately. This isn't a joke. The disciples might be able to endure, but the elders definitely won't be able to tolerate such humiliation. There are more than just the Qingyan Holy Land and the 3,000 states. They have the strength to thrive anywhere, so why suffer humiliation here? While the Qingyan Holy Master was pondering, the other elders could no longer sit still. Holy Master, this matter absolutely cannot happen. If it spreads, our Qingyan Holy Land will lose all face. When has our Qingyan Holy Land ever encountered such humiliation? At worst, we just fight him. Who knows who will win or lose? Xiao Yun watched the Qingyan Holy Master with great interest, wanting to see what he would do. Lin Qingxian beside him was dumbfounded. The dignified Qingyan Holy Master, the local emperor of Lingzhou, was actually frightened like this by her master. Just as the Qingyan Holy Master was about to make a decision, an old man quickly flew out from deep within the Qingyan Holy Land. As soon as he appeared, the white clouds in the sky instantly dispersed, turning into despairing blue flames. His aura was infinitely close to that of a quasi-emperor, a peak Holy King realm cultivator. Unfortunately, even if he were really a quasi-emperor, Xiao Yun could still crush him with his bare hands. How could you still be the Qingyan Holy Master? Bowing to an outsider like this. They're already bullying you to this extent, yet you're still so timid. Your cultivation really seems to have been wasted. The Qingyan Holy Master remained silent. Okay, you're proud. You're amazing. I hope you can always be this tough. The Qingyan Holy Master had seen quasi-emperors before. Those Imperial clan elders were all terrifyingly strong. But with Xiao Yun, the Qingyan Holy Master felt a deep-seated fear. If he guessed correctly, this senior was definitely not an ordinary quasi-emperor powerhouse. Even Imperial clans wouldn't easily offend him, let alone his Qingyan Holy Land. Are you trying to show off more than me? Come down. Chapter 8. The Holy Land Choir, prepare. The moment the Azure Flame Ancestor appeared, he was pressed to the ground by Xiao Yun in less than 3 breaths. Watching him half buried in the dirt, the cultivators of the Azure Flame Holy Land covered their faces. So embarrassing, too embarrassing. They thought the ancestor would turn the tide, but instead, he was treated like a vegetable in the field. Hiss. Lin Qingxian looked at Xiao Yun in disbelief. Could it be that her master was truly an emperor? The moment the Azure Flame Ancestor appeared, she felt like the world was about to end. But in the end, the world didn't end. Instead, the Azure Flame Ancestor was nearly split apart. Quick! Agree to all of the senior's conditions. The Azure Flame Ancestor was drenched in cold sweat. Nobody told him that Xiao Yun was so formidable. He probed with his divine sense and found nothing special about Xiao Yun. So he came out to save the day. Ancestor, what you're doing will chill everyone's hearts. As soon as Xiao Hong finished speaking, the Azure Flame Ancestor angrily scolded him back. Damn it. If it weren't for you causing these troubles, would the Azure Flame Holy Land have to suffer like this? Before coveting someone's body, you should have investigated their background properly. From now on, you're no longer the saint of the Azure Flame Holy Land. The Azure Flame Ancestor was furious inside. He was in seclusion, and now this happened. If he had a few more thousand years, he might have been able to break through to the quasi-emperor realm. Xiao Hong wanted to say something, but he found that everyone in the Azure Flame Holy Land was filled with hostility towards him. They could only silently vent their anger towards the ancestor. But Xiao Hong, being a discarded saint, was different. If it weren't for this guy, would Xiao Yun have descended upon the Azure Flame Holy Land? I still prefer your previous wild and unruly self. Can you return to that? Xiao Yun looked down at the Azure Flame ancestor, who wore a flattering smile. You see, how can I dare to act presumptuously in front of you, senior? What other conditions do you have? How about I just give you the entire Azure Flame Holy Land? A glimmer of light flashed in the Azure Flame ancestor's eyes. If Xiao Yun took over the Azure Flame Holy Land, wouldn't that be a blessing in disguise? Lingzhou's ranking among the 3,000 states was mid-tier, not particularly strong. With Xiao Yun around, the ranking would surely soar. What use do I have for this broken place? Gulp. The Azure Flame ancestor's face was bitter. The Azure Flame Holy Land had tens of thousands of cultivators, and there were plenty of resources for cultivation. How did it become a broken place in Xiao Yun's eyes? Then half of the spirit stones of the Azure Flame Holy Land? The Azure Flame ancestor cautiously looked at Xiao Yun, who smiled and crossed his arms. Destroy your Azure Flame Holy Land, and don't even mention half. All the spirit stones will belong to me. Azure Flame ancestor, senior. I can't take a joke like that. Xiao Yun stretched and thought about the purity pill he hadn't refined yet. He wanted to resolve the situation quickly, then take this girl Qin Xian to seek opportunities. With Xiao Yun's current strength, there were plenty of hidden realms in the 3,000 states. All right, let's first fulfill my previous conditions. As soon as the Azure Flame ancestor heard this, he immediately signaled to the Azure Flame Holy Master. A mere saint. Can he compare to the future of the Azure Flame Holy Land? The saint can be replaced, but if the Holy Land is gone, it's truly gone. Xiao Hong, don't blame me. Blame yourself for provoking someone you shouldn't have. The Azure Flame Holy Master teleported in front of Xiao Hong, sighed softly, and prepared to eliminate him. At that moment, Xiao Hong was scared. He didn't expect someone as formidable as Xiao Yun would not let him go. But since the Holy Land had abandoned him, he thought, as someone about to die, he might as well be tough one last time. Damn it. I want to let you off even as a ghost. The Azure Flame Ancestor and the Azure Flame Holy Master's expressions changed drastically. The latter moved faster, fearing for his own safety. But at the critical moment, Xiao Yun intervened to stop the Azure Flame Holy Master. Interesting, since you're so brave. I'll give you a gift before you die. Gift? The Azure Flame Holy Master and others were confused. Even Xiao Hong's heart skipped a beat. What scheme is Xiao Yun up to now? Not even letting him die in peace. Under countless gazes, Xiao Yun slowly looked at the tens of thousands of cultivators of the Azure Flame Holy Land. Come, let us sing a beautiful folk song to send off the former saint of the Azure Flame Holy Land. I know you want tea, so I'll demonstrate first. Xiao Yun cleared his throat and then looked at Xiao Hong. Damn it, Rise. Xiao Yun sang to the tune of a mountain song comparable to spring river waters, instantly forgetting the original lyrics himself. Hearing these words, Xiao Hong's face turned green with anger. He finally mustered some courage before dying. But Xiao Yun clearly didn't want to let it go. Having tens of thousands sing insults against him in song was even more unbearable than killing him. Don't blame me for not reminding you. If anyone doesn't sing with all their might, your whole family will be gone. Gulp. What the hell? Not singing with all their might means killing the whole family? The cultivators of the Azure Flame Holy Land swallowed hard and quickly cleared their throats, preparing to sing with all their effort. Kulme. Holy Land Choir, prepare. 3, 2, 1, sing. Damn it. Tens of thousands. Whether they respected him or feared him, everyone was earnestly insulting him at this moment. Yet Xiao Yun prevented Xiao Hong from covering his ears, forcing him to listen to the entire performance. When Xiao Yun signaled everyone to stop, Xiao Hong was so furious he nearly spat blood and fainted. You Xiao Hong wanted to say something, but the Azure Flame Holy Master didn't give him that chance and directly sent him on his way. In your next life, don't provoke people you shouldn't. The Azure Flame Holy Master shook his head gently, then led the way to kneel down, looking at Lin Qingxian. Fei Qingxuan, Sore. Whoosh. The Holy Master took the lead to kneel, and the other cultivators of the Azure Flame Holy Land immediately followed suit. Fei Qingxuan, Sore. Tens of thousands. Lin Qingxian bit her red lip, looking at Xiao Yun with gratitude. The entire azure flame holy land apologizing to her was something only her master could accomplish. The azure flame ancestor continued signaling to the azure flame holy master, who reluctantly flew toward the medicinal mountain to fetch the holy medicine. Soon, several spirit-rich holy medicines appeared before Xiao Yun. These holy medicines were carefully cultivated by the azure flame holy land, but now would benefit Lin Qingxian. The azure flame ancestor breathed a sigh of relief. After doing all this, it should be fine, right? Senior, do you have any other orders? I will do my utmost. The azure flame ancestor smiled broadly, but Xiao Yun was grinning as he tightened his grip around his neck. Not bad. Very perceptive. Then your life should be left for me. Xiao Yun's lips curled slightly. He had no intention of letting the azure flame holy land off from the start. To humiliate them like this, even if they didn't dare to offend him. But if given a chance, the azure flame holy land would definitely target Qingxian. Senior, you are not being trustworthy. Chapter 9. So the master is indeed a great emperor. As Xiao Yun's black hand reached out, the elder of Qingyan immediately died with his eyes wide open, his lingering soul remaining in place, hoping that Xiao Yun would relax his guard before making a run for it. But Xiao Yun slapped again, crushing his last fantasy. Damn you. This scene made the cultivators of the Qingyan holy land feel a sense of dread. Damn, singing happily, forgetting that this is a killing god. Senior, you've killed the elder, you want to kill us too, right? The holy master of Qingyan was trembling, a dignified Saint King, now resembling a wronged little girl. If even the peak elder of the Saint King realm could be killed with a single slap, what was he? Guess. Xiao Yun showed a harmless smile, nearly scaring the holy master of Qingyan to tears. What kind of sin has he committed? See, can I not guess? The holy master of Qingyan was on the verge of tears, guessing whether he would die or not. Who could play that game? If he guessed right, he might be told he knew too much and die. If he guessed wrong, what? You can't even get that right? Either way, it's death. So why bother guessing? And being tough? Are you kidding me? Didn't Xiao Hong just demonstrate that? This time, it was the Holy Land Choir. Who knows what tricks would be pulled when it's his turn? Xiao Yun smiled and patted the shoulder of the holy master of Qingyan, his tone particularly kind. Don't be so nervous. I'm not a good person. What was that about? Crack. Before the holy master of Qingyan could think further, Xiao Yun sent him on his way, just as Xiao Yun was about to wipe out the Qingyan Holy Land. An extremely strong blue flame flew out from deep within the back mountain of the Qingyan Holy Land. Xiao Yun initially thought the other side was coming for revenge, but the target of this blue flame was actually locked onto the cultivators of the Qingyan Holy Land. Having been imprisoned for over 10,000 years, now reborn, you bunch of trash will all die. Xiao Yun silently sealed off the escape routes for the cultivators of the Qingyan Holy Land, watching the spectacle in midair. Lin Qingxian approached Xiao Yun, her tone somewhat worried. Master, this flame, why is it so similar to the elder of Qingyan's divine abilities? Did we release something terrible? Should we run? Run? What a joke. It's just a group of initial Saint King flames. It wouldn't even run away. What is there to fear? It's just an initial Saint King Qingming calamity flame. Not worth worrying about. Hiss. Initial Saint King, and just that? Truly impressive, Master. You're amazing. Lin Qingxian felt her mind go blank. She had a strange illusion that there was nothing in the entire Xianhuang continent that could scare her master. Seeing the cultivators of the Qingyan Holy Land only able to withstand a moment against the Qingming calamity flame before being instantly burned. A hint of caution flashed in Lin Qingxian's eyes. A high and mighty saint realm expert could only endure for a breath. This Qingming calamity flame was truly terrifying. An hour later, Xiao Yun was almost getting bored waiting when the Qingming calamity flame finally gasped for breath, killing all the cultivators. The main issue was that a few Grand Saint Elders were quite troublesome. Otherwise, it wouldn't have taken so much effort. The Qingming calamity flame transformed into a young man, grabbing the belongings of the Qingyan Holy Land and nodding at Xiao Yun. Though I hate your human race, you're not bad, so take these cultivation resources as a thank you. Deep within the eyes of the Qingming calamity flame was a hint of caution. Anyone who could kill the elder of Qingyan, who had imprisoned him, was someone he could not offend. Moreover, he had just broken through the formation, and his strength was about to revert back to the Grand Saint realm. After speaking, the Qingming calamity flame prepared to find a place to recuperate, but his body was caught by an invisible ghostly hand. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free from the ghostly hand's grasp. Do you want to imprison me for 10,000 years like that old dog of Qingyan? The elder of Qingyan was the creator of the Qingyan Holy Land. Using the power of the Qingming Calamity Flame allowed him to remain undefeated among his peers. The Qingming Calamity Flame thought Xiao Yun wanted to do the same. And in anger, he was already preparing to self-destruct his source fire. Exotic fire is born noble. It will never be his slave. TCH, imprison you? I don't have the time to play house with you. I'll give you two choices, submit or die. Submit? ISNT that imprisonment? The pressure radiating from Xiao Yun made the Qingming Calamity Flame deeply afraid. He knew that in front of Xiao Yun, he wouldn't even get a chance to self-destruct his source fire. But making him bow down? That was absolutely impossible. What is the difference between submission and imprisonment? Xiao Yun reached out and gave the Qingming Calamity Flame a flick on the head before speaking slowly. Submission means staying by my side and being an errand boy. In the future, when I refine the Extreme Dao Imperial Weapon, I'll need to use your flame. Refine an Extreme Dao Imperial Weapon? Upon hearing this, the Qingming Calamity Flame almost laughed out loud. I admit you're strong, but to dare speak of refining an Extreme Dao Imperial Weapon, that's enough. Do you know how many rare materials are needed to refine an Extreme Dao Imperial Weapon? Most importantly, refining an Extreme Dao Imperial Weapon requires one to be at the Emperor realm. What difference does that make to me being a slave? Indeed, refining an Extreme Dao Imperial Weapon requires many precious materials, and even Xiao Yun hasn't gathered them all. This is the helplessness of a loose cultivator. But Xiao Yun himself no longer had the need to refine an Extreme Dao Imperial Weapon. If not, then just borrow from those imperial clans. What? You want to lend it? I see you're already on the path to death. It seems you've made a choice. Then I have no choice but to. Thud. Before Xiao Yun could finish speaking, the Qingming Calamity Flame was already kneeling in midair. His expression changed from disdain to a flattering smile. You see, I'm just reminding you. I didn't say I wouldn't submit. Xiao Yun. Lin Qingxian. Seeing you so resolute, I thought you were going to guard your dignity with your life. Let us hand over the soul source first. Soul source? The Qingming Calamity Flame's expression changed drastically. He hadn't even handed over his soul source when imprisoned by the Elder of Qingyan. Once handed over, he wouldn't even be able to commit suicide. Life and death would be in Xiao Yun's hands. But the Qingming Calamity Flame glanced at Xiao Yun and realized that not handing it over still meant that life and death were in his hands. All right. The Qingming Calamity Flame smiled, a few tears secretly falling from the corners of his eyes. Goodbye, my freedom. Goodbye, my mother fire. Goodbye, oh. It's just a walk, why pull fire? Xiao Yun confirmed that there were no survivors in the Qingyan Holy Land and directly brought Lin Qingxian and the Qingming Calamity Flame into a small world. Oh my, where the hell am I? The Qingming Calamity Flame was startled, looking left and right. It didn't resemble the vicinity of the Qingyan Holy Land at all. No need to panic, this is my small world. Oh, your small world? What? This is your small world? The Qingming Calamity Flame nodded lightly, but after realizing it, he immediately sprang up like a spring. What is a small world? That's a standard for great emperor-level experts. Those ancient imperial clans inherited their emperor's small worlds, so ordinary cultivators generally can't penetrate them. As the Qingming Calamity Flame bounced, Lin Qingxian also covered her mouth in surprise. So the master is indeed a great emperor. Chapter 10. Linglong Fairy, Linglong Order. You can play freely. Qingxian. Follow me. Xiao Yun ignored the Qingming Tribulation Flame and instead took Lin Qingxuan's little hand, flying straight towards the Sky Pavilion. Qingming Tribulation Flame wanted to follow and see, but was stopped by an invisible barrier. No matter how beautiful the scenery outside was, it was all something Xiao Yun had seen before. Lin Qingxian glanced at Xiao Yun's back, her heart racing uncontrollably. Could it be that the master wants to? Lin Qingxian bit her red lip lightly. If it were the master, she wouldn't mind. If it weren't for Xiao Yun, she would have already had her supreme bone extracted. Then, unable to bear the humiliation, she would have committed suicide in the Lin family, ending this painful life. However, when they entered the Sky Pavilion, Lin Qingxian found that there were 5 courtyards on both sides, and Xiao Yun brought her to one of them. When Xiao Yun released her hand, Lin Qingxian immediately became nervous, and, as Xiao Yun approached, she slowly closed her eyes. If the master wanted to kiss her, or even bully her, Qingxian, this is the pure Dan, you take it and refine it. Seeing Lin Qingxian close her eyes, a question mark slowly appeared on Xiao Yun's face. Huh, the master doesn't want to. Lin Qingxian glanced at the pure Dan right in front of her, and a hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes. Oh, what should the master be thinking? A smirk appeared on Xiao Yun's lips. This little girl has impure thoughts. And no, it's nothing. Thank you, master. Lin Qingxian blushed, took the pure Dan, and quickly ran into the room. Xiao Yun shook his head with a smile. Perhaps the pure Dan would be useful for him as well. With that thought, Xiao Yun teleported back to his bedroom and began refining the pure Dan. Not long after, looking at the black filth expelled from his body, Xiao Yun walked directly into the bathroom to wash up, then changed into a white robe. Truly a divine-grade elixir. It's even useful for someone at the peak of the emperor level like me. Xiao Yun took out the divine-grade cultivation method, primordial infinite Tao. Chaos returns to one. All laws merge. After cultivation, one can transform into chaos, shatter order, and recreate heaven and earth. It's much stronger than the method I'm currently cultivating. I must replace it, definitely replace it. As Xiao Yun closed his eyes to comprehend it, the divine-grade cultivation method gradually transformed into light points, slowly merging into his mind. When Xiao Yun opened his eyes again, he felt a surge of power throughout his body. If the previous emperor were still alive, even at the peak of the emperor level, he would have confidence in defeating him. Moreover, this cultivation method is compatible with all laws. Even that little girl Qingxian could cultivate it. In the future, disciples cultivating this method would definitely progress at an incredible speed. Those damn geniuses just wait. What 3,000 years to become an emperor? Watch my disciple break your legends in no time. Once Lin Qingxian cultivates the primordial infinite Tao, Xiao Yun also plans to visit the Linglong Pavilion to get some items. 3 days later, Linglong Prefecture. Inside the main hall of Linglong Pavilion, Xiao Yun had transmitted the primordial infinite Tao to Lin Qingxian, and her cultivation speed had skyrocketed. She was now in the late stage of the sea transformation realm. As for the Qingming tribulation flame, it was hiding in a magma spot in a small world, refusing to come out. Master, the strength of Linglong Pavilion is much greater than that of the Qingyan Holy Land. Lin Qingxian looked up at Xiao Yun. Linglong Pavilion has branches in many prefectures and has quasi-emperors stationed, ranking very high among the 3,000 prefectures. Little girl, I know much more than you. Speaking of which, the founder of Linglong Pavilion was the stunning Linglong Fairy from tens of thousands of years ago. Linglong Fairy? Lin Qingxian looked puzzled. The Lin family was too weak and didn't know much about Linglong Pavilion. However, hearing the master's tone, could it be that this Linglong Fairy had a relationship with the master? Master, is Linglong Fairy very beautiful? Xiao Yun turned his head and gently pinched Lin Qingxuan's delicate face. Just as beautiful as you. Breathtakingly gorgeous. Huh? Master, your compliments are so strange. Lin Qingxian felt helpless, but secretly pleased. If she didn't lag in looks, she would be very confident. No matter how stunning Linglong Fairy was, she ultimately didn't belong to this era. Could she even compete with a dead person? Just then, a few young men looked over with disdain. You talk as if you've seen Linglong Fairy before. Your flirting skills are really low. Idiot. Slap. 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 After scolding, Xiao Yun rewarded each of the young men with a big duel. This made them extremely angry, each one baring their teeth, wanting to teach Xiao Yun a lesson. Kid, you're dead for sure. This one is the second son of the Burning Moon sect's leader, Fun Yin. If you kneel down and beg for mercy now and offer this beauty, perhaps the second son will consider leaving you a whole corpse. Ever since learning that her master was an emperor, Lin Qingxian now saw everyone as an idiot, especially these brainless ones in front of her. Just as Xiao Yun was about to speak, a respected elder from the pavilion appeared with people to block them. Enough! How dare you cause trouble in Linglong Pavilion? You better give me a reasonable explanation. Fun Yin saw the elder from Linglong Pavilion appear and, while shaking hands with him, secretly slipped him a little gift. Elder, you saw it too. We were the ones who were attacked. It's clear who is causing trouble here, right? The elder from Linglong Pavilion glanced at Xiao Yun and Lin Qingxian. Although they looked impressive, the benefits Fun Yin offered were substantial. Do you have anything else to say? Xiao Yun gently shook his head. Linglong Pavilion had changed so much compared to tens of thousands of years ago. If Linglong Fairy knew you were abusing your power, I wonder if she would get angry and kill you? The elder's face changed drastically. He originally just wanted to drive them away and let Fun Yin deal with Xiao Yun himself. But now he changed his mind. Kid, are you looking for? Before he could finish, Xiao Yun leisurely took out a Linglong order. In an instant, all eyes on the first floor of Linglong Pavilion gathered over. Linglong order. It's actually the legendary Linglong order. It is said that a cultivator with the Linglong order can unconditionally request assistance from Linglong Pavilion, even if chased by the Imperial clan. But currently, only 5 people possess this Linglong order. and the owners are either the leaders of ancient sects or the ancestors of imperial clans. How could it appear in the hands of a young man? Could he be a genius from an imperial clan or a prodigy from an ancient sect? As soon as the words fell, in just 3 breaths, the elder in front of Xiao Yun had his legs broken by an old man, making him kneel before Xiao Yun. The Linglong order in your hand is passed down from ancient times. Could be a personal gift from Linglong Fairy? What? A personal gift from Linglong Fairy? ISNT, that more impressive than the current 5 Linglong order holders? At least they have seen Linglong Fairy's true form. Moreover, if this is true, Xiao Yun is very likely a descendant of an emperor. This identity is no less than that of a genius from the imperial clan, even more noble. Xiao Yun indeed knows Linglong Fairy, and their relationship is quite special. This Linglong order was personally given to Xiao Yun when he saved Linglong Fairy. Unfortunately, afterward, the Emperor of the Forbidden Zone sparked a war, and Linglong Fairy invited Xiao Yun to fight together, but he refused, saying he was a coward. Little did he expect that moment would become a separation for eternity. That's right. This Linglong order was indeed personally given by Linglong. Chapter 11. The Envious One. Su Inshue Linglong? He actually called out the name of the Linglong Fairy directly. The surrounding cultivators gasped in shock. After all, Linglong Fairy is the founder of Linglong Pavilion. For Xiao Yun to call her by her name was no different from a 3-year-old child asking the ancestors of an imperial clan to meet him. So what if he has the Linglong order? Daring to call out the name of Linglong Fairy. I think he's tired of living. Fun Yin sneered from the side. And even the elder in charge of Linglong Pavilion couldn't help but frown. Young master, please be cautious with your words. Your ancestor may have been familiar with Linglong Fairy, but he is still your ancestor, and you should not lose your manners. Xiao Yun stroked his chin. He and Linglong Fairy were ultimately on friendly terms, and he was too lazy to bicker with this group of ants. Xiao Yun's eyes widened, and the souls of several young men beside Fun Yin were instantly erased by him. Fun Yan's left leg was forcibly torn off by Xiao Yun. Blood flowed freely, but Xiao Yun leisurely dragged his other leg, looking at the elder in charge of Linglong Pavilion. You deal with your steward, but I hope to see him have his tendons cut and be whipped to death. If he has a second way to die, then you, as the steward, will die in his place. Gulp. Killing someone in front of the elder of Linglong Pavilion and dismembering the second son of Fenuejiao. Every cultivator present couldn't help but admire Xiao Yun. After all, Fenuejiao had a holy king stronghold. Did he really not fear death? Steward, kill him. Hurry and kill him. Fun Yin was sweating from the pain. He was not in the Nirvana realm and didn't possess the ability to regenerate severed limbs. Even if he were in the Nirvana realm, it would still take several days. The elder of Linglong Pavilion took a deep breath. That powerful soul just now actually came from this young man in front of him? No. Some old-timers who don't fight and haven't lost their blood essence can maintain a youthful appearance indefinitely. Xiao Yun was definitely such an existence. He almost overlooked it. Moreover, that soul was absolutely that of a quasi-emperor level expert, possibly even at the peak of quasi-emperor. Terrifying. No wonder he was so arrogant, with strength at this level. It would be a shame not to be a bit arrogant. A mere Fun Yuejiao, let alone their second son, even if their leader came in person. What could it matter? Slap. After Fun Yin finished speaking, the elder of Linglong Pavilion quickly gave him a big slap. Are you teaching me how to do my job? Your father wouldn't dare teach me how to do my job. What are you? Someone, according to the wishes of the Linglong Order's master. Cut off this dog's tendons and drag him away to whip him to death. Upon hearing this, the steward of Linglong Pavilion was so frightened that his legs went weak. He even thought about running away. But before he could escape the door, he was pinned to the ground by 2 cultivators at the holy level. TSK, TSK, TSK. The second son of Fenuejiao has indeed kicked a metal plate. He still thought about sowing discord, but unfortunately, the elder of Linglong Pavilion doesn't buy it at all. Hey, do you think this guy was the one who destroyed the Qingyan sacred land 3 days ago? No way. I heard it was a personal vendetta, and on the same day, both the Lin family and the Gao family were also wiped out. The cultivators from Gao Family City said that this senior seemed to be avenging his disciple. Boo-hoo-hoo. I also want a protective master like that. Hearing others discuss the Qingyan sacred land incident, Xiao Yun didn't expect the news to spread so quickly, but he merely stretched his muscles. Not bad. Keep an eye on him. After I'm done with things here, I'll go see what's going on at Fun Yuejiao. You too, please. The elder of Linglong Pavilion respectfully led the way in front, while Fun Yin was locked up like a dead dog. Lin Qingxian followed, closely behind Xiao Yun with light steps, not expecting that one day she would also come to the main hall of Linglong Pavilion. Not long after, inside the Tianzi private room, when Xiao Yun and Lin Qingxian took their seats, for young and beautiful maidservants were immediately arranged to come up. They massaged Xiao Yun's shoulders and legs, their faces filled with smiles. Lin Qingxian pouted, sitting aside with her hands tightly clenched, almost rushing up to assert her dominance. Unfortunately, the elder of Linglong Pavilion was present, and her master seemed to be quite enjoying it. Lin Qingxian glanced down at her own figure. Clearly, she was better than them. May I ask, what is your surname, young master? Xiao Yun. The elder of Linglong Pavilion was confused, but still looked at Xiao Yun respectfully. Young master Xiao Yun, may I ask what you need from Linglong Pavilion? Xian Giu Zinpo. Hiss. The elder of Linglong Pavilion's expression changed dramatically upon hearing this. The others were fine, but this Xiangu Jingpa had just been bought at a high price not long ago. This. Young master, do you really need the Xiangu Jingpa? What? Does your Linglong Pavilion not have it? Xiao Yun frowned. If Linglong Pavilion didn't have Xiangu Jingpa, it would be a bit troublesome. This thing belonged to the imperial grade or category and was of great help to Lin Qingxuan's supreme bone. It can not only temper the body, but also repair cracks in the supreme bone, enhancing physical hardness and self-healing ability. We do have it, but it was sold at a high price a couple of days ago. If you need something else, before the steward could finish speaking, Xiao Yun raised his hand to interrupt him. However, when Xiao Yun raised his hand, he accidentally knocked over a cup of tea that a maidservant was carrying. The maidservant, seeing this, immediately turned pale with fright and knelt on the ground. I'm sorry. Is there no one else in Linglong Pavilion? How did they let you come here? The steward's face turned ashen. Offending Xiao Yun, he would be doomed. And he didn't expect to arrange such an unfortunate thing to come over. It was Sister Xiao Yun who asked me to come. The maidservant bit her red lip, realizing she had been set up. Someone who the steward didn't dare offend actually sent her to serve tea. Young Master Xiao Yun, I will have someone deal with her right away. The maidservant was so frightened that she was at a loss. It seemed she couldn't escape this calamity. But a hint of displeasure appeared on Xiao Yun's face. Compared to this small matter, he was more curious about who bought the Xiangu Jingpa. I knocked over the tea. What are you blaming her for? Just say who bought the Xiangu Jingpa. The elder of Linglong Pavilion let out a sigh of relief and quickly explained. Young Master Xiao Yun, it was the leader of Fun Yuejiao who bought it. Fun Yuejiao? Isn't that a coincidence? Xiao Yun's mouth curled up slightly. He had just planned to go to Fun Yuejiao to make a scene and snatch the Xiangu Jingpa. But when he looked down, he noticed the maidservant who was cleaning up the teacups. This maidservant's left cheek was actually quite comparable to Lin Qingxian, but her right cheek was hideously ugly. Moreover, there was a thick power of laws above it, seemingly cursed. Most importantly, Xiao Yun actually sensed that there seemed to be a restriction set within her body. Xiao Yun was confident that his knowledge surpassed that of any cultivator present, but this kind of situation was still his first encounter. System, what is the situation with this girl? Was she framed? Ding. Information has been successfully sent. The host can check it directly. Name, Sudin Sui. Gender, female. Age, 21. Race, Lunar Eclipse Clan. Identity, the Envious One. Cultivation, Foundation Establishment Initial Stage. Chapter 12. Restoring Appearance. Su Yingxue becomes a disciple. The heavens are jealous? Then I must take her as my disciple. A slight smile appeared at the corner of Xiao Yun's mouth. The heavenly Tao of the Xianhuang continent can only threaten those below the peak of the emperor. As a peak emperor, Xiao Yun is not afraid of the heavenly Tao of this world. Even during the era when emperors roamed freely, such beings were few and far between. While Xiao Yun was checking Su Yingxue's information, she was secretly observing him. For the first time, she felt the kindness of stranger. Xiao Yun was so dazzling that even the high-ranking steward of the Linglong Pavilion treated him with utmost respect. However, Su Yingxue was constantly ostracized and looked down upon. She and Xiao Yun were from entirely different worlds. Thinking of this, Su Yingxue lowered her head in self-doubt. Afraid to look at Xiao Yun again. She had been sold here because of her face, and the opposite sex dared not approach her. Today's tea delivery was just the beginning. Who knows how many dangers awaited her. Perhaps she might be executed one day. What is this little girl's name? Xiao Yun gently touched Su Yingxue's deliberately covered right cheek, and in her incredulous gaze, he tenderly helped her up. The steward of Linglong Pavilion was momentarily stunned, almost unable to react. Su Yingxue's right cheek was so grotesque that even if no one dared to touch it, he would want to be frightened into impotence. Could it be that young Master Xiao has a unique preference for this? Once there are more people, there will be more talent. Who knows what quirks a strong person like Xiao Yun might have? Young Master Xiao. Her name is Su Yingxue, and she was sold here to do menial work. If you like her, she can follow you from now on. As soon as this was said, Su Yingxue's expression immediately became tense. She hoped to leave with Xiao Yun, but was afraid that he was just temporarily kind to everyone. Sure, this girl can follow me from now on. By the way, have someone send a message to the leader of the Burning Moon sect, saying that his son is in my hands. Let him personally deliver the Xian bone crystal to me. Otherwise, I don't mind destroying another Burning Moon sect. Destroy another Burning Moon sect? Could it be that the Qingyan sacred land, which has been buzzing in the 3,000 states lately, was destroyed by young Master Xiao? Don't say. You really shouldn't say. With young Master Xiao's strength, he wouldn't need to exert much effort to destroy the Qingyan sacred land. All right, young Master Xiao, I will arrange for someone to go to the Burning Moon sect right away. Su Yingxue, treat young Master Xiao well. He is a distinguished guest holding the Linglong Order. What? Holding the Linglong Order? I thought young Master Xiao's status was noble, but I didn't expect it to be this noble. Yes. Su Yingxue trembled as she stood before Xiao Yun, who gently waved his hand, signaling the maidservants who were massaging her shoulders and legs to leave. Xue, are you interested in becoming my personal disciple? Personal disciple? A hint of hesitation flashed in Su Yingxue's beautiful eyes. Could it be that Xiao Yun was an alchemist? The reason he didn't despise her was that he wanted her to become a medicinal ingredient? Oh my god, why is my life so bitter? I thought I had escaped the tiger's mouth, but I didn't expect to fall into a wolf's den again. Xiao, young Master Xiao, can I just serve you? I may not be good at cultivation, but I can wash clothes and cook. I could do any dirty or tiring work. Please don't kill me. Su Yingxue looked at Xiao Yun with a tearful voice, while he wore a confused expression and turned to Lin Qingxian beside him. Do I really look like a villain? I took a disciple and made her cry. Fortunately, Qingxian was there. Otherwise, I would definitely be misunderstood as bullying Su Yingxue. Lin Qingxian did not look at Su Yingxue with any strange eyes, as her own situation was also unfortunate. She only felt sympathy for Su Yingxue, and since the master intended to take her as a disciple, she naturally wouldn't spoil it. Sister, the master won't harm you. He just wants to guide your cultivation. Do you know the Qingyan sacred land? The sacred son of Qingyan wanted to coerce me into being with him, and the master helped me take revenge by destroying them. Hiss! The Qingyan sacred land was destroyed by young Master Xiao? Su Yingxue was stunned, staring blankly at Lin Qingxian and Xiao Yun. Can I really? Of course. I never take disciples lightly. Upon hearing this, Su Yingxue immediately knelt before Xiao Yun, respectfully bowing 3 times. Disciple Su Yingxue pays respects to the master. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully accepting the second disciple, Su Yingxue. Reward: 1 god-level pure Dan, 1 leaf of life, and an excellent sacred weapon, Night Crow. The pure Dan goes without saying. After refining it, even a trash talent can become a genius. The leaf of life can restore Su Yingxue's appearance. But this Night Crow, Xiao Yun took a glance and found it to be a chain sickle. Could this be the weapon most suitable for Su Yingxue? You should refine this Dan in the small world first to expel the impurities from your body. Later, I have a gift to give you. Xiao Yun smiled as he helped Su Yingxue up, placing the pure Dan in her palm. Thank you, master. Su Yingxue dazedly followed Lin Qingxian to the small world, not coming back to her senses for a long time. At this moment, the steward of Linglong Pavilion respectfully appeared, telling Xiao Yun that the message had been sent out. Young master, do you have any further instructions? Seeing Su Yingxue and Lin Qingxian disappear, the steward of Linglong Pavilion's pupils constricted. Carrying a space sacred weapon? It's one thing for Xiao Yun to be strong, but his foundation is too profound if he even possesses the rare space sacred weapon. I have a bit of a problem. I tend to be protective. Anyone who has bullied Shuer over the years, bring them all here. What? The steward of Linglong Pavilion hesitated, as he was unclear about the matters of the lower-level servants. However, Xiao Yun had the Linglong order, and his strength was not something he could contend with, so he dared not refuse. Young Master Xiao, may I first investigate, and then let Su Yingxue identify them? But, after Xiao Yun finished speaking, he closed his eyes, and the steward of Linglong Pavilion went down with a bitter smile. Fortunately, there aren't many holders of the Linglong order. Otherwise, he really couldn't serve these lords. Not long after, Lin Qingxian pulled Su Yingxue to appear before Xiao Yun. The 2 girls wore a blue long dress and a white long dress, respectively, looking extremely dazzling. However, Su Yingxue instinctively covered her right cheek, seemingly afraid of dirtying Xiao Yun's eyes. Swear, your master will help you restore your appearance. Really? Can you really do it? Upon hearing this, Su Yingxue instantly became extremely excited. She couldn't take care much and rushed forward to grab Xiao Yun's hand. Her eyes filled with anticipation. I never lie. Xiao Yun gently caressed Su Yingxue's right cheek. Compared to the excellent sacred weapon, this girl cared more about her appearance, as it was the root of her inferiority complex. After saying this, Xiao Yun took out the leaf of life and slowly approached Su Yingxue's right cheek. As a green light flashed, the leaf of life quickly withered, while Su Yingxue's right cheek gradually aligned with her left cheek, until her right cheek was completely restored. Su Yingxue hurried to the mirror. Looking at her flawless right cheek, Su Yingxue cried, collapsing on the ground in tears. At this moment, the steward of Linglong Pavilion arrived with a dozen people to Xiao Yun's private room. But when they saw the goddess-like Su Yingxue, everyone appeared incredulous. No, it's impossible. How could you be Su Yingxue? This must be a case of mistaken identity. Chapter 13, there's no way. I'm just protective of my own. The woman who brought Su Yingxue to Xiao Yun to deliver tea felt a sudden imbalance in her heart upon seeing Su Yingxue's restored appearance. She had always made things difficult for Su Yingxue, knowing that she would never be able to turn her life around. But now, you tell me, she has become a fairy and has the master of the Linglong Order as her backing? How can she remain calm? How can she be composed? Master, what are you? Su Yingxue instinctively curled up, preparing to endure the beatings and scoldings. But thinking of her newfound backing, she immediately stood up and went to Xiao Yun's side. If there are people here who have bullied you, you can personally kill them, as a farewell to your past self. If there are others, do not hide them. Today, with your master backing you, I will not let go of anyone who has bullied you. Su Yingxue's eyes welled with tears, speechless with emotion. Su Jingsui, si stersu. It was my fault for not recognizing your greatness before. Please let me go. It was all her instigation. Those matters have nothing to do with me. I was just running errands for others. Thud. Mom, please forgive your unfilial son for his previous misdeeds. Xiao Yun's lips twitched slightly. What kind of bizarre situation is this? Calling her mom just to survive? When she was ugly, she wished to beat Su Yingxue to death, venting her resentment on her. Yet the latter had no strength or background, so she could only endure the beatings and scoldings. Su Yingxue glanced at Xiao Yun, knowing that she had finally turned her life around and absolutely could not disappoint her master. Since she needed to say goodbye to her past, she could not be soft-hearted, remembering how she had begged them to spare her, only to receive even harsher beatings in return. Su Yingxue trembled with anger. They did not realize their mistakes. They just knew they were going to die. Junior sister here. Lin Qingxian took out the broken void blade and handed it to Su Yingxue, giving her an encouraging look. Their master is Xiao Yun the Great, the strongest being in the world. They need not fear any creature. Kneel, with a glance from Xiao Yun. More than a dozen cultivators all knelt before Su Yingxue. They couldn't even lift their heads, only lowering them in anticipation of death. Su Yingxue took a deep breath, stabbing each of those who had bullied her to death. To avoid disappointing her master, she stabbed each one more than 10 times. The manager of the Linglong Pavilion sighed softly. The fairy was in the pavilion, but unfortunately, he did not seize the opportunity. If Su Yingxue were to restore her appearance and take over as the head of the Linglong Pavilion, why would the pavilion need to arrange these maids to flatter high-ranking cultivators? Back in the day, he had heard his grandfather say that the Linglong Pavilion was a place for elegant people to chat. But now, it had brought in a lot of worldly atmosphere. It was no different from a brothel. Such a pity. One misstep leads to another. Xiao Yun treats Su Yingxue so well. If anyone were to bribe her against Xiao Yun, the latter would probably be the first to stab the briber to death. Just these people? Are there any more? Xiao Yun asked slowly, and Su Yingxue quickly shook her head. Her anger had been vented. Thank you, master, there are none. All right, take this sacred weapon as a gift from your master. A gift for apprenticeship? Isn't she just a personal maid? Now that she's so beautiful, what kind of apprentice is she? To warm the bed. The manager of the Linglong Pavilion was silently complaining, but he knew that Su Yingxue was very stubborn. Sometimes she'd rather be beaten half to death than bow her head. Master, I can't accept it. You've already helped me so much. Just take it, or else you might get punished. Huh? Punished? Su Yingxue's pretty face flushed, but she showed no intention of dodging. This scene, however, nearly made the manager's eyes pop out. Another top-tier sacred weapon. Is young Master Xiao going for wholesale? The imperial family only has this many top-tier sacred weapons, right? Master, Thank you. All right. You've said thank you many times already. Go rest with your senior sister first. I still have matters to handle. Xiao Yun handed the night crow to Su Yingxue, who nearly dropped both herself and the sacred weapon due to her low cultivation level. Seeing this, Xiao Yun directly emptied the spatial ring of the elder Qin Yin and put it on Su Yingxue's slender fingers. Master, when you're done, can you take me back home? Home? The Moon Eclipse clan? Seeing Su Yingxue's soft and weak tone, Xiao Yun naturally wouldn't refuse. This girl's aura is too weak. She needs to be trained to have a stronger presence, and she should start by cursing at people. Following this method, she'll probably soon be famous across the 3,000 states. Of course, Xiao Yun rubbed Su Yingxue's head, and she smiled happily. Manager, exchange all these items for top-tier spirit stones. I have no use for them. Xiao Yun took out the assets from the Lin family, the Gao family, and the Qingyan sacred land, exchanging all useless treasures and heavenly materials for top-tier spirit stones. All right. The manager of the Linglong Pavilion saw several sacred herbs and immediately beamed with joy. Finally, their ancestor was here to do serious business. Not long after, Xiao Yun received 100 million top-tier spirit stones. He didn't keep a single one, distributing them all to Su Yingxue and Lin Qingxian. After all, top-tier spirit stones were no longer of much use to Xiao Yun. It was better to make his disciples rich and gain their gratitude in the process. Meanwhile, in Fenzhou, in the main hall of the Burning Moon sect, when the news reached the sect master, Fun Tian, he was immediately furious. This useless person who accomplishes nothing but causes trouble, even going to the Linglong Pavilion, can cause a ruckus. I should have built a wall instead. The elders of the Burning Moon sect nearly burst into laughter, recalling all the sad events of their lives. They finally managed to hold it in. Sect master, if the Linglong Pavilion sends someone to deliver a message, it seems the second young master has offended someone who does not fear our Burning Moon sect. Coincidentally, that Xianbone crystal, you haven't refined it for the eldest young master yet. Why not? Take it to the Linglong Pavilion and see who they are. The elder hesitated, knowing that it was the second young master of the Burning Moon sect, and that the other party dared to openly threaten them, showing that the Burning Moon sect was nothing in their eyes. No way. My holy body desperately needs that Xianbone crystal. Let the second brother suffer some losses for getting into trouble at this critical moment. Why should a good-for-nothing who only knows how to cause trouble use my Xianbone crystal to save him? Just as Fentian was about to agree, his eldest son, Fenlong, immediately voiced his opposition. To purchase the Xianbone crystal, the Burning Moon sect had spent nearly 200 million top-tier spirit stones. The sect's assets were just over 300 million, and if they just handed it over, wouldn't that be throwing away their spirit stones for nothing? Eldest young master, you're wrong. The second young master is still your own brother. Exactly. With the sect master's current cultivation level, it would be extremely difficult to add another son or daughter. Do you, eldest young master, oppose this so much because you want the Xianbone crystal and don't want your own brother? You guys. Selfish? Fentian squinted his eyes, already having made a decision in his heart. Fenlong wanted to say something more, but Fentian couldn't be bothered to listen anymore. Enough. I have already decided to take the Xianbone crystal to save Yinner. If the other party is just bluffing, that Xianbone crystal, which should be yours, will not escape. Chapter 14. Speak out the dirty words, and your heart will be cleansed. Soon after, outside the Linglong Pavilion, Fentian arrived with two elder saints. Seeing the surrounding cultivators discussing him, his brows furrowed. The leader of the Funyu sect actually came in person. It seemed he cared quite a bit about this son. Who says otherwise? At their level, no matter how many women there are, it's not necessarily easy to have descendants. This time it's different. Fun Yin offended the holder of the Linglong token, and the Linglong Pavilion won't sit idly by. Linglong token? What a joke. Is my son really that stupid? Damn it. I really want to wash my hands of this. Fun Tian wore a worried expression, and the two elders beside him seemed at a loss. The Funyu sect's strength was on par with that of the Qingyan sacred land. Could it be that this world is so small that the second son offended them? At that moment, people from the Linglong Pavilion stepped forward and respectfully made way. Sect Master Fun, please proceed to the Tianzi private room. The Tianzi private room? Is it really the holder of the Linglong token? Fun Tian's expression darkened. Yenner really got himself into deep trouble this time. Sect Master, since you are here, you should make yourself comfortable, one of the elders beside him advised. Fun Tian nodded slightly and followed silently. When they were brought to Xiao Yun's private room, Fun Tian and the others were immediately captivated by the beauty of Lin Qingxian ensuing Xue. There are actually such beautiful women in the world. It's simply breathtaking. Dad, save me, please save me. Fuan Yin was pinned to the ground by the people from the Linglong Pavilion, and seeing his severed left leg made Fan Tian's face turn angry. I've already come. Why do you still have to break Yinner's leg? The manager of the Linglong Pavilion snorted coldly, showing no respect for Fan Tian. Breaking a leg? That's considered light punishment. Sect Master Fun, I suggest you think about how to save your son's life first. Fan Tian's face turned ashen. He initially thought he was dealing with a powerful figure, but unexpectedly it was just a young brat. However, with the Linglong Pavilion protecting him, how could he dare to make a move? After all, there's a quasi-emperor ancestor stationed in the Linglong Pavilion. If things escalated, he might find it hard to leave alive. I brought the Xian bone crystal. Can you release him now? Bring it here first. Xiao Yun's mouth curled up slightly. Teasing his disciple and even making him kneel, he had no intention of letting Fan Yin live. He wanted the Xian bone crystal, but he also wanted Fan Yin's life. Now that he was unmatched in the 3,000 states, Xiao Yun desired to do as he pleased and dominate others. What good and bad people? He could treat them like trash, so what? Fan Tian glanced at the manager of the Linglong Pavilion, saw that the other party ignored him, and could only unwillingly present the Xian bone crystal. Xiao Yun took the Xian bone crystal, turned his head to look at Lin Qingxian beside him. Qingxian, I remember this brat had his eyes on you, right? Yes, master. He made me feel disgusted just by looking at him. Lin Qingxian cooperated perfectly, and upon hearing this, Fan Tian's heart sank. This is bad. This is truly a bottomless pit. Just after handing over the Xian bone crystal, now they were talking about his disciple. If this keeps up, there might even be an excuse to target Lanyang later. In any case, with this momentum, they wouldn't let him off without digging his own grave. Oh, you dare to have your eyes on my disciple. I see your Fanyu sect truly deserves a beating. Xiao Yun, in a fit of rage, directly smashed Fan Yan's head into pieces. Seeing this, Fan Tian's eyes nearly popped out, and his anger soared. Yanea, you bastard, I will. Thud. In his fury, Fan Tian was directly suppressed to the ground by Xiao Yun's pressure, unable to move an inch. What are you barking about? Isn't it just a dead son? How petty? Petty? You think this is being petty? Then let me kill your son and see how you feel. Angry as he was, Fan Tian wasn't foolish. Just the pressure alone made him unable to resist. The other party was at least a late-stage quasi-emperor expert. With such a being, let alone the Fan Yu sect, even those imperial clans would have to think twice about whether to offend him. Besides, he still had another son. Was he going to be completely cut off? Thinking this way, he didn't feel as angry anymore. Yes, you were right. He was quite good at enduring, but Xiao Yun would not leave himself any trouble. He had no intention of establishing a force. It would be a hassle, and he would have to support a large group of people. But Lin Qingxian and Su Yingxue were different. Just looking at them was a delight. Beautiful, sweet-voiced, and with great temperament, they had slender waists and curvy figures. Xue, scold him. Huh? Scold someone? Su Yingxue was a bit at a loss. Everything was fine. So why did Master suddenly want her to scold someone? Master this. Look at you, girl. Let me demonstrate for you. Damn it. As soon as Xiao Yun spoke, not only Su Yingxue, but even the manager of the Linglong Pavilion and Fan Tian himself were dumbfounded. Wait, as a quasi-emperor expert, why is your mouth so foul? Elder, why are you still hurling insults at me when I'm like this? Insult? I still want to take action. Are you pretending to be tolerant here? Slap. Xiao Yun rewarded Fan Tian with a big fight, then grabbed Su Yingxue's little hand and pointed at his nose. Gome, repeat what I just said. Su Yingxue bit her red lip. Although it sounded crude, it was hard to disobey a master's command. Damn it. Su Yingxue's voice was already soft, and plus it was her first time scolding someone. It hardly conveyed any anger. Fan Tian even wanted to hear it again. Oh no, if this girl keeps scolding, she might end up enjoying it. Xiao Yun pulled Su Yingxue behind him, and the latter shyly lowered her head. She was prepared to start a new life, but with Master teaching her like this, she really couldn't hold it together. Young Master Xiao, you see, we should pay attention to our language. The manager of the Linglong Pavilion earnestly advised, but Xiao Yun pulled Lin Qingxian and Su Yingxue forward. Do you think so too? We listen to our master. Although Lin Qingxian and Su Yingxue felt it was inappropriate, as long as their master liked it, they both wholeheartedly agreed. Xiao Yun shook his head gently. It seemed he had to instill some new knowledge in them. Remember, speak out the dirty words, and your heart will be cleansed. We cultivators emphasize an open mind. If you see someone you dislike, just curse them directly. No matter what happens, Even if the sky falls, Master will bear the brunt. Speak out the dirty words and your heart will be clean. Oh wow, this could be understood this way. The manager of the Linglong Pavilion wiped the cold sweat from his brow. He felt that someone like Xiao Yun definitely had no inner demons. Simple foul language, extreme enjoyment. Disciple will abide by Master's teachings. The two women respectfully nodded, while Xiao Yun held their little hands and focused his gaze on Fan Tian. Lead the way to the Fun Yu sect. Elder, Yin is already dead. Are you still not satisfied? Fan Tian's face was full of frustration. As a powerful sage, he felt no different from an ant in front of Xiao Yun. Less nonsense. Hurry up and lead the way. If there is something good, I might just let it go. Xiao Yun's lips curled up slightly. He couldn't be bothered to find it himself. He just wanted to trick this guy into leading the way. Since they had already become enemies, taking them all down in one go was the best option. Chapter 15. As soon as he came out, he saw Chong Wei beating Lai Fu. When Fan Tian heard this, he let out a sigh of relief. In his opinion, although Xiao Yun had some twisted logic, he was ultimately a quasi-emperor level expert, and shouldn't he go back on his word, right? It was just about getting some heavenly materials and earthly treasures, nothing too serious. It was just a matter of spending money to avoid disaster. Anyway, considering the situation, being able to survive was already quite good. Fan Tian had just nodded when he, along with the two elders, was stepped on by Xiao Yun. However, being alive made everything feel sweet. Hey, young Master Xiao Yun, please wait a moment. What is it? Xiao Yun raised an eyebrow and turned to look at the steward of Linglong Pavilion. It's like this in 7 days. It will be our Linglong Pavilion's large auction held once every 3 years. I know you're not interested, but an alien race is going to auction a treasure that might help suing Xue. Would you like to hear about it? It can help Xue. He had planned to deal with the Fun Yu sect first, and then take this girl back to the Moon Eclipse clan to have a look, while also resolving the issue of the Heavenly Tao as confinement. However, Xiao Yun could only resolve the issue of the Heavenly Tao as confinement, as this belonged to external forces. But this girl, Xue, has 2 opposing bloodlines within her. If this matter could be resolved, then she would no longer have any worries. Tell me about it. Fan Tian, being stepped on, still leaned in to hear better, afraid he might miss it. It's the 2 realms returning source jade. Hiss. The 2 realms returning source jade? That's really the right medicine for the problem. However, Xiao Yun wasn't interested in participating in any auction. With his strength, he could just directly seize that treasure from the alien race, right? Why drag it out when he could solve the problem fundamentally? Interesting. Do you know which alien race is auctioning the 2 realms returning source jade? Gulp. Could it be that young Master Xiao Yun intends to directly go and seize it? The steward of Linglong Pavilion wiped his cold sweat. What to do? They only said they would auction it, but didn't specify who it was. This. Young Master Xiao Yun, it's not that I'm unwilling to say, it's just that the other party didn't come in person. Not only that, but they only sent an alien loose cultivator to deliver the message. Whether they're truly an alien race, I can only guess. Quite cautious, huh? Xiao Yun assessed the steward of Linglong Pavilion and found no suspicion of lying, so he nodded lightly. All right, then let us meet again in 7 days. If he couldn't seize it himself, then he would grab it during the auction. It would be best if he could get at the auction. If not, he would just have to be a bit more barbaric. Xiao Yun's life motto was just one word: do. Eat when you need to eat. Drink when you need to drink. Don't take matters too seriously. And if you can't stand something, just fight it out. Let's take off. Xiao Yun held the little hand of a fairy with one hand while stepping on a saint-level cultivator and 2 great saint-level cultivators. To avoid low-level cultivators not being able to see clearly, Xiao Yun intentionally slowed down. Lin Qingxian admired the scenery beneath her feet, while Suing Xue occasionally glanced at Xiao Yun. Even now, she found it hard to believe. Not long ago, she was still the lowest maid in Linglong Pavilion. But now, Suing Xue not only had avenged herself against those who bullied her, but could also stand beside her master. She used to not dare to look up. Unexpectedly, her right cheek had been saved. She didn't know if her master minded that her cultivation talent wasn't high. Aside from offering herself, she really couldn't think of any other way to repay him. Half an hour later, Fengzhou, outside the Fengyue sect's mountain gate, when Xiao Yun appeared, stepping on the body of the Fengyue sect's leader, the guards at the mountain gate were stunned. Wait, isn't the Fengyue sect finished? The usually high and mighty leader was now being bullied like an ant. Master, this Fengyue sect is even worse than the Qingyan sacred ground. The Fengyue sect mostly consisted of fire attribute cultivators, and among the thousands of peaks, there were quite a few active volcanoes. Many cultivators trained their bodies in the magma, but the environment was indeed a bit lacking. The environment is truly too poor. Since Qingxian doesn't like it, let us just destroy it. Fun Tian, wait a minute. Didn't we just say to take some treasures? Why is your disciple saying the environment is poor and you immediately want to destroy the Feng Yue sect? My Feng Yue sect is a well-known presence in the 3,000 states. Are you this casual about it? Does your family know? Wait, young Master Xiao Yun. If you don't like it, I'll have someone extinguish all the volcanoes into nothingness right away. Look, whatever environment this fairy likes, we'll arrange it immediately. Lin Qingxian covered her mouth and laughed softly. As expected of her master, just a few words made even a saint-level expert feel so frightened. Just as Xiao Yun was about to directly extinguish it, the Qingming Jian in the small world began to stir. It was incessantly transmitting sound, saying that there were treasures inside the Feng Yue sect. If it could refine them, its weakened state would immediately disappear. Xiao Yun stroked his chin. The system didn't currently reward him with a supreme imperial weapon, so the role of this Qingming Jian was still quite significant. After all, he didn't have the materials to forge a supreme imperial weapon for these two girls. Other imperial clans definitely had them. Thinking of this, Xiao Yun decisively released the Qingming Jian. As soon as it appeared, Fen Tian's eyes widened. This is Qingming Jian. Isn't that the divine ability of the Qingyan ancestor? Could it be? Fen Tian had an ominous premonition in his heart, perhaps. The world really was that small, and it seemed they had indeed offended the one who destroyed the Qingyan sacred ground. The most critical thing was, he was even smiling as he brought the person back. Fen Tian slapped his forehead. It was over, it was all over. No, he couldn't just sit and wait for death. As long as he could coax this fairy, the Feng Yue sect might not be beyond saving. Phew, stay calm, stay composed. Just as Xiao Yun let go of Fen Tian, the latter stood up straight and took a deep breath. At that moment, Fen Long flew out with a smile. Seeing his father return so quickly and even bring back two fairies, his eyes went wide. There are actually such ethereal and stunning women in the world. If I could indulge in them a bit, it would truly be no regret for this life. Two fairies coming from afar. I'll go to hell, fairy. I'll kill a little bastard. Just as Fen Long revealed a lewd smile, Fen Tian instantly teleported up and gave his son a rising dragon fist. Following that, a series of punches and kicks came down. A precise kick, a high fist, a punch at an angle, and everything done with speed. The first punch hit the leg to prevent escape. The second palm hit the mouth to prevent begging for mercy. The third kick hit the head to prevent resistance. The tens of thousands of cultivators of the Feng Yue sect, whether they were training their bodies in the magma or flirting with each other, even those making small dolls, were attracted by the commotion outside, turning into onlookers. Hey, what is going on? As soon as I came out, I saw Chong Wei beating Lai Fu. Who knows? The last time the eldest young master was robbing girls, the leader didn't react this much. Could it be that he wasn't involved? You really can't say that. These two girls are too beautiful. If I could get my hands on these two treasures, I'd be willing to die tomorrow. TCH, you haven't even seen these two fairies, and you think you can reach that level in your dreams. Xiao Yun, Su Jingsui, and Lin Qingxian exchanged glances and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Only the Qingming Jian was uninterested in this. It wanted fire. It wanted to consume fire. Master, although the spiritual fire here is not on my level, it's perfect as nourishment. Chapter 16. You're being deceived. Even if you pay, you'll still die. Nourishment? Interesting. The Burning Moon sect also has spiritual fire. However, the quality of the Qingming Tribulation Flame is indeed high. Even without a substantial ranking, it is definitely among the best. Father, what did I do wrong again? You hit me as soon as you came back. Feng Long looked frustrated, having lost several teeth. But looking at Feng Tian's expression, it seemed he hadn't gotten enough of beating him yet. What did I do wrong? Just look at your eyes and tone just now. Are you coveting Senior Xiao Yun's disciple? Disciple? Senior Xiao Yun? Isn't she the fairy that father brought back? Feng Long felt his mind was a bit muddled. The deep fear in Feng Tian's eyes made Feng Long forget the pain on his body. If his father was so afraid, it seemed that this Senior Xiao Yun must be a quasi-emperor strongman. Father, you misunderstood. I just wanted to properly entertain Senior Xiao Yun and the two fairy sisters. Feng Long reacted quickly, and though Feng Tian seemed angry, he actually sighed in relief. This kid still has some brains. Otherwise, the Burning Moon sect would probably be doomed. Unfortunately, not to mention Xiao Yun. Even Lin Qingxian and Su Yingxue could see they were just acting. Senior Xiao Yun, you see. All right, All right, you also heard what the Qingming tribulation flame said. If you voluntarily hand over the spiritual fire, perhaps I could be lenient. Xiao Yun's mouth curled slightly, and Feng Tian's expression hesitated. But he still went to fetch the spiritual fire. Soon, a ball of fiery red spiritual fire appeared in front of the Qingming tribulation flame, which showed no courtesy and directly swallowed the spiritual fire. Under the suppression of the Qingming tribulation flame, this spiritual fire had no room to resist at all. Refreshing. As the spiritual fire was completely refined, a look of heartache filled Feng Tian's face. This spiritual fire was something he had painstakingly cultivated, but now it had become nourishment for the Qingming tribulation flame. Truly. Senior Xiao Yun, do you have any other orders? None. I still have to thank you for leading the way. Thank me for leading the way. Feng Tian swallowed hard. Why did this tone sound off? Cautiously, he looked up and happened to see Xiao Yun's mouth gradually curling upwards. It was a bad sign. His heart sank. Sure enough, Xiao Yun still wouldn't let him off. Senior, what else do you want? I can give you anything I have. When Xiao Yun pinched Feng Tian's neck from a distance, the Burning Moon sect's disciples immediately activated the protective array. This person does not like leaving behind trouble. To avoid bringing trouble to Qing Xian and the others. Feng Tian's eyes widened. Did this mean Xiao Yun never intended to let him go from the start? What crystal bones, what spiritual fire? No matter how much he invested, it would be of no use. You, how can you, as a quasi-emperor, be so untrustworthy? Did I ever say I would let you go? Feng Tian felt utterly frustrated. Xiao Yun always said he would consider it, but had never made a definite promise. Haha, look at you. I was just kidding. Even if I said it, I wouldn't show mercy. We're not friends. Xiao Yun wouldn't care about reputation anyway, as his reputation was already bad. The main point is, as long as I have no morals, you can't morally bind me. Now, with the heavens and the earth under my rule, Xiao Yun cares even less. You. Feng Tian was almost so angry he spat blood. How could there be such a shameless person in the world? How did someone with such a character cultivate to the quasi-emperor level? At that moment, a beautiful woman in a purple dress flew out. Seeing the protective array activated and Feng Tian easily subdued, the woman's face turned pale with fear. Is this your wife? Xiao Yun's mouth curled slightly. The woman looked about 9 points beautiful, but her figure was indeed not bad. This woman, still with charm, was more alluring. No wonder Feng Tian had 2 sons. When Feng Tian heard this, the last glimmer of hope ignited in his eyes. That's right. As long as Senior Xiao Yun likes her, she can serve you right now. What? The beautiful woman in purple had a face full of disbelief. She had accompanied Feng Tian through life and death. And now she was being casually discarded like an object? Mother, I think it's feasible. Feng Long was amazed by Xiao Yun's strength. If the latter took over the Burning Moon sect, wouldn't they be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the imperial clans in the future? Slap. As soon as Feng Long's words fell, the beautiful woman in purple gave him a hard slap. Beast, I am your mother. You actually want me to serve an outsider? And you, Feng Tian, I have accompanied you through life and death until today, but I didn't expect to end up with such results. It's truly ridiculous. Feng Tian and Feng Long lowered their heads in shame. Even the disciples of the Burning Moon sect cast strange looks. No, even at this time, there are such explosive stories. Should we maintain the array or grab a stool to watch the drama? But at this moment, Feng Tian only thought about surviving. As long as he could live, with his strength, he could live freely even without descendants. As for Feng Long, although his mother was good, the opportunity to rival the imperial clans was even rarer. Moreover, Senior Xiao Yun is so handsome, his mother wouldn't be at a loss. Madam, don't blame me. I just want to survive. Besides, serving Senior Xiao Yun is your honor. The beautiful woman glanced at Xiao Yun, a hint of amazement flashing in her eyes. Strong and handsome, he could easily captivate thousands of young girls. Unfortunately, her heart told her that no matter how excellent Xiao Yun was, he did not belong to her. Most importantly, she had a husband, even if he was a beast. But at this moment, her heart had completely turned cold. With such a husband, her son was the same. To hell with honor. If you don't treat me as a person, then I will make the Feng family end here. The beautiful woman reversed her internal energy and firmly held Feng Long down. Feeling his mother's increasingly violent aura, Feng Long's eyes were filled with fear. Mother, what do you want to do? I am Long, your own son. Shut up. I gave birth to such a beast like you. Today I will take you with me to the underworld. No. Boom. With a wave of energy exploding, the beautiful woman and Feng Long's bodies instantly turned into a mist of blood. The spatial rift left behind at the scene was gradually spreading around. The protective array of the Burning Moon sect shattered instantly, filling the faces of tens of thousands of disciples with despair. Combined, Xiao Yun's hands came together. The residual waves from the beautiful woman's self-explosion vanished without a trace. Next, it's your turn. Xiao Yun crushed Feng Tian's body with his bare hands. Without the protective array, the entire Burning Moon sect was easily controlled. Not long after, Xiao Yun had 3 space rings in his hands. They were the treasures of the Burning Moon sect. Master. Lin Qingxian and Su Yingxue seemed a bit unable to let go of the beautiful woman's death, but Xiao Yun looked at it very lightly. On his path to becoming an emperor, he had seen all sorts of oddities. This could only be considered a minor issue. What? Afraid Master will treat you the same way? Lin Qingxian and Su Yingxue shook their heads without thinking, their eyes and tone filled with certainty. Master wouldn't. All right, let's go to Schwerer's home and take a look. Xiao Yun chuckled and pulled the 2 women away, disappearing from the spot. Not long after Xiao Yun and the 3 disappeared, the entire territory of the Burning Moon sect was crushed to dust. At this time, several figures flew down straight from the void, their faces extremely solemn. In just a few days, another Holy Land force had been destroyed. What on earth was Xiao Yun? Chapter 17. Inhumane beast of a father, easily suppressed. Xiao Yun, one of the ancient ancestors of the imperial clan, turned pale. This name, he truly found it hard to forget. Since the beginning of the era of no emperors, the great Emperor Xiao Yun had become the only nightmare. Without the emperor, he was not afraid of anyone at all. What? You have high-level cultivation resources? Hand them over. Ordinary holy lands might not have access to them, but these imperial clans had experienced it deeply. As long as it was an imperial-grade treasure, it would be harvested to assist him in his cultivation. After a long period of calm, he hoped that this person was just a namesake. Otherwise, it would truly be a nightmare haunting him. On the other side, Moon State, the ruins of the Moon Eclipse clan. Xiao Yun slowly walked out of the void with the 2 women, and the few cultivators who remained in place immediately fled in all directions. Crossing the void was not something they could provoke. Schwer, are you missing your family? As soon as Xiao Yun spoke, Su Yingxue revealed a tragic smile. How could that be? I was sold to Linglong Pavilion because of these clansmen. The person who personally sent me, there was my nominal father. Xiao Yun patted his forehead. This girl really had a hard fate. Compared to Qing Xian's experience, it was hardly any better. So what is your purpose for coming back this time? Su Yingxue looked up at Xiao Yun, her face showing a trace of a smile. Has Master ever heard of the reverse moon seed? Hiss. The reverse moon seed is an imperial medicine comparable to the immortal pill. The immortal pill can extend life for 10,000 years, while the reverse moon seed can bring the dead back to life. As long as there is a trace of the soul remaining, it can take effect. However, the reverse moon seed is not omnipotent. It requires the soul to be present and can only revive beings that have fallen within 3,000 years. Could it be that the Moon Eclipse clan has it? Su Yingxue gently nodded, though her tone was somewhat uncertain. My father secretly cultivated it and kept it deep in the clan's forbidden area. I heard that later. He offended the Moon God sect and was exterminated. If he didn't get to use it in time, it might have some effect on Master. So it was for me. Xiao Yun reached out and rubbed Su Yingxue's head. She, like a little kitten, greatly enjoyed his caress. Then, let us go have a look. Xiao Yun took the hands of the 2 girls, and the aura of the great emperor spread out as they flew toward the forbidden area of the Moon Eclipse clan. As soon as they entered, a strong cold wind blew toward them. However, in front of Xiao Yun, just relying on the aura of the great emperor was enough to completely disperse this cold wind. Lin Qingxian and Su Yingxue felt a bit scared. That cold wind was too strong. Even a respectable realm cultivator would find it hard to withstand. Xiao Yun's divine sense enveloped the entire forbidden area of the Moon Eclipse clan and soon found the location of the reverse moon seed, which was situated in the central area of the forbidden zone. But when the 3 of them arrived, the reverse moon seed had already wrapped around a body. The reverse moon seed was bright red, with its stem and leaves gently pulsating like a heartbeat, seemingly providing vitality to that body. Xiao Yun narrowed his eyes. The revival by the reverse moon seed required a year. Could it be that someone discovered this secret? Did someone get there first? This thing was of no use to Xiao Yun. He had hardly any friends, and those he did had died over 30,000 years ago. But this was, after all, the good will of his disciple. So if it was snatched away, what would that mean? Master, Su Yingxue was a bit flustered. She and T expected that someone would get there first, afraid that Xiao Yun would be unhappy and think she was playing him. All right. You can only judge based on the memories before leaving. If there's no gain, there's no gain. Just consider it as Master accompanying you two to take a stroll here. Xiao Yun gently shook his head. It was just right as he wanted to unlock the heavenly Dao shackles in Su Yingshue's body, and this place was a good choice. Master, you're so good. Su Yingxue actively pounced into Xiao Yun's arms, but at that moment, the body wrapped in the reverse moon seed slowly began to move. Until it stood up again, a hint of shadow appeared on its face. Su Yingshui? I didn't expect this waste to return. Hearing that familiar voice, Su Yingshue's body instinctively trembled, and she turned back in disbelief. When she saw the appearance of the person, her pupils constricted. Shuer, do you know him? He's my father. Su Yang. Father? Xiao Yun narrowed his eyes. A person who sold his own daughter. How could such a person be worthy of being a father? Truly surprising. You actually recovered your appearance? Ha ha ha. My dear daughter, with your father here, no one will bully you again. Su Ying noticed Su Ying's restored appearance. His eyes filled with joy. Su Yingxue is so beautiful. If she could marry into an imperial clan, wouldn't that be a huge gain? Who is your daughter? I, Su Yingxue, have no father and am not a member of the Moon Eclipse clan. Su Yingxue firmly retorted. What father was there? He was not even worth a tiny bit compared to Master. What kind of father would let his daughter be bullied by others, even if they were just collateral descendants? How could he treat her with disdain and even sell her to Linglong Pavilion to do the dirtiest and hardest work? One incident after another had long made Su Yingxue lose hope. If it weren't for Master, she might have quietly died one day, unnoticed by anyone. Master? Haha. You're talking about this little brat? What a joke. You're my Su Yang's daughter. In this life, you will never escape from my grasp. Look at my current cultivation, early stage Saint King. Just be obedient, and you can enjoy life in the future. At that time, I'll find you a young master from an imperial clan to marry, and our father-daughter life will only get better and better. Su Yang Lao Gid Maniatali. But Su Yingxue felt he was insane. The Moon Eclipse clan was not strong among the alien races, probably comparable to the Gao clan, and they didn't even have a saint. But now, Su Yang had become a powerful Saint King, perhaps having practiced some longevity-diminishing evil skill. You still want to sell me? Truly an inhumane beast. Master, Shuer begs you to let me kill him with my own hands. Su Yingxue gritted her teeth in hatred. If she didn't shred Su Yang into pieces, she would turn her name around. Seeing that Su Yingxue was pinning her hopes on Xiao Yun, Su Yang couldn't help but laugh, as if he had heard something funny. Kill me? Just him? Su Yingxue, you really have grown some skills, even letting this pretty boy come to his death. But the fairy beside you is not bad. I've never touched such a beautiful woman in my life. Today counts as. Thud. Before Su Yang could finish boasting, Xiao Yun pressed him down with one hand, rendering him unable to move like a dead dog. No, it's impossible. I'm a Saint King strongman. No one can move me. No one can kill me. This is fake. Everything is fake. It must be an illusion, right? Su Yang was extremely agitated. He had deliberately provoked the Moon God sect to have the entire clan sacrificed to exchange for his Saint King cultivation. Why? Why was he easily subdued right after awakening? What did all his efforts mean? Was it just for his own enjoyment? Oof. The strength of Master is something trash like you can understand. Su Yang, you inhumane beast. Today, I will make you experience what it feels like to be cut into 1,000 pieces. Chapter 18. It might hurt a bit later, bear with it. With Xiao Yun's oppression and watching Su Yingxue approach step by step, Su Yang's face showed no signs of panic. He was a Saint King strongman, without a holy weapon. It was impossible to break through the defenses of his body. Even if Su Yingxue had a top-grade magical treasure, she couldn't do anything to him if he didn't fight back. He wouldn't just get injured. He wouldn't even bleed. However, Su Yang didn't pretend to be fearless. Instead, he cooperated with Su Yingxue. Once they got past this hurdle, he would make Su Yingxue pay. Swear, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Please forgive me. Okay. After all, I am your biological father. Are you really not going to give me one last chance? Su Yingshue's expression was unchanged. No matter how one looked at it, Su Yang in front of her felt particularly disgusting. She turned to Lin Qingxian beside her and slowly parted her lips. Sister, can I borrow your sword again? Lin Qingxian smiled and took out the broken void blade, urging her spiritual energy to send it flying towards Su Yingxue. The broken void blade was a top-grade holy weapon, revered as a treasure by many holy lands. It was surprising that Lin Qingxian, a mere ant in the Transformation Sea realm, could take it out so easily. At this moment, Su Yang became somewhat uneasy, being slashed with a top-grade holy weapon. Even a quasi-emperor strongman wouldn't be able to avoid injury if they didn't fight back. Shuer, Are you really going to kill your father? You. Su Yang begged for mercy halfway through, but Su Yingxue had already cut off his tongue. There was no other reason. It was simply too noisy. How could a dying person have so much to say? As for fear, Su Yingxue understood this hypocritical guy too well. He wasn't afraid. He just knew he was going to die. Su Yingxue had no interest in knowing how her kin died. To her, a beast and a group of beasts were no different. One sword, two swords. Su Yingxue, like an emotionless machine, pierced one blood hole after another in Su Yang's body. Su Yang, with his tongue cut off, could only express his anger and roar like someone pressed on mute. While Xiao Yun suppressed Su Yang, his consciousness was exploring the entire Moon Eclipse clan's forbidden area to see if there were any other survivors. 2 hours later, Su Yingxue felt her hands were numb, while Su Yang had already become unrecognizable, since he had to be sliced into 1,000 pieces. Not a single sword strike could be missed. Although her hands were numb, Su Yingxue felt very happy inside. Personally killing Su Yang was much more satisfying than killing the group from Linglong Pavilion who bullied her. After all, Su Yang was the root of it all. Without him, how could Su Yingxue have suffered so much? After Xiao Yun raised his hand to annihilate Su Yang's spirit and form, he quietly opened the entrance to the small world. Qingxian, you go in and rest first. Master needs to help Schwerer remove the seal in her body, which may require going against the heavenly Tao. The Yin energy here is too dense. Don't let Master be distracted. Lin Qingxian lightly nodded her head. It was rare to see her master so serious. It seemed that Schwerer had a big secret too. After Lin Qingxian entered the small world, Xiao Yun then supported Su Yingxue's fragrant shoulder. Xue, it might hurt a bit later, bear with it. Okay. Su Yingxue clenched her small hands and obediently waited for Xiao Yun to lift the seal in her body. Xiao Yun glanced around and slowly released the Qing Ming Jian. Stay outside the forbidden area. Anyone who dares to approach will be killed without mercy. Understood, Master. The Qing Ming Jian teleported away, and only then did Xiao Yun condense 3 black void chains. Xiao Yun exerted a slight force, and the seal within Su Yingxue's body was immediately affected, causing her to feel excruciating pain. But seeing Xiao Yun being so cautious, Su Yingxue gritted her teeth and tried hard not to let out a sound. At the same time, above the Moon Eclipse clan's forbidden area, rolling thunderclouds were gathering at a visible speed. Xiao Yun snorted coldly, and the 3 black void chains immediately activated to their full potential. With a crack, beads of sweat the size of soybeans covered Su Yingxue's delicate face, but the seal in her body was also destroyed. In the blink of an eye, Su Yingxue's once calm eyes suddenly flickered with unusual colors. Master, I feel so uncomfortable. Su Yingxue covered her eyes, her face filled with pain. But before Xiao Yun could act, her eyes transformed into a yin-yang fish-like appearance. When she lowered her hands, her left eye had turned golden, while her right eye was filled with purple demonic patterns. Her cultivation, originally at the early stage of Foundation establishment, had now surged to the mid-stage of the profound barrier realm. The dual body of God and demon was indeed such a heaven-defying constitution. No wonder it drew the jealousy of the heavenly Tao. Xiao Yun had a beaming smile on his face. This constitution was not inferior to the combination of supreme bone and heavy pupil. It seemed that the 2 realms returning source jade must be obtained. If it couldn't be bought at auction, then it would have to be taken by force. Just watch. The rest will be left to Master. Xiao Yun reached out and pinched Su Yingxue's delicate face. A surge of power from the laws poured into her body. The previously restless dual bloodlines of God and demon instantly became extraordinarily calm. Master, be careful. Su Yingxue, with her divine and demonic eyes, spoke in an extremely gentle tone. A mere heavenly Tao dares to make things difficult for my disciple. As soon as Xiao Yun's voice fell, his aura immediately expanded. Then, centered around Xiao Yun, a 10-meter wide pillar of law light instantly condensed. Before the heavenly Tao's punishment could descend, Xiao Yun took the initiative to strike first. As the pillar of law light just dispelled the thundercloud, it provoked even more violent turbulence, instantly spewing out a lightning bolt to clash. The collision between the pillar of law light and the lightning instantly destroyed the surrounding space. A wave of spatial ripples surged from the center of the collision. But in just a breath, the lightning was gradually suppressed back into the thundercloud. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Yun's pillar of law light displayed its might within the thundercloud, gradually showing signs of piercing through the entire thundercloud. The heavenly Tao was unwilling. With a rumble of thunder, the entire thundercloud immediately boiled over. But Xiao Yun didn't remain idle. The pillar of law light became even denser. Break! Bang! With a furious shout from Xiao Yun, the entire heavenly Tao thundercloud was instantly pierced by the pillar of law light. In an instant, the entire heavenly Tao thundercloud became a feeble dead thunder, slowly dissipating in the air. Huff! Seeing that the heavenly Tao's punishment had stopped, Xiao Yun slowly retracted the pillar of law light. Once the heavenly Tao's punishment descended, any single lightning strike would possess strength comparable to a late-stage emperor. Moreover, it was possible that 9 heavenly thunders would fall simultaneously. Xiao Yun couldn't be bothered to wait, nor would he give the heavenly Tao this opportunity. With clearly easier methods available, he was too lazy to waste more time. Master, are you okay? Seeing the apocalyptic thundercloud dissipate above her head, Su Yingxue hurriedly approached Xiao Yun to check if he was hurt. It's a small problem. Xiao Yun brushed aside the hair covering Su Yingxue's forehead, gently stroking her long eyelashes. Below the eyelashes, her pair of divine and demonic eyes were particularly eye-catching. Su Yingxue felt very shy under Xiao Yun's gaze, lightly biting her red lips and slowly lowering her head. Once the 2 realms returning source jade is refined, your talent will never be buried again. Xiao Yun gently caressed Su Yingxue's delicate face. This girl had skin that was truly flawless and had an excellent feel. Master, Shuer has caused you too much trouble. Chapter 19. The Moon God Sect Master from the Heart. Su Yingxue's eyes were misty as she felt she had yet to repay her master's kindness. Worry? That's nothing. As long as you put in the effort, my dear girl, and later achieve the path to becoming an emperor, I will be very gratified. Become an emperor? Do I really have that opportunity? Su Yingxue hesitative. It had been 20,000 years since a new emperor had appeared. But seeing the expectation in Xiao Yun's eyes, she quickly clenched her small hands. Even if there are countless corpses, forget it. With my master around, there probably won't be many bones left. But since this is what my master hopes for, I must do my best. Master, I will work hard. Su Yingxue looked at Xiao Yun with determination in her eyes. At that moment, a black chain scythe was handed over from Xiao Yun. Along with it was a golden mat. This is a gift from your master, a top-tier holy weapon, Night Crow. As for the other one, it is the cultivation method practiced by your master, Primordial Wuji Dao. This. Su Yingxue bit her red lip. Not expecting to receive a top-tier holy weapon herself, she had never even had the qualifications to look at one before. After all, with Su Yingxue's cultivation level, she couldn't even get close to an unclaimed top-tier holy weapon. But now, the Night Crow was quietly floating in front of her. Master, I will not disappoint you. Su Yingxue gave Xiao Yun a hug and blushed as she stepped aside. Xiao Yun took a deep breath, now holding a mysterious bone crystal, which was for that girl Qing Xian. After she refines it, Xiao Yun also planned to go enjoy some music. Anyway, there are still 7 days until the auction starts. These 2 days of leisure are a reward for himself. Go in and rest. No one can disturb you. Xiao Yun opened the entrance to the small world, and Su Yingxue obediently entered. Just as Xiao Yun was about to take Qingming Jian away, he saw a group of black-robed cultivators with a half-moon emblem. Master, they have been watching outside for quite a while. Xiao Yun glanced over. This was Moon State, and it seemed to be the dominant force here, the Moon God Sect. Speaking of the Moon God Sect, Xiao Yun had some impression. They had a long-standing heritage and rarely caused trouble. However, the Moon God Sect had a unique secret technique that could create death-replacing puppets, which were particularly suitable for Lin Qingxian and Su Yingxue. In the future, when Xiao Yun could not enter secret realms, having death-replacing puppets would provide an additional layer of protection apart from spiritual shielding. I am the elder of the Moon God Sect, and I do not wish to disturb the senior in refining treasures. The elder of the Moon God Sect wanted to befriend Xiao Yun. This would be beneficial for the sect given the latter's displayed strength. This is interesting. I am interested in your Moon God Sect's death-replacing puppets. Lead the way. I'll take a few. What the hell? I was thinking of befriending you. And you directly made a lion's mouth wide open? The method to refine death-replacing puppets is special. Even a Moon God Sect takes 3 years to refine one. And these are reserved for the sect's prodigies to explore secret realms. With Xiao Yun's strength, the elder of the Moon God Sect felt that the sect master was not his opponent at all. If the other party took everything, then all these years of savings would have been in vain. The elder of the Moon God Sect showed hesitation. But Qingming Jian's Holy King aura was already enveloping him. My master instructed you to lead the way. If you dare refuse, I will kill you. Since learning that Xiao Yun was an emperor, Qingming Jian had long forgotten the pain of being imprisoned. Now it only had one thing on its mind, to follow Xiao Yun and show off. What foreign races, what ancient sects, what ancient imperial clans can compare to my master? Yes, 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 I will lead the way right away. The elder of the moon god sect showed a smile that was uglier than crying, hoping that after the sect master learned about this, he would let him die more easily. Not long after, at the moon god sect's location, Xiao Yun was treated as a guest of honor and brought into the main hall. Without waiting for the moon god sect to test him, Xiao Yun directly revealed his aura, pressing everyone down to the ground. I only need 100 death-replacing puppets. If you hand them over, the moon god sect can remain safe. 100? The elder leading the way turned pale at the words. 666. No need to act anymore. After Xiao Yun left, he would really face the consequences. Once Xiao Yun spoke, the moon god sect's 300 years of hard work would be in vain. Say, Senior, could you be lenient? We also have our expenses, and we really cannot produce that many. The sect master of the moon god sect still wanted to struggle. But Xiao Yun frowned directly. Your master is speaking nicely to you now. You better be sensible. Otherwise, the Qingyan Holy Land and the Burning Moon sect are your precedents. What? The person in front of him is the mysterious powerhouse who destroyed the Qingyan Holy Land? And what does the Burning Moon sect mean? When did we offend Xiao Yun? The sect master of the moon god sect looked shocked. The Burning Moon sect had just been destroyed today, and the news had not yet spread. However, the destruction of the Qingyan Holy Land was now widely known across the 3,000 states. Most Holy Lands and foreign forces advised that if they encountered a pair of divine couple, it was best to turn around and leave. If they really couldn't escape, they should claim to be enemies of the Holy Land, allowing Xiao Yun to wipe out their enemies, which would also be a contribution to the Holy Land. As soon as Qingming Jian finished speaking, the sect master of the moon god sect showed a hearty smile. I just had a brief possession, and I remember there are still 100 death-replacing puppets in the sect. Senior, please wait. I will fetch them for you. If I had known the Qingyan Holy Land was destroyed by you, I would have welcomed you warmly before you even approached the mountain gate. Xiao Yun sneered. Strength is the easiest pass. You don't need to explain. Just reveal your aura, and even if you are killing people, others will praise how cool your killing posture is. Not long after, the sect master of the moon god sect returned, bringing 100 death-replacing puppets to Xiao Yun. Just as Xiao Yun was about to leave, the sect master of the moon god sect called out to stop him. Senior, 7 days later is the large auction at Linglong Pavilion. Countless rare treasures will appear. Are you interested? As soon as the sect master of the moon god sect finished speaking, Qingming Jian revealed a very disdainful tone. My master is the owner of the Linglong Order. The manager of Linglong Pavilion has already invited him. Hiss, the owner of the Linglong Order? Damn, it's good that we didn't offend him. Otherwise, it would be impossible to save. The sect master of the moon god sect took a deep breath, then respectfully saw Xiao Yun off. Linglong State. Linglong Pavilion, Main Hall. In box number 1, Xiao Yun returned inside and immediately entered his small world. Suing Xue was already in closed-door cultivation, while Lin Qingxian was leisurely swinging on a swing. When Xiao Yun appeared, Lin Qingxian immediately jumped down and greeted him with a smile. Master, you're back? You should refine the mysterious bone crystal here. It will greatly benefit your supreme bone. Xiao Yun instinctively patted Lin Qingxuan's little head, feeling a bit tipsy. Being a master felt like having a fatherly responsibility. It shouldn't be too much to let these two girls call him dad in the future, right? Everyone listens to master. Chapter 20. If I don't like you, do you have any opinions on me? Lin Qingxian took the Xiangui crystal and immediately began to circulate her spiritual energy to refine it. Xiao Yun leisurely lay on the chair, silently observing Lin Qingxuan's changes. With the Xiangui crystal, Lin Qingxian could not only enhance her physique, but her supreme bone would also become more resilient. Moreover, even if she used her heavy eye to its full potential, it would have no adverse effects. Previously, even though the heavy eye came from her bloodline relatives, it was ultimately not her own. Using it normally was fine, but if she pushed it to the limit, it could lead to bone fractures after just a few uses. However, now, the Xiangui crystal had resolved this concern. As time passed, Lin Qingxuan's supreme bone was undergoing transformation. Xiao Yun's consciousness was closely monitoring her, and he couldn't help but smile as he saw the golden bone patterns gradually appearing on her supreme bone. The path was set. This girl's future was limitless. With his protection, opportunities would abound across the 3,000 states. Thinking about how he had once been chased like a dog by these ancient sects and imperial clans, Xiao Yun felt uneasy all over. What so-called talents? I plan to cultivate 5 terrifying prodigies and use these lofty imperial resources for training. You all Haven T live my life. Your descendants will suffer for it. Just as Xiao Yun finished speaking, Lin Qingxian completely absorbed the Xiangui crystal. At this moment, Lin Qingxuan's cultivation had reached the peak of the sea transformation realm. Xiao Yun nodded gently. The Xiangui crystal was only useful for the Supreme Bone and Wun Ti enhance her cultivation level, which seemed to be an unexpected gain. However, having practiced the primordial infinite path, even those prodigies practicing the imperial scriptures could not match Lin Qingxuan's speed. Now, all she lacked was time to catch up. Master, I've broken through again. It feels like a dream. Lin Qingxuan's small mouth opened slightly, her face filled with joy. In just a few days, she had advanced from the Xiangang realm to the peak of the sea transformation realm, something she had never dared to imagine before. Of course, my technique is unmatched in the world. This little girl will also achieve the status of an emperor in the future. Xiao Yun pinched Lin Qingxuan's little face and smiled as he left. Lin Qingxian clasped her small hands together, looking at Xiao Yun's back with tenderness in her eyes. It wasn't until Xiao Yun had walked far away that Lin Qingxian whispered, Master, from the moment you saved me, you have left an indelible mark in my heart. What emperor status, what unmatched in the world. Compared to you, they all have to take a back seat. All I seek in my life is to be by Master S side. But if Master wishes to see me ascend to the throne of an emperor, I will do my utmost and never let you down. 7 days later, outside the Linglong Pavilion, countless ferocious beasts, divine carriages, and flying ships crossed through the void, with various alien races rushing to enter. At this moment, not only cultivators below the sage level, but even those at the great sage level had to watch from the sidelines. The leaders were all sage kings, and even quasi-emperor ancestors were present. However, the gathering of prodigies also opened the eyes of countless cultivators. It was rare to see the inheritors of the sacred body, and now there were plenty to behold. The Linglong Pavilion had 99 floors and was itself a spatial sacred weapon. Once the auction began, it could accommodate 100,000 cultivators, so those who could enter were either rich or noble. They were either leaders of sects or powerful forces from ancient imperial clans. When everyone had gathered, a prodigy from an imperial clan noticed that the Tianzi No. 1 private room was unoccupied and frowned. Our clan has the Linglong token. Why haven't we gone to the Tianzi No. 1 private room? The steward of the Linglong Pavilion felt some trepidation towards the one who spoke and could only smile apologetically. Prince Ouyang, the Tianzi No. 1 private room also has a Linglong token, and it was personally gifted by the Linglong fairy. What? That guy's here too? Ouyang naturally knew what had happened 7 days ago, and also knew Xiao Yun's name. Not only had he publicly killed Fun Yen, but he had also uprooted the Fun Yu sect without leaving a single one behind. He had thought that since the Ouyang family arrived first, the Tianzi No. 1 private room was a sure thing, but unexpectedly, it was reserved by Xiao Yun. The Tianzi private rooms numbered 36, while the Dizzy private rooms numbered 72. Corresponding to the Tiangang and Dijiao, the Tianzi No. 1 private room was naturally the most distinguished, and for the ancient imperial clans, it was a great opportunity to show off. Steward, could you introduce me? As a fellow holder of the Linglong token, Ouyang naturally Wun Ti missed this opportunity to socialize. This young master Xiao Yun has not yet made an appearance. He might be in closed-door cultivation, perhaps. The steward of the Linglong Pavilion had not finished speaking when the Tianzi No. 1 private room slowly opened. What is all the noise? Xiao Yun and the two others slowly appeared. Lin Qingxian was already at the early stage of the divine concealment realm, while Suing Xue had also broken through from the mid-stage of the Xiangang realm to the peak of the Xiangang realm. The two girls, one with a divine demon eye and the other with a heavy eye, along with their celestial beauty, quickly captivated Ouyang. If it weren't for an elder from the Ouyang family clearing his throat, Ouyang would probably have continued staring. Junior Ouyang from the Ouyang family. I met Senior Xiao Yun and the two fairies. Who? You say you're from which family? Originally calm, Xiao Yun, upon hearing the words Ouyang family, immediately gave Ouyang a big slap that left him stunned. This not only bewildered him, but also surprised Lin Qingxian and Suing Xue. However, Master S thinking was active, and most people couldn't keep up. He probably just disliked him and decided to hit him. Elder, Senior, why did you do that? Ouyang, he was about to get angry when an urgent voice transmission entered his ear. This Xiao Yun is the last emperor of this generation. You cannot offend him no matter what. The last emperor? I'm really fucked. Ouyang, He had never been beaten up since he was a child, and now he was being hit, while even his ancestors didn't dare to show up to back him. Under the astonished gazes of other ancient sect forces, Ouyang, he actually wore a smile on his face, which was truly a sight to behold. It's nothing. I just didn't like your face and hit you. You have no objections, right? Do I dare to have any objections? Under the reminder from his ancestor, Ouyang, he felt no anger at all. The reason Xiao Yun had acted was mainly because of that fool Ouyang Su. Ouyang Su had feelings for a girl, but his cultivation had made him foolish, and he didn't know how to take the initiative. Xiao Yun had told him to use the harmony powder. Since the girl liked Ouyang Su anyway, it wasn't he really forcing him. But this fool, Ouyang Su, almost used the harmony powder on himself, which infuriated Xiao Yun and led him to beat Ouyang Su for 3 days and nights. At that time, the Ouyang family wasn't as powerful as it was now. It was just Ouyang Su who was an emperor. Many prodigies later emerged, but unfortunately, they all died in the battles against the masters of forbidden zones. No, as long as your hand isn't tired. Ouyang, yi gurinut. Senior Xiao Yun really holds grudges. How can what Ouyang Su did be blamed on me? Damn, did I hear that wrong? The Ouyang family is a prominent presence among the ancient imperial clans, yet now they can't fight back? Senior Xiao Yun is also a holder of the Linglong token. Perhaps their ancestors were friends back in the day. Chapter 21. Is filial piety corrupted? 2 women massage shoulders and knead legs. Ouyang Yi's attitude astonished those ancient sect forces, foreign tribes, and ancient imperial clans. Ouyang Yi possesses the killing body of Gengjin. No matter which family's prodigy he encounters, he always challenges them to a fight right away. But now, he can actually lower his head? Those ancient imperial clans that had their cultivation resources snatched by Xiao Yun have all recognized him by now. He's not just a name. This troublemaker has truly emerged from seclusion. However, these clans did not make a fuss. Damn it, they can't just drag themselves down. When those foolish opponents provoke the great Emperor Xiao Yun, the entire Dao lineage will be buried. Good for you, kid, for being perceptive. Stop staring at my 2 precious disciples. They don't care for you at all. Ouyang, he hesitated. Can't he fight for this a bit more? I have an impressive physique, and I don't look bad. What about me is unappealing to the fairy? Wait, could it be that taking disciples is a facade? But taking partners is real. The moment Ouyang he thought of this, his eyes became much clearer. If the absurd things done by the old ancestor could end with him, could the Ouyang family still face trouble? This is the great Emperor Xiao Yun. Even though he comes from a scattered cultivator background, he can easily flatten an ancient sect with just a snap of his fingers. Even the ancient imperial clans, if he is happy, can be wiped out in a day. What is Elder Xiao Yun even saying? Ear has never seen such a stunning beauty. Rest assured, I only admire her. I have no intention of disrespect. Xiao Yun rolled his eyes. This kid, Ouyang, he does not seem like the reckless person described in the rumors. He was just infatuated, and now he is no longer paying attention to Qing Xian and Shuer. Since this kid is so perceptive, let's give him a chance. After all, my goal is the 2 realms origin jade. Who wouldn't spend spirit stones? I hope what you said is true. All right, stop standing here. I only came for the 2 realms origin jade. 2 realms origin jade? Is Elder Xiao Yun hinting at me? Ouyang Yi smiled as he saw Xiao Yun return to the private room, while the Ouyang family members nearby were a bit confused. Young Master Yi, why are you smiling so happily when Elder Xiao Yun's attitude isn't that good? Upon hearing this, Ouyang Yi's smile instantly froze. Then, in a lightning-fast motion, he retaliated against the Ouyang family member with a big competition. Fool, that's Elder Xiao Yun. Forget it, let us talk inside the room. Ouyang Yi saw numerous forces paying attention to this side and immediately shut his mouth, leading people into room 2. The old ancestor of the Ouyang family looked pleased. Ear has really grown up and is quick to understand. If he can truly gain the protection of the great Emperor Xiao Yun, then ask the 3,000 states. What does the Ouyang family have to fear? As for quasi-emperors? In front of a great emperor, quasi-emperors are as weak as ants. Even if they possess supreme imperial weapons, they're just slightly larger ants. With this farce ending, the auction quickly commenced. However, the 2 realms origin jade is not an ordinary item and will require some time. But large-scale auctions are filled with precious heavenly and earthly treasures. Otherwise, they wouldn't attract so many giants. Xiao Yun had no interest in these and simply lay back on the sofa to rest. Lin Qingxian and Su Yingxue exchanged glances, then approached Xiao Yun from both sides, one massaging his shoulders and the other kneading his legs. Xiao Yun slowly opened his eyes. Although these two girls were inexperienced, their filial piety was commendable. With this thought, Xiao Yun closed his eyes again, quietly enjoying the attentiveness of the two women. However, soon, exclamations erupted from the auction, disturbing Xiao Yun. Sometimes, he truly hated being too strong. The Linglong Pavilion private room could block the prying eyes of quasi-emperors, but it was useless against great emperors. So, not only could he hear the noise, but he could also clearly hear the sounds of people being reckless inside the room. If it weren't for his stable desires, stable Tao heart, and the voice's owner not being as good-looking as his two precious disciples, he might have had a reaction. Master, is it that Qing Xian is not massaging well? Lin Qingxian noticed Xiao Yun frowning and felt a bit nervous. It was her first time helping someone with a shoulder massage. If it made the master unhappy, it would be a case of good intentions backfiring. No, the commotion outside is too loud. Xiao Yun gently patted Lin Qingxuan's small hand, and she immediately breathed a sigh of relief. As his consciousness spread out, a group of expressionless faces slowly entered room 20. The leading woman was cold as ice, seemingly devoid of warmth, as if her heart were made of ice. However, her looks were indeed not inferior to Lin Qingxian. On a scale of 10, she scored 12, definitely more than perfect. Taiqing Palace. This is interesting. This generation's prodigy is actually a woman. Xiao Yun stroked his chin. He had met the ancestors of Taiqing Palace a few times, but that was all after they became emperors. The Taiqing Palace is full of single dogs, including their ancestor, the heartless great emperor. When a female cultivator from the Huan sect stripped to seduce him, the heartless great emperor remained unfazed and sliced her in half with a sword. There were even women who developed top-tier Huan powder that even emperors couldn't resist just to win him over. But the heartless great emperor, he didn't even think, just waved his sword and castrated himself in 3 seconds. Then he chased down the woman for 100,000 miles, killing them all. After such events, Xiao Yun found it hard to forget. That was just too ruthless. Master, do you have acquaintances in Taiqing Palace? Suing Xue thought Xiao Yun was referring to someone he knew from Taiqing Palace. No, I wouldn't dare to be familiar with him. He even kills his own brothers. Too ruthless. Brothers? Lin Qingxian and Su Yingxue's faces were filled with innocence, not understanding Xiao Yun's implication. Xiao Yun didn't explain further. After all, these two girls were too filial, taking excellent care of their grandmother. They were also broad-minded. Despite going through so much suffering, they could still face everything with a smile. However, it was too wasteful to leave the heartless great emperor in Taiqing Palace. He needed to find an opportunity to bring him over. Unfortunately, there are too few quasi-emperors. It's either old men or old women, and they all look like they often get into fights. If they didn't consume essence blood, they wouldn't age. Qidi, what is the name of that girl from Taiqing Palace? Huh, are you calling me? Ouyang, lazily lounging in his chair, immediately sat up straight upon hearing Xiao Yun's voice transmission. Young Master what happened? Don't make noise. Ouyang signaled his clan members to be quiet, and then cautiously replied through voice transmission. But Elder Xiao Yun, it's me. You don't need to be nervous. Just answer the previous question. So Elder Xiao Yun likes fairies. Why didn't you say so earlier? Although there aren't many fairies in the 3,000 states. As long as Elder Xiao Yun is interested, who can refuse? Who would dare to refuse? In response to the elder, the fairy from Taiqing Palace is named Bing Yao. She grew up in Taiqing Palace. Bing Yao, let's see first. If this girl is too stubborn, then it won't be fun. For the first time, Xiao Yun hoped that Taiqing Palace would do something outrageous. If they didn't, he would have to take her by force. Chapter 22. Ouyang trying to please, losing face. Meanwhile, in the Tianzi room number 20, Bing Yao furrowed her brows, always feeling as if someone was watching her. Yet even the palace master of Taiqing seemed unperturbed and noticed nothing. Perhaps she was just overthinking? Bing Yao reassured herself. Saintess, is there something wrong? The palace master of Taiqing couldn't help but speak up, having noticed Bing Yao's frowning expression. Palace master, it's nothing, just a feeling that someone is spying. Someone is spying? The palace master of Taiqing frowned deeply. The Tianzi room of Linglong Pavilion isolated the divine senses of quasi-emperors. Aside from sound transmission, even a peak quasi-emperor couldn't pry into it. After all, this was an isolation formation personally set up by Linglong Fairy, and no one could break it now. You must be overthinking it. Unless a great emperor appears, it's absolutely impossible. A great emperor? They all perished 20,000 years ago. How could they possibly appear? Moreover, to spy on a little girl, isn't that ridiculous? Bing Yao nodded lightly, choosing not to mention it again. In Tianzi room number 2, Ouyang Yi learned that Xiao Yun had proactively inquired about Bing Yao, and gossip immediately ensued. Bing Yao ignored him, but if Senior Xiao Yun took action, she couldn't ignore it. Senior Xiao Yun, Fairy Bing came here for the 9-turn Ice Lotus. This item is among the finest of holy medicines and greatly aids her cultivation of the supreme forgetting emotion record. 9-turn Ice Lotus? This item indeed helps with the supreme forgetting emotion record and is likely for the breakthrough of the final layer of the technique. I understand. Huh? So indifferent? Did I misunderstand? Senior Xiao Yun has lived for tens of thousands of years. He must be quite detached from worldly desires. However, it's best not to touch the women around him. If I guess wrong, that would really be troublesome. Senior Xiao Yun, your 2 disciples have only recently begun their cultivation journey. They may lack in cultivation and resources, but some things can only be understood through personal experience. Xiao Yun, what do you want to say? Ouyang Yi, afraid Xiao Yun would misunderstand, quickly explained his previous words. Senior Xiao Yun, in Ouyang Prefecture, where my Ouyang family is located, there is an ancient tower. All the members of my Ouyang family comprehend their insights there. Perhaps you could go take a look. Crap. So it's about insight power. I almost couldn't take it back. Xiao Yun thought Ouyang he was going to make a fool of himself, and he was ready to let Ouyang Sujue handle it. But this little brat turned it around. That tone was quite misleading. However, insight power indeed requires comprehension. If everyone comes, they need to go to 2 different places. Lin Qingxian is fine. She is a sword cultivator. But that girl Schwerer is a bit tricky since her path is somewhat obscure. Initially, I just wanted to get 2 pieces of the 2 realms returning source jade and look for a 3rd precious disciple. Unexpectedly, Bing Yao appeared, and this Ouyang Yi gave me a surprise. All right, then you take me over to have a look. Ouyang Yi's face lit up with joy upon hearing Xiao Yun agree. Senior, don't worry. That place is not a secret realm. You can protect them from the side. At that time, I'll order others to be driven out to give the 2 fairies some space. At this point, Ouyang Yi's attitude had become very clear. Although that Ouyang Sujue was unreliable, his descendants were quite sensible. Not bad. Xiao Yun's praise made Ouyang Yi smile even wider. Others wanted to please Xiao Yun, but had no chance. How could he miss this opportunity? As time passed, precious heavenly materials and earthly treasures were auctioned off by various ancient sects. Just as Xiao Yun was about to fall asleep, he finally heard the sound of the 2 realms returning source jade being put up for auction. Next up for auction is the 2 realms returning source jade. Its value is unquestionable. It can calm the heart demons and thoroughly quiet the internal organs. If there are brothers who have deviated in their cultivation, they must not miss it. Now I announce that the starting bid for the 2 realms returning source jade is 1 million top-grade spirit stones, and each subsequent bid must be no less than 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. Furthermore, the seller has specifically instructed that if there's deep earth spirit marrow, it can be directly exchanged. Deep earth spirit marrow? That's a good thing, a type of top-grade holy medicine, with effects comparable to that of the undying medicine and reverse moon seed. Master Spirit Stones. Su Yingxue and Lin Qingxian obediently took out the 50 million top-grade spirit stones given by Xiao Yun, but were pushed back by him. Put them away. This time someone will cover the bill for us. Huh? Someone is covering the bill? Could it be that Ouyang Yi from the Ouyang family? Su Yingxue and Lin Qingxian exchanged glances, and the only person they could think of was Ouyang Yi. After all, their master hadn't spoken much with others. Aside from the steward of Linglong Pavilion, everyone else had returned to the heavens. As soon as Xiao Yun finished speaking, several ancient sects immediately began bidding. This seat offers 5 million top-grade spirit stones. Oof. A mere 5 million top-grade spirit stones dares to come out and embarrass itself. I bid 8 million top-grade spirit stones. 10 million. As the price soared higher, it broke through 100 million top-grade spirit stones in just half a quarter of an hour, and the bidding speed gradually slowed down. Even the wealthiest ancient imperial clans could hardly exceed 1 billion top-grade spirit stones. Top-grade spirit stones could easily exceed hundreds of times, but they simply couldn't be used in such large-scale auctions. Seeing that the situation was about right, Ouyang Yi leisurely placed his bid. 130 million top-grade spirit stones. Whoever dares to continue bidding, you are going against my Ouyang family. Hiss, Ouyang family? Don't be fooled by Ouyang Yi's humility in front of Xiao Yun. Many saints and ancient sect leaders wouldn't dare to shout at him. The Ouyang family's strength ranks high among the 3,000 prefectures. Even if they can't enter the top 5, being in the top 10 is no problem. The clan has a peak quasi-emperor ancestor. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to go against the Ouyang family's will. The alluring beauty auctioneer saw the atmosphere cooling down, but didn't dare to offend the Ouyang family and could only strike the gold hammer. 130 million top-grade spirit stones. Once. Silence. A dead silence. Whether it was the 36 Tianzi rooms or the 72 Disha rooms, or other ancient sects and foreign forces, they all fell into silence. The two realms' returning source jade had little effect on them. There was no need to clash with the Ouyang family over it. 130 million top-grade spirit stones, twice. The beautiful auctioneer struck the gold hammer again, her eyes showing a hint of despondency. She relied on this for a living. With a low price, her commission would naturally be small. Ouyang, he crossed his legs, thinking it seemed like a group of sensible fellows. If anyone tried to stop him from befriending senior Xiao Yun, Ouyang, he would directly shake them off. Determined to deal with that fool today, 130 million top-grade spirit stones. Just when Ouyang, he thought it was a done deal, a black-robed cultivator interrupted the beautiful auctioneer. I have deep earth spirit marrow. Boom. As soon as this was said, countless cultivators cast sympathetic glances. Whose subordinate is this? How dare he go against the Ouyang family? How bold. I bet 10 top-grade spirit stones. As long as this guy dares to come out of Linglong Pavilion, he'll be torn to pieces. So naive. The Ouyang family has the Linglong Order, and they don't even need to leave Linglong Pavilion to take action. Chapter 23. The new holder of the Linglong Order, a world of difference in treatment. Late stage of the Venerable Realm, quite interesting. Xiao Yun could see at a glance the cultivation level of the man in the black robe, even though the other party was wearing a holy weapon to conceal his cultivation. Unfortunately, that thing couldn't block Xiao Yun's probing. However, Xiao Yun was not anxious. He wanted to see how the other party dared to offend the Ouyang family with such cultivation. Bang! When the other party announced the Earth Heart Essence, Ouyang, he directly kicked the table in front of him aside. What are you looking at? I've lost face. Damn it, my face is on the ground. Just kill this guy. It wouldn't matter who comes. Ouyang, he felt like his lungs were about to explode. This was something that senior Xiao Yun wanted. If the opponent were from the ancient imperial clan or ancient sect forces, it would be one thing, but a loose cultivator dares to ignore him. It's really like the weather cleared up, the rain stopped, and someone thinks they're capable again. All right, young mastery. As soon as Ouyang finished speaking, a holy king elder from the Ouyang family immediately teleported out of the private room. In that instant, the holy king elder of the Ouyang family appeared in front of the black-robed man. Kneel. Who gave you the guts to offend my Ouyang family? The black-robed man's lips trembled, but unfortunately, his cultivation was too low, and he could only watch himself being forced to kneel. The major powers were indifferent. All watching the show, the ordinary onlooking cultivators felt that the black-robed man was overestimating himself. Just as they saw the Ouyang family's holy king forcing the black-robed man to kneel, he quickly grabbed the man's neck. With just a little force, the black-robed man would completely perish. But at that moment, a Linglong order slowly flew out from the black-robed man's spatial ring. The manager of Linglong Pavilion reacted quickly, teleporting next to the Ouyang family's holy king and using all his strength to push him back. Damn, another Linglong order. What is this guy's identity? No way. All 5 holders of the Linglong order have arrived, yet Xiao Yun hasn't shown up. How could another one appear? No wonder he dared to confront the Ouyang family. But even if he obtained the 2 realms origin jade, the Ouyang family would not let it go easily. Alas, he was still too impulsive. The Ouyang family was not afraid of Linglong Pavilion. Thinking that he could rely on Linglong Pavilion for protection was probably a pipe dream. The black-robed man was able to catch his breath, calmly looking at the holy king of the Ouyang family. If you can't get it, you want to snatch it. Is this the Ouyang family style? As soon as this was said, Ouyang flew out, looking down at the black-robed man. What do you think you are? You dare to accuse my Ouyang family? Do you really think that holding a Linglong order means you can act recklessly? Manager, don't forget. My Ouyang family also has a Linglong order. The manager of Linglong Pavilion looked hesitant. He had never encountered such a troublesome situation in his life. 2 holders of the Linglong order were fighting. It would be unreasonable to help either side. If he sat back and did nothing, the prestige of Linglong Pavilion would surely fall. If he intervened, it would be difficult to explain to the Ouyang family. I'm tired. Let me be destroyed. I remember that the Ouyang family doesn't have a great demand for the 2 realms origin jade. If young Master Ouyang can give it up, I would be willing to compensate with this item. The black-robed man said without flushing or skipping a beat, taking out a holy herb. causing all the cultivators present to gasp in surprise. Because what the Black Robe Man produced was indeed an immortal herb. That was an immortal herb that could extend life by 10,000 years. Even the Ouyang family had not seen many of them. Ouyang, he exchanged glances with his holy king, and both felt somewhat tempted. But Ouyang, he shook his head gently. If it weren't for the matter concerning Senior Xiao Yun, he wouldn't mind too much. But unfortunately, this Two Realms Origin Jade was personally designated by Senior Xiao Yun. He had to obtain it. The immortal herb was indeed good, but the Two Realms Origin Jade was extremely important to this young master. He absolutely could not let it go. The holy king of the Ouyang family hesitated to speak. But since the ancestor hadn't come out, he could only sneak glances at the immortal herb. What? This is not what I expected at all. The black-robed man trembled, his previously confident attitude now wavering. Offering the immortal herb as compensation should be something no one would refuse. Now, Ouyang Yi's refusal put the black-robed man in a dilemma. Everyone understood the principle of not revealing wealth. Originally, if he hadn't taken it out, he would only be hunted by the Ouyang family. Now, all the major ancient sect forces were targeting him, and the immortal herb had become the hottest potato. If he did not handle it promptly, he would be dead as soon as he left Linglong Pavilion. Normally unseen Holy King powerhouses would soon line up to find trouble. I will give you a way out. Hand over the immortal herb and bring out the Earth Heart Essence for auction. Ouyang, he stood with his hands behind his back, and the previously silent major powers immediately couldn't sit still. This young friend, I am willing to pay a high price for the immortal herb. I will join in the fun as well. Young friend can exchange the immortal herb for my protection. Ouyang, he squinted, not speaking, just staring intently at the black-robed man. He believed the other party would make a wise choice. Right now, the most important thing was not just to save his life. If he did not quell the anger of the Ouyang family, ordinary ancient sect forces could not protect him. The black-robed man had calculated everything, but he never expected to gain nothing. He knew the look in Ouyang Yi's eyes was the best threat. Just as young Master Ouyang said, give up the bidding for the Two Realms Origin Jade and bring the Earth Heart Essence for auction. The black-robed man handed the immortal herb to Ouyang Yi, ultimately backing down. Although the Two Realms Origin Jade was important, what was more important than life? The auction continued. Ouyang Yi's lips curled slightly. He had no intention of coveting the immortal herb, but planned to offer it to Xiao Yun. Watching Ouyang Yi return to his private room, the onlooking cultivators suddenly lost interest. They thought it would stir up a bloody storm, but unexpectedly, it ended so abruptly. The beautiful auctioneer saw the turmoil and waved her small hand, and immediately 9 graceful figures flew down wrapped in white cloth. After randomly serving a few people a glass of fine wine, these flying maidens slowly flew back. The originally tense atmosphere quickly returned to the theme of the auction. Congratulations to Boxnell 2 for securing the Two Realms Origin Jade for 130 million high-grade spirit stones. As soon as Ouyang Yi obtained the Two Realms Origin Jade, he immediately knocked on Xiao Yun's private room door. In an instant, it attracted the attention of countless sect leaders. But box number 1 quickly opened and closed again, leaving everyone looking dumbfounded. How could Xiao Yun, also a holder of the Linglong Order, receive such different treatment from the black-robed man? One almost perished, while the other was as steady as an old dog, and Ouyang Yi had to actively curry favor with him. Inside Xiao Yun's private room, when Ouyang Yi saw Lin Qingxian and Su Yingxue giving Xiao Yun a shoulder and leg massage, he immediately understood everything. This is too enviable. It's hard for others to even meet a fairy. Senior Xiao Yun directly uses them as maids, and they seem even happier than Xiao Yun. This is truly unbelievable. Senior, here is the Two Realms Origin Jade and the immortal herb. The immortal herb is also out. Xiao Yun was somewhat surprised. The immortal herb was extremely precious. And Ouyang Yi actually dared to take it out? Xiao Yun rubbed his nose. Could it be that he had taken too many cultivation resources, and the Ouyang family was afraid he would snatch this immortal herb, so they simply went along with it to do him a favor? Chapter 24. The pattern opens. Ouyang Yi offers treasure. However, Ouyang Yi's attitude was sincere. When he was told not to think about Lin Qingxian and Su Yingxue, he really didn't even take a glance at them. It's no wonder this kid can achieve great things. The pattern is opened up. But I can't slack off either. Xiao Yun pondered for a moment, then took out a jade tablet, infused it with a wisp of his soul, and sent it to Ouyang Yi. You're not bad. Much better than that useless Ouyang Su. This jade tablet contains a wisp of my soul. Flattening an ancient imperial clan will be no problem. seeing Xiao Yun accept the elixir of immortality and the two-realm source jade. Ouyang Yi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Xiao Yun's reward made Ouyang Yi's face beam with smiles. What a profit. I've latched onto Xiao Yun's big leg, and I also have a wisp of his soul as a trump card. Today is truly a good day. I'm so happy. While I get back and see that dog, I'll give a couple of big fights to cheer it up too. Thank you, Senior. Please rest for a moment. The items my Ouyang family wants are still in the auction. Xiao Yun nodded lightly, not in a rush to comprehend the realm of understanding. Just in time, before going, let Schwer refine the two-realm source jade. Otherwise, relying solely on himself to suppress the body of the gods and demons, Su Yingshua's body would inevitably run into trouble sooner or later. Upon receiving Xiao Yun's approval, Ouyang Yi respectfully bowed and immediately exited the number 1 VIP room. What exactly is Xiao Yun's background? Even Ouyang Yi is so cautious. The master of the Taqing Palace was astonished. Their territory was too far away, and Xiao Yun was too lazy to run over, having never robbed the Taqing Palace. But Ouyang Yi's attitude made it hard not to speculate. As soon as Ouyang Yi exited the room, Xiao Yun pulled Lin Qingxian and Su Yingxue into the small world. Schwer refined the two-realm source jade. Xiao Yun handed over the two-realm source jade. Su Yingxue bit her red lips. She felt she could never repay this kindness in her lifetime. Yes, master. Su Yingxue took a deep breath, then circulated her spiritual energy, fully refining the two-realm source jade in front of her. Under Lin Qingxian's gaze, the two-realm source jade quickly transformed into black and white, merging into Su Yingshue's body. The body of gods and demons is even more terrifying than the incompatibility of water and fire. It is a more extreme existence. But under the stabilization of the two-realm source jade, they could no longer stir up even the slightest ripple. Once Su Yingxue refined the two-realm source jade, her aura broke through from the pinnacle of the Xiangang realm to the early stage of the Huahai realm. Thinking back to a few days ago, this girl had just reached the initial stage of foundation building. Thank you, master. Su Yingxue gave Xiao Yun a hug, then blushed and stepped aside. My shoulder is a bit sore again. Lin Qingxian and Su Yingxue covered their mouths and chuckled, just as they were about to help rub his shoulders. The three returned to the number 1 VIP room. Looking again, Xiao Yun had already comfortably lain down, waiting for the two girls to massage him. As the auction neared its end, Xiao Yun was so comfortable that he fell asleep. Lin Qingxian and Su Yingxue were afraid of disturbing him and had already obediently cultivated nearby. It wasn't until Ouyang Yi's voice came from outside the room that Xiao Yun stretched lazily. It really felt like waiting until the flowers had withered. Senior Xiao Yun, you are. Xiao Yun's just-woken look almost made Ouyang Yi misunderstand. Everyone had fallen asleep waiting. I should find a brothel later to relax. Ouyang Yi. Wait a moment. Are you saying you want me to take you to a brothel, and then we'll relax together? They say strong people have quirks. But why do I feel that Senior Xiao Yun doesn't have any? And I only sense the nature of a man. Let us first go check out that ancient tower. Xiao Yun gestured for Ouyang Yi to lead the way. The latter had no issue with that. It was just that the Ouyang family members were made into fools by Lin Qingxian and the others. Just as they left Linglong Pavilion, 2 Jiao dragons pulled the divine palanquin and stopped right in front of Xiao Yun. Senior Xiao Yun, please take a seat. 2 fairies. The Ouyang family members skillfully flew onto the Jiao dragoness back, and Xiao Yun didn't hold back. It was a bit slow, but it was comfortable and carefree. As soon as Xiao Yun lay on the divine palanquin, outside, spiritual energy poured down like fireworks, ruthlessly flooding every corner. Xiao Yun and the Ouyang family were obviously used to it and prepared to leave directly. But at that moment, the previous black-robed person's body came crashing toward the divine palanquin. Without Ouyang Yi needing to speak, a Saint King from the Ouyang family intercepted the black-robed person. However, the latter had only a wisp of life left and could die at any moment. Ouyang Yi, hand this guy over. Ouyang Yi glanced at the black-robed person, showing no concern for the other's life or death, but instead looked at the young man who had spoken. You and Xiao, do you dare to block my path? Are you tired of living? Ouyang Yi's eyes were filled with killing intent. The Yuan family was also one of the ancient imperial clans, with a peak quasi-emperor ancestor. Normally, if they didn't get along, that was fine, but now that he was inviting Xiao Yun to Ouyang Prefecture as a guest and was being blocked, he was genuinely angry. Ouyang Yi, stop pretending in front of me. Others may be afraid of you, but you and Xiao, am not. Just hand over that trash. And we want to have so many issues. Yuan Xiao's lips curled slightly, Anyone with eyes could tell he was deliberately making things difficult. Senior Xiao Yun, could you please wait a moment? I'd like to teach this brat a lesson. Xiao Yun nodded lightly, but Ouyang's attitude made Yuan Xiao somewhat disdainful. Senior Xiao Yun, I am Yuan Xiao from the Yuan family. May I ask if you could visit my Yuan prefecture as a guest? If possible. I would like to form a partnership with your disciple. When Yuan Xiao looked at Lin Qingxian and Su Yingxue, his eyes were filled with greed. Obtaining any one of them would be a huge profit. Originally, Ouyang just wanted to vent his anger, but now he showed a look of disdain. As expected of Yuan Xiao, truly the great filial son of the Yuan family. Other imperial clans keep their secrets tightly. It seems they've all suffered hardships. Afraid others might taste the sweetness. What started as a conflict between the Yuan and Ouyang families had now become simpler, as Yuan Xiao had offended Senior Xiao Yun. Kill him. As soon as Yuan Xiao finished speaking, Xiao Yun slowly uttered 3 words. Senior Xiao Yun, just watch. Ouyang, he rolled up his sleeves. With Xiao Yun's words, he felt like he could take on his father and still dare to throw a few punches. As soon as the words fell, a spatial crack appeared on Ouyang Yi's chest, and a holy weapon slowly flew out. Thousand Calamities Gung, Thunder Prison. Ouyang Yi Shao Tudlude. Using Gung metal energy to summon heavenly thunder, turning the battlefield into a purgatory of metal and thunder, with the ground erupting with metal spikes and golden thunderstorms raining down from the sky. Are you serious? Yuan Xiao was frightened by Ouyang Yi, who starts off with such a big move upon meeting, especially with Ouyang family's unique technique. You dare to offend my Ouyang family, and you still dare to offend Senior Xiao Yun? You truly don't know how to write the word death. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As Ouyang Yi suppressed Yuan Xiao, the cultivators of the Ouyang family also charged at the Yuan family members. Both Ouyang Yi and Yuan Xiao were at the late stage of the Tongtian realm, but no matter how you looked at it, Ouyang Yi was slightly stronger than Yuan Xiao. If we're going to fight, let us fight. I'm not as cowardly as you. Chapter 25. The beautiful woman comes knocking, willing to pay any price. 666. Yuan Xiao, you truly are impressive. Ouyang Yi laughed as he fought, nearly unable to hold himself together. If it weren't for wanting to bring down the Yuan family, Ouyang Yi would have genuinely wanted to take Yuan Xiao to bow before Xiao Yun. Look at these 2 rookies pecking at each other. It's useful for you both. Your fighting experience is far too lacking. In Xiao Yun's eyes, Yuan Xiao was already a dead man. Once he comprehended the power of the intent realm, he would go and destroy the Yuan family. It was just right that he didn't have an extreme Dao imperial weapon on hand, and the one from Yuan family was just perfect for playing with. Lin Qingxian and Su Yingxue exchanged helpless glances. Their master's words left them almost speechless. Ouyang Yi and Yuan Xiao were too strong. The heavenly connection realm erupted with the power of a respectable realm. If it weren't for one of the girls having A and the other having a divine demon eye, they might have struggled to keep up with Ouyang Yi's speed. But here with their master, the 2 had become mere rookies pecking at each other. Despite the fierce battles outside the auction house, conflicts between the 2 ancient imperial clans were still rare. However, in order to impress Xiao Yun, Ouyang Yi had unleashed 200 of his strength. After a quarter of an hour, he was holding Yuan Xiao, kneeling in midair. Seeing that Xiao Yun showed no interest, Ouyang Yi grinned and pressed the holy weapon against Yuan Xiao's neck. Stop right there, or Yuan Xiao is as good as dead. With Yuan Xiao's defeat, the Yuan family's holy king couldn't help but be distracted, suffering a heavy injury from a strike by the Ouyang family's holy king. Stop. Ouyang, do you want to make an eternal enemy of my Yuan family? Eternal enemy? You think you're worthy of that? Ouyang, he shot a look at the Ouyang family members, who quickly understood and took out their magical treasures to kill all the Yuan family members in front of them. Only the heavily injured Yuan family holy king managed to escape. Just as the Ouyang family holy king was about to pursue, he was kicked back by a graceful figure. It turned out to be a peak holy king. Before everyone could see clearly, the Yuan family's ancestor had conjured a large hand, trying to rescue Yuan Xiao. Damn it, you Ouyang brat. Are you looking for death? Get lost. How dare you insult or I'll kill you, old beast. In just 3 breaths, the Yuan family ancestor appeared for only 3 breaths before being forcibly dragged away by the Ouyang family ancestor to fight in the clouds. Clearly, both were peak quasi-emperor ancestors, but the tone. I must have misheard. Who are you to interfere in my Yuan family's affairs? The holy king of the Yuan family was furious, having barely escaped, only to be kicked back again. You're just a dying person. What is there to fear about my Yuan family's threats? The owner of the graceful figure revealed herself to be an extraordinarily beautiful woman. Although she was slightly inferior to Lin Qingxian and the others, she could still attract countless suitors from all around. Die already, you talk too much. The Ouyang family Holy King chased after the Yuan family Holy King, who was heavily injured, quickly obliterating him. This sister is very nice. Could it be that my springtime has come? Ouyang Yi's eyes lit up. Perhaps it was because he had just been too handsome, attracting the other's attention. No way. He had always been this excellent. The key was that this beautiful woman was exactly to his taste. Just looking at her was satisfying. But soon, Ouyang Yi realized he was heartbroken as the beautiful woman respectfully bowed to Xiao Yun. Junior Yi Hanyan, I pay my respects to Senior Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun squinted his eyes. The other person had gone so far as to offend the Yuan family just to see him. Xiao Yun admitted he was handsome, but it was hard to believe that Yi Hanyan would take the initiative. After all, she had also grown up amidst countless flattery. Her looks were merely a threshold to see her. I like to get straight to the point. Yi Hanyan lightly bit her red lips before slowly speaking. I have come for the undying elixir. Undying elixir? A holy king has a lifespan of 100,000 years. Has this beautiful woman really lived that long? After all, Xiao Yun had only lived just over 100,000 years, but he had already become an emperor. Reason: Xiao Yun's expression was indifferent. Without Yi Hanyan, the Ouyang family could still handle the Yuan family, though it would be somewhat troublesome. Yi Hanyan did indeed show sincerity. But starting with the undying elixir made Xiao Yun suddenly feel that her sincerity was somewhat lacking. Hanyan is willing to pay any price, begging Senior Xiao Yun to agree. Willing to pay any price. Xiao Yun stroked his chin, and the nearby Ouyang Yi spoke with a smile. This sister, actually our Ouyang family also. Ouyang Gongzi, please show restraint. Ouyang Yi. Damn it, don't you want the undying elixir? I have it. You want it, I say I have it. And yet you want him to show restraint. Your calculations are all over my face. Just say you have a crush on Senior Xiao Yun. Why go through so many twists and turns, making people misunderstand? Damn, I will never believe women again. Ouyang Yi cried out in despair, casually twisting off Yuan Xiao's head. He then restrained Yuan Xiao's soul and picked up the soul whip to vent his frustrations. Ah, Ouyang Yi, damn it. If you have the ability, just kill me. You can't get a woman. What does it have to do with me? Slap, slap, slap. Ouyang Yi remained silent, merely waving the soul whip. You bad woman, are you after our master's body? With Ouyang Yi's commotion, Lin Qingxian and Su Yingxue immediately became tense. They had been somewhat shy before, but now they dared not be shy anymore. If they were too shy, their master might run off with someone else. No, you misunderstand. I just don't want to be hindered by these forces. Lin Qingxian and Su Yingxue both took a step back, their faces filled with scrutiny. An explanation is merely a cover. We are all women. I don't believe you. Tell me the reason. Xiao Yun's lips slightly curled up. Were these two little girls overly excited? Once their cultivation path stabilized, Xiao Yun wouldn't mind forming a bond with them. With disciples this nice-looking, going to the brothel would seem dull. I was afflicted by the time ash. What? Time ash? Damn, even gods find it hard to save. Time ash is known as the most bizarre poison, as it contains the laws of time, causing the lifespan to deplete at a speed akin to flowing water. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun instantly teleported to Yi Hanyan's side. Without waiting for her to resist, he seized her wrist to confirm whether she was lying. Time ash is not something a cultivator can control. Yi Hanyan must have suffered in some secret realm. Even if he gave her the undying elixir, it would only sustain her life for a year at most. One must know that the undying elixir can extend life by 10,000 years. Giving it to Yi Hanyan would only allow her to live one more year. To say it was wasteful would be an understatement. It really is time ash. Noticing a trace of the law of time within Yi Hanyan's body, Xiao Yun slowly released his grip. There should be time ash cores nearby. After refining them, one could control the local laws of time. But that thing comes with a hefty price. Even before Xiao Yun became an emperor, he had seen someone refine it. Even if that person was an emperor, their glorious time was merely a few short years. Taking the undying elixir would be useless, but I can help you suppress the time ash for now. Chapter 26. Suppressing the time ashes. Yi Hanyan blushed. Suppressing the time ashes? I recognize all these words, but why do they feel so unfamiliar when put together? Yi Hanyan swallowed hard. She didn't know what cultivation level Xiao Yun had, but it couldn't be more than the peak of the quasi-emperor. Senior, are you really not joking? If you don't believe it, that's fine. Xiao Yun rolled his eyes. If it weren't for you volunteering to help, or just to see him, he wouldn't bother with this matter. You still don't believe it? Truly a reversal of heaven and earth. Xiao Yun had no choice with the time ash's core. That thing could be touched, but it consumed lifespan too quickly. However, the time ashes themselves were not as fierce as the time ashes core, let alone Xiao Yun at the peak of the emperor. Even a newly ascended emperor could suppress it to some extent. Hey, I believe. Yi Hanyin saw Xiao Yun preparing to leave and hurriedly called out to him. This senior Xiao Yun's personality is too strange. Others covet her beauty and would never speak like this. But senior Xiao Yun. Yi Hanyin glanced at Lin Qingxian and Su Yingxue, and she seemed to understand something. With two fairies accompanying her all the time, it's hard not to have high standards. Come here. Xiao Yun gently waved his hand, and amidst countless envious gazes, Yi Hanyin took the initiative to approach Xiao Yun's divine chariot. As soon as Yi Hanyin got close, Xiao Yun reached out and placed his hand on her lower abdomen. In an instant, Yi Hanyin's beautiful face couldn't help but blush, and her head instinctively turned away. Lin Qingxian and Su Yingxue, seeing this, puffed out their cheeks, almost able to hang lanterns on them. I can't believe it. It's one thing for the fairies to accompany him, but how come even the goddess he meets for the first time is so proactive? I heard that although Yi Hanyin comes from a loose cultivation background, she has always been pure and has never had a partner. Don't say anything. I'm about to cry. I hope when Xiao Yun bullies her, he can bring my share of belief. Against the heavens, hearing the murmurs of the surrounding cultivators, Xiao Yun couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Bring along your share of belief? Should I ask you to help push a bit? Xiao Yun gently shook his head, and the power of the laws slowly entered Yi Hanyin's body. Soon, the time ashes were imprisoned and could no longer devour Yi Hanyin's lifespan. However, even Xiao Yun could only treat the symptoms and not the root cause, unless Yi Hanyin stayed by his side forever. Of course, everything in the world is interdependent. No matter how powerful the time ashes are, there are heavenly materials and earthly treasures that can restrain it. But this matter might be something to discuss after Yi Hanyin becomes a disciple. The system requires 5 to become emperors. Xiao Yun didn't plan to accept only 5 disciples, as there was no margin for error. For over 100,000 years, Xiao Yun hadn't touched a single woman. Now that he's invincible in the lower realm, shouldn't the standards for disciples be set by Yi Hanyin? After all, fairies like Lin Qingxian are rare, and even perfect goddesses like Yi Hanyin are uncommon, but not entirely non-existent. Ouyang Yi, lead the way. Senior Xiao Yun, my ancestor. Ouyang Yi hesitated, wanting to ask Xiao Yun for help, but not knowing how to start. The latter raised the corners of his mouth slightly. This kid is still worried about his ancestor? Once Qingxian and the others comprehend the intent, the Yuan family will no longer be necessary. As for now, do you think your ancestor can fall here? If you're afraid, you can go help. I'm willing to wait for you. Ling Qingxuan, Su Jingsui. And Yi Hanyin couldn't help but cover their mouths and chuckle. Even from the side, their beauty was enough to captivate anyone. Now with this smile, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they could turn the world upside down. Then, let's forget it. Hurry up and lead Senior Xiao Yun. Ouyang Yi awkwardly scratched his head. How could a peak quasi-emperor fall? Unless the ancestor of a Yuan family activated some cheat and instantly became an emperor-level expert. But now, only Xiao Yun remains as an emperor. It's impossible for there to be a second one. As for going to help, that's even more against the heavens. A ripple from 100,000 miles away could directly obliterate him. Why would he go stir up trouble? What's wrong? Tired of living? Sit down. Don't be so formal. Xiao Yun gestured for Yi Hanyin to sit down, while the Ouyang family cultivators urged the 2 flood dragons to hurry up. But these 2 dragons, at the great sage level, completely ignored their master as urging and glanced toward Xiao Yun out of the corner of their eyes. With this lore present, they didn't even dare to breathe. You can go. Xiao Yun nodded slightly, and the 2 flood dragons let out a long sigh of relief, howling towards the sky to vent their inner frustration. The group from the Taiching Palace quietly watched Xiao Yun and the others leave from a giant spirit crane. This Xiao Yun is probably half a foot into the Emperor realm. Just a glance made even this lord feel a sense of heart palpitations. If it weren't for the fact that there are no emperors in this era, I would almost think he. The master of the Taiching Palace sighed softly. One should never provoke this lord. How could a mere loose cultivator cultivate to such strength? This truly makes them, as ancient immortal sects, feel somewhat ashamed. Is there really such a talent in the world? Bing Yao slightly parted her lips, a hint of curiosity flashing in her eyes. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would have thought the palace master was exaggerating. The Ouyang family must know something, but just won't say it. This lord previously sent a message to ask their ancestor, and he actually said Xiao Yun is a distant relative of the Ouyang family? What the hell? That is so far-fetched. Upon hearing this, Bing Yao's cold expression softened a little, but her gaze was fixed on the back of Xiao Yun's departing divine chariot. Lost in thought. 3 hours later, Ouyang Prefecture, outside the ancient tower, when the divine chariot of the Ouyang family descended. The cultivators waiting outside the ancient tower immediately made way. After years of evolution, the Ouyang family had long claimed the ancient tower as their own. Anyone wanting to come here to comprehend intent must pay a sufficient amount of spirit stones. Young Master Yi, the elder guarding the Ouyang family, quickly greeted Ouyang, who had come in person. Refund the spirit stones of all cultivators, whether they entered or not, and have them all wait outside. Let Senior Xiao Yun's disciples enter to comprehend. No one is allowed to disturb them. Senior Xiao Yun. The elder of the Ouyang family looked puzzled, but Ouyang Yi's status in the Ouyang family was very high. Upon hearing this, his first reaction was to execute the order, not to question it. Did you all hear that? Refund the spirit stones and drive everyone out. The elder of the Ouyang family lightly snapped his fingers, and immediately, a group of Ouyang family members rushed into the ancient tower. Before long, thousands of cultivators were driven out. Some were just a step away from comprehending the power of intent, but unfortunately, they were forced out. The Ouyang family is too overbearing. They were so close. Forget it. It's already good that they can refund the spirit stones. Can't you see they're entertaining distinguished guests? Wow, such a stunning fairy? And two at once? I've never had such luck in my life. I heard that a peerless powerhouse emerged from the 3,000 prefectures, accompanied by 2 extraordinarily beautiful fairies. Could he be that Xiao Yun? Chapter 27. Mutual teasing. Both are master and disciple. Regarding the discussions among the surrounding cultivators, Xiao Yun did not pay much attention. Instead, he personally led Lin Qingxian and Su Yingxue into the ancient tower. Yi Hanyin closely followed, and Ouyang Yi brought along a Saint King from his clan behind them. The ancient tower has a total of 9 levels, each with different functions. Xiao Yun focused on Ouyang Yi, who quickly began to explain. Senior Xiao Yun. Each of the 9 levels of this ancient tower has its own trials, including illusions and heart tribulations. If you reach the 9th level, you will definitely gain insight into the realm. If you do not reach the 9th level, you will lose 10 years of your life. And the probability of gaining insight is quite low. I have already prepared longevity herbs for both of you, so you can devote yourselves fully to comprehending the power of the realm without any pressure. Ouyang Yi gently clapped his hands, and immediately 2 herbs were brought up. Although the immortality herbs were too rare, the Ouyang family still had some longevity herbs that could extend life by 10 years. Even though consuming more wouldn't help, it was good for the younger generation to guard against risks. Master, Lin Qingxian and Su Yingxue turned their gazes to Xiao Yun, waiting for him to make a decision. Xiao Yun paused for a moment, then split his divine soul to attach to the 2 women before speaking. I will go to the 9th level and wait for you, with his divine soul protecting them. Even if there were restrictions in the ancient tower, it could not harm the 2 women in the slightest. Yes, master. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Yi quickly led the way to the 9th level, leaving Lin Qingxian and Su Yingxue to comprehend on the 1st level. Sister, do you think master prefers more mature women? Su Yingxue's expression dimmed a bit, and her tone turned sour. Lin Qingxian smiled gently, having witnessed master saving her junior sister Su Yingxue and caring for her in many ways. She wasn't surprised that this girl had developed feelings for master. After all, she herself had similar thoughts. From the moment Xiao Yun saved her, Lin Qingxuan's heart could no longer accommodate anyone else. In this life, she would either remain single until death or become a rebellious disciple. But Xiao Yun was an emperor, and ordinary methods wouldn't work. Being flirtatious wouldn't help either. I think master might want to take Yi Hanyin as a disciple. But if junior sister gets jealous, once you comprehend the realm, I will go and tell master. Maybe master will come to take care of you tonight. Take care, and come tonight? This kind of care must be improper, right? Su Yingxue's pretty face turned red, but she was very much looking forward to it, though it was somewhat hard to speak of. Ah, sister, you're so annoying. Look at the way master looks at you. It's almost flirtatious. I think the one who should be taken care of is you, sister. Su Yingxue and Lin Qingxian chatted without any reservations, yet they both ended up blushing. However, both women understood each other's feelings for master. To avoid disappointing Xiao Yun, they managed to break through 6 levels of trials within a quarter of an hour. Reaching the 7th level, this speed made the cultivators outside feel a bit ashamed. Wow, I didn't have such speed back then. Ouyang Yi swallowed hard. Seeing the sensing tower flickering at the 7th level, his eyes filled with surprise. He had thought that Xiao Yun preferred disciples based on looks and figure. But who would have thought? The talents of these two were not inferior to his, and even surpassed him. How can the top talents carefully cultivated by the Ouyang family compare to being personally guided by an emperor? Thinking of this, Ouyang, he suddenly knelt before Xiao Yun with a thud. Hee. Senior Xiao Yun, are you still accepting disciples? Xiao Yun's lips curled slightly. His disciples were practicing divine-level techniques. Not to mention now, even during the era of emperors, they couldn't compare. To compare imperial scriptures with divine-level techniques is simply overestimating oneself. I only accept female disciples, just for the sake of pleasing to the eye. Pleasing to the eye? I don't look bad either. What if I dress as a woman and try to pass? Ouyang, he pondered in his heart. But fortunately, he had established a relationship with Senior Xiao Yun, which wasn't a bad thing. Beside him, Yi Hanyan had a strange expression. Could this be implying her? Although she was slightly inferior to Lin Qingxian and Su Yingxue, compared to other women, she naturally had her own admirable qualities. However, Yi Hanyan was already at the peak of the Saint King realm. What would she learn as a disciple? It wouldn't be about nurturing people, would it? On the other side, within the 7th level of the ancient tower, the trials for Lin Qingxian and Su Yingxue involved spirit puppets. Xiao Yun used his divine soul to observe the situation of the two women. Lin Qingxian was in the early stage of the divine concealment realm, and her opponent was a spirit puppet at the peak of the divine concealment realm. Su Yingxue, in the early stage of the sea transformation realm, faced a spirit puppet at the peak of the sea transformation realm as well. These spirit puppets were puppets formed from spiritual energy, lacking a physical body. Having always lived under Master S protection, they finally had the opportunity to test their own strength. Lin Qingxian stepped into the air, her and exerting power simultaneously, with golden bone patterns erupting with terrifying supreme pressure. The emotionless spirit puppet began to tremble under the supreme pressure. Lin Qingxuan's eyes shot out extremely chilling, soul-destroying divine light. The spirit puppet tried to struggle, but with the and, which were capable of defeating opponents of a higher tier. Combined with the assistance of divine-level techniques, the spirit puppet could not escape the fate of being killed in one blow, even using all its strength. Same realm. I am invincible. Lin Qingxuan's eyes were filled with confidence. Even if a cultivator in the early stage of the Nirvana realm appeared, she was confident enough to annihilate them. Sister is so strong. I can't fall behind. Su Yingxue clenched her little fists. She had never seen her sister fight, and now it seemed she was incredibly powerful. Su Yingxue glanced at the spirit puppet opposite her. Her golden and purple eyes began to radiate light. The golden divine eye represented judgment and punishment, while the purple demon eye represented destruction and devouring. If the two eyes fused, killing opponents of a higher tier would be as easy as eating and drinking. Everything returns to the void. Su Yingxue grinned, and her eyes emitted two terrifying beams of light that quickly merged in the air. The spirit puppet, wielding a sword, rushed at her, taking advantage of its speed to evade Su Yingxue's attack. However, she not only did not evade but made no preparations at all. As the spirit puppet approached, the terrifying beams of light actually returned, instantly piercing through the spirit puppet's body. If the spirit puppet hadn't been somewhat prepared, it would have likely died even faster. Junior sister, you did great. Lin Qingxian deliberately waited for Su Yingxue, who smiled sweetly at her. Soon after, the two women held hands and flew towards the 8th level. Xiao Yun stroked his chin. These two girls had good strength, and he estimated that once they reached the peak of the Saint King realm, very few would be their opponents, even among quasi-emperors. Of course, excluding the peak of quasi-emperors, as this step was almost half a foot into the emperor realm. Not bad. These two girls' performance hasn't disappointed me. Wow. As expected of an emperor, being able to observe the situation inside, Ouyang was full of surprise. Even if his ancestor came, he could only see through the sensing pearl. Although Xiao Yun could directly observe, using his divine soul made it much easier and more convenient. Seeing that Xiao Yun was in a good mood, Ouyang recalled the matter of the Yuan family and couldn't help but lean closer. Senior Xiao Yun, regarding the annihilation of the Yuan family, do you think my Ouyang family should reinforce you? Chapter 28. Yi Hanyan becomes a disciple. Don't be so rigid about gender. Destroy the Yuan family? Wow, that's quite niche. That's an ancient imperial clan. Senior Xiao Yun said to destroy it just like that. Isn't he afraid of others intervening? Yi Hanyan was about to persuade him, but Xiao Yun spoke slowly and casually. Whether they come or not doesn't matter. I remember that the strongest ancestor of the Yuan family was only at the late stage of the emperor. Even if they left a small world behind, it wouldn't be of any use to me. In a lower realm, I can only invade the small worlds of peak emperors. Otherwise, I can only rely on the extreme Dao imperial weapon that can break through realms. But, Senior Xiao Yun, the Yuan family is an ancient imperial clan after all. If they hide in their ancestors' small world, you might be helpless. Since Yuan Xiao is already dead, why not wait until they come out to kill them all? Yi Hanyun's words were indeed very pertinent, but that was for others. Xiao Yun never followed the usual path. That would be too troublesome. Just kill them all. It's just right to give Shuer and the others some premium spirit stones for cultivation. What are you talking about? Premium spirit stones for cultivation? Are you that extravagant? Even an ancient imperial clan isn't this wealthy. Hey, Senior said this for a reason. So Hanyun doesn't need to persuade any further. Ouyang understood Xiao Yun's strength and secretly hoped for the destruction of a Yuan family, wondering if he could benefit from it. The Yuan family was comparable to the Ouyang family. Even if he got a fraction, it would be a huge gain. Yi Hanyun hesitated, but seeing Ouyang say this, she could only remain silent. As far as I know, the time ashes is not beyond saving. Xiao Yun looked at Yi Hanyun, who sighed softly. The three methods of rescue are either unacceptable or powerless. The Destiny Redemption Tablet left by the Destiny Emperor is an extreme Dao imperial weapon that requires one to exhaust their cultivation to suppress it. But if that's the case, my fate would probably be worse than death. Ouyang nodded gently. No wonder this beauty sought out Senior Xiao Yun. This method was indeed not very feasible. With Yi Hanyun's looks and figure, just looking at her was pleasurable. If she lost her cultivation, whoever got her would definitely not want to leave even a step. They might even refine her into a premium furnished tripod, serving closely. Xiao Yun didn't ask any further. The Eternal Moment flower only seals the time ashes, and the time is limited to 10,000 years. The key is that this thing is hard to find. It might even expire before he finds it. As for the endless water, it can indeed solve the problem once and for all, but it's probably the most difficult one among the three methods, since Xiao Yun has never seen that thing. If you become my disciple, perhaps I can think of a way. Cultivating from peak Holy King to Emperor should save a lot of time and effort. Yi Hanyun hesitated a bit. She didn't doubt Xiao Yun. After all, even if she took a step back, Xiao Yun could always suppress the time ashes, which was a guarantee. Why are you still hesitating? Others can't even beg for this opportunity. Now that Senior Xiao Yun has personally spoken, aren't you secretly delighted? How can you still hesitate? Ouyang looked exasperated, almost dying from anxiety. He tried various flattery, and with just one mention of female disciple, it severed his own thoughts. Yi Hanyun was fine. Senior Xiao Yun had personally spoken, yet she was still hesitating. Damn it, if you don't agree, I'll just dress in women's clothing. Yi Hanyun's mouth slightly opened, not expecting Ouyang to react this way. However, Xiao Yun had saved her life, so Yi Hanyun took a deep breath and immediately performed a salute to Xiao Yun. Master, please accept Hanyun's bow. Ouyang turned his head to look elsewhere. It was better not to see or hear anything. Good. Wait for your two senior sisters to come. Yi Hanyun felt a bit dizzy. What a turn of events. A dignified peak Holy King, now has a senior sister at the Sea Transformation Realm and another at the Divine Storage Realm. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully accepting a disciple. Yi Hanyun. Reward. 1 God-level Pure Dan. 1 drop of Endless Water. 1 premium Holy Weapon. Xianming Town Prison Whip. Hiss. The endless water that hasn't been seen for over 100,000 years. The system just rewarded it? Damn it. Even though it's only a drop. It's enough to solve the time ashes problem. This is a welcome gift from the master. Take it and play with it. Welcome gift. Yi Hanyun and Ouyang almost simultaneously looked up, and when they saw the premium holy weapon, their brains went blank. Wait, you treat a premium holy weapon as a welcome gift? How many forces did you rob? Xiao Yun's mouth curled slightly. The premium holy weapons from the Qingyan Holy Land and the Burning Moon sect were still in his possession. Unfortunately, they were of no use to him. As for disciples, the premium holy weapons rewarded by the system were naturally better than those in the hands of these holy lands. Master this. This is too precious, right? Yi Hanyun swallowed hard. The holy weapon in her hand was something she had worked so hard to buy. But now, just for becoming a disciple, she received a premium holy weapon. This is a major killing weapon, second only to extreme Dao imperial weapons. Even the Holy Lands only have one. Senior Xiao Yun, I think you really don't have to be so rigid about gender. Yi Hanyun covered her lips and chuckled, thanking Xiao Yun under Ouyang Yi's envious gaze. Thank you, master. There's no need for thanks. Since Qing Xian and the others are not here, you can just help me massage my shoulders. Just this? Ye Hanyan siteput lightly, letting her silky hair fall against Xiao Yun's side. Those white as jade hands gently massaged Xiao Yun's shoulders. Although she was also inexperienced, she learned quickly. With just a few pointers from Xiao Yun, she was already doing it quite well. Hee, master, am I learning fast? In front of Xiao Yun, Yi Hanyan let go of her aloofness, as if she had returned to her youthful days. Not bad. Xiao Yun closed his eyes to enjoy. And it wasn't until Lin Qingxian and Su Yingxue appeared on the 9th level together that he slowly opened his eyes. When the two women saw Yi Hanyan smiling, their hearts sank. Oh no, she's here for the master. They hadn't seen him for a short while, and someone else had already massaged their master's shoulders. Master. The two women respectfully bowed, and Xiao Yun gently waved his hand. This is your junior sister. We can discuss further once you pass the test of the 9th level. Junior sister? Lin Qingxian and Su Yingxue exchanged glances, pondering as they looked at Yi Hanyan, who appeared somewhat innocent. Wow, there are two rebellious disciples coming for the master. Are they trying to drag me into this? Yi Hanyan had no intention of competing, since the time ashes had not been resolved yet. She was completely uninterested in such matters. Fortunately, the two women were still comprehending their respective realms, while the 9th level was about consolidating the insights from the previous 8 levels. Each person's insights would be different, so the manifestations, after comprehending their realms, would also vary. Even if they were both sword intense, there would be subtle differences. This realm is divided into initial insight, minor achievement, major achievement, peak, and perfection. This is the classification before reaching the emperor, and after becoming an emperor, everything merges into the laws. Therefore, the more monstrous the genius, the stronger they become after reaching the emperor. The power of this realm is considered the foundation of cultivation. Once this matter is settled, the Yuan family should disappear. Chapter 29. Supreme Sword Intent and the Realm of Life and Death. Destroy the Yuan family? Is the master really that powerful? Yi Hanyan was massaging Xiao Yun's shoulders, but a hint of doubt flashed in her beautiful eyes. However, if the master is really that formidable, perhaps her own problems won't be so difficult to resolve. She just wasn't sure if the master would help. Yi Hanyan sighed softly. After all, she had just become a disciple, and asking the master to solve her troubles felt a bit inappropriate. It would be better to wait until the matter with the Yuan family was settled. As time passed, the first person to comprehend the intent gradually revealed an anomaly. A domineering sword intent surged towards the top of the tower, splitting the vast sky in two. The overwhelming sword energy hung upside down from the starry river. If it weren't just an anomaly, the cultivators outside the ancient tower would have been ready to flee. Supreme sword intent, quite interesting. Xiao Yun nodded lightly. This sword intent has the meaning of supreme bones, and Qingxuan's strength has increased again. Master, Lin Qingxian, having comprehended the sword intent, immediately jumped into Xiao Yun's arms. Seeking a hug, she glanced at Yi Hanyan, who was holding her forehead. This jealous little girl is actually my senior sister? Oh my, I feel like the future is bleak. Little clingy. Xiao Yun sniffed the fragrant body of Lin Qingxian, who smiled with her eyes. Master, I can help you massage your legs. Lin Qingxian willingly let go and squatted down to help Xiao Yun with his legs, making one think she was a maid. But to be fair, this girl has become much more skilled at massaging faces and legs than before. Xiao Yun closed his eyes to enjoy and quietly awaited Su Yingxue's realm power. Just as he was about to fall asleep, the entire sky and earth began to merge uncontrollably. The whole world felt like it had turned into a fish, no matter how one struggled. They couldn't escape the range of Su Yingxue's realm. One side was vibrant with life, while the other side was decaying for miles. If Lin Qingxuan's sword intent was domineering, then Su Yingxue's realm was completely unreasonable. It was the realm of life and death. Xiao Yun slowly opened his eyes, and beside him, Ouyang, he was already dumbfounded. Just one was enough. How come both are this fierce? Ouyang, he looked down at himself. For the first time, he began to doubt whether he was truly a genius. Master, upon seeing Su Yingxue also jump into Xiao Yun's arms, not only Yi Hanyan, but also Ouyang Yi's expression became strange. These two fairies were supposed to be quite aloof, never saying a word usually. Now it seemed that they weren't aloof, but rather because the warm person wasn't themselves. What? Do you want the master to hug you and leave? Xiao Yun naturally wouldn't refuse Su Yingxue's hug, but it seemed she had no intention of letting go. Hearing his teasing, Su Yingxue's pretty face flushed, and she quickly stepped aside. Let's go to the Yuan family. Xiao Yun looked at Ouyang Yi. who was just about to signal someone to follow, but was stopped by Xiao Yun. Just one person is enough. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Yun took Lin Qingxian and the others and left the spot, with Lin Qingxian and Su Yingxue skillfully holding on to Xiao Yun's clothes. Yi Hanyin, Ouyang, and the Ouyang family's Saint King looked around, until they noticed they were traversing through the void. The three couldn't help but be somewhat astonished. The surrounding environment was changing too quickly. This speed was even faster than a quasi-emperor. Master, is he really just a quasi-emperor? Yi Hanyin was filled with confusion, while Ouyang, he was very happy. Oh wow, being flown by a great emperor. 10 breaths later, Yuan Prefecture, outside the Yuan family. When Xiao Yun and the others appeared, the shock on Yi Hanyin's and the other two's faces lingered for a long time. Crossing a state only took 10 breaths? This speed is simply astonishing. Go shout. Xiao Yun glanced at Ouyang Yi, whose face revealed a delighted expression. That feeling shot straight to the crown of his head, provoking the entire Yuan family. How could such a wonderful thing exist in this world? In the past, he had to consider this and that, but now with senior Xiao Yun backing him, he wished he could challenge the Yuan family's ancestors head-on. All right, senior Xiao Yun. Ouyang Yi grinned and immediately shouted loudly towards the bottom. You idiots of the Yuan family, your grandpa is here, come out to greet me. What the hell? Who is so awesome? As soon as Ouyang Yi finished speaking, over 100 beams of light shot towards him. Who dares to be so bold as to come to my Yuan family and be so disrespectful? Your grandpa, Ouyang Yi. Ouyang Yi sneered, shaking his legs arrogantly, embodying the essence of a young master. The key point is, it was very provocative. So it's young master Yi, you are so rude. Is this the Ouyang family's instruction? The cultivators of the Yuan family immediately became tense upon realizing it was Ouyang Yi. Who doesn't know that Ouyang Yi is the unparalleled genius of the Ouyang family? If they touched him, the Ouyang family and the Yuan family would definitely become mortal enemies. However, with Yuan Shao having already fallen, the cultivators of the Yuan family couldn't wait to skin Ouyang Yi alive. But they feared this might be a trap with Ouyang Yi's status. How could he come alone? What does it have to do with you? Tell your ancestor to roll out. Oh wow, how arrogant. The Yuan family members rolled up their sleeves, ready to take action, which made Xiao Yun shake his head. Taunting is indeed useful, but unfortunately, they were just a bunch of lackeys. Yuan Shao harassed my disciple. There must be an explanation for this. Destroy the family. Xiao Yun gathered a hand to the heavens and struck down towards the entire Yuan family. In an instant, the entire sky was covered with dark clouds. Engulfed in darkness, 3 quasi-emperor powerhouses flew out from the Yuan family, forming a character formation to resist Xiao Yun's hand to the heavens. However, as soon as they made contact, the 3 of them fell like kites with their strings cut, uncontrollably plummeting down. In midair, they spat out blood. On the verge of death. One strike, just one strike, and the 3 quasi-emperor powerhouses almost got killed. Yi Hanyin and the Saint King of the Ouyang family were horrified. How could a peak quasi-emperor, a mid-level quasi-emperor, and a beginner quasi-emperor be defeated so easily? Quickly, activate the protective family formation and let all clan members enter the small world to hide. The ancestor of the Yuan family swallowed a holy pill, barely recovering. He didn't dare to have the slightest delay, fearing that Xiao Yun would strike again. Watching the once proud Yuan family now fleeing like rats into the small world, Ouyang, he couldn't be happier. But Xiao Yun was waiting for them to enter the small world, so there wouldn't be any remnants left outside. Qingxian, take your 2 junior sisters inside. Xiao Yun opened the entrance to the small world and motioned for the 3 girls to enter. As for Ouyang, Yi, and the others, sorry, the small world only allows girls to enter. I'm going, the small world, is the master and emperor level powerhouse? Yi Hanyin nearly fainted. Wasn't he it said that this is an era without emperors? Then is the master. I knew Xiao Yun could be very strong, but this is too outrageous. All right, master, I'll take my junior sister in right away. Lin Qingxian smiled sweetly. What's wrong with the peak Saint King? They still haven't been to the master's small world. As for you, take good care of your young lord. The Yuan family should have the protection of an emperor's ancestral soul. If you go in, it's a dead end. I'll personally go meet him. Chapter 30. The women of the Yuan family are truly charming. All right, Senior Xiao Yun. The holy king of the Ouyang family was already dumbfounded when he saw the small world. That is the exclusive domain of the emperor-level powerhouses. And everything inside is controlled by the emperor themselves. Low-level cultivators entering, it would be dead. And cultivators of the same realm cannot enter the small world without the master's consent. After giving instructions to the holy king of the Ouyang family, Xiao Yun slowly reached his hand into the void. The originally silent and unmarked small world of the Yuan family was gradually being pried open by Xiao Yun, creating a spatial rift. As for the protective family formation, Xiao Yun even ignored it. After all, the Yuan family had not hoped for it either, and it was merely used to obstruct Xiao Yun. Meanwhile, inside the Yuan family, the ancestor of the Yuan family lay on the ground with a face full of fear. He never dreamed that there would be an emperor present now. How could this be? All the emperors had clearly fallen, so how was Xiao Yun still fine? Ancestor, the power Xiao Yun just revealed seems to be the legendary emperor realm. Our Yuan family has produced 2 emperors, but neither is here now. I heard that the Huangfu family has a supreme emperor weapon that can tear apart small worlds. If Xiao Yun borrows it, I'm afraid we. The head of the Yuan family was filled with panic. A dignified ancient imperial clan was now scared to death. After all, that is an emperor in today's world. That is an absolute invincible being. Even with a supreme emperor weapon, it would probably not last against a few moves. Shut up. You all just misjudged. That was Xiao Yun using the power of the formation. At this point, only by uniting as a family can our Yuan family survive this crisis. Does he think the power of the formation is infinite? Don't say he can't come in. Even if he can come in, our Yuan family is not without trump cards. Trump cards? Others may not know Xiao Yun, but those 2 quasi-emperor cultivators just now were very clear about whether Xiao Yun was using the power of the formation. One strike, just one strike, and 3 quasi-emperors were defeated. The ancestor was even at the peak of the quasi-emperor stage. Are you telling me this was using the power of the formation? Then can I borrow your wife for a bit? Although they knew the ancestor was trying to stabilize the clan members, the 2 quasi-emperor elders had faces full of despair. They had offended an emperor. What meaning did it have other than to survive a little longer? As for the ancestral soul, letting the remnants of the emperor's soul battle against an emperor powerhouse, even a pig could figure out who would win. Is it the ancestral soul? The head of the Yuan family spoke with some uncertainty, but the ancestor of the Yuan family grabbed his collar and shouted, "As the head of the family, you don't act like one at all. Remember, our Yuan family has also produced emperors, and there are 2 of them. Don't say Xiao Yun can't come in, even if he comes in." Bang! Before the words were finished, a spatial rift appeared above. Under the watchful eyes of countless members of the Yuan family, a pair of hands tore the spatial rift wider and wider, until Xiao Yun flew in. The heavens of the Yuan family collapsed. Without relying on a supreme emperor weapon, he forcibly broke into someone else's small world. Even in ancient times, only those invincible beings at the peak of the emperor realm could do such a thing. What did you just say? This seat didn't tea here. Xiao Yun raised his hand and grabbed the neck of the ancestor of the Yuan family, tilting his head to stare at him. Xiao Yun, Sr. This is all a misunderstanding, misunderstanding. Xiao Yun coldly snorted. He didn't care about the conflicts between the Yuan family and the Ouyang family. However, with such intentions towards Qin Xian and the others, and still not putting himself in their eyes, how could he spare the Yuan family? There are too many fools in the 3,000 states. Exterminating 900 of them would not be an overreaction. Your Yuan family is too arrogant, daring to covet my disciple. Tell me, how should I annihilate your Yuan family? Should I first play with all the women in your clan? Or should I play while killing? Ha ha ha. Playing with the women of the Yuan family, and then chopping up their husbands right in front of them. Wouldn't that be interesting? I have to say, the women of the Yuan family are truly lovely. Even the beautiful ones still have their charm. Xiao Yun's face was filled with madness, and he even licked his lips, looking eager to try. Bitch, rather than waiting for you to betray me, I might as well execute you first. As soon as Xiao Yun finished speaking, the Yuan family erupted into internal strife. It started with fears of being cuckolded by their wives, and soon the women of the Yuan family began to self-destruct. Some even used their children to block the blade, just to kill their husbands. Former companions who once had pleasant conversations at night were now not only facing each other with weapons, but were even willing to self-destruct to drag the other down. In contrast, Xiao Yun's face was no longer filled with madness. Instead, it was replaced by, watching the show, the ancestor of the Yuan family was so furious he spat blood. A scheme to attack the heart, such a despicable scheme. Yet this was something that no man could endure, and with Xiao Yun's overwhelming power, his words, the members of the Yuan family could not ignore. Stop. Quickly stop. You've all been tricked. This is Xiao Yun's scheme to sow discord. Sow discord? The Yuan family did not lack clever cultivators, but it was already too late for cleverness. They hesitated for just a moment, and their heads were chopped off by their own women. The tens of thousands of members of the Yu when family slaughtered each other, and the scene was simply spectacular. No matter how the ancestor of the Yu and family shouted, he could not stop this massacre. It was like telling the emperor that someone would assassinate him. Even if he did nothing, everything would be the same as before, but as long as you pay attention to him, whatever he does, you would have to suspect. Once you laughed and chatted with him. Now if you smile again, wouldn't it be a matter of life and death? This was a thorn. If it was pulled out, it would never stop, and naturally, Xiao Yun would not give the Yuan family this opportunity. He even brazenly admired the beautiful women of the Yuan family. Wow, whose wife is this? Her figure is so good. I must play with her more later. Hiss. This one isn't bad either. Looking so fresh, she is probably still a virgin. TSK, TSK, TSK. There are even two sisters? It seems today is really my lucky day. Xiao Yun's words made the Yuan family, who were already in a frenzy, completely bloodthirsty. Wife. She will definitely betray me in the future. Let us kill her first. Daughter? She looks like a lewd girl. We can't let her stay and tarnish the name of the Yuan family. Kill her, kill them all. You. Xiao Yun, you are so vicious. I curse you to die a terrible death, never to have descendants for all eternity. Curse? Xiao Yun never believed in this. He only knew that he would not annihilate the Yuan family. In the future, at all major opportunities, the Yuan family would target Qin Xian and the others. If some claws dare to reach out, they must be chopped off. Otherwise, if others follow suit in the future, they would think they are weak and easy to bully. It's better to chop them all off from the start. You might as well look at your Yuan family members. They seem to be dying out quickly. Xiao Yun plunged his hand into the chest of the ancestor of the Yuan family and pulled out his still-beating heart. Crack! With just a slight force. The heart of the ancestor of the Yuan family shattered into blood clots. Below, the Yuan family was killing each other, staining the entire ground red. Xiao Yun confined the soul of the ancestor of the Yuan family, watching the escalating drama below with wild glee. Chapter 31. The Emperor's Ancestor Soul? One sword to kill. An hour later, Xiao Yun did nothing and reduced the tens of thousands of members of the Yuan family to less than 100. The remaining people had bloodshot eyes and showed no intention of stopping. Ha ha ha. My Yuan family has no women left. Xiao Yun, your plan has failed. Exactly. You still want to humiliate us. It's simply a delusion. The soul of the Yuan ancestor was filled with despair. Were these foolish pigs all that remained of his clan? I'm truly enraged. With the clan members dead, they can still laugh? It's over, completely over. Yuan family sinners, kneel and plead for punishment from our ancestors. As soon as the Yuan ancestors' words were spoken, the clan members gradually came back to their senses. They had actually killed their own women, daughters, sons, and clan members. And just moments ago, they were feeling incredibly fortunate. Looking at the disdain on Xiao Yun's face, they now realized they were like pigs, fully aware they had been played. Xiao Yun, I want you dead. Boom! Before the remaining members of the Yuan family could rise, Xiao Yun waved his hand lightly, and they all turned into a mist of blood. When the last clan member of the Yuan family was killed, the entire small world trembled. The small world, which was originally flowing with blood, was rapidly converging at the place of the ancestor's soul. In just 3 breaths, the sky of the entire small world was shrouded in darkness. The next moment, the remnant soul of the Yuan ancestor slowly appeared not far from Xiao Yun. Ha! Xiao Yun, even if you are an emperor, what of it? This is the small world of my ancestor. Everything here is controlled by him. The Yuan ancestor laughed wildly, but when he saw who had come, he stopped his remnant soul. Xiao Yun, how come it's you? It's simple. Your clan's prodigies harassed my disciple, and to prevent them from causing trouble, I sent your clan members to meet you. Xiao Yun spread his hands, as if to say, I am not your enemy, but your benefactor. You should thank me. You truly have a vicious heart. For your disciple, you actually wiped out all my tens of thousands of clan members. The Yuan ancestor's eyes were bloodshot, and he was about to explode, but Xiao Yun quickly interrupted. Wait a minute. This is the good work of your clan members. I just killed the last 100 or so. Okay? 100 or so. What a joke. He was now aware that not a single clan member had survived, not even the children. Then how do you explain this? The Yuan ancestor was so furious he could hardly breathe, even though he had no physical form. Xiao Yun's mouth curled into a slight smile as he spent 2.5 hours explaining to the Yuan ancestor. After listening, the latter's face instantly turned extremely gloomy. Xiao Yun, are you playing me? Wow, so you figured it out, but what can you do to me? A mere remnant soul dares to act tough in front of me? I'm truly enraged. After finishing, Xiao Yun crushed the soul of the Yuan ancestor with his bare hands. Then, he condensed an overwhelming sword intent enveloping the Yu and ancestor's soul. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from Xiao Yun, the Yu and ancestor's face turned pale with fear. The peak of the Emperor Realm. Xiao Yun had actually broken through to the peak of the Emperor Realm. How could this be possible? Clearly, when he was alive, Xiao Yun was only at the early stage of the Emperor Realm. No, this is impossible. How could you? Ha ha! You only have your family's cultivation resources, but after all of you fell, who can stop me in the 3,000 states? Taking all the top cultivation resources from the 3,000 states, what difficulty is there in breaking through to the peak of the Emperor Realm? Boom! Xiao Yun's words struck the Yu and ancestor like a thunderbolt. Yes, Xiao Yun was a loose cultivator, without anyone backing him, and no cultivation resources. But after all the emperors fell, who could stop him? You. The Yu and ancestor had been stammering for a long time, but still couldn't produce a coherent response. All right, just a mere late-stage emperor. I don't have time to waste with you here. Your Yu and family's cultivation resources are truly abundant. I will take them to train my disciples. Ha! Xiao Yun laughed wildly as a giant sword slowly pierced through the Yu and ancestor's illusion. The giant sword cut through the clouds to reveal the light, directly stabbing into the Yu and ancestor's remnant soul. The latter tried his best to resist. But the Xiao Yun who had switched to the Hunyuan Wujideo was no longer that loose cultivator from before. Even peak emperors were not his match, let alone a mere late-stage emperor who was just a remnant soul. How could he possibly be a match? You, at least leave me a descendant. The Yu and ancestor roared in despair, but until he was completely engulfed by the giant sword, Xiao Yun did not spare him another glance. Leave a descendant? I'm sorry. I, Xiao Yun, only know how to eradicate the roots. Xiao Yun took a deep breath, and all the cultivation resources of the Yu and family were in his hands. Just the top-grade spirit stones alone amounted to 800 million, and the mid-grade spirit stones were countless. Most importantly, the Yu and family had 2 top-grade holy weapons and an extreme path imperial weapon. The extreme path imperial weapon of the Yu and family was a bell, named Soul-Shattering Bell. This item is both righteous and evil. It can forcibly extract a person's soul and refine it into a ghost servant. In battles of the same rank, it can also affect the opponent's mind. Xiao Yun's mouth curled slightly as he left with all the spoils. As for the small world of the Yu and family, after Xiao Yun just left, the entire small world became apocalyptic and gradually collapsed into the starry sky. When Xiao Yun came out, Ouyang, Yi, and the others immediately gathered around. Seeing that Xiao Yun was in a good mood, Ouyang Yi knew that the Yu and family had probably been exterminated. Senior Xiao Yun, that Yu and family has been exterminated. This is for you. Xiao Yun took out a top-grade holy weapon and tossed it over. He kept the remaining 3 for himself. After all, the system would reward him, and it seemed to have no significant use right now. Thank you, Senior Xiao Yun. After the fall of the Yu and family, this trip to the Medicine Mountain should have much fewer obstacles. Medicine Mountain? Xiao Yun rubbed his chin. That seemed to be the territory of the top force in Yaozhou. The Yao clan. They have an enormous Medicine Mountain that opens once every 3 years. However, only invited guests, mainly ancient imperial clans, immortal ancient sects, and foreign forces, can participate. Loose cultivators are completely excluded. The Yao clan itself belongs to one of the foreign races naturally close to spiritual medicine, and they are natural alchemists. Inside, there are countless precious spiritual herbs, holy medicines, and even imperial-grade heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Qing Xian is now at the early stage of the divine concealment realm, getting closer and closer to the Nirvana realm. It seems this trip to the Medicine Mountain is a must. Once in the Nirvana realm, one needs to replenish the 5 elements of spiritual energy to reshape the Nirvana body, allowing the body to achieve a qualitative leap. After all, at this level, one can regrow severed limbs. It only requires sacrificing 10 years of lifespan and then waiting for 7 days. In any case, this indeed requires the help of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Otherwise, it would take 10 years to normally replenish the spiritual energy, and for those with slower progress, it would take even longer. Xiao Yun was too lazy to wait. Previously, Xiao Yun had consumed many years just to replenish the 5 elements of spiritual energy because he was a loose cultivator. Now that he had strength, he naturally would not let Qing Xian walk the same old path, and it was just right to let Qing Xian and the others bring back more holy medicines. Give me some time, and I will also take Qing Xian and them to the Medicine Mountain to have a look. Chapter 32. Lin Qingshuan's plan to conquer the master. Junior sister, you have to help me. Oh, does that mean I can travel alongside Senior Xiao again? Ouyang, he rubbed his hands together, a big smile on his face. He was really looking forward to Senior Xiao confronting people. At that time, he could catch a group of holy kings, or even a quasi-emperor, and scold them. The key is that they wouldn't be able to do anything to him. It would be simply exhilarating. Senior, it's 5 days from now. How about this? Let us first stay at the inn, and then go together. What do you think? Xiao Yun glanced at Ouyang Yi, neither agreeing nor refusing. Which state nearby has a branch of Linglong Pavilion? Linglong Pavilion? Ouyang Yi suddenly realized that Senior Xiao preferred to stay at the Linglong Pavilion. Yuan State has one, but it's too far from a medicine clan. How about we go to Qingzhou? There is Qing Yun Academy there, which belongs to a neutral force. But Xiao Yun had never heard of this force called Qing Yun Academy, probably a newly emerged power. Point the way. Ouyang Yi slowly pointed to the right, and soon after, the three of them appeared in the void, constantly traversing. 15 minutes later, Qingzhou, inside Linglong Pavilion. Xiao Yun took out the Linglong token to arrange for guest rooms, and immediately received top-notch treatment. Linglong Pavilion has everything. Staying here, most of the heavenly materials and earthly treasures you want can be bought. Ouyang Yi sit litin, while Xiao Yun brought Lin Qingxian and the others out from the small world. Lin Qingxian and Su Yingxue immediately started to massage Xiao Yun's shoulders and legs, while Yi Hanyan looked up at the ladder. The first move was a supreme holy weapon. Master is really too handsome. Master, the Yuan family, has been destroyed. You should refine this later. It can eliminate the impurities accumulated in your body. Wow, eliminate impurities? I'm a peak holy king cultivator, if Master thinks it's useful. It must be better than the heavenly materials and earthly treasures I've encountered. Thank you, Master. Yi Hanyan happily accepted it, while Xiao Yun spoke slowly. Now tell me, where did you encounter the time ash? With your cultivation, did you take risks because you felt hopeless about becoming a quasi-emperor? Yi Hanyan bit her red lips. She didn't want to say, but Xiao Yun guessed correctly. Being stuck at the peak of Holy King for nearly 100 years was one thing. As this time wasn't long, many people start at least from 1,000 years. But Yi Hanyan couldn't accept not making any progress, staying in place. It was in the ancient swamp. The disciple went there to obtain the 10,000 methods source seed. Yi Hanyan felt extremely ashamed. Not only did she get hit by time ash, but she didn't even see the 10,000 methods source seed. Xiao Yun gently shook his head. Back then, he also worked hard to break through his realm. Cultivation is about competing with heaven, battling with the earth, and contending with people. There is no need to take such risks in the future. I will personally guide your cultivation. Personally guide? Is it the kind I'm thinking of? Yi Hanyan poked her little hand, occasionally looking up at Xiao Yun, completely in a little woman-esque posture. All right, Master. Lin Qingxian and Su Yingxue exchanged glances. They could no longer sit idly by. Master is handsome, powerful, and treats them so well. Clearly, the two of them entered the sect first. And if they kept looking like this, Yi Hanyan would climb into Master's bed later. It's simply reversing the heavens. If anyone is to climb, it should be them first. Master, Snow, and I will go buy some things first. Lin Qingxian pulled Su Yingxue to leave, and Xiao Yun placed a wisp of divine soul protection on them, so he wasn't worried about them encountering danger. Moreover, looking at them, they just wanted to buy some things. Go ahead. Watching the two girls leave the guest room, Xiao Yun then took out a drop of primordial water. Since he had clarified everything, he would help Han Yin completely resolve the poison of time ash. This is primordial water, which can completely resolve time ash. However, lifespan will not return, unless you break through to Quasi-Emperor. Quasi-Emperor? I couldn't do it before, but now that Master has promised to personally guide me, what am I afraid of? Master has given so many things. Yi Hanyan really doesn't know how to repay him. Master, you are so good to Hanyan. No one has ever been so sincere. Others are either after my body or my beauty. But with Xiao Yun, Yi Hanyan has always been the beneficiary, which really makes her feel a bit ashamed. Then help me massage my shoulders and legs. All right. Yi Hanyan put away the primordial water in her vessel and cheerfully began to massage Xiao Yun's legs. Meanwhile, inside Linglong Pavilion, as soon as Lin Qingxian and Su Yingxue appeared, their return rate immediately reached 100%. Female cultivators couldn't help but look at their celestial beauty. Fortunately, they were unaware of the content of the conversation between the two girls. Otherwise, they definitely wouldn't have had this expression. Senior sister, do we really have to do that? Su Yingxue was a bit timid. Lin Qingxuan's idea was too bold. She actually wanted to feed Xiao Yun the Huan powder. She thought she liked her master enough to be perverse, but she didn't expect senior sister to be even bolder. I can't care about that anymore. I must be Master's first woman. But if Snow also wants, then senior sister will give way to you. Damn. Su Yingxue squeezed her little hands, her pretty face turning red. She had the heart of a thief, but no courage. Senior sister, Lin Qingxian saw this scene and immediately didn't back down anymore. Stop with the I in my. Senior sister is first. Senior sister. Master is a great emperor. Is this really effective? Su Yingxue and Lin Qingxian each bought a portion of Huan powder and stored it in their spatial rings. Just as they were about to return to the guest room, Su Yingxue became a bit cowardly. Lin Qingxian imitated Xiao Yun's chin stroke and quickly thought of a good idea. Snow, I have a plan, but I need your help. Please speak, senior sister. Su Yingxue leaned closer to Lin Qingxian, while the latter couldn't help but touch her slim waist. Oh, Snow, your waist is really thin. Master will definitely like it. Whoosh. The blush on Su Yingxue's face hadn't faded, and with Lin Qingxian saying this, it turned even redder. She playfully stomped her foot. Senior sister, all right, let us get down to business. Senior sister plans to enter the small world, and then take the Huan powder herself. At that time, you just help me call Master. Hiss. Use it on herself? ISNT it for Master? Is senior sister so ruthless to herself? Can they still walk together tomorrow? This. Su Yingxue bit her red lips, feeling that this method was a bit strange. Would Master be angry? Seeing Su Yingxue hesitating, Lin Qingxuan's pretty face turned slightly red, and she patted her fragrant shoulder. Snow, after it's done, senior sister will also help you win over Master. Anyway, we have to act before the little junior sister makes her move. Master keeps looking at her. What if she gets ahead? Get ahead? Su Yingxue wasn't afraid. She just worried that Yi Hanyan would get jealous and not let Master be with her. But since Lin Qingxian had said it this way, plus she had the best relationship with her senior sister, she naturally wouldn't refuse anymore. All right, senior sister, you go ahead. I will definitely help you. Chapter 33. Lin Qingxuan's initiative is grasped by Xiao Yun. Knock, knock, knock. With Su Yingxue's nod, Lin Qingxian decisively knocked on the guest room's door. Xiao Yun waved his hand to open it, and saw Yi Hanyan joyfully massaging his shoulders and legs. From her demeanor, she had transformed from being inexperienced to now being more than willing. Master, Master, Lin Qingxian and Su Yingxue greeted obediently, but the latter seemed a bit guilty. Xiao Yun sensed something was off from their tone and couldn't help but frown. Could it be that these two girls were teased again? But to be fair, when he encountered Ling Long Fairy before, she was often teased too. However, she was very powerful, and those who dared to speak up were usually annihilated. What brings you here? Master, we want to go into your small world for closed-door cultivation. Lin Qingxian interrupted Xiao Yun. He didn't think much of it, and just reminded them, in 5 days, Master will take you to Yaozhou, where the medicine clan is located. To break through to the Nirvana realm, you need to gather the 5 elemental spiritual energies. At that time, you can go to Yaoshan to collect them. Xiao Yun wished he could directly buy them from Linglong Pavilion, but unfortunately, they were hot commodities, and before they could even be delivered, they were already reserved. It was really hard to even see one of those spiritual herbs. Okay, Master. Lin Qingxian and Su Yingxue felt a surge of gratitude in their beautiful eyes. Master really thought so much for them. Lin Qingxian secretly vowed to repay Master first by offering her original yin. In the future, she would give Master many babies. After all, she could afford to raise them. Seeing Xiao Yun open the small world and let Lin Qingxian and Su Yingxue in, Yi Hanyan couldn't help but open her mouth. Master, I also want to refine the treasures you gave me. The divine level Wuku Dan is fine, but that endless water can completely resolve the time ashes in my body. Xiao Yun had given so many good things. Yi Hanyan really wanted to kiss him until his lips were swollen. Go ahead. Xiao Yun closed his eyes to rest, recalling matters related to Yaozhou, wondering if those old men were dead yet. Previously, when he was breaking through to the late stage of the Emperor realm, the most aggressive force he clashed with was the Medicine Clan. There was no way around it. They were world-renowned, and who could blame them for having so many sacred medicines, even imperial-grade ones? On the other side, Lin Qingxian and the other two returned to their courtyard, with only Yi Hanyan worrying about cultivation. Lin Qingxian and Su Yingxue were extremely nervous. Lin Qingxian appeared bold, but when it came to this point, she felt a bit timid. Come on, Lin Qingxian, you can do it. If you don't, Master will be taken by someone else. As the saying goes, deep feelings can lead to impulsive actions. Su Yingxue prepared a series of encouraging teachings, but in the end, Lin Qingxian managed to convince herself. After downing a whole bottle of Hahuan San, Lin Qingxuan's delicate face instantly flushed like the morning glow. Swear, why is this medicine so potent? I feel like Master is everywhere around me. Hurry, hurry, call Master over. Lin Qingxuan's eyes became dreamy as she embraced Su Yingxue and began to take advantage of her. Su Yingxue's face turned red as she supported Lin Qingxuan's delicate body and quickly transmitted a message to Xiao Yun. Master, come quickly. Senior sister has a problem with her cultivation. A problem? Could it be that she went astray? Xiao Yun was worried about her and instantly flashed into his small world. However, upon seeing Lin Qingxuan's restless hands, her flushed face, and dreamy eyes, he immediately fell silent. Is this what you call a problem with cultivation? Xiao Yun's mouth twitched slightly. After taking a few steps, he accidentally kicked the bottle of Hahuan San. Lin Qingxian didn't react. Her mind was filled with thoughts of Xiao Yun, completely acting like a little rogue. Meanwhile, Su Yingxue's breathing nearly stopped. She wanted to smash the bottle of Hahuan San, but seemed a bit too late. Oh no, being caught by Master with the tools of the trade, how embarrassing. This? Did you just buy this? Xiao Yun found it somewhat amusing. He had been waiting for these two girls to express their feelings, and then it would naturally lead to them being together. After all, despite having cultivated for over 100,000 years, he had never touched a woman. The only one he had feelings for was Linglong Fairy, but unfortunately, she was completely devoted to her path. The most courageous invitation he received was a fight with the master of the Forbidden Zone, which he had rejected. Unexpectedly, his disciples skipped the step of expressing their feelings and went straight to the act. I'm sorry, Master. Senior sister just likes you too much, which is why she resorted to this method. Su Yingxue pressed down on the restless Lin Qingxian, fearing Xiao Yun would blame them. Xiao Yun gently shook his head and took Lin Qingxuan's delicate body into his arms. All right, you go and rest. Leave the rest to me. Okay, Master. As soon as Su Yingxue heard this, she immediately bounced away. Xiao Yun's lips curled up slightly. At least Schwerer was no longer as self-conscious as before. Master, Master, you are so handsome. I want to kiss you, hug you, and give you many, many babies. As soon as Su Yingxue left, Lin Qingxian began to squirm in Xiao Yun's embrace. You little girl, do you really think Master has no desires? Xiao Yun said, then lowered his head to kiss Lin Qingxuan's luscious red lips, savoring the moment. Fortunately, after more than 100,000 years, Xiao Yun still remembered the teachings from his former mentor in a foreign land. As Lin Qingxuan's clothes gradually slipped away, Xiao Yun led her to the mystical mountains. 3 hours later, Lin Qingxian was obediently nestled in Xiao Yun's arms, occasionally glancing up at him. Xiao Yun's hand gently caressed Lin Qingxuan's long legs, causing her cheeks to flush. She felt completely overwhelmed. She never expected her master to have so many interests, even though her body was covered in Xiao Yun's marks. Lin Qingxian felt very happy. No matter how it turned out, Master had indeed taken her, albeit with a slight mishap, because she was easily grasped by him. Why aren't you speaking? You even took Hahuan San yourself. Such boldness. Xiao Yun remained calm as he played with thunder, while Lin Qingxian blushed and twisted her delicate body, not daring to meet Xiao Yun's gaze. Master, husband, I was wrong. Lin Qingxuan's tone was sweet, and her coquetry was deadly. You little girl, do you really think Master is a righteous gentleman? Once your injuries heal, husband will take you to buy gauzy clothes. Huh? Gauzy clothes? That's too embarrassing. Lin Qingxian gave Xiao Yun's cheek a kiss, twisting her body restlessly in protest. Unfortunately, Xiao Yun gave her a light smack on the bottom, instantly making her obedient. She didn't want to be tossed around for fear of being broken. Whatever you say, husband. Xiao Yun held Lin Qingxuan's delicate body to rest. After all, they still had 5 days before going to Yaoshan, so there was no rush. This girl had become bolder, but she was still very obedient. This allowed Xiao Yun to put into practice all the knowledge taught by his mentor, as practice makes perfect. Lin Qingxian secretly glanced at Xiao Yun, her face filled with happiness. She stole a glance at the blood-red rose on the bed. When her husband got up, she had to change it quickly. Otherwise, just the thought of being tossed around made her feel a bit shy. Alas, her husband was too powerful. It seemed she would have to live a hard life in the future. Chapter 34. The arrival of the medicine clan. Even the Grand Elder is panicking. The next day at noon, Su Yingxue stopped her cultivation and tiptoed over, seeing Lin Qingxian snuggled up happily in Xiao Yun's arms. She couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Just as she was about to leave, Xiao Yun slowly opened his eyes. Since you're here, come in. Su Yingxue awkwardly halted her steps, then clenched her little hands and walked to the bedside, looking as if she was waiting to be reprimanded by Xiao Yun, which amused him. You're helping Qingxian so much. When she has a baby in the future, you'll definitely have to help take care of it. I can also help the master have a baby. Su Yingxue muttered to herself. However, seeing Xiao Yun's mischievous grin, she immediately stomped her foot and ran back to her courtyard. Master is so bad. Xiao Yun laughed heartily. It seemed that this girl, Shuer, had feelings for him, but was just too reserved. He didn't know if it was because she hadn't overcome her insecurities or was simply too shy to express herself. Master. Husband, did Shuer just come by? Lin Qingxian rubbed her eyes and got up, but upon realizing her embarrassment, she immediately wrapped herself in the blanket. Xiao Yun tugged at the blanket, and Lin Qingxuan's delicate body immediately leaned closer. Still shy now? You were so bold yesterday. I've seen every part of you. How should I bully you when I've already bullied you enough? Husband, you're so bad. Xiao Yun gently stroked Lin Qingxuan's flat little belly, causing her to pout. You always bully me like this. Who knows, I might really have a baby soon. There's something even worse. Oh dear, husband, you're so annoying. Lin Qingxian curled up in Xiao Yun's arms, her delicate body trembling slightly, fearful of being bullied again. Xiao Yun cherished this girl, but just tasting her tempting red lips made him calm enough to playfully tease her. Lin Qingxuan's face turned a bit red, but she could only silently allow Xiao Yun to bully her. Otherwise, if she tried to stop him, he would only be more excessive. Lin Qingxian lightly bit her red lips, thinking, what kind of broken supreme bone is this? It's useless. If I could endure the sun, I wouldn't be in such a miserable state. Qingxian, although your husband is your master, he is ultimately a powerful emperor. So when we spar in the future, don't always think about holding back. You might not necessarily be my opponent. Lin Qingxuan's pretty face flushed, and she gently punched Xiao Yun's chest before burying her head into the blanket. Husband is too annoying. He just knows how to make fun of me. 5 days later, Xiao Yun and Lin Qingxian flew out hand in hand, leaving Yi Hanyan looking astonished. Isn't this too ambiguous? Holding hands is one thing, but those looks are almost seductive. Although Xiao Yun had imparted the mysterious infinity, Dao, to Yi Hanyan, breaking through to the quasi-emperor level was not something that could be accomplished overnight. However, without the troubles of the time ash, Yi Hanyan felt much more at ease than before. Wow, master, you too. Xiao Yun and Lin Qingxian smiled without speaking, and the latter shot a reproachful glare at Xiao Yun. You're such a troublemaker. It almost made me unable to walk. We have already become Dao partners, and there are still spots available. If you have any thoughts. Xiao Yun's lips curled up slightly, and both Su Yingxue and Yi Hanyan turned red, quickly turning their bodies away. Despite having feelings for Xiao Yun, no one would say such things. Let's go. To the Medicine Mountain. Xiao Yun wrapped his arm around Lin Qingxuan's slender waist, and Su Yingxue and Yi Hanyan followed closely behind. When the guest room door was opened, Ouyang Yi and the Ouyang family's Saint King had been waiting for a long time. Damn, Senior Xiao Yun, you guys. Even though he knew Lin Qingxian like Xiao Yun, seeing them so intimate made Ouyang Yi instinctively cover his chest. My heart hurts. The fairy's purity is gone. I guess I'll be bullied by Senior Xiao Yun every day now. Woo-woo. If those suitors find out, they will cry all night. They envied Xiao Yun, wishing they could go to places they had never reached. To the Medicine Mountain, Xiao Yun explained to Su Yingxue and the others that these two girls would eventually be together. But for Ouyang Yi, Xiao Yun saw no need to explain. All right, Senior Xiao Yun. Ouyang Yi straightened his body, and Xiao Yun didn't say much more. With a wave of his hand, a spatial rift appeared before them. When they reappeared, they had already arrived at the territory of the Medicine Clan in Yaozhou. Due to the Medicine Mountain's open day, countless cultivators filled the air and the ground. Just a glance showed that the number had already surpassed 100 million. This was still without letting the scattered cultivators come. After all, scattered cultivators were the most numerous. A single ancient immortal sect typically had a maximum of around 100,000 members, and usually, it was only a few tens of thousands. With Xiao Yun present, there was naturally no need to queue obediently. He directly led them through the barriers set up by the Medicine Clan, flying past amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. Damn, the people from the ancient Imperial Clan are queuing up. How can this guy be so arrogant? Sure, be careful. This is the recently famous Senior Xiao Yun. Even the Ouyang family respects him greatly. I heard that the Yuan family offended Senior Xiao Yun and is now hiding in a small world, too scared to come out. Hiss, is he really that terrifying? Actually, I've been paying attention to the three beauties around him. Lin Qingxian opened her arms, enjoying the refreshing breeze. It turns out that when not bullied by my husband, the wind is sweet and I don't have to suffer. Xiao Yun held Lin Qingxuan's delicate body, resembling a pair of divine lovers. Only when passing by the Taiching Palace did Xiao Yun notice Bing Yao sitting on a spirit crane, pausing momentarily. Bing Yao, who was resting with her eyes closed, seemed to sense something, but when she opened her eyes, it was only a gentle breeze that passed by. Hearing her fellow disciples discussing Xiao Yun, she realized that he didn't need to cue at all. Could it be? Does Xiao Yun have connections in the medicine clan? There's no related token here, like the Linglong Order for Linglong Pavilion. Luckily, the Taiching Palace was very close to the entrance of the Medicine Mountain. It just hadn't opened yet. As the entrance to the Medicine Mountain was about to open, the Saint King Elder stationed by the Medicine Clan immediately fell from his chair upon seeing Xiao Yun. This bandit. He is back again. The Elder of the Medicine Clan's first reaction upon seeing Xiao Yun was to run. Come back. As soon as Xiao Yun spoke, the Elder of the Medicine Clan immediately revealed a face that looked worse than crying. Senior Xiao Yun, what do you want this time? Hiss. This attitude. The ancient imperial clans, immortal ancient sects, and foreign forces all showed shocked expressions. They couldn't believe their ears. How could the Elder of the Medicine Clan sound so aggrieved? Could it be he had been bullied by Senior Xiao Yun? Don't worry. This time, I'm just bringing my Tao partner and disciples to pick some spirit herbs. Xiao Yun felt a bit awkward. The Medicine Mountain had almost been picked bare before. Now that he thought about it, he really was a beast. Thankfully, he had always thought so he felt completely unburdened. Is this true? The Elder of the Medicine Clan glanced at Lin Qingxian and the other two girls, and his eyes immediately lit up. But then he felt regret. Senior Xiao Yun even robbed sacred herbs. These disciples and Tao partners are so beautiful. It must be forced. 2 fairies, 1 goddess. What a pity. They will all be ruined by him in the future. Shall I do it myself? Xiao Yun's lips curled slightly. But before the Elder of the Medicine Clan could finish speaking, the Grand Elder of the Medicine Clan hurriedly teleported in front of them. No. You see what these fairies want. I'll have someone pick it for you right away. The Grand Elder of the Medicine Clan was panicking. Letting Xiao Yun come? What a joke. This Medicine Mountain had finally had over 10,000 years of recovery. Once Xiao Yun made a move, it would take thousands of years to recover again. Chapter 35. Don't make a move yourself. That's fine. Just give me some divine with spirit mushrooms. Xiao Yun listed over 100 types of holy medicines, some of which he had only heard of but never seen. At first, it was okay, but as Xiao Yun became more and more excited with each report, the expression of the Medicine Clan's Holy King grew darker. However, dark as it was, he didn't dare to get angry. If he got angry, it would be even simpler. Xiao Yun would directly kill him. No offense, Senior, don't tease me. Seeing the strange expressions of the ancient imperial clans, the Medicine Clan's Holy King broke into cold sweat. Offending Xiao Yun would mean death. But offending so many ancient imperial clans and the undying ancient sect would also lead to a collective attack on his Medicine Clan. All right, just prepare 5 medicinal herbs to replenish the 5 elemental spiritual energies and 5 holy medicines to enhance the soul. Phew. Finally, he spoke like a human. Although holy medicines are rare, especially those that enhance the soul, compared to the numerous holy medicines listed before, these few hardly counted. Hee. I just need 1 holy medicine. Ouyang scratched his head, not expecting that Senior Xiao Yun's face would be so effective. Not only did he not have to wait in line, but even the step of picking the spiritual herbs was omitted. The Medicine Clan's Holy King cupped his hands to Xiao Yun and then personally went to collect the spiritual herbs and holy medicines that Xiao Yun needed. He had to quickly send this king of hell away. Otherwise, there would be more trouble. Husband, have you robbed the Medicine Clan before? Why are they so afraid of you? Lin Qingxian turned to look at Xiao Yun, who kissed her cheek before speaking. Sort of. I targeted the Medicine Clan's Medicine Mountain for plundering when I was trying to break through to the peak of the Emperor realm. Puffed. Lin Qingxian smiled sweetly. No wonder the Medicine Clan wanted to run as soon as they saw her husband. They couldn't beat him, so what could they do but flee? However, Lin Qingxian still felt a bit shy with so many people watching while her husband kissed her. Seeing Lin Qingshuan's shyness, the outstanding talents from the 3,000 states felt a pang of jealousy. With so many beautiful women around, they even let him take advantage of one. Just thinking about how Lin Qingxian was bullied every day made it hard for them to breathe. And when they thought that Lin Qingxian was the one being proactive, it was even more unbearable. Damn it, I refuse to accept this. We are queuing here with great difficulty, and the elders of the Medicine Clan are privately taking holy medicines to give away. Is this looking down on everyone? Or is Xiao Yun the illegitimate son of the Medicine Clan's leader? As soon as this was said, several forces immediately echoed. Ouyang stared at the person fiercely. You were just being a busybody. The medicine clan hasn't said anything. Why are you making a fuss? Are you dead and not getting your turn? Your mouth is so foul. The Ouyang family's strength was unquestionable and could not be compared to ordinary Holy Land forces. Ouyang, he scolded the person, instantly leaving others dumbfounded. What puzzled everyone was that nearly half of the ancient imperial clans remained silent. They were all targets that had been plundered by Xiao Yun. How could they oppose? They secretly wished for this killing god to leave as soon as possible. Xiao Yun took out an extravagant chair and let Lin Qingxian sit on his lap. This posture, it seemed like he didn't really want to leave. When those silent ancient imperial clans saw this situation, they realized something was off. Remaining silent wouldn't allow their partners and disciples to snatch holy medicines, would it? In an instant, the Holy Land that had just been scolded by Ouyang sat back down, and several holy kings from ancient imperial clans began to voice their opinions. The Eagle Holy Land, right? We have no objections. What the hell are you barking about here? They just took a few spiritual herbs and holy medicines. How does that affect you? Only one holy king cultivator is stationed in the Holy Land, and you dare to be so arrogant? Kill all the cultivators from the Eagle Holy Land when we enter the Medicine Mountain. What the hell? What's going on? Isn't it? Shouldn't you all be indignant? Why do I feel like I'm the one in the wrong? Just then, the Medicine Clan's holy king appeared with the spiritual herbs and holy medicines that Xiao Yun wanted. His expression was dark, almost ready to kill the people from the Eagle Holy Land. What does this mean? I'm inside chasing after holy medicines, and you all are provoking Xiao Yun outside? Can you just go die first? From today on, the Eagle Holy Land's qualification to gather herbs in the Medicine Mountain is revoked. The 9-turn green lotus pool also has nothing to do with you. Hiss. Gathering herbs was secondary. These ancient imperial clans only came to collect the holy medicines they lacked or those useful for their outstanding talents. Although rare, not having them wouldn't cost them anything. But the 9-turn green lotus pool was different. That thing was crucial for everyone. It could not only temper one's divine sense, but also crush inner demons, allowing one's path to extend further. Any cultivator below the sage realm could enter. What? I don't accept this. I'm just unconvinced. Why is everyone standing on Xiao Yun's side? The ancient imperial clans and the undying ancient sect, who did not know Xiao Yun, remained silent at this moment. Today's events were too abnormal. It was one thing for the Ouyang family to side with Xiao Yun, but why were other forces doing the same? It was likely that Xiao Yun had some trump card that made them wary, or there was another reason. But no matter what, it didn't matter at this moment. As for the Eagle Holy Land, it was no wonder they only had one holy king cultivator. They might as well have cried in stupidity, not daring to go to the Eagle Holy Land. Shut up. Kill him. Don't affect Senior Xiao Yun's mood. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. These ancient imperial clans that had been plundered by Xiao Yun feared that he would get angry and not leave. Seeing the Eagle Holy Lord still asking why, the various clans teamed up and sent out 10 peak Holy King cultivators. The Eagle Holy Lord frowned, and as soon as the 10 Holy Kings met, they unleashed their ultimate abilities right in his face. Why are you asking? I told you to ask. In just 10 breaths of time, the Eagle Holy Lord along with the cultivators of the Eagle Holy Land were executed, and even the Eagle Holy Lord's top-grade holy weapon was sent to Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun looked up at the other party, who was even more powerful than the Ouyang family. It seemed there were 2 quasi-emperor peak cultivators stationed there, along with an extreme path imperial weapon capable of breaking open small worlds. What was your name again? Over 10,000 years ago, we seem to have met. The Holy Lord of the Eastern family's face changed drastically, but seeing that Xiao Yun had no intention of making a move, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Senior Xiao Yun, you truly are a person of many forgetful moments. I am Dongfang Zhen. Xiao Yun lightly exclaimed, recalling that it was this Dongfang Zhen who had offered up the holy medicine back then. You're really stupid. After over 10,000 years, you've only gone from early Holy King to peak Holy King. Dongfang Zhen awkwardly smiled. His talent was there. It was a luxury for him to reach quasi-emperor in his lifetime. Senior Xiao Yun is right. I am indeed dull-witted. I can only rely on the younger generation to be outstanding. Xiao Yun stroked his chin, wondering if they were all so miserable after he had plundered their holy medicines. However, the ancestors of the Eastern family did have some strength. It was unclear how many emperors had emerged, but Dongfang Zhen was once quite famous. Dongfang Zhen could fight against 2 masters of the Forbidden Zones simultaneously, pulling them down together into destruction. Those 2 masters were both at the peak of the Emperor realm. They were not just anyone. Husband, what is the 9-turn green lotus pool? Chapter 36, Dead Girl. So, energetic. Just a kiss, and I'll tell you. Xiao Yun gently caressed Lin Qingxuan's thigh. Although covered by a long skirt, her delicate face couldn't help but blush. Then I won't listen. Lin Qingxian covered her ears and stood up to leave, but was pulled back by Xiao Yun. I'm just joking with you, you'll know soon. After saying this, Xiao Yun looked towards the Medicine Clan's holy king. Let those forces that just made their move enter first to pick the sacred herbs. I'll take my people to the 9 transformation Qinglian pool. The Medicine Clan's holy king twitched at the corners of his mouth. Damn it, they don't even need a guide. Treating the Medicine Clan like their own home, the Medicine Clan was speechless, but the forces led by the Dongfang family were excited. They bowed in unison, smiling as they saluted Xiao Yun's back. Thank you, Senior Xiao Yun. A dozen ancient imperial clans and immortal ancient sects showed their respect, leaving the other forces dumbfounded. Dongfang Jun, send a message back to your family. Before the sun rises tomorrow, I want to hear news of the destruction of the Flying Eagle Holy Land. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Jun's face broke into a smile. The Flying Eagle Holy Lord has already fallen. Even if he goes alone, he can flatten the Flying Eagle Holy Land. I will obey Senior Xiao Yun's command. After speaking, Dongfang Jun slowly extracted a drop of essence blood from a clan member and burned it. The Flying Eagle Holy Land has offended Senior Xiao Yun. Quickly send someone to flatten it. Essence blood messaging, a unique method of the ancient imperial clans, only usable by members of the same clan. Xiao Yun wanted to eradicate all threats because he feared that Qing Xian and the others might encounter revenge when they later went to the tomb of the emperors. Although he had his own soul protection, he preferred to use that soul to combat the old immortals try to seize his body. The tomb of the emperors had appeared long ago, and Linglong Fairy and the others were already fighting inside. Thus, there were countless opportunities within, including supreme imperial weapons. However, what Xiao Yun valued were those imperial corpses, as long as they could extract the divinity within. Qing Xian and the others could ignite the divine fire and step into the realm of emperors. The holy maiden of the Ta Qing Palace, Bing Yao, observed everyone's reactions and grew increasingly curious about Xiao Yun. What kind of background does he have that makes the Dongfang family so fearful? The Dongfang family is much stronger than the Ta Qing Palace. The Ta Qing Palace's strength is about the same as the Ouyang family. The Dongfang family ranks in the top 5 in the 3,000 states. Even if they cannot act freely, they're not far off. Bing Yao, it seems that Xiao Yun has taken an interest in you. Once I uncover his background, perhaps we can form an alliance. Form an alliance? Bing Yao's expression turned cold. She seemed to guess the palace master's thoughts. If you have something to say, just say it. Is it an alliance, or will it cause me to lose my purity? The palace master fell silent, because he indeed had this idea. Isn't the Dongfang family's attitude indicative enough? He harbored a terrifying suspicion. Xiao Yun might not have any hidden cards. He himself might be the card. For example, he became an emperor during the end of the Law era. The Dongfang family has produced invincible beings, that is, peak emperor-level experts. In terms of foundation, who do they fear? In terms of strength, with 2 peak quasi-emperor ancestors, who do they need to be wary of? As for talents, the Dongfang family has produced 2 prodigies this generation. Plus, with the supreme imperial weapons from the Shattered Small World, aside from emperor-level experts, the Ta Qing Palace's master could hardly think of why the Dongfang family would fear Xiao Yun. This matter. Let me investigate further. Bing Yao's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, unsure of what she was thinking. The palace master's suggestion made her feel disgusted. With such strength, how could the palace master develop such dirty thoughts? On the other side, outside the 9 transformation Qinglian pool, the leader of the Medicine Clan looked at Xiao Yun with utmost respect, hoping that this ancestor would leave soon. Medicine Clan, my Qing Xian wants to know the purpose of the 9 transformation Qinglian pool. You come and explain it to her. Xiao Yun held Lin Qing Xian in his arms, gently stroking her snow-white long legs. She shot him an annoyed glare, but her small hands skillfully wrapped around his neck. Ahem, Fairy Qing Xian. The 9 transformation Qinglian pool can temper your divine sense and dispel hard demons. Although it opens every 3 years, it's still recommended for cultivators of the Sea transformation realm and above. Moreover, there are only 100 spots each time, which need to be fought over by the major forces. Of course you, Fairy Qing Xian, naturally don't need to compete. You can enter once you're ready. Hiss. Sure enough, my horizons are too narrow. Lin Qing Xian knows nothing about the opportunities in the 3,000 states. Ultimately, the Lin family is too weak. Even the Gao family is not much better. Previously, even the sages thought they were impressive, but since following her husband, even the holy kings have to bow. Do you want to rest a bit, or go in now? Xiao Yun kissed Lin Qingxuan's red lips. Her mouth was soft and sweet, and he couldn't get enough of it. I'll go in with Schweder now, in case we get caught later. Lin Qingxian blushed as she left, pulling Su Yingxue in without looking back as they entered the 9-transformation Qinglian pool. This girl, Xiao Yun sat down in a chair to rest, while Yi Hanyan helped knead his shoulders from behind. As for Ouyang, how could Xiao Yun let him in? The 9-transformation Qinglian pool only needed Schwer and Qingxian. Once they had tempered their divine senses and dispelled their heart demons, it would be about time to let Ouyang in. I have to say, ever since Xiao Yun and Lin Qingxian became partners, he's almost addicted. This girl is simply perfect. A killer waist, a stunning face, and that cherry-like little mouth. Fair skin, beautiful and long legs, she has beauty, a sweet voice, and great temperament. Damn it, what kind of hard life did I live for over 100,000 years? While lamenting, Xiao Yun still had no regrets. After rejecting women for over 100,000 years, looking back now, at least he had the strength to protect them. Senior Xiao Yun, now that you have a partner, have you discovered the joys of love? The medicine clan member had a lewd expression, causing Yi Hanyan to unconsciously increase her strength while massaging. It wouldn't hurt him, but with such a change in strength, Xiao Yun would definitely notice. Dead girl, really energetic. Although Yi Hanyan had lived for thousands of years in front of Xiao Yun, she was indeed a little girl. Mainly because my Qingxian is beautiful and has a great figure. Xiao Yun crossed his legs. With a wife like Qingxian, brothels were no longer appealing to him. Yes, Fairy Qingxian is indeed as beautiful as a fairy, but she isn't here right now. Our medicine clan has a few beautiful young ladies, and they are still pure. They have feelings for Senior Xiao Yun. Would you like to meet them? The medicine clan had come to terms with the fact that this killing god might come again at any time. So it was better to curry favor now and at least have a protective charm. So my reputation is that great now? I really should meet them. Hiss. Hanyan, what are you doing? Just as Xiao Yun was about to say he would meet them, Yi Hanyan's strength fully unleashed, causing him to gasp. Master, you can't do this to senior sister. The medicine clan member slapped his forehead, almost forgetting about Yi Hanyan. He initially thought she was just a disciple, but seeing her pouty little expression, he estimated that this master-disciple relationship would eventually change. Chapter 37. The Supreme Emperor Weapon of the Yaoqi Empress. All right. If Master won't go, then you take the position of senior sister first. Xiao Yun grabbed Yi Hanyan's small hand and made her sit on his lap. The latter's pretty face turned red. She was just trying to persuade him. How did she end up in this situation? Master, senior sister will be sad if she sees this. Sad? Xiao Yun looked strange. Qingxian kept nagging him to find more Dao partners. Otherwise, she feared he wouldn't be able to withstand it and would be worn out sooner or later. No witties. Master just wants a hug. Nothing more. Just a hug? Yi Hanyan bit her red lip. If it's just that, senior sister shouldn't be angry, right? While Yi Hanyan was silent. Her delicate body had completely fallen into Xiao Yun's embrace. When the long skirt lifted and Xiao Yun gently stroked his thigh, Yi Hanyan was completely dumbfounded. Didn't we agree on just a hug? Then whose hand is this on my leg? Fortunately, Xiao Yun only kissed Yi Hanyan's collarbone and lightly stroked her long, snowy legs. Not going any further, Yi Hanyan looked down at her legs, not understanding why Master liked to touch them. But since he liked it, Yi Hanyan could only go along with it. After all, her life was saved by Master, who also gifted her a supreme, sacred weapon and the incomparable treasure of the innocent pill. Just a little leg rubbing, if he just wants to tease her, that is fine too. It's just that Yi Hanyan wasn't psychologically prepared. She had been alone for thousands of years. Suddenly having a man around was quite nerve-wracking. The medicine sect saw Yi Hanyan in Xiao Yun's arms and wisely stepped aside. Although Yi Hanyan wasn't as stunning as Lin Qingxian, there was no one in the medicine sect who could compare with her. Moreover, they were both willing participants, so why should he interfere? Xiao Yun watched from outside, stroking her snowy long legs while sending sound transmissions to guide Lin Qingxian and Su Yingxue. Seeing that both women's consciousness was stabilizing and their inner demons were being purified bit by bit, Xiao Yun then extended his consciousness, preparing to explore the source. The ability to purify inner demons was already incredibly extraordinary. Purifying the inner demons took a long time, long enough for the Dongfang family to send people one after another. And only then did Lin Qingxian and the other two prepare to leave. However, Xiao Yun sensed the mystery of the 9-turn Qinglian pool. This thing was hidden too deeply. Inside was a damaged Supreme Emperor weapon, and judging by the aura on it, It should be the thousand-fold mirror of the Yaoqi Empress from ancient times. When Xiao Yun first crossed over, the Yaoqi Empress was already a figure of legend. That era was even further back than the one he was in. A damaged Supreme Emperor weapon could still purify inner demons, indicating that the materials the Yaoqi Empress used were incredibly precious. Qing Xian, Shuer, don't come out yet. Dive to the bottom of the pool and retrieve a mirror. As Xiao Yun transmitted this, his other hand silently formed a seal. In an instant, the traces of Lin Qingxian and Su Yingxue were concealed, making them undetectable by divine consciousness. The two women circulated their spiritual energy, separating the pool water and flying straight to the bottom. However, as they went deeper, the water pressure increased. Their cultivation was clearly insufficient, and several times they almost couldn't hold on. Fortunately, with Xiao Yun's protection, the two women instantly felt no pressure at all. But when they reached the bottom of the pool, Lin Qingxian didn't see any mirror, and even with her double pupils activated, she found nothing unusual. Xiao Yun frowned. No wonder it wasn't discovered. The thousand-fold mirror was hidden within a secret barrier. Lin Qingxian and Su Yingxue took out the supreme sacred weapon and, following Xiao Yun's instructions, stabbed it hard at the pool bottom. The two women attacked together for half an hour before the secret barrier began to show cracks. When the barrier completely shattered, a diamond-shaped mirror appeared before them. Without a second thought, Lin Qingxian wanted to put it into her spatial ring. However, even though it was a damaged Supreme Emperor weapon, the pressure it emitted was not something the two women could withstand. Seeing the danger to their lives, Xiao Yun's divine soul was triggered instantly, saving Lin Qingxian and the others in time. Husband, what is this? Xiao Yun's divine soul narrowed his eyes and explained to the two women. This is the Supreme Emperor weapon of the Yaoqi Empress. I didn't expect it to be hiding at the bottom of the 9-turn Qinglian pool. If you hadn't gone in, I might not have discovered it either. This should be a barrier personally set by the Yaoqi Empress, but after so long, it's no longer even a fraction of its peak power. After Xiao Yun finished speaking, he immediately suppressed the thousand-fold mirror, allowing Lin Qingxian to safely store it in her spatial ring. Although the 9-turn Qinglian pool showed no changes, purifying the inner demons had likely become a luxury. But what did that have to do with Xiao Yun? Seeing the Supreme Emperor weapon and not taking it would be foolish. When Lin Qingxian and Su Yingxue emerged from the 9-turn Qinglian pool, their souls were clearly stronger than before. If they refined the sacred herbs picked from the medicine mountain, they might even rise to another level. Husband, master. As soon as Lin Qingxian and Su Yingxue came out, they immediately flew toward Xiao Yun. But upon seeing Yi Hanyan in Xiao Yun's arms, Lin Qingxian instinctively looked at Su Yingxue beside her. Shuer, help me. So it seems I need to help her too. Yes. Helping Shuer is helping myself, to avoid being tormented by my husband every day. Shuer, hurry and look. If you don't hurry, Junior sister will be faster than you. If it doesn't work out, tonight I'll let my husband go to your place and claim this little vixen. Lin Qingxian shook Su Yingshue's arm, and the latter felt a bit shy. But seeing Yi Hanyan being held by Master, she couldn't help but clench her small hands. No, she couldn't wait any longer. She had to beat Hanyan to it. Senior sister, I will listen to you. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingshuan's eyes lit up with joy. Great, sister. You finally agreed to help me bear the brunt. All right, you just wait here today. Don't foolishly cultivate. I'll definitely make my husband bully you, ensuring you laugh in your sleep. Su Yingxue clenched her small hands, feeling that senior sister's words had deeper meanings, but she couldn't understand them. Kidi, I'm going to rest at the Linglong Pavilion. Come find me when you're done. After Xiao Yun finished speaking, he took Lin Qingshuan's hand and prepared to leave. But Dongfang Zhen hurriedly called out to him. Hey, Senior Xiao Yun, please wait a moment. I wonder if this kid Xiao can follow you? Following? As a disciple? I only accept female disciples. What the hell? Not even pretending. You might as well just say it directly, not accepting those who aren't pretty. Dongfang Zhen was also a bit surprised, but he didn't have high hopes anyway. Don't worry, just like Ouyang Yi, he could just be a runner. Dongfang Zhen gave Dongfang Xiao a look, and the latter quickly bowed respectfully to Xiao Yun. Dongfang Xiao greets Senior Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun frowned slightly, instantly recognizing Dongfang Xiao's return to the Void's extinction body. This physique has been an extraordinary existence since ancient times. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Yun agreed. When the time comes, let him and Ouyang Yi take me to find the fairies. 3 disciples are far from enough. All right, when you come out of 9-turn Qinglian pool, come to the Linglong Pavilion branch with Ouyang Yi to find me. Chapter 38. The remnant soul of the Yaoqi Empress appears. As he watched the departing figures of Xiao Yun and the others, Dongfang Zhen leaned closer to Dongfang Xiao and advised, "Show her, you are aware of the prestige of Senior Xiao Yun. Remember, do not entertain any improper thoughts about any woman by his side. I do not ask you to gain protection for the Dongfang family from Senior Xiao Yun. It would be a blessing just not to be enemies with him. Otherwise, you won't even need to wait for the two old ancestors to exhaust their lifespans. My Dongfang family will be annihilated." Dongfang Xiao smiled and nodded, a hint of excitement flashing in her eyes. To be unrestrained and free from any rules. That is what we practitioners pursue in our lives. However, when it came to women, the saintess of the Taiqing Palace, I wonder if Senior Xiao Yun is interested in her. If he is, the elder can pressure the family to act against the Taiqing Palace. Dongfang Zhen stroked his chin, believing that the family would not refuse when it came to Senior Xiao Yun. You go ask Senior Xiao Yun's opinion on this matter, and just relay the message to the family. This time, don't hold back, be quick and decisive, and don't keep Senior Xiao Yun waiting too long. Dongfang Xiao clasped her hands in a salute, her body transforming into a streak of light, landing in the center of the square. There are still 98 spots left. I will claim the first one. If anyone is unconvinced, come and fight. A cold light flashed in Dongfang Xiao's eyes as the Goeishu annihilation body instantly enveloped the entire area. The peak cultivator of the Tongtian realm felt dizzy, losing all desire to challenge her. The Goeishu annihilation body can already challenge those at a higher level, and now her cultivation has risen so quickly. How can one fight her? Even a late-stage venerable would likely lose their life here. On the other side, Qingzhou, Linglong Pavilion Branch. In a top-tier guest room, just as Xiao Yun sat down, Lin Qingxian took out the damaged Qianchong mirror. The Qianchong mirror flashed with a cold light, wanting to annihilate all the cultivators in the guest room, but was quelled by Xiao Yun's loud shout. "My soul can suppress you. Now that my true body is here, how can you be so rampant?" Seeing the Qianchong mirror firmly suppressed, Lin Qingxian and the other two women felt a bit of fear. The extreme Dao Imperial weapon is too terrifying. Even a quasi-imperial cultivator would likely lose half their life trying to tame it. Most of the extreme Dao Imperial weapons from Imperial clans are left by their ancestors, and there is no chance of resistance unless one is truly incompetent and cannot catch its eye. However, the Qianchong mirror is different. It is the extreme Dao Imperial weapon of the Yaoqi Empress and is unrelated to everyone present. Moreover, having disturbed its tranquility, if the Qianchong mirror could speak, it would probably be cursing, "Come back to your husband." Xiao Yun looked at Lin Qingxian and the other two women. In Yihan Yin and Su Yingshue's beautiful faces couldn't help but flush. Aren't they disciples? Why does the master refer to himself as husband? Oh dear, what does the master really want? It's so hard to guess. All right, stop being so flirtatious. Your husband has serious business. Lin Qingxian sighed, supporting her forehead. Look at you two being so flirtatious. Just play rock, paper, scissors to see which one gets to serve in bed. Just in time for me to take a break. Otherwise, I'm always being bullied alone. As Yihan Yin and Su Yingxue had just retreated behind Xiao Yun, a yellow halo emerged from the Qianchong mirror, ultimately projecting a majestic remnant soul of the Empress. Yaoqi Empress, I have long admired you. Xiao Yun nodded at the remnant soul of the Yaoqi Empress, who glanced at Xiao Yun, a hint of unusual color flashing in her eyes. An invincible one, interesting. May I ask about the current state of the Yaoqi Holy Land? The Yaoqi Holy Land? Xiao Yun gently shook his head. While he may not know all of the 3,000 states, he still had some impression of 99% of them. Unfortunately, there was no such force as the Yaoqi Holy Land among them. With someone like the Yaoqi Empress, who reached the peak of the imperial level, it was impossible for her to be unknown. 20,000 years ago, the Yaoqi Holy Land still had a presence. But after I emerged from seclusion, it has vanished without a trace. I estimate it has disappeared into the long river of history. Disappeared? A flash of anger crossed the phoenix eyes of the Yaoqi Empress. The Yaoqi Holy Land, which I personally established, has actually disappeared? No wonder the Qianchong mirror has appeared in Xiao Yun's hands. It must have been lost due to encountering a great enemy. I have yet to inquire about your name. Taoist. Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun gently waved his hand, having guessed the Yaoqi Empress's intention to ask him to help take revenge for the Yaoqi Holy Land. However, he knew nothing about whether the other party had ascended or fallen, and there was no actual benefit to him, so he had no interest. What he wanted was only the Qianchong mirror. This extreme Dao imperial weapon was more suitable for tempering disciples than the one from the Yuan family. I am currently in the upper realm and cannot inquire about matters in the lower realm. If Brother Xiao is willing to investigate the cause of the Yaoqi Holy Land's destruction after ascending to the upper realm, you may rely on the Qianqiong Mirror to receive my protection. Upper realm? Protection? My disciples will be invincible even in the upper realm. Okay? What actual benefits are there? This big pie is a bit hard to swallow. A big pie? You actually think I'm painting a big pie? The Yaoqi Empress was momentarily taken aback, almost choking on her anger. However, she also understood that she was currently in need of help, and the other party's attitude was not bad. After pondering for a long time, the Yaoqi Empress glanced at the Qianqiong Mirror and then slowly opened her lips. When the Qianqiong Mirror was forged, it used the primordial divine stone. If Brother Xiao is interested, you may offer top-grade sacred weapons for the Qianqiong Mirror to devour. Within 3 items, it should be able to repair its damaged state. 3 items? Huh. How do you know I have 3 items? Are you looking at my balance? What if I use an extreme Dao Imperial weapon? What did you say? The Yaoqi Empress momentarily did not react. The Qianqiong Mirror was merely an extreme Dao Imperial weapon. Xiao Yun actually wanted to use an extreme Dao Imperial weapon to feed the Qianqiong Mirror? Are you joking? Are you serious? I rarely lie, especially in this matter. I report. My husband lies every day. Lin Qingxian sniffed, almost raising her hand to report. When bullying her, not a single word of truth came out of his mouth. Seeing Xiao Yun's serious expression, the Yaoqi Empress was momentarily indecisive. I'm not too sure. Perhaps it can be upgraded to a divine weapon? But I estimate that 1 extreme Dao Imperial weapon is not enough. You should first find 3 items. Before she could finish her sentence, 3 top-grade sacred weapons that had been plundered were thrown by Xiao Yun in front of the Qianqiong Mirror. The latter paused for a moment, then gobbled them up entirely. The previously damaged mirror body was visibly repairing itself at a speed that was even more dazzling than in its peak state. Are you a thief? The Yaoqi Empress felt dizzy. The Yaoqi Holy Land did not even have 3 top-grade sacred weapons, and Xiao Yun took them out without hesitation. This was too disheartening. If you want to understand it that way, there's nothing wrong with that. However, you still haven't given me any substantial benefits, such as ancient legacies, locations of rare sacred herbs, etc. Wow, is this extortion? The Yaoqi Empress pondered for a long time before looking at Xiao Yun with a complex expression. The time has been too long, even if I tell you. Before she could finish her sentence, Xiao Yun raised his hand to interrupt her. You don't have to worry about that. Just say it. As long as it's useful, I'll take care of the Yaoqi Holy Land matter. By the way, I forgot to remind you, we are currently in the end of the Law era. I am the last true emperor. Chapter 39. Su Yingshue's Initiative, Suffering Old Punishments. What? The last great emperor of the end times? The Yaoqi Empress looked at Xiao Yun in surprise, almost thinking that the Yaoqi sacred land was destroyed by him. However, seeing the fairies surrounding him, he didn't seem like someone who would destroy flowers. No wonder he suddenly took out 3 supreme sacred weapons. It turns out they were all robbed. What a heavenly start. Just thinking about it is exhilarating. My time is limited, so remember these 3 places. If nothing goes wrong, I will trouble Brother Xiao to take care of the Yaoqi sacred land matter. Xiao Yun nodded lightly, signaling the Yaoqi Empress to continue. Although her beauty was not inferior to Lin Qingxian, it was ultimately irrelevant to him, and he couldn't be bothered without any benefits. The first location is the Buried Sand Ancient City. I once obtained a grain of time sand in the ancient city and comprehended a divine power that has been incredibly useful to this day. Eternal Moment. The second location is the Return to Ruin Ci. At the peak of my Saint King level, I once refined a primordial spirit inside, instantly breaking through to Quasi-Emperor. The true mystery of this forbidden ground is that every day at the hour of the rat, a vortex connecting the 2 realms of life and death appears. At the moment of interchange, the twilight projection emerges, and the primordial spirit may manifest. Remember, you only have 1 chance, otherwise, you'll have to wait until the same time the next day. But after such a long time, I'm not sure if the primordial spirit still exists. The last location is the Sea of 10,000 Calamities, Thunder. However, this place is also dangerous for you. It contains a trace of the Zixiao divine thunder. Even if you are at the emperor level, touching it will mean certain death. However, the silent thunder pool contains thunder tribulation Dao fruits, and refining them can lead to a sudden comprehension of the thunder laws. It's been so long since ascension, yet you still remember so many benefits? Xiao Yun knew all 3 locations and even where they were, because these are all among the top 10 forbidden grounds in the 3,000 states. Being in the top 10 is very characteristic, as it means a great emperor has fallen there. In endless years, the rankings of these top 10 forbidden grounds have rarely changed. Then I thank the fairy. The Yaoqi Empress lightly waved her sleeve, and her remnant soul gradually disappeared with the wind. There are too few extreme emperor weapons. Once I rob a few more, I will give each of you one. Xiao Yun put away the 1,000 and casually pulled Lin Qingxian into his arms for a kiss. Thank you, master. Husband, I don't want it. Su Yingxue didn't refuse because her senior sister wanted to push her to the master. As for Yi Hanyan, she naturally wouldn't resist too much since she had already taken advantage. However, Lin Qingxian, who was closest to her, shook her head with a flushed face. She wasn't afraid of receiving gifts, but was terrified of getting beaten for receiving them, especially the kind that left her unable to move. Are you still being polite with your husband? Seeing Lin Qingxian so scared, Xiao Yun couldn't help but reveal a mischievous smile. The bravest thing this girl ever did was take the He Huan powder. Afterward, she retreated step by step, wanting to run at the sight of him. Let us go. Rest for now. When Dongfang Xiao and the others come over, the master will take you to one of the forbidden grounds to have a look. Midnight. Xiao Yun's small world. In Lin Qingshuan's courtyard, Lin Qingxian saw Xiao Yun asleep and almost played with thunder. Her face turned so red it was unbelievable. After much effort, she finally rescued herself from Xiao Yun's embrace. Lin Qingxian tiptoed, her long white legs feeling a bit weak. Helpless, she could only fly towards Su Yingshue's courtyard. Just as she left, Xiao Yun slowly opened his eyes, his divine sense fixed on her to see what she wanted to do. Suyar, don't sleep. You still have big things to do. Lin Qingxian saw Su Yingxue sleeping soundly and almost blacked out. This dead girl, after all the effort to get out of her husband's arms, why is she sleeping so soundly? Master, senior sister. Su Yingxue rubbed her eyes and got up, and Lin Qingxian immediately dove into her blanket. Your husband isn't awake yet. You go ahead. I need to rest well. Otherwise, I might really be worn out. Lin Qingxian urged Su Yingxue to leave. Her husband would want to do things to her when he woke up. Let this opportunity be for Su Yingxue. She couldn't handle it. What if master finds out? You're already in his bed. Your husband won't let you come back, right? Do you want to be later than the little junior sister? As soon as these words were spoken, Su Yingxue immediately tightened her small hands and flew straight to Lin Qingshuan's courtyard. Lin Qingxian almost screamed with excitement. Oh wow, finally she could rest. When Su Yingxue nervously approached Xiao Yun's bedside, she bit her red lips for a long time before finally burrowing into his arms. For the first time entering her master's embrace in this way, Su Yingxue was both nervous and shy, but her courage gradually grew. She looked up at Xiao Yun, her small hand gently caressing his face. Master, from the moment you saved me, Shue's life has undergone a transformation. I don't ask for much, just to be by your side for the rest of my life. As her words fell, Su Yingxue removed her close-fitting undergarments and buried herself in Xiao Yun's arms, hoping to wake up still like this. But at that moment, a breath of warm air blew into Su Yingshue's ear. Master is not a good person. You need to be prepared to suffer old punishments. Su Yingxue trembled. Master isn't asleep? This is bad. He heard everything. In her life, she had only done 2 bad things, and both were caught by her master on the spot. She was so embarrassed she could die of shame. From the moment you saved me, I have been yours. Woo woo woo. Halfway through her words, Su Yingshue's small mouth was kissed by Xiao Yun. Her mind went blank. This was her first kiss, and her master actually ambushed her. But as Xiao Yun became more and more aggressive, Su Yingshue's pretty face had already turned so red, it was unbelievable. After a round of clouds and rain, it was noon the next day. Su Yingxue curled up in Xiao Yun's arms, and when she looked at him again, her gaze became shy. Her husband had too many bad ideas. She was almost worn out. Su Yingxue kept her legs together, hiding that blood-red plum blossom, and buried her head in Xiao Yun's embrace, refusing to look up. Xue, you were just like Qingxian. You were so tender that one could squeeze out water. By the way, you are really moist. Xiao Yun leaned close to Su Yingshue's ear and blew a breath of hot air. The latter shivered, her face turning red without a sound. No one told her that being a pure maiden would be so torturous. This is just the beginning. The days of suffering ahead are too long. Master, husband, can you let Xue rest today? I really made a mistake. Su Yingshue's voice was already soft, and with her acting cute, Xiao Yun almost wanted to bloom 10 times. All right, rest today. Later, Husband will check if Dongfang Xiao and the others have arrived. It's also time to set off to see the forbidden ground. If you're interested, husband will leave the 1,000 behind, so you can share the outside situation in the small world. Xiao Yun calmly played with thunder, but Su Yingshue's eyes lit up, and she leaned up to kiss Xiao Yun. Husband, you are so good. Chapter 40. The arrival at the abyssal sea. The imperial corpse opens its eyes. So how will you repay me? Xiao Yun gently caressed Su Yingshue's lower abdomen, causing her pretty face to blush. She offered a fragrant kiss. Xiao Yun closed his eyes to savor the girl's red lips, and when their lips parted, a crystal-clear thread still hung between them. Happiness was written all over Su Yingshue's face. It was indeed true to what her senior sister had said. Becoming Dao partners with a master truly made one happy even in their sleep. Husband, what do you think of Sister Hanyan? Su Yingxue looked eagerly at Xiao Yun, who almost burst out laughing. He understood that this girl had a good relationship with Qing Xian, but what did it have to do with Hanyan? Was she afraid? This girl was not afraid of the dangers of the time ashes to break through to the quasi-emperor level. I can only say. She has ideas. She has principles. I support her. Well done. Very impressive. After Xiao Yun finished speaking, he noticed through his divine sense that Yi Hanyan had come to eavesdrop outside the room. However, Xiao Yun did not expose her. While Su Yingxue spoke in a spoiled tone, Sister Hanyan just wants to break through to the quasi-emperor level. Husband, if you have time, please help her. After all, you two are already like that, and sooner or later, you will be sisters. Like that? Yi Hanyan was outside the door, her face turning red. Schwerer's words made it seem like she and the master had done something indescribable. Don't worry. The abyssal sea is prepared for Hanyan. As long as the primordial spirit is still there, it belongs to Hanyan. Yi Hanyan was much older than Su Yingxue. The latter called her sister, while Yi Hanyan referred to her as senior sister. This truly is how to be happy. Qingming Calamity Flame, go out and take a look. Xiao Yun held Su Yingshue's delicate body, reluctant to let go. He released Qingming Calamity Flame, and he had no plans to let it enter the small world anymore. This guy soaked in magma every day. It was better to let it be his lackey. After all, it was also at the Saint King level. Husband, you should take care of Sister Hanyan sooner. Qing Xian and I need to cultivate. Su Yingxue gently moved her beautiful legs. Her husband had said many times that he wished he could die on her. But now the situation was such that she might be the one to die first. But it also depends on Sister Hanyan's wishes. Why are you in such a hurry? Is your husband not gentle enough with you? Gentle. Too gentle. It really makes me suffer. Master, you've already given enough to Hanyan. If you want, Hanyan can offer herself at any time. Yi Hanyan muttered to herself. If it weren't for Xiao Yun, she would have died from the poison of the time ashes by now. But now, the master not only treated her well, but also wanted to go into the forbidden area to seize the primordial spirit for her. No wonder the two senior sisters were so proactive in offering themselves. Even she felt such an impulse at this moment. However, Su Yingxue had just received the master's affection, so let her enjoy it for a while before bringing this up again. At that moment, noticing Lin Qingxian bouncing over, Yi Hanyan quickly teleported back to her room. Husband, Schwer, did you rest well yesterday? Lin Qingxian smiled as she bent down, but was pulled in front of Xiao Yun, who kissed her mouth for a long time. Husband, you're so annoying, attacking me unexpectedly. Lin Qingxian puffed up her cheeks. As long as there were no outsiders, she would not feel shy while kissing. You're just in time. Come and keep Schwer company. Husband is preparing to head to the forbidden area of the abyssal sea. Xiao Yun pressed Lin Qingxian onto the bed, and only when night fell did he leave behind the 1,000-heavy mirror. The two girls had a good relationship, and now they had transformed from senior sisters to sisters. So there was no shortage of topics. Inside the Linglong Pavilion guest room, when Xiao Yun brought Yi Hanyan in, Dongfang Xiao, Ouyang, and the two St. King Peak protectors from both families had been waiting for a long time. Senior Xiao Yun, you don't know. Something major happened at the 9 transformation Qinglian pool. Something major? Could it be that the purification of the heart's demons didn't work? After all, the 1,000-heavy mirror had been taken by Xiao Yun, and the 9 transformation Qinglian pool was left with only the effect of purifying the mind. What major event? Can the purification of the heart's demons fail? Xiao Yun asked knowingly, prompting Yi Hanyan to cover her mouth and chuckle. The master was too mischievous. In fact, it did fail. Ouyang and I went through less than 8 people behind, and the outstanding talents behind could not dispel their heart demons. Dongfang Xiao nodded seriously, but Xiao Yun appeared particularly calm. If it weren't for the fact that senior Xiao Yun had left early, he would have suspected Xiao Yun was playing tricks. But he had already left, and there was no aura of him taking action. So slandering a great Emperor-level expert could lead to the entire clan facing consequences. I plan to go take a look at the Abyssal Sea. Do you have the courage to go in? This place is very dangerous. You can wait here for me to return. As soon as Xiao Yun's words were spoken, the protectors of Dongfang Xiao and Ouyang Yi's expressions changed, and their sound transmission almost exploded. What kind of joke is this, going to the Abyssal Sea? There are examples of great Emperor-level experts falling. Are we small fries going to die? Dongfang Xiao and Ouyang Yi exchanged glances, both having immense confidence in Xiao Yun, treating this as a test of themselves. Senior, what are you talking about? If you don't even have this little courage, you might as well find a woman to go home and have children. That's you. I want to find 3. Ouyang Yi retorted, almost leaving Dongfang Xiao speechless. You only have this little ambition, thinking about women all day. No wonder you can't beat me. Ouyang Yi gasped, rolled up his sleeves, and was about to fight. But having been beaten by Dongfang Xiao before, he thought about it and rolled his sleeves back down, finally saying with a hint of mischief, "So what? All right, then let's go directly to the sea state." Xiao Yun wrapped his arm around Yi Hanyun's slender waist. The spatial array beneath their feet surged. In an instant, he brought Dongfang Xiao and the others through the void. Yi Hanyun knew Xiao Yun was doing this for her, and with her cultivation, she was not afraid of the strong winds. But now, she leaned her head against Xiao Yun's shoulder like a little wife. A quarter of an hour later, in Haizhou, outside the Abyssal Forbidden Area, Dongfang Xiao and Ouyang Yi's protectors felt their legs go weak, even before entering. They felt like they were done for. "Master, are we really going in?" Qingming Calamity Flame trembled all over, feeling like its source fire was about to extinguish. This damn place was too eerie. Wait a bit longer. Let us go in just before midnight. Xiao Yun glanced at the time. It wasn't too late to go in then. Dongfang Xiao and the others rubbed their arms. With their cultivation, why did they feel a bit cold? This ghostly place had an unusually chilling wind. It was too damn strange. No wonder even great emperors couldn't get out. They hadn't even entered yet. If they did, wouldn't they suffer greatly? As midnight approached, Xiao Yun decisively brought everyone into the Abyssal Sea. As soon as they entered, the scenery was completely different from what they saw outside. One side was vibrant with life, while the other was filled with deathly stillness. As if they were in 2 different worlds. Xiao Yun waited quietly until the vortex appeared, and the twilight projection gradually revealed itself. Soon after, 2 figures, one black and one white, slowly flew out from the projection. The white one was a transparent spirit, while the black one was actually a corpse. Even after many years of falling, the body showed no signs of decay. The imperial aura emanating from it made Dongfang Xiao and the others feel breathless. Late stage, Great Emperor. Never mind. Let's capture the primordial spirit first. Xiao Yun formed a hand seal, instantly condensing a spatial cage to imprison the primordial spirit. But just as Xiao Yun was about to seize the primordial spirit, the imperial corpse suddenly opened its eyes. Chapter 41: The Truth Behind the Destruction of the Yaoqi Sacred Land. Master, be careful. Yi Hanyun noticed the abnormality of the emperor corpse and wanted to help Xiao Yun block its sneak attack. However, Xiao Yun had already noticed it. He just didn't want to deal with it. But seeing that his own Han Yin was in danger, Xiao Yun had no choice but to take risks. Using all his strength to protect Yi Hanyun, while also splitting his soul to drag the Taichu primordial spirit. Damn it, get lost. Xiao Yun saw that he had sent the late-stage emperor corpse flying with a palm strike, but the Taichu primordial spirit took this opportunity to slip back. In the blink of an eye, the Goeishu Sea returned to its previous eerie appearance. However, the emperor corpse did not leave, which made Xiao Yun so furious that he kicked it twice. What a troublemaker. Master. I'm sorry. Yi Hanyun realized that she had disrupted Xiao Yun's plan when the Goeishu Sea fell silent again. But in that situation, she would rather not have the Taichu primordial spirit than see Xiao Yun get hurt. You, next time be more careful, or I'll spank you. Xiao Yun pinched Yi Hanyun's delicate face, and she hesitated, not daring to look up and meet his gaze. But if it weren't for me, Master Wu Ti half failed. Xiao Yun held Yi Hanyun in his arms, gently brushing aside the hair on her forehead. This Taichu primordial spirit came for you. If something happened to you, what use would it have? Remember, everything revolves around yourself. If you're fine, that's better than any heavenly materials, treasures, or opportunities. As soon as these words were spoken, Yi Hanyun was so moved that she closed her eyes, preparing to offer her first kiss. However, the murmurs of Dongfang Xiao and Ouyang interrupted her. Damn, if I were a girl, I would also be willing to be carved. I learned it. Senior Xiao Yun not only has strong cultivation, but is also a master at flirting. Yi Hanyun's pretty face turned crimson, and she hurriedly hid in Xiao Yun's embrace, not daring to face anyone. All right, let us deal with this emperor corpse first. We can catch the Taichu primordial spirit tomorrow. Xiao Yun left with everyone along with the emperor corpse. Without the Goeishu Ci, the emperor corpse showed no reaction at all. Xiao Yun probed inside with his divine sense, and discovered that this emperor corpse had been dead for at least 300,000 years. Damn, that's equivalent to his 3 lifetimes. At that moment, Dongfang Xiao, the protector, looked at Xiao Yun in astonishment. Senior, the clan markings on this body seem to belong to the Huangfu family. Could it be that he is one of their ancestors? The Huangfu family, this is also an ancient imperial clan, with strength comparable to the Ouyang family, but their prestige is not as high. Because the current generation of the Huangfu family has no outstanding talents, the entire family has fallen into decline. Whatever, let him disappear completely, so he doesn't come back tomorrow to ruin my good fortune. Xiao Yun said this, but in his heart, he held no blame. If it weren't for this emperor corpse, how could he see Han Yin's feelings? His previous feelings were merely lustful, but now even a fool could see that this girl was filled with thoughts of him. Boom! Watching the Huangfu family's emperor corpse turn to ashes, Dongfang Xiao finally spoke slowly. I heard that the Huangfu family was the main force behind the pursuit of the Yaoqi sacred land. Now, they have received their retribution. Xiao Yun? Damn! Are you saying that the Huangfu family once hunted down the Yaoqi sacred land? When was that? Dongfang Xiao, seeing Xiao Yun frown, quickly explained. It was 9,000 years ago. You were probably still in seclusion at that time, but this matter is known by most forces. Dongfang Xiao and Ouyang nodded, while Yi Hanyin looked a bit helpless, as she hadn't lived that long and was completely unaware of this matter. Senior Xiao Yun, what was that just now? The Empress of Yaoqi entrusted me to take care of the Yaoqi sacred land. After all, I'm a man, and now I have my own woman to care for. Xiao Yun casually made up an excuse and continued to look at Dongfang Xiao, the protector. There are so many girls in the Yaoqi sacred land. How could they provoke the Huangfu family to bring people to attack? Who were the participants in this matter? Please explain the details. Dongfang Xiao, the protector, respectfully nodded, not daring to conceal anything. Their conflict was over a supreme imperial weapon, and the strongest genius of the Huangfu family's generation overwhelmed all the cultivators sent by the Yaoqi sacred land. They even wanted to do something improper to the Yaoqi saintess, but unfortunately, she refused to comply and self-destructed to preserve her purity. Although the genius of the Huangfu family did not die, everything was recorded by the holy weapon of the Yaoqi sacred land. As soon as the genius of the Huangfu family emerged from the secret realm, he was met with a full-scale extermination by the Yaoqi sacred land, which is why the two families completely erupted in conflict. The Yaoqi sacred land had produced talents like the Yaoqi empress, but unfortunately the Huangfu family is still an ancient imperial clan. Coupled with their numerical advantage, the Yaoqi sacred land quickly fell into defeat. It is said that they fled to the Xianming Divine Mountain, but were still chased down by the Huangfu family, leaving none alive. Since then, it seems the Huangfu family has been cursed. For 9,000 years, they have had no brilliant geniuses. The current Huangfu family relies entirely on that old Huangfu Jing to hold on. Damn it, so there was this matter. Now that the Taichu primordial spirit issue has been confirmed, after we handle the Taichu primordial spirit tomorrow, I should pay a visit to the Huangfu family. Senior Xiao Yun, are you planning to take action against the Huangfu family? Dongfang Xiao, upon learning of Xiao Yun's connection to the Yaoqi sacred land, had a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. The Huangfu family is nothing in front of the Dongfang family. If we can get closer to Xiao Yun, then wiping them out would be a huge gain. Senior Xiao Yun, why didn't you say so earlier? My Ouyang family has long been displeased with the Huangfu family. Such small trash doesn't need you to take action. My Ouyang family and the Dongfang family can give you a satisfactory answer. Xiao Yun's lips curled up slightly. Having sycophants is great, as it means he doesn't have to worry about many things. If the Dongfang and Ouyang families join forces, even a number one force in the 3,000 states, the Dugu family, would have to be wary. The Huangfu family is, after all, an ancient imperial clan. Let them hide in a small world, and I'll personally take care of the rest. Xiao Yun's response brought smiles to Dongfang Xiao and Ouyang's faces. Without saying a word, they had the protector send a message back to their families, immediately arranging for powerful members of their clans to attack the Huangfu family. Besides the Huangfu family, Are there any other survivors? Dongfang Xiao and Ouyang Yi, the protectors, looked troubled. After all, they had not witnessed the scene. They knew very little about what happened after the chase to the Xianming Divine Mountain. Forget it. Let us deal with the Huangfu family first. Later, I have plenty of ways to find out who else was involved. Taking money to eliminate disasters for others. The Empress of Yaoqi has indeed accelerated my relationship with Han Yin. This matter, I'll take it slow. By the way, I'll also acquire the Huangfu family's supreme imperial weapon for my wife to play with. All right, I've already set up a barrier. Let us rest here. Xiao Yun hugged Han Yin's delicate body and returned to the small world, where home is much more comfortable. Dongfang Xiao and the others watched as Xiao Yun and the two left, their faces showing expressions that only men would understand. Only the Qingming Jian looked around. Realizing he had returned, it quickly shouted loudly. Hey, master, you left me behind. Chapter 42, Yi Hanyin's First Kiss. Besieging the Huangfu family. In Xiao Yun's small world, he had just returned with Yi Hanyin when she jumped down, stood on tiptoe, and Xiao Yun lightly laughed as he savored her sweet little lips, making Yi Hanyin's delicate body press tightly against him. In just a breath, Yi Hanyin's close-fitting undergarment was stealthily taken away, and her beautiful big eyes were filled with disbelief. However, Yi Hanyin blushed and silently acquiesced to Xiao Yun's intentions. After an unknown amount of time, when their lips parted, a crystal-clear silk thread slowly stretched between them. Yi Hanyin, shy and flustered, fled like the wind towards her courtyard. Master, you are so bad. This was your own initiative. Xiao Yun's lips curled up slightly. Her little mouth was so soft and sweet, truly addictive. However, with Yi Hanyin having run away, Xiao Yun immediately returned to Qingshuan's courtyard. Su Yingxue and Lin Qingxian poked their heads out, occasionally letting out silver bell-like laughter. When they saw Xiao Yun return, they immediately transformed into startled little rabbits. Husband, you let Sister Qingxian accompany you. I need a rest. Su Yingxue blushed as she nudged Lin Qingxian. Xiao Yun smiled and pulled both girls into his embrace. Don't be nervous. Husband is just here to spend time with you. He added, you must have seen the matter of the Guishu Ci. I can only capture the Taichu Yuanling tomorrow. Lin Qingxian and Su Yingxue breathed a sigh of relief. As long as their husband wasn't bullying them, they were quite happy. Husband, good night. Each girl kissed him on one cheek, making Xiao Yun smile. This is what a home feels like. What kind of had he lived before? On the other side, Huangfu Prefecture, outside the Huangfu family. While Xiao Yun was resting with the beautiful girl, a large number of cultivators from the Ouyang and Dongfang families arrived simultaneously. A rough estimate showed that there were at least over 30,000, along with more than 10 Holy King Realm beasts roaring towards the Huangfu family. Dongfang family, Ouyang family, what is your intention in jointly attacking? Smack! Before the Huangfu family cultivator could finish speaking, the second ancestor of the Dongfang family gave him a big slap. A peak quasi-emperor slap was not something one could easily take. Unsurprisingly, the great sage realm cultivator from the Huangfu family was instantly turned into a mist of blood. Too much nonsense, kill. With a 2-to-1 advantage, and both being ancient imperial clans, within just half an hour, the Huangfu family was drenched in blood. Even the Huangfu family's ancestor, Huangfu Jing, was trembling in his small world, replaying all the wrongs he had committed in his life, unable to understand when he had offended the Ouyang and Dongfang families. The second ancestor of the Dongfang family even summoned an extreme path imperial weapon. As long as he dared to go out, it was definitely a fight to the death. He couldn't help but wonder, is it illegal not to produce a genius now? Is it not obvious that they want to expel the Huangfu family from the ranks of the ancient imperial clans? While the two families were cleaning up the Huangfu family members outside, the second ancestor of the Dongfang family used his finger to draw in the void, stating, Dongfang Jing, issue a bounty order in the name of the Dongfang family across 3,000 prefectures. Anyone who brings the corpse of a Huangfu family member will be rewarded with corresponding spirit stones and treasures based on their cultivation level. Direct descendants will receive double. Additionally, from this moment on, Huangfu Prefecture is completely sealed off. Anyone who dares to defy this will be considered a deadly enemy of the Dongfang family. Go. As soon as Dongfang Jing finished speaking, his words appeared above all the cities in the 3,000 prefectures. The Ouyang family did the same. Hiss. If it were only the Dongfang family, it might be a personal grudge, but to have a bounty order issued by two ancient imperial clans simultaneously is utterly despairing. It's too brutal. They aren't even leaving any survivors. Whether out of sentiment or other reasons, Cultivators dissatisfied with the Huangfu family immediately applauded upon hearing this. Some even got up that night to visit brothels to share in the joy. As the news spread, the master of the Taiching Palace furrowed his brow. He asked all the ancient imperial clans and the undying ancient sect that had shown goodwill toward Xiao Yun, but no one was willing to pay him any mind. Because of the last incident, Bing Yao had already become estranged from him. He didn't have the guts to take action. Now, with the Dongfang and Ouyang families suddenly declaring war on the Huangfu family, he immediately thought of Xiao Yun. After all, the Dongfang and Ouyang families were currently closest to Xiao Yun, while the three imperial clans rarely communicated. Thinking of this, the master of the Taiching Palace came to Huangfu Prefecture, appearing not far from Dongfang Jing. Brother Dongfang, long time no see. Speak quickly, if you have something to say. Spit it out. Dongfang Jing glanced at the master of the Taiching Palace. The Dongfang family had no interest in allies, as long as they had Xiao Yun's protection. Who in the 3,000 prefectures would dare to touch the Dongfang family? I wish to inquire about Senior Xiao Yun. Dongfang Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. He had heard that the saintess of the Taiching Palace was exceptionally gifted and her beauty was like that of a celestial being. It seemed he was here to test the waters, wanting to send the saintess to Senior Xiao Yun. How interesting. As for Senior Xiao Yun, he only accepts female disciples. I think your Taiching Palace's saintess would be quite suitable. If you truly want to know something, let your saintess ask him directly. The tone of Dongfang Jing had gradually made the master of the Taiching Palace certain that Xiao Yun was definitely a powerful emperor. Although he didn't know how he had achieved this, judging by the reactions of the major imperial clans, he had likely broken through for a long time. Thank you for informing me, Taoist. As a master of the Taiching Palace vanished from sight, Dongfang Jing couldn't help but snort coldly. He had previously thought he was someone significant, but now it seemed he was nothing much. The Dongfang family had enemies and had to curry favor with Xiao Yun to seek protection from annihilation. But the Taiching Palace was different, although they had offended many. Others understood that the Taiching Palace was just like this. They had merely cultivated the Taishang forgetting emotion record, as long as they didn't seek death. Staying neutral was no problem. Seeing his demeanor, it seemed he was quite eager to wade into these muddy waters. The next night, Xiao Yun stretched lazily while Lin Qingxian and Su Yingxue each wrapped their arms around his, becoming two accessories. Husband, tell us a story again. We want to listen. The Goeishu see, I would only have activity at the midnight hour. So Xiao Yun rarely had time to tell stories and make the two girls laugh. Not only did they want to hear stories, but they also became spoiled and cute, even sacrificing their looks to listen. All right. There will be plenty of time in the future. Husband will first go capture the Taichu Yuanling. Xiao Yun pinched the delicate faces of both girls. And Lin Qingxian and Su Yingxue didn't continue to hold him back, as the important matter was pressing. The two girls, one on the left and one on the right, helped Xiao Yun dress, then obediently laid back down to see him off. As Xiao Yun pulled Yi Hanyan out of the small world, Dongfang Xiu and Ouyang exchanged meaningful glances. It seemed Yi Hanyan was not injured, leaving them puzzled. This isn't right, is it? Wasn't it Yi Hanyan that Senior Xiao Yun bullied? What kind of look is that? Are you preparing to enter the Goeishu Sea Eye for the second time? Dongfang Xiu and Ouyang chuckled. They'd already come out, so why would they fear going in a second time? It seemed dangerous, but by Xiao Yun's side, everything was just child's play. By the way, Senior Xiao Yun, the Huangfu family has already shrunk back into their small world. You don't need to rush over. Chapter 43. Fishing in the pond. The dragon is blown out. All right. Got it. Xiao Yun nodded at Dongfang Xiu and Ouyang and with the cooperation of two families, it was estimated that the Huangfu family wouldn't be able to stir up much trouble. By the time dawn approached, Xiao Yun once again led people into the Goeishu Sea Eye. This time, without the interference of the emperor's corpse, the Taichu Yuanling was quickly pulled out. With Xiao Yun suppressing it, no matter how it struggled, it could only watch as it was gradually refined by Yi Hanyan. After a full half an hour, the Taichu Yuanling was completely refined by Yi Hanyan. Immediately afterward, there was feedback from the Taichu Yuanling. This feedback belonged to the purest and cleanest spiritual energy in the world, forcibly pushing Yi Hanyan's cultivation to the early stage of quasi-emperor. Feeling the pressure radiating from her, both Dongfang Xiu and Ouyang Yi's protectors had complex expressions. Having a great emperor as a master is really good. They could stroll around the forbidden area. In contrast, they had been stuck at the peak of the Saint King for thousands of years in the ancient imperial family. Other than treasures like the Taichu Yuanling, they can only work hard slowly. But this step requires not only sufficient spiritual energy, but also comprehension. However, quasi-emperor cultivators have a lifespan of 200,000 years. So Yi Hanyin was completely without worries. After all, the lifespan devoured by the time flames would not be returned. Master, thank you. Yi Hanyin kisit Xiao Yun's cheek. Her eyes filled with gratitude. We don't need to say that between us. Just have a few more kids in the future, right? Xiao Yun leaned close to Yi Hanyin's ear, casually biting her earlobe. For a moment, Yi Hanyin's delicate body felt somewhat soft, but she didn't respond, just blushed and lowered her head, seemingly in agreement. Let us go. Just as Xiao Yun led his people out of the Guishu Ci, a thudding sound of someone falling to the ground reached his ears. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a beautiful young girl. Before Xiao Yun and the others could take a good look, more than 10 figures of Saint Realm cultivators flew in from a distance. Ha ha ha. There's even a beautiful girl added. Damn, she's really stunning. Today I'm going to enjoy myself. Apart from the fairies, who can be as pretty as them? The leading cultivator laughed wildly, immediately fixating on Yi Hanyin. She had just broken through to Quasi-Emperor and was just worried about not having anyone to test her strength. Impudent. Just as Dongfang Xiao and Ouyang Yi's protectors were about to make a move, Yi Hanyin was even faster. In an instant, everyone except the one who spoke arrogantly was turned into a mist of blood by Yi Hanyin. Quasi-Emperor Paweraus. Miss, I was wrong. I shouldn't have any improper thoughts about you. I'm guilty. Yi Hanyin said nothing and directly ripped off his right leg, allowing blood to flow and pain to accompany him. Ah, my leg. Shut up. Yi Hanyin transformed her spiritual energy into a spear, pinning him firmly to the ground, and then returned to Xiao Yun's side. You're quite arrogant, huh? Come, tell young master which family you belong to. Ouyang Yi grabbed the other's ear, and seeing that he only knew how to scream in pain, he simply cut off his left ear. Speak, weren't you just very arrogant? Even dared to covet Senior Xiao's wife? Who gave you the courage? Xiao Yun. Senior? Could it be the one that has been widely discussed recently? It said that there are 2 fairy disciples, and the other one looks very impressive too. It's over. It's really the end of the world. The captured cultivator couldn't care less about the pain, his eyes darkening as he fell to the side. Ha ha! This is too interesting. Isn't it just like fishing in a pond and blowing out a dragon? Just kill him. Asking this girl is the same. Xiao Yun squeezed Yi Hanyin's small hand, and she smiled, immediately stepping forward to help the beautiful girl up. Seeing this, Dongfang Xiao quickly took out a saint-grade pill and pushed it toward the beautiful girl. Not long after, she slowly opened her eyes. Noticing the group of people chasing her and that there was still a corpse left, she breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, fellow Taoists, for saving me. Wanwan is extremely grateful. Lei Wanwan sat cross-legged to recover her spiritual energy, but halfway through, she spat out a mouthful of black blood. Dongfang Xiao and Ouyang Yi were shocked. Damn, this girl is actually a Saint King powerhouse. If she hadn't been poisoned, this group of Saint Realm cultivators wouldn't have been able to withstand a single move from her. Soul-corroding poison. No wonder she couldn't defeat a group of Saint Realm ants. Xiao Yun stroked his chin. This soul-corroding poison is extremely vicious. Even quasi-emperor cultivators would become sickly after being affected. Because this thing injures the soul, as long as you operate your spiritual energy, both body and soul suffer together. But in that situation earlier, Lei Wanwan had no choice but to run. Xiao Yun instantly appeared before Lei Wanwan and gently tapped her snow-white collarbone. You! Lei Wanwan thought she had encountered a lecher again and was about to get angry when she found that her spiritual energy was already able to circulate normally. I've temporarily sealed the soul-corroding poison. You won't have any problems as long as you don't fight to the death. If you have nowhere to go, you can follow me for now. Xiao Yun stroked his chin. This was a disciple sent to his door. Why not take her? This girl is not inferior to Yi Hanyin, and the key is that she is at the Saint King realm. This master? May I ask your name, Senior? This is Senior Xiao Yun. If you can follow him, just be happy. I had to stick around shamelessly to stay. Ouyang Yi spoke, and Lei Wanwan's eyes were filled with shock. Senior Xiao Yun? These words are like thunder in the 3,000 states, holding the Linglong order. A supreme guest of the medicine clan, the top geniuses of the Dongfang and Ouyang families voluntarily follow. Each of these is a legendary tale. If Senior does not reject me, I am willing to stay. However, I may not be able to stay by Senior's side for too long. Oh, Ouyang Yi revealed his identity, and this girl still thought about leaving. Didn't she want to hold on to this big leg? Wanwan, Master S strength is very strong. If you have any difficulties, you can tell him. as long as you can become Master's disciple. Any difficulty is a small matter. Yi Hanyin knew Xiao Yun had the intention of accepting disciples, so she took the initiative to start chatting with Lei Wanwan without him having to say anything. The latter hesitated a bit, glanced at Xiao Yun, and then thanked Dongfang Xiu and Ouyang Yi with a fist salute. Thank you both for attacking the Huangfu family. Otherwise, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to escape here. Senior Xiao Yun, it's not that Wanwan doesn't appreciate kindness, but I want to go to the Wanjia Thunder Sea to cultivate. Cultivate? Does this girl not know about the Thunder Tribulation Dao fruit? That makes sense. The opportunity discovered by the Yaoqi Empress with her life certainly wouldn't be common. It seems that Lei Wanwan really doesn't know much about the Wanjia Thunder Sea. How could it be so simple to become one of the top 10 forbidden areas? Even if she has mid-stage Saint King cultivation, she would probably face annihilation before even getting close to the depths. Actually, you should thank Senior Xiao Yun, because he is an old friend of the Yaoqi Empress. He investigated the destruction of the Yaoqi sacred land. Hiss, it's actually related to Xiao Yun? Lei Wanwan's eyes were filled with gratitude, and she immediately disregarded Yi Hanyin's obstruction and knelt before Xiao Yun. Lei Wanwan, a direct descendant of the Lei Ling tribe, the true disciple of the Yaoqi sacred land. Thanks Senior Xiao Yun for saving my life. Chapter 44, New Disciple, Lei Wanwan. Descendant? Which family's descendant is more powerful than their ancestors? Xiao Yun stroked his chin, but the fact that Lei Wanwan's ancestor could become a true disciple of the Yaoqi sacred land shows that her talent is still considerable. However, suddenly thanking her, could it be that the Huangfu family doesn't even spare the Lei family? With so many disciples in the Yaoqi sacred land, there are probably at least dozens of female cultivators from prominent families. To seek revenge, they actually did something so ruthless? Who is right and who is wrong? Xiao Yun couldn't be bothered to distinguish, but if they provoked him, then they would have to face the consequences. Were those cultivators, just now, from the Huangfu family? As soon as Xiao Yun finished speaking, Dongfang Xiu and Ouyang Yi quickly shook their heads. Although they had no connection with the Huangfu family, they recognized the family crest. Senior Xiao Yun, they do not have the Huangfu family crest on them. They should be affiliated forces of the Huangfu family or forces they are friendly with. After Dongfang Xiu explained, the frown on Lei Wanwan's face dissipated significantly. Young Master Dongfang is right. Those guys just now were from the Yinfeng sacred land. Back then, when besieging the Yaoqi sacred land, the Yinfeng sacred land was the only one that has survived to this day. Thousands of years have passed, and my Lei family has moved through several states, yet we still could not escape their pursuit. Now, the Lei family is only me left. Lei Wanwan's expression was sorrowful, and her tone grew increasingly choked. She was not trying to elicit sympathy, but after hiding for thousands of years, Xiao Yun's remark about being a friend of the Yaoqi Empress truly broke her defenses. The destruction of the Yaoqi sacred land has plunged the Lei family into a long abyss of despair. Because of her background, Lei Wanwan dared not reveal a hint of it, and could only cultivate desperately. If it weren't for Xiao Yun, the restrictions she had left in her body would have been triggered. To avoid losing her innocence, Lei Wanwan had long set up restrictions within her body. If she were to be forced, it would quickly reverse her meridians and self-destruct at an extremely fast speed. It's all in the past now. Let's take a break. I will personally visit the Yinfeng sacred land in a couple of days. Yi Hanyin tugged at Xiao Yun's sleeve, and the latter understood her meaning instantly. It seems this girl has come to terms with it, and is ready to dedicate herself, preparing to call him husband. The Yinfeng sacred land is not a big deal for Xiao Yun. Since Yi Hanyin was so proactive, he naturally would not refuse. It's all because Qing Xian and Shuer are too fragrant and soft, making Xiao Yun a bit intoxicated. Now that he wants to rest, he can't sleep at all without holding someone in his arms. Even if he has a partner, sleeping alone is worse than fifth young lady. Wanwan, my master just came out of the Guishu Sea, and is a bit tired, needing to rest for 2 days. How about this? You become my master's disciple, and he can help you vent your frustrations, and it will also be justified. Yi Hanyin cheerfully helped Lei Wanwan up, but the latter lowered her head, feeling a bit shy to look up. Xiao Yun is too dazzling. Whether it's the ancient imperial clans or foreign forces, no one dares to offend him easily. Although she has the cultivation of a holy king, could she really catch his eye? Lei Wanwan knew in her heart that to Xiao Yun, her existence was truly dispensable. But what was there to worry about? Xiao Yun felt that Han Yin was cooperating quite well. But why was Lei Wanwan still indifferent? Could it be that his reputation wasn't loud enough? If so, If Lei Wanwan couldn't be persuaded, wouldn't other disciples be even worse in the future? I should find an opportunity to eliminate 2 more forces, preferably one at the level of the Yun family. Lei Wanwan sensed Xiao Yun's displeasure and quickly shook her head and looked at him. No, it's not that. It's just that I'm not of much use. Does the senior really want to take me in as a disciple? You don't need to feel guilty because of the Yaoqi sacred land. I haven't even been there. Xiao Yun could save her and even planned to personally visit the Yinfeng sacred land, which left Lei Wanwan flabbergasted. If she were to become a disciple, she might even cause trouble for Xiao Yun. I don't like to repeat myself. Although Xiao Yun intended to take Lei Wanwan as a disciple, if she continued to refuse, he naturally would not pay her any more attention. Wanwan, what are you still dawdling for? Hurry up and perform the disciple's bow. Yihan Yin was frantically signaling to Lei Wanwan, while Dongfang Xiao and Ouyang were anxiously watching from the side. Damn, what are you being shy about at a time like this? We want to become disciples, and Senior Xiao Yun hasn't accepted us yet. Seeing that Yihan Yin had said so, Lei Wanwan decided to go for it. What if it's a burden? At worst, she would just give her life to Senior Xiao Yun. This disciple pays respects to the master. Ding! Congratulations to the host for accepting a disciple. Lei Wanwan. Reward: 1 God-level purity pill, 1 thunder-avoiding divine stone, and 1 top-grade sacred weapon. Divine punishment. Thunder-avoiding divine stone. It can actually immunize against the attacks of the purple sky, divine thunder. It seems that I must go to the Wanjia Thunder Sea. Yaoqi, oh Yaoqi, you have truly given me a big surprise. When I go to the upper realm in the future, I will reward you with 100 children. There are no strict rules here. Just accept the disciple's bow for now. Xiao Yun pushed the divine punishment spear in front of Lei Wanwan, who instinctively wanted to refuse. This is too precious a top-grade sacred weapon. Even the Yinfeng sacred land only has 1. And Master I. Before Lei Wanwan could finish her refusal, Yihan Yin secretly transmitted a message to her. If you refuse the master's gift, then your butt will get spanked. Lei Wanwan's pretty face flushed. Getting spanked? That's too embarrassing. She couldn't even imagine that scene. Anyway, she already owed enough, and from now on, whatever the master wanted her to do, she would do it. After all, she had only this life left. Let's go. First, go to the Linglong Pavilion branch and get the poison in your body removed. Those who dare to touch me, the legacy of the Yinfeng sacred land ends here. Xiao Yun said domineeringly, and Lei Wanwan almost burst into tears. She finally has someone who cares for her. Having a backing feels so good. She no longer has to live in fear of being hunted down. When Xiao Yun picked up Yihan Yin and carried her in his arms, Lei Wanwan's expression became a bit strange. Did she see something, or is she just not keeping up with the current rhythm? Is a master-disciple relationship this intimate now? But seeing the two exchanging affectionate glances, almost about to kiss, Lei Wanwan decisively closed her eyes. Such a good master must have many women who would like him, and it's very normal for her senior sister to be deeply involved. Not long after, Qingzhou, in the top guest room of Linglong Pavilion. The first thing Xiao Yun did when he returned was to bring the 2 women back to the small world. When Lei Wanwan found out that Xiao Yun was an emperor-level powerhouse, she nearly fainted from shock. She actually became a disciple of an emperor-level powerhouse? My goodness, what incredible luck is this? Wanwan, don't move yet. Let me see if the Qianchong mirror could detoxify. Lei Wanwan obediently sat in midair as Xiao Yun took the Qianchong mirror from Lin Qingxian and the others. Unfortunately, the Qianchong mirror can be paired with the 9-turn Qinglian pool to purify inner demons, but it only has a suppressive effect on this poison and cannot completely eradicate it. To solve it, only the Bingxin Yulu can do that. But that thing is guarded by the ice crystal snow lion. It's not something ordinary people can obtain. Master, Wanwan is very happy to meet you and senior sister. Duong. Just as Lei Wanwan was about to convey her last words, Xiao Yun lightly tapped her on the head. First, I will further suppress the soul-eating poison, and in a couple of days, we will go to Shuizhou to find the Bingxin Yulu, and then we will eliminate the Yinfeng sacred land. Chapter 45. Bullying Yihan Yin, arriving at Shuizhou. Understood. Lei Wanshan covered her head, knowing that her master didn't want anything to happen to her, feeling very touched. All right, you choose a courtyard to stay in and rest well. Whether it's the soul-corroding poison or the sacred land of Yin Wind, I will handle it. Thank you, master. Lei Wanshan clasped her jade-like hands together, unconsciously revealing a sweet smile. You're welcome. I have some matters to attend to with your senior sister, so I'll be leaving first. Whoosh. As soon as Xiao Yun said this, both Yihan Yin and Lei Wanshan's faces turned red. and Yi Hanyun's anxieties finally dissipated. The little junior sister had just entered the door and found her senior sister warming the bed for the master, not knowing if she would imagine things. Originally, Yi Hanyun wanted to kiss Xiao Yun, but seeing his demeanor, he seemed intent on making her transform from a girl into a woman. Watching Xiao Yun carry Yi Hanyun away, Lei Wanshan felt a bit of itch in her heart. Should I take a peep? Just a little. The thought just popped up, and Lei Wanshan quickly shook her head. If the master finds out, he will definitely dislike me. So forget it. On the other side, in Yi Hanyun's room, just as Xiao Yun placed Yi Hanyun's delicate body down, she reached out and hooked her arm around his neck. Hanyun is a first-timer. Please be gentle, master. Although she said that, Yi Hanyun took the initiative to give a sweet kiss, but unfortunately, she only knew how to kiss. And everything after that was a blank. With the experience of Qing Xian and Shui Er, Xiao Yun gradually became skilled at kissing. Under his counterattack, Yi Hanyun's clothes were gradually removed. In the future, remember to call me husband. After a round of passion, when Yi Hanyun woke up, it was already noon the next day. Remembering the craziness of yesterday, her pretty face involuntarily flushed red, and she muttered softly, "Master is so bad, knowing that I'm still a pure maiden, yet he used so many wicked ideas on me." Seeing Xiao Yun still asleep, and not forgetting to tease her, Yi Hanyun couldn't help but twist her delicate body in protest. But when she turned her head, she found Xiao Yun grinning as he admired her delicate figure. Yi Hanyun immediately buried her head into the blanket, too shy to face anyone. "Master, husband, when did you wake up?" "You woke up when you did." Xiao Yun rested his head against Yi Hanyun's fragrant shoulder, and the latter covered her pretty face with her hand. "He heard everything, and I hope he won't want to tease me again." Xiao Yun reached out to gently stroke Yi Hanyun's lower abdomen, causing her body to tremble lightly. Thinking her husband was about to make mischief again. Her husband always thought he was a beauty lover. Later he became a lay lover. And then he thought he was a butt lover, leg lover, and black silk lover. Now I realize I'm just simply lecherous and uncontrollable. But this is the truth. Her husband only knows how to bully people, and Qing Xian and the others probably suffered quite a bit too. "Husband, what is black silk?" "Black silk?" Xiao Yun found it hard to explain, but wrapping a sheer garment around her legs became white silk. "Don't worry about that." Xiao Yun tightened his embrace around the delicate body, not expecting her fragrance to be so alluring that it could attract butterflies. Qing Xian and Shui Er are not simple either. They are tough. No matter how many times they get bullied, they always seem very nervous. Of course, the character Zhang is actually optional. "Husband, we still need to prioritize the matter of Ice Heart Jade Du. Wanshan is a good person. Ice Heart Jade Du is usually something that can be encountered, but not sought. Even if we know there is a high probability of finding it in Shuozhou, no one dares to go. So far, the beast guarding the Ice Heart Jade Du has a minimum cultivation of a sacred king. Alright, since they are all my disciples, I definitely want to let her be on edge all the time." "Disciples?" Yi Hanyun's little mouth puffed up slightly as she pushed Xiao Yun with annoyance. "Which master brings their disciples to bed? Should I leave?" Xiao Yun's lips curled up slightly as he got up to leave, but Yi Hanyun held onto him tightly. "No, you can't leave." Even though she liked to bully people, this embrace was very warm, and Yi Hanyun didn't want to leave. "And let me give you a kiss." Xiao Yun leaned down to taste Yi Hanyun's sweet and delicious lips, only releasing her when she was almost out of breath. To avoid Xiao Yun continuing to tease her, Yi Hanyun transformed into an octopus, wrapping around him tightly and almost becoming a pendant. The next day, Xiao Yun took Yi Hanyun to Lei Wanshan's courtyard and also delivered the god-level pure pill. He also imparted the Hunyuan Wuji Dao. Although Lin Qingxian and Su Yingxue had a good relationship, their cultivation was relatively low. When Xiao Yun wasn't bullying them, the two entered closed-door cultivation together. They followed Xiao Yun's instructions to refine the purest supreme spirit stones, and if they didn't have enough, they just went to rob. As Xiao Yun's first woman, he placed all the spirit stones with her. Besides several billion supreme spirit stones, there were also many high-quality spirit stones. When Dongfang Xiao and the others saw Xiao Yun coming out alone, they showed strange expressions. "Master, can I go back to Soaken Magma?" "No." Although Xiao Yun set up a barrier, this guy couldn't enter, but the Qingming Jian is still a fierce fire. It's better to let the girls enter the small world. That gives a feeling of home. "Senior, are we going to Sacred Land of Yinwind?" They only have one mid-stage quasi-emperor ancestor, which is easy to deal with. Ouyang, he was a bit excited. This extermination of the human path is fun, and others dare not say anything. If Xiao Yun wasn't here, it would probably cause a chain reaction, and many people wouldn't accept it. First, Let us go to Xiao to get some ice heart jade dew. The sacred land of Yin Wind is just a small Karaimi, and their ancestors' Haven Tea even produced a great emperor, so it's not worth mentioning. Senior, my family's second ancestor once obtained a drop, but that ice crystal snow lion was too strong. The strength of the early quasi-emperor almost defeated the second ancestor, and it was only after the ancestors stepped in that they successfully obtained it. Besides the peak quasi-emperor ancestor, the Ouyang family also has a mid-stage quasi-emperor ancestor. They are from an ancient imperial clan and possess a secret imperial technique that ISNT passed down. It seems that the strength of the ice crystal snow lion will increase in Xiao. However, for Xiao Yun, it's all trivial. Even if a peak great emperor came, they would have to fight 2 big battles before leaving, and whether they could leave still depends on Xiao Yun's mood. Perhaps it's better to go to the same place first. Xiao Yun opened a spatial crack and flew in with Dongfang Xiao and the others. He had also obtained Ice Heart Jade Dew before, but it was because he tricked an immortal ancient sect. They fought with the Ice Crystal Snow Lion, and Xiao Yun played the role of a little mouse, successfully taking the Ice Heart Jade Dew. The location of the Ice Heart Jade Dew generally doesn't change. It is formed by the condensation of time and cannot be interfered with by humans. 15 minutes later, Xiao, the extreme north. There is no night here, and the seasons are like winter with snowflakes falling from time to time, cold and piercing, without the cultivation of the sea transformation realm. One would be frostbitten before reaching the outskirts. Senior, this is the territory of the ice and snow sacred land. I've heard there are many girls inside. Ouyang Yi's eyes lit up, but Dongfang Xiao couldn't help but snort coldly beside him. Vulgar. All day long thinking about these romantic matters. No wonder you can't beat me. Unlike me, I, Dongfang Xiao, only want to see their saint. Chapter 46. Goodbye Bingyao. The Taqing Palace in full force. Ouyang Yi thought Dongfang Xiao was going to say something grand, but it turned out to be the same as him. Damn, even a lecher has to pretend. Can't you be a bit more honest like me? All right. Can't you two be a little more serious like me? Dongfang Xiao. Ouyang Yi. Xing Ming Yiyan. Senior, are you serious? The one least qualified to say this among us is probably you. You took your disciple to bed. Is that what you call serious? Although Ouyang Yi and Dongfang Xiao were bickering, in reality, they were still innocent. They were not playboys. Their every word and action was under the watchful eye of their entire clan, and even a slight misstep would have their ancestors stepping in to stop them. As for Qing Ming Jiyan, having been imprisoned in the Qing Yin Holy Land for thousands of years, he had no freedom, let alone women. Xiao Yun, seeing Dongfang Xiao and the others speechless, smiled and flew towards the place he remembered. Dongfang Xiao and the others hurriedly followed. But upon reaching the depths of the extreme north, they had to treat their celestial realm cultivation with caution. ISNT this the place where the second ancestor took the Ice Heart Jade Dew? As they approached the location, Ouyang Yi quickly turned to look at his protector. The Ouyang family's holy king nodded. This was indeed the place the second ancestor of the Ouyang family had come to before. However, the conditions were very harsh, and it required the ancestor to come personally to succeed. It had been several thousand years since the last visit. Unless absolutely necessary, the Ouyang family did not want to trouble their ancestor to come again. It seems the place you're retrieving the Ice Heart Jade Dew is the same as what I mentioned. Xiao Yun's lips curled slightly. This was one of the few times he fought desperately. If it weren't for the poison cultivator, he wouldn't have had the courage to go all out back then. Ouyang Yi felt a bit awkward. Xiao Yun arrived here before his own ancestor. No wonder he didn't need to lead the way. But as they approached, they found hundreds of cultivators attacking the Ice Crystal Snow Lion. The leader was none other than the Supreme Elder of the Taqing Palace, and Bingyao was watching from a distance. What the hell? It's Ice Fairy. Why is she here too? Could she have been poisoned as well? A flash of admiration crossed Dongfang Xiao and Ouyang Yi's eyes, but unfortunately, she completely ignored them. Even when the Dongfang family pressured her, Bingyao had never compromised. Strange. The Taqing Palace only has 2 quasi-emperors. Shouldn't they send the peak quasi-emperor palace master to deal with the Ice Crystal Snow Lion? How come it's the mid-quasi-emperor Supreme Elder instead? Taqing Palace Supreme Elder? Xiao Yun focused his gaze. It was indeed her. Back when the unfeeling emperor was around, she was already an elder of the Taqing Palace. Although she had now become a Supreme Elder, her lifespan was probably running short. Moreover, after the life and death battle, losing arms and legs was normal. Each time a limb regrows, it consumes 100 years of lifespan. Only emperor-level powerhouses could avoid this flaw. Nearly 100 saints, over a dozen great saints, and 3 holy kings. All the elders of the Taqing Palace had been summoned. Senior, do you think we should intervene? We can't let the Ta Ching Palace take the lead. No matter how beautiful Bing Yao is, she is ultimately not closely related to Xiao Yun. But that Lei Wanwan, who was poisoned by the soul-corroding poison, Xiao Yun definitely wouldn't stand by and watch. Dongfang Xiu sighed lightly. She's just a woman. Not as important as Senior Xiao Yun's protection. No pity. They are indeed the Ice Crystal Snow Lion's opponents. Xiao Yun sat atop the white clouds, overlooking the battle below. The Ice Crystal Snow Lion was an old acquaintance of his. It had a sword scar over its right eye, left by a holy king of the once immortal ancient sect. Now, the Ice Crystal Snow Lion had deliberately kept it, probably as a mark of shame it wanted to wash away. Once it was only mid-holy king, but now, looking again, it was already mid-quasi-emperor. Demonic beasts are generally stronger than cultivators of the same realm, and this was the extreme north, the Ice Crystal Snow Lion's territory. Although the Ta Ching Palace had many people, the Ice Crystal Snow Lion was not easily fooled. Having been stolen from once by Xiao Yun, it was now very clear about the human's intentions. As long as it left, the Ice Heart Jade would be stolen. Oof. Don't think this broken formation can subdue me, a mere human. The Ice Crystal Snow Lion roared at the sky, and the elders of the Ta Ching Palace were nearly forced back. The Supreme Elder of the Ta Ching Palace had a gloomy expression and pointed her sword at the Ice Crystal Snow Lion. I come with no malice. I only need a drop of Ice Heart Jade dew. These heavenly materials and earthly treasures are extremely rare, holy medicines. Do you really want to push this to the point of life and death? The Ice Crystal Snow Lion twisted its neck with a fierce expression. Oof. The most untrustworthy are you humans. My wife and child were killed by you, and you still have the face to come for a deal? I will say this. If you want the Ice Heart Jade dew, you must speak with strength. Otherwise, you will all die here. Thousand Calamity, Ice Prison. The Ice Crystal Snow Lion roared, and its sharp claws tore apart space, enveloping a 1,000-mile radius in an icy prison. In an instant, within the 1,000-mile range of the ice prison, a bone-chilling gale swept up. The gale carried extreme, cold Tao patterns, and as soon as it blew, 3 elders of the Ta Ching Palace at the Saint Realm were blown into ice sculptures. When the gale passed, their bodies completely turned into ice shards, meeting a fate of complete destruction. But this was just the beginning. After 10 breaths, ice points fell from the sky, easily piercing through space, and several more elders at the Saint Realm suffered. Gradually, the ground trembled, and ice chains rose from the earth, heading straight for the Ta Ching Palace elders. Once bound, even the soul would be frozen, completely losing vitality. The Ice Crystal Snow Lion's innate divine ability made even mid-quasi-emperor cultivators retreat in fear. Supreme Elder, forget it. Let us not make any more unnecessary sacrifices. Bing Yao frowned tightly. The Ice Crystal Snow Lion's strength exceeded everyone's understanding. This 1,000 Calamity ice prison had just begun, and nearly 10 elders at the Saint Realm had already fallen. If it continued like this, what would happen? Every 10 breaths would stack a layer of cold calamity, up to a maximum of 900 calamities. By then, it could even contend with peak quasi-emperors. Of course, in a real fight against peak quasi-emperor cultivators. The Ice Crystal Snow Lion wouldn't last until then. Let's try one last time. Everyone, follow orders and fully activate the Supreme Asking Heart Sword formation. Yes. With a command from the Supreme Elder of the Ta Ching Palace, the other elders quickly stabilized their forms and continuously input spiritual energy into the sword formation. For a moment, dense sword energy enveloped the Ice Crystal Snow Lion, and as soon as the cold calamity triggered, it was cut to nothingness by the sword energy, while the protective shield around the Ice Crystal Snow Lion gradually showed cracks. The place where the ice prison and sword formation intersected resembled a hell on earth. Before the Ice Crystal Snow Lion could react, its shield completely shattered, and boundless sword energy fiercely struck its body. The sword formation and the Ice Crystal Snow Lion's innate divine ability had a similar principle, both stacking over time, but the consumption of spiritual energy was also extraordinarily exaggerated. Both sides were panting heavily. The Ice Crystal Snow Lion was covered in numerous sword scars, but no matter how many scars it had, it did not harm the Ice Crystal Snow Lion's essence. As they stared at each other in a stalemate, Xiao Yun gently shook his head. This chicken pecking at each other was really boring. With this thought, Xiao Yun's figure flashed and appeared in the center of the ice prison and sword formation. He gently raised his hand, and an invisible domain instantly spread, shattering both the sword formation and the ice prison at the same moment. The Ice Crystal Snow Lion smashed heavily to the ground, and all the elders of the Ta Ching Palace spat blood and fell. They were not harmed by Xiao Yun, but were instead backlashed by the sword formation. How? How is this possible? With such might, you, a human, are actually a peak quasi-emperor powerhouse. Chapter 47, The Invitation from Ta Ching Palace. Peak semi-emperor? The elders of Ta Ching Palace wiped the blood from the corners of their mouths, bearing unprecedented pressure, their faces filled with disbelief. This aura is not just a bit stronger than the palace master, and you call this a peak semi-emperor? Bing Yao did not expect to encounter Xiao Yun here, originally. The palace master should have been invited to obtain the Ice Heart Jade Dew. But after the last unpleasant incident, the Grand Elder stood on her side. We have met Senior Xiao Yun. The elders of Ta Ching Palace bowed respectfully. Just based on the attitude of the Dongfang and Ouyang families toward Xiao Yun, they did not dare to be negligent. Moreover, Xiao Yun's own strength is still so formidable. Little lion, after so many years, you're only at the mid-semi-emperor level. That's really disappointing. Disappointing? If I could beat you, would you still be standing here? Seeing the ice crystal snow lion silent, Xiao Yun smiled and continued to remind him. What? Do you still think this lord would engage in theft? Huh? Theft? The ice crystal snow lion had originally lowered its head, but upon hearing this, it suddenly raised its head. It's you. You're that little thief from back then. Xiao Yun's lips curled into a smile, the arc growing larger. This time, he could legally take it without needing to steal. The Ice Heart Jade Dew is quite good. It can resolve all kinds of strange poisons in the world, and even allow for the rebirth of severed limbs. This time, I'll take 2 extra drops with me. Do you have any objections? What? 2 extra drops? This stuff takes 3,000 years to condense 1 drop. And you want me to wait nearly 10,000 years just because you open your mouth? Impossible. The ice crystal snow lion angrily wanted to fight, but several times it was pressed to the ground by Xiao Yun, completely powerless to fight back. Even using its innate divine abilities, it was easily subdued by Xiao Yun. The Grand Elder of Ta Ching Palace was shocked. This is definitely not a peak semi-emperor. The ice crystal snow lion has a stubborn temperament, and even semi-emperor peak cultivators need to subdue it. If it weren't for the fear of ruining the Ice Heart Jade Dew, the ice crystal snow lion wouldn't have survived to this day. After all, with it around, ordinary beasts and cultivators cannot approach. But now, the ice crystal snow lion was being beaten the entire time. By the time it exhausted all its strength without even touching the hem of Xiao Yun's clothes, the latter decided to stop playing, and the ice crystal snow lion was tired. Take it. Anyway, I can't stop you. Xiao Yun glanced at Dongfang Xiao, who immediately understood and took out a vessel. 1 drop was put into a vessel, and he took away 5 drops. Seeing that only 1 drop was left, the ice crystal snow lion immediately took it and consumed it. The cultivators of Ta Ching Palace exchanged glances. So many elders died, and they got nothing? Xiao Yun glanced at Bing Yao and the others, taking the Ice Heart Jade Dew that Dongfang Xiao handed over. Just as he was about to leave, the Grand Elder of Ta Ching Palace couldn't help but speak up. Senior Xiao Yun, may I ask, could you spare a drop of Ice Heart Jade Dew? Reason. Xiao Yun raised an eyebrow. If the other party said their saintess was beautiful, he would turn and leave. His own Qing Xian and Shui Er were not inferior to Bing Yao. After all, he had been watching for a long time, waiting for them to be unable to deal with the ice crystal snow lion before stepping in. Please enlighten us. As long as Ta Ching Palace can do it, we will do our best. Xiao Yun stroked his chin, looking up and down at Bing Yao's delicate body. The only one he was interested in was this girl. She, like Qing Xian and Shui Er, would definitely have higher cultivation if given time. This one, however, cannot be given away. The Grand Elder of Ta Ching Palace's face turned pale. They thought Xiao Yun wanted Bing Yao to pledge herself to him, becoming his plaything. Bing Yao is a top genius of Ta Ching Palace and absolutely cannot be given away, as long as she could recover. Ta Ching Palace might produce another peak semi-emperor. Xiao Yun knew that Ta Ching Palace would not easily let go and never thought of using the Ice Heart Jade due to exchange for Bing Yao to become his disciple. He was thinking about how to scheme against Ta Ching Palace. When the Heartless Emperor was around, he personally refined several sword puppets. These sword puppets were made of materials comparable to top holy weapons and almost drained Ta Ching Palace's resources. They were excellent for scouting. Since the Yaoqi Empress had been to the ancient city of buried sand before, Xiao Yun certainly wanted to take a look. However, regarding the power of time, he had to be cautious. Xiao Yun was not afraid of anything else but being trapped in the ancient city of buried sand. After all, this is the #1 forbidden area. Even 3 peak emperor-level experts had gone silent, and Xiao Yun did not dare to be reckless. I want 3 heartless sword puppets. Hiss, the heartless sword puppet? How does he know about this? This was something personally refined by the heartless emperor and was irreplaceable. Due to the passage of time, many forces had long forgotten about this matter. Even the Dongfang family probably had very few who knew about it. Why did Xiao Yun directly ask for heartless sword puppets? And he wanted 3 at once. Taqing Palace only had 3 heartless sword puppets left. Are they really going to give them all away? Senior this. If not, then forget it. I have other matters. Seeing the Grand Elder of Taqing Palace preparing to haggle, Xiao Yun turned and left. Hey. I'll exchange, but the heartless sword puppets are not with me. Could you please come to Taqing Palace? Go to Taqing Palace? Xiao Yun stroked his chin, glancing at Dongfang Xiao and Ouyang. He saw them looking at him eagerly, afraid that Xiao Yun would refuse. This was a chance for close contact with the Ice Fairy. Who could refuse? They were not like Xiao Yun, who could gain the favor of 2 fairies at the same time. Then let's go. The Elder of Taqing Palace quickly took out a flying ship, signaling Xiao Yun to board. Although it would take some time to return, it was convenient and worry-free, without needing to expend his own spiritual energy. After Xiao Yun entered the guest room of the flying ship, he directly entered his own small world. He saw Yi Hanyan and Lei Wanjian chatting happily, so he sat down without any hesitation. Compared to Lei Wanjian's restraint, Yi Hanyan was afraid of being bullied. Husband, Yi Hanyan actively kissed Xiao Yun, who smiled slightly and took out a drop of ice heart jade dew. Wanjian first refined the ice heart jade dew to detoxify. Ice heart jade dew. Lei Wanjian knew how precious the ice heart jade dew was, and her eyes were filled with gratitude as she looked at Xiao Yun. Even though the ice crystal snow lion couldn't defeat Xiao Yun, her master was willing to make a trip to Snow State for her. How could this not touch her? Having been pursued for so long, her master was truly unconditionally good to her. Thank you, master. As soon as Lei Wanjian received it, she knelt in front of Xiao Yun with a thud. No problem. Just a small matter. The less Xiao Yun cared, the more Lei Wanjian cherished it. She secretly vowed to repay her master. Beside them, Yi Hanyan gently stroked her forehead. This girl was still too young. In the past, she also wanted to repay, but now it was not too late. After all, it was a matter of gratitude. Being moved and curious was the beginning of falling in love. Well, anyway, they would all be sisters in the future. Go refine it. Watching Lei Wanjian return to her courtyard, Xiao Yun raised his hand, and Yi Hanyan's long skirt was lifted slightly. Ah, husband, you are so bad. Although she had been teased before, Xiao Yun lifting her skirt still made Yi Hanyan instinctively shy. Now that they were on the way to Taqing Palace, the speed was too slow. Husband should first go home and accompany my Hanyan. Chapter 48. What do you think of this child, Bing Yao Sr.? Accompany me? Yi Hanyan's pretty face flushed red. Are you sure it's just accompanying? Before saying this, can you take your hand off my leg? You've been touching it for quite a while. If my husband didn't touch my leg, the credibility of this statement would increase a lot. As soon as Yi Hanyan finished speaking, her little mouth was kissed by Xiao Yun. Soon, Yi Hanyan's clothes were in disarray from the kiss. However, Xiao Yun felt sorry for her since her injuries hadn't healed yet, so he didn't push further. After all, they used to have a master-student relationship, and besides teasing her, Xiao Yun also personally guided Yi Hanyan in her magical powers. Some magical powers can only reach their full potential with practice. Even defeating enemies beyond one's level requires daily training. But then again, Yi Hanyan is ultimately his partner. Xiao Yun was afraid she would tire herself out, so he held her to take a hot bath together. After doing all this, Xiao Yun finally took Yi Hanyan's fragrant and soft body back to rest. Although he would take advantage, Yi Hanyan also tacitly agreed. She had just broken through to the quasi-emperor level, and her husband wanted to tease her, leaving her with no time to cultivate. However, at her level, there was no need to rush. On the spaceship, Bing Yao noticed that Xiao Yun went to the guest room and didn't come out again, which made her a bit curious. Did Senior Xiao Yun just endure it? Why was he in such a hurry to return to the guest room to rest? Dongfang Xiao and Ouyang occasionally wanted to strike up a conversation, but Bing Yao was like a block of ice, ignoring the two. The spaceship's speed back to Taqing Palace couldn't compare to Xiao Yun's. He needed only a quarter of an hour. The spaceship would take 12 hours, which is an entire day. The elder pulled Bing Yao to a corner and set up a soundproof barrier. Saintus, if I guess correctly, Xiao Yun, is very likely a great emperor-level powerhouse. Great emperor? These two words were too unfamiliar. Even Bing Yao couldn't help but be shocked. What a joke! Who provoked this calamity? The entire 3,000 states wouldn't have a way out, unless one committed suicide first to control their own life and death. How could it be? He has been hiding in the guest room. Was he not just enduring it? Bing Yao hesitated, thinking Xiao Yun was injured or poisoned and needed the ice-hard jade due to detoxify. Why do you think that? The elder looked at Bing Yao with a strange expression. She had just checked Xiao Yun's guest room, and there was no one inside. Can a person disappear into thin air? There was no aura of spatial evasion around, which could only mean one thing. Xiao Yun went to his own small world. No wonder he took in 3 disciples, but none were seen. How did the elder come to that conclusion? Bing Yao wanted to explain something, but she was more curious about the elder's speculation. Senior Xiao Yun is not in the guest room. He must have gone to his own small world. This ice-hard Jadu is likely prepared for his disciples. Just wait. Another ancient sect or foreign power might be suffering soon. If that's the case, the Yuan family might not be hiding in their small world, but rather been exterminated by Senior Xiao Yun. The Yuan family. Exterminated? The Yuan family was an ancient imperial clan. Not only did they have a quasi-emperor level ancestor, but also 2 quasi-emperor powerhouses. This lineup was even more impressive than Taiching Palace. And they were exterminated just like that? The palace master probably guessed this too, which is why he wanted you. The elder hesitated. Although Taiching Palace practiced the Taishang Wuqing record, it didn't mean there were no selfish motives. However, matters of love and affection were indeed not in their consideration. If the elder also supported the palace master, then I have nothing to say. Bing Yao slowly closed her eyes, not expecting that sitting in the position of saneness would also make her a bargaining chip. Don't worry, you're brought back by me, so I will not push you into the fire pit. The elder sighed inwardly. After all, she was not a match for the palace master. If the palace master insisted on going his own way, she couldn't stop him. The next day, the spaceship arrived at Taiching Palace. Dongfang Xiao was about to knock on the door to remind Xiao Yun that they had arrived, but was stopped by the elder of Taiching Palace. There's no need to disturb Senior Xiao Yun. I will go get the Wuqing sword puppet first. Dongfang Xiao and Ouyang looked down boredly. The only one worth looking at in the entire Taiching Palace was Bing Yao. Without her, who would want to come to Taiching Palace to see a bunch of deadpan faces? It felt like others owed them money. It was so disappointing. As Bing Yao and the others were leaving, Xiao Yun was also being urged by Yi Hanyin to leave. You want to kiss again? Is my husband addicted to kissing? Yi Hanyin said all sorts of things and took advantage of him before finally sending Xiao Yun out of the small world. As soon as Xiao Yun came out, the elder and Bing Yao appeared with the Wuqing sword puppet. Accompanying them was the palace master of Taiching Palace. The latter did not expect Xiao Yun to personally come to Taiching Palace, and his face was filled with smiles. Senior Xiao Yun has graced us with your presence. I apologize for not having come to welcome you. The attitude of the palace master surprised Xiao Yun. He remembered he hadn't taken any treasures from Taiching Palace, right? I came only for the Wuqing sword puppet. Xiao Yun took out the vessel containing the ice-hard Jade, ready to exchange it for 3 Wuqing sword puppets and leave. But at that moment, the palace master of Taiching Palace called out to stop Xiao Yun. Senior, may I have a word with you? Interesting. Does he want to send his own saintess to my bed? Although Bing Yao was beautiful, what Xiao Yun valued more was her cultivation at such a young age. A talent like this, with both beauty and strength, would be a shame not to take as a disciple. However, looking at Xiao Yun being invited away by the palace master of Taiching Palace, a hint of ominous premonition flashed across Bing Yao's brow. Dongfang Xiao and Ouyang exchanged glances, seemingly understanding each other's thoughts in an instant. Whoa, no. Will Bing Yao also become Senior Xiao Yun's woman? Their identities were such that Bing Yao likely wouldn't even pay them any attention. Her delicate little hands probably hadn't been held by anyone. If she were bullied by Senior Xiao Yun, wouldn't that little body suffer greatly? I am in a hurry to kill. Speak quickly. Xiao Yun and the palace master stood at the peak of the cloud, with the latter even setting up a soundproof barrier. As a great emperor powerhouse, how could there still be someone daring to provoke you? The palace master of Taiching Palace cautiously looked at Xiao Yun, who knew he was testing whether he was a great emperor. However, Xiao Yun had never intended to hide this matter. It's about bullying my newly accepted disciple. Disciple? The palace master of Taiching Palace forced a smile on his deadpan face, focusing his gaze on Bing Yao in the square below. Actually, I invited you here mainly to ask for your opinion on this child. Bing Yao, he really had this intention? Taiching Palace is truly extraordinary. Not only do they have a fairy saintess who is not being coerced, but they even want to send her here. Not being lecherous in this regard is indeed good. They aspire to the Tao. Xiao Yun also aspires to the Tao, but it's just that he and Taiching Palace aspire to different paths. Xiao Yun glanced at Bing Yao and the others, secretly dispelling the soundproof barrier, deliberately letting Bing Yao hear her palace master's words. Indeed, at 23 years old, she already has the cultivation of the late stage of the heavenly connection realm. Her future achievements are limitless. Unfortunately, she is already your Tai Ching Palace-S saintess. So I will not take away someone else's love. Chapter 49. Bing Yao Apprenticeship. Tai Ching Palace suffers. Not to take what others love. Are you playing with me? If you don't take what others love, how can I justifiably give her to you? While the master of Tai Ching Palace was in a dilemma, Xiao Yun had already turned around, preparing to leave. Without the soundproof barrier, not only Bing Yao, but even others were paying attention to this scene. Even the elders of Tai Ching Palace were a bit hesitant to show their faces. Their own master was actually going to send the saintess away. This was the only facade of Tai Ching Palace. If it weren't for the Grand Elder picking her back, there wouldn't be so many cultivators today. Previously, Tai Ching Palace only had 30,000 cultivators, but now there were a full 100,000, and they had all passed the strict assessment standards of Tai Ching Palace. Others came in just to catch a glimpse of Bing Yao, and here you are, handing the saintess over. Hey, senior, how can you call this taking what others love? Tai Ching Palace is definitely not as good as you in guiding disciples. Of course, if you like Bing Yao, then only you can have her. At this point, even a pig would understand. What disciples and whatnot. He was completely trying to sell Bing Yao, regardless of discipleship. As long as he could establish a connection with Xiao Yun, it would all be worth it. The master of Tai Ching Palace knew that in this end-of-law era, having a powerful emperor to protect them was very reassuring. Even if Bing Yao had high talent, at most she could only make Tai Ching Palace gain one more peak quasi-emperor. But to truly reach this step, it would take a long time, thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Although it is the end of the law era now, outstanding talents still emerge endlessly. Relying solely on Bing Yao, whether she could live through the tomb of the emperors was still an unknown. What you said, did you get her consent? The master of Tai Ching Palace gently shook his head, and seeing Xiao Yun stop, he knew this matter was most likely settled. I am the master of Tai Ching Palace, and although I have no title of master disciple, I have guided her cultivation, letting her apprentice to you. The identity of the saintess of Tai Ching Palace will not be stripped away, just like the young masters of the Ouyang and Dongfang families. As long as she can learn something from you, that's enough. Upon hearing this, Bing Yao's delicate body trembled uncontrollably. Was her role in Tai Ching Palace really just this? When she was picked up, she was noticed for her exceptional talent. Since she was a few years old, Bing Yao had dared not slack off for a moment, practicing diligently every day. Although life was boring, Bing Yao thought of repaying Tai Ching Palace, and everything had motivation. But today, just now, her motivation was gone, and she felt her heart of Tao was on the verge of shattering. Previously, the master only tentatively asked her, and now, without even asking, was he planning to knock her out and send her to Xiao Yun's bed? This matter. It's better to ask that girl's own opinion first. Without waiting for the master of Tai Ching Palace to stop him, Xiao Yun instantly appeared in front of Bing Yao. At this moment, Bing Yao's eyes were hollow and lifeless, completely unaware that Xiao Yun had come over, as if she had become just a shell. Bing Yao, right? Your master wants you to apprentice to me. What do you think? Seeing Bing Yao in such a state, the master of Tai Ching Palace frowned tightly. Saintess, this is your opportunity. What are you waiting for? Quickly perform the apprenticeship ritual. Xiao Yun gently shook his head, really anxious. Master, no. The saintess is the hope of Tai Ching Palace, and, among her peers, no one can surpass her. Doing this will chill her heart and completely ruin Tai Ching Palace's reputation. Slap. As soon as the Grand Elder finished speaking, the master of Tai Ching Palace gave him a big slap. Outdated. Really a narrow-minded view. I am a master of Tai Ching Palace. Is it wrong to seek a reliable master for the saintess? She just has one more master, and she is still our Tai Ching Palace's saintess. This point has not changed at all from the past. At the moment the Grand Elder was hit, Bing Yao gradually regained her senses. Seeing the master so certain, her face was filled with sorrow. Her biological parents abandoned her, and she thought she had found a home in Tai Ching Palace. Now it seemed that it was just her one-sided wish, and everything was merely because she had utilitarian value. Yes, how could anyone treat you well for no reason in this world? Bing Yao's icy beauty softened a bit, protecting the Grand Elder behind her, and respectfully looked at Xiao Yun. Disciple pays respects to the master. After Bing Yao finished these words, Xiao Yun felt that the coldness on her face had increased a few more degrees. Previously, it was a cold personality, but this time it was a cold heart. Ding! Congratulations to the host for accepting disciple. Bing Yao, reward. 1 divine level pure pill, 1 top grade holy weapon. love-cutting sword, and 3,000 mortal chains. This, 2 pieces of top-grade holy weapons? Saintess, why do you have to do this? The Grand Elder knew that Bing Yao was unwilling to leave, but the latter was particularly calm at this moment. Since everything was just a mirage, let them all disappear with the wind. From today on, Bing Yao is no longer the Saintess of Taiching Palace and will only serve by the side of her master. The master of Taiching Palace's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly looked at Xiao Yun, only to see the latter affectionately give her a head pat. Whatever you do today, I will back you up. Bing Yao slowly raised her head to look at Xiao Yun, and there was a hint of surprise in her icy phoenix eyes. But soon, she returned to indifference. Fake. Everything is fake. It's not that he covets her body, but that he wants to sell her off someday. She would no longer be deceived. As long as she had no heart, no one could hurt her. Thank you, Master. I just want to completely sever ties with Taiching Palace. I hope Master can fulfill this. Dongfang Xiao, Ouyang Yi, and Qingming Jian exchanged glances. This master of Taiching Palace was truly shooting himself in the foot. Senior Xiao Yun dotes on his disciple the most. Saying this, Taiching Palace basically gained nothing. You all heard what Yaoer said. From today on, she is no longer the Saintess of Taiching Palace. If you dare to disturb her, the Yuan family will be your outcome. After the words fell, Xiao Yun quickly took Bing Yao and others into the void. Until they were completely far from Taiching Palace, Xiao Yun still felt a bit uneasy. Someone like the master of Taiching Palace would definitely not let it go easily. But this girl seemed to have a different attitude towards others in Taiching Palace. It looked like this time, they needed the Dongfang family to take action. However, the only place he could use underhanded methods was in the tomb of the emperors. Before that, the Huangfu family would handle it. I believe the Dongfang and Ouyang families can deal with the master of Taiching Palace. Dongfang Xiao, doesn't your family have a peak quasi-emperor ancestor? Yes, senior, what orders do you have? Dongfang Xiao looked at Xiao Yun respectfully, and even Bing Yao looked over curiously. After the Huangfu family resolves it, let your 2 ancestors join forces to kill the master of Taiching Palace. No one else should move. At that time, I will send a wisp of my soul to assist, to prevent him from doing any small tricks. Dongfang Xiao nodded cheerfully. The master of Taiching Palace was a bit difficult to deal with, but with senior Xiao Yun's soul there, no one in the entire 3,000 prefectures could survive. All right, senior. Master, thank you. Bing Yao didn't understand what Xiao Yun was planning, but at this moment, he was indeed considering her. In the future, there is no need to be polite. There are not so many rules here. Bing Yao gently nodded, her expression still as indifferent as ever. Master, where are we going? Xiao Yun grinned, a hint of killing intent in his eyes. To the Yin Wind's sacred land, to help Wan take revenge. Chapter 50. Are you sure this is my senior sister, not the god of killing? Wan. Who is that? Bing Yao's face was full of question marks. She remembered that Xiao Yun only had 3 disciples, one named Qing Xian, one named Shui'er, and one named Han Yan. Is Wan among them? Could she be a recent recruit? Although Bing Yao was full of doubts, she very obediently did not ask further. She was like a chatty ice cube, ignoring everyone except Xiao Yun. As they approached the Yin Wind sacred land, Xiao Yun made a trip to the small world and brought out Lei Wan and Yi Han Yan. Husband. Yi Han Yan called out sweetly, causing all the cultivators in the Yin Wind sacred land to stop in shock. What does this mean? Come over to show off their affection? The ancestor of the Yin Wind sacred land was only at the mid-stage of the quasi-emperor realm. You should go and spar with him later. As for Wan, the humiliation you suffered can be repaid 100-fold, 1,000-fold today. Bing Yao frowned tightly. Is the master really that confident about a quasi-emperor in the early stage fighting against one in the mid-stage? Okay, husband. Okay, master. Yi Han Yan didn't mind. She could fight with confidence. If she couldn't win, she couldn't win. After all, her husband was behind her, so she wouldn't be afraid even if the sky fell. When the 2 women took out top-grade sacred weapons, Bing Yao was completely stunned. Not a sister? What are you holding in your hand? A top-grade sacred weapon? Are they all eating so well? I've become the saintess of the Taiching Palace, yet I still don't have a top-grade sacred weapon. In a sacred land with a peak sacred king sitting in charge, there was only one, so how come here with Xiao Yun? Everyone has one. I've never heard of an emperor being able to wholesale sacred weapons. Who is making noise in my Yin Wind sacred land? When Yi Han Yan and Lei Wan displayed their hostility, the Yin Wind sacred lord immediately flew out with his men. But before he could stabilize himself, a black whip lashed out fiercely. A top-grade sacred weapon. The Yin Wind sacred lord's pupils widened, and a white pearl on his chest stirred up spatial ripples. blocking Yi Hanyan's sneak attack. However, the body of the Yin Wind's sacred lord crashed heavily into the main peak, and soon, he flew out from the dust in a very embarrassed state. When did the Yin Wind sacred land offend the seniors? Even with a top-grade sacred weapon, Yi Hanyan, as a quasi-emperor, was simply not a match for the Yin Wind sacred lord. The outcome was predictable when a child wielded a sword against an adult. I haven't offended you, but you have chased my junior sister for years. Today, it's time to settle this. 3,000 calamity dragons. As soon as the words fell, Yi Hanyan swung her whip fiercely, summoning the shadows of 3,000 patterns, which ultimately coalesced into 9 physical black dragons. Roar! The 9 black dragons howled towards the sky, their sound wave shaking the entire Yin Wind sacred land. Many low-level cultivators in the Yin Wind sacred land directly bled from their 7 orifices and died amidst the roar. In contrast, the Yin Wind sacred lord had become the target of the 9 black dragons' siege. The black dragons carried an aura of annihilation. Even the Yin Wind sacred lord did not dare to underestimate them. But even though he was on guard, he was ultimately outmatched in strength. Just as the Yin Wind sacred lord was about to be killed, the Yin Wind ancestor finally couldn't sit still and intervene to save him. However, even while enduring Yi Hanyan's divine powers, the Yin Wind ancestor was forced back several steps. This scene chilled the hearts of the cultivators in the Yin Wind sacred land. The ancestor was pushed back. Even if it was just a step back, it meant they were at a disadvantage. A mid-stage quasi-emperor being pushed back by an early-stage quasi-emperor. That is a huge loss of face. It's you, the remnants of the Lei family, killing the Grand Elder and causing the deaths of more than a dozen elders. I didn't expect you to still be alive. The Yin Wind ancestor's face turned particularly gloomy as he looked at Lei Wanwan. The Grand Elder was at the late stage of the Sacred King realm, but due to underestimating the enemy, he was killed by Lei Wanwan. More than a dozen elder saints who chased and wounded Lei Wanwan had also disappeared without a trace. The Yin Wind sacred land was humiliated by a woman. It was an utter disgrace. And now, she had directly brought people to kill. Oof. Just because your ancestor once worshipped in the Yaoqi sacred land. You have chased us for years and still refuse to give up. Speaking of which, you are indeed a good dog of the Huangfu family. Lei Wanwan's words turned the Yin Wind ancestor's face green with anger. Seeing that she was still at the mid-stage of the Sacred King realm. A hint of darkness flashed in the Yin Wind ancestor's eyes. Immediately after, he attempted to sneak attack and capture Lei Wanwan. But Yi Hanyan had been watching him the entire time, and as soon as the Yin Wind ancestor teleported over, he received a whip strike from her. The Yin Wind ancestor crossed his arms to block the whip, but was left with whip marks. The lingering aura of annihilation caused the Yin Wind ancestor's expression to change drastically. What on earth is your background? An early-stage quasi-emperor can make me look so embarrassed. Yi Hanyan glanced at Xiao Yun. Everything was thanks to her husband. Even now, despite being at the peak of the Sacred King realm, she could easily defeat the 5 previous versions of herself. Although cultivating the primordial infinite path automatically adapts to one's most compatible attributes, the divine powers each person comprehends are different. But one thing is the same, unbeatable within the same realm. I am a disciple of Emperor Xiao Yun. Slap! Yi Hanyan swung the Xianming suppressing prison whip, infused with a powerful killing intent, and actively charged at the Yin Wind ancestor. Without a top-grade sacred weapon for defense, the Yin Wind ancestor was battered and cried out in pain. What the hell are you looking at? Hurry up and bring over the top-grade sacred weapon. Can't you see the ancestor is about to be whipped to death? The top-grade sacred weapon in Yi Hanyan's hand locked onto the soul every time, making even the Yin Wind ancestor suffer greatly. Oh no! The Yin Wind sacred lord awkwardly presented the white pearl before the Yin Wind ancestor could take it. Yi Hanyan struck it fiercely. Oof. If you want to take the sacred weapon, you have to get past me first. You despicable woman. Why don't you let me take the top-grade sacred weapon first before fighting? The Yin Wind ancestor was so furious that he was almost grinding his teeth to dust. But Yi Hanyan didn't give him a chance to take the sacred weapon. Despicable? My master told me that there is no absolute fairness in this world. When dealing with enemies, one must use their full strength and never give them a chance to resist. Nine Nether Soul Shatter Howl. Yi Hanyan's eyes narrowed slightly, and the tip of her whip trembled, emitting a piercing shriek that directly attacked the Yin Wind ancestor's consciousness. Ah, a soul attack. You can even do that? The Yin Wind ancestor, caught off guard, felt significantly weakened. Looking at Yi Hanyan again, there was now a hint of fear in his gaze. Even if he couldn't obtain the sacred weapon, His soul defense in the Sea of Souls was utterly ineffective against Yi Hanyun's soul attack. How do I fight this? Tell me how to fight this. Bing Yao, standing beside Xiao Yun, was dumbfounded. Does this senior sister, Yi Hanyun, have two faces? Just moments ago, she was sweetly calling master and husband, and now she's turned into a killing god? And this rogue fighting style, is it really taught by the master? Wan, let us kill to our heart's content today. Xiao Yun slowly raised his right index finger, gently tapping in the air, and the entire world was instantly divided into the realms of Yin and Yang, with the Yin Wind sacred land right at the center of the Yin realm. When Xiao Yun lightly snapped his fingers, the remaining peak sacred king, the Yin Wind sacred lord, was forcibly stripped of his vitality. Thank you, master. Without the Yin Wind sacred lord, no one in the entire Yin Wind sacred land could match Lei Wanwan. Moreover, with Xiao Yun's emperor-level domain deployed, the Yin Wind sacred land couldn't even activate its protective formation. There was no escape, no way to fight back. The cultivators of the Yin Wind sacred land were left with only the path of slaughter or suicide. Chapter 51. The Destruction of the Yin Wind sacred land. Lei Wanwan breaks through, watching Lei Wanwan wielding the divine punishment spear as if in a world without barriers. The tens of thousands of cultivators in the Yin Wind sacred land were instantly slaughtered, and Bing Yao felt a mix of emotions. Master, seems really different. Her thinking is unorthodox, and her guidance to her disciples is not pedantic. She is unlike many peak quasi-emperors she has met. Could it be, this is the broad-minded realm of a great emperor? What's wrong? Are you envious of their top-tier sacred weapons? Xiao Yun noticed Bing Yao lowering her head, and couldn't help but smile as he looked at her. Bing Yao quickly raised her head, her small hands flailing somewhat awkwardly. No. I just have never seen such a scene with my senior sister before. Top-tier sacred weapons? They aren't just common goods. How could everyone have one? Just as Bing Yao finished speaking, a snow-white long sword appeared in front of her. Looking at the aura emanating from the sword body, it was undoubtedly a top-tier sacred weapon. Bing Yao looked up in surprise, her eyes filled with questions. As if asking Xiao Yun, is this for me? The love-severing sword is a gift from your master to welcome you as a disciple. If you don't like it, you can rename it. Love-severing. Bing Yao's phoenix eyes became a bit misty. Does it mean severing the past? The sword is good, and the name is good. Although Bing Yao liked it, she still felt a bit burdened. Some things are better not to accept. To avoid having her heart turn completely dark if Xiao Yun were to abandon her in the future. No, this gift is too precious. I can't accept it. Things given by the master are never taken back. If you don't want it, just throw it away. Throw it away? Bing Yao lightly bit her red lips, her small face unconsciously turning away, her cold tone mixed with a hint of softness. Thank you, master. Watch closely. Both of your senior sisters are stronger than you. See if you can comprehend something. Xiao Yun gave Bing Yao a head pat, and the latter trembled slightly, looking back in disbelief. Seeing that Xiao Yun didn't even look at her, the coldness in Bing Yao's eyes gradually faded. Does master think of me as a child? But it makes sense. In Master's eyes, regardless of cultivation or age, she is indeed a child in front of him. What a cold beauty. Xiao Yun noticed the changes in Bing Yao's expression out of the corner of his eye. This girl is the coldest sister he has ever seen. However, Qing Xian and Han Yin are also quite aloof. They need to be as obedient as possible and want hugs every day. So, there are no absolutely cold people. It's just that the warm ones aren't themselves. And this girl Bing Yao probably hasn't warmed anyone. After all, her heart hasn't been untied. While Lei Wanwan was slaughtering the Yin Wind sacred land, many cultivators were already scared silly. The once lofty Yin Wind sacred land was now drenched in blood, with corpses everywhere. Even the bees stationed there were now lying on the ground, lacking the courage to stand. Half an hour later, the entire Yin Wind sacred land was bloodily washed by Lei Wanwan alone, and the Yin Wind ancestor was beaten to a pulp by Yi Hanyun. If it weren't for his slightly higher cultivation, he would have probably been dead by now. Look, your Yin Wind sacred land has been wiped out by my junior sister. The Yin Wind ancestor glanced over, seeing the massacre in the Yin Wind sacred land. His face filled with rage. I have the backing of the ancient imperial clan, the Huangfu family. They have peak quasi-emperors stationed. The humiliation of today will surely be avenged by the Huangfu family in the future. The Yin Wind ancestor knew that the Huangfu family was currently too preoccupied with their own affairs. But he had no choice but to gamble that Yi Hanyun and the others feared the Huangfu family. After all, their clan hasn't been exterminated yet, and their residual power still exists. The Huangfu family? They will come to accompany you soon. Dongfang Xiao and Ouyang stepped forward with smiles. And the Yin Wind ancestor's eyes instantly trembled in despair. Only now did he realize whom he had offended. Unfortunately, it was all too late. Slap! The Yin Wind ancestor was dazed, but Yi Hanyan was not. The Xianming suppression whip swung with a sound that pierced the air, and the desperate Yin Wind ancestor completely lost his vitality. Yi Hanyan rolled up the Yin Wind ancestor's soul and crushed it mercilessly, then returned to Xiao Yun's side with a sweet smile. A thorny rose, indeed a thorny rose. Dongfang Xiao and Ouyang witnessed Yi Hanyan's ruthlessness. She showed no mercy at all. The two shook their heads silently. Who would have thought such a beautiful girl would have two faces? Not bad. Progressing well. My husband didn't teach you in vain. Yi Hanyan stuck out her little tongue. Her husband didn't teach her at all, just bullied her. However, she didn't refute. Without her husband's words, her strength wouldn't have improved so quickly. I finally avenge my clan. As Yi Hanyan nestled into Xiao Yun's arms to act cute, Lei Wanwan also slowly closed her eyes. As two lines of clear tears fell from the corners of her eyes, Lei Wanwan's aura was gradually rising, until she broke through to the late Saint King stage. She had no response at all. After years of hiding, the entire Lei family was left with only her as the sole survivor. The past cannot be changed. In the future, she should let go and focus on the great Tao. As long as you have the heart, your master will do everything possible to help you ascend to the imperial throne. Xiao Yun embraced Yi Hanyan's delicate body and looked at Bing Yao and Lei Wanwan. The two women exchanged glances and respectfully bowed to Xiao Yun. The disciples will remember Master's teachings. Yi Hanyan wasn't very interested in becoming an emperor. She knew that reaching quasi-emperor was already very difficult for her talent. In the future, she would still be her husband's little woman. If they had a baby, she would focus on the baby. Of course, if there's a chance, she wouldn't give up. After all, ascending to the imperial throne would also allow her to stand beside her husband. Wow, so envious. Ouyang Yi grabbed Dongfang Xiao's robe, almost crying from envy. Ascending to the imperial throne. While he was still thinking about how to continue his family's glory, others had already set their sights on the imperial position. You can envy all you want, but don't pull on my clothes. Dongfang Xiao said with a face full of disdain, quickly pushing Ouyang Yi away. Senior Xiao Yun has a partner to hold. We don't. But even if we don't, you can't blame it on me. Do you think I want to pull? Ouyang Yi and Dongfang Xiao each snorted coldly, neither willing to give in. These two lively treasures even made Bing Yao feel a bit unable to hold back. Wanwan, I originally wanted to take you to the 10,000 Calamities Thunder Sea to seek opportunities, but now it needs to be postponed a bit. Your enemy, the Yin Wind Sacred Land, has been destroyed, but the enemy of the Yaoqi Sacred Land, the Huangfu family, is still safe and sound. Lei Wanwan's expression tightened, and she looked respectfully at Xiao Yun. Master, you've already helped Wanwan enough. There's no need to say these things. Lei Wanwan clenched her small hands, feeling indebted to her master, a debt she could never repay in this lifetime. Now that master is still so polite, considering everything for her, Lei Wanwan felt very embarrassed. Let us return to Qingzhou first. Settle your junior sister before heading to the Huangfu family. There's no rush. Xiao Yun smiled at Bing Yao, while Lei Wanwan actively took her small hand. Seeing her a bit uncomfortable, Xiao Yun directly picked up Yi Hanyan's delicate body and held her at the waist. Husband, what are you doing? They're all watching. Chapter 52 here is your home, not your new cage. You want hugs every day, yet you're shy. Xiao Yun kissed Yi Hanyan's collarbone, and the latter's delicate body gently twisted as if protesting. It was too embarrassing to say it in front of so many people. Bing Yao's expression was indifferent, as if she didn't see anything. The master was not quite what the rumors said. The entire 3,000 states claimed that the master liked beautiful women and caused trouble every night. But why did she feel something was off? Yi Hanyan's eyes were filled with love, showing no signs of resistance at all. Bing Yao had never seen such a gaze. She had seen too many selfishness, betrayal, and even infatuation. Yet Yi Hanyan's gaze towards the master was almost enchanting. When Xiao Yun left with his people, he not only took away all the cultivation resources, but also erased all traces of the entire Yin Wind Sacred Land. A quarter of an hour later, Qingzhou, in the top guest room of Linglong Pavilion. Qingming, Jieyin, and the others were still waiting outside, while Xiao Yun brought Yi Hanyan, Lei Wanwan, and Bing Yao into the small world. Xiao Yun set down Yi Hanyan's delicate body and held her tender little hand. There are still a few empty courtyards. Pick one you like. Xiao Yun smiled at Bing Yao, who looked left and right. The courtyard design was not particularly outstanding, but it felt especially warm. Master, let's choose this one. Bing Yao looked at Xiao Yun with some vigilance, thinking he would come to sleep with her later. Bing Yao was not only pure, but had never held hands with anyone. This is the cultivation method of this seat, the primordial infinite Tao. It is said that every person has a different face. It contains 3,000 paths. What you comprehend depends entirely on yourselves. I won't interfere in this aspect, but you can come to ask the master about divine abilities or any doubts in your cultivation. Of course, not at night. I need to rest with your senior sister. As soon as Xiao Yun finished speaking, a soft punch landed gently on his chest. Yi Hanyun's pretty face turned bright red. You bad husband. Why are you still saying such things to the little junior sister? The disciple remembers the master's words. Bing Yao turned around to go rest in the courtyard, but Xiao Yun reached out and grabbed her small hand. She instinctively frowned. Was it her turn so soon? Don't be so excited. The master still has something to give you. Upon hearing this, Bing Yao realized Xiao Yun had no lewd intentions and quickly lowered her head to apologize. I'm sorry, master. Xiao Yun didn't let go, but took out the 3,000 dust chain and put on Bing Yao's left wrist. You don't need to explain. The days in the Taiqing Palace have indeed been too hard. This item is called the 3,000 dust chain. It is a top-grade sacred weapon. As long as you infuse it with spiritual energy, you will find yourself in a fantasy realm. Although the heart demon is gone, it will reveal your inner obsessions. The master hopes you can come out of it soon, because this is your home, not your new cage. After helping Bing Yao with the 3,000 dust chain, Xiao Yun picked up Yi Hanyun's delicate body and left. Bing Yao glanced at the 3,000 dust chain on her wrist and then at Xiao Yun's back, her expression gradually changing from cold to complex. Reflecting on everything Xiao Yun did in the Taiqing Palace, it seemed he didn't do much. Instead, the palace master kept pushing her out. If the master hadn't secretly removed the soundproof barrier, she probably wouldn't have thought the palace master could go to such lengths to please the master. Home. Bing Yao gently touched the 3,000 dust chain and turned to enter the retreat room in the courtyard, wanting to see what it could do. The master gifted her 2 top-grade sacred weapons, both seemingly tailor-made for her. She absolutely could not disappoint the master's expectations. On the other side, in Yi Hanyun's courtyard, Xiao Yun carried Yi Hanyun's delicate body over and lowered his head to taste her alluring red lips. Yi Hanyun's face flushed with embarrassment, and her jade-like feet instinctively tightened. Although she knew she would be bullied, she felt so shy and nervous every time, just like the first time in the bridal chamber. Xiao Yun was not polite. While taking advantage, he expanded his divine sense to see what Qing Xian and Shui Er were doing. It had been 3 days since he last saw them, and he missed them. However, the 2 girls had been in the retreat room, probably trying to catch up on their cultivation gap. Husband, it seems your little junior sister has hostility towards you. Yi Hanyun's eyes were dreamy, her jade arms gently wrapping around Xiao Yun's neck, as if allowing him to do whatever he wanted. She must have heard quite a few rumors, thinking I would force her. The system only guarantees that the disciple will not betray, but it cannot guarantee that she will immediately like Xiao Yun. With this relationship, naturally, there would be more opportunities than others. However, how to proceed still depended on Xiao Yun himself. Well, I'll find time to talk to her. Yi Hanyun let go of one hand and gently caressed Xiao Yun's face. Although her husband was bad when bullying her senior sister and herself, it was all their own initiative to offer themselves. As for the senior sister, she was a tough person who even gave her the harmony powder. Thinking about those days when she could barely walk, flying around all day, Yi Hanyun found it amusing. What to say? The master will handle it well. Now you have more important things to do. Xiao Yun's lips curled up slightly, and in an instant, Yi Hanyun's undergarment disappeared. Husband, have you mastered an ultimate skill? Yi Hanyun was both shy and angry. His speed was truly astonishing. 20,000 words omitted. The next day, Yi Hanyun slowly woke up. Looking at the messy room, her pretty face instantly flushed. Her husband always tormented her alone. Sooner or later, she would be worn out. Qing Xian and Shui Er were smart. They used cultivation as an excuse to avoid the sun. She couldn't do that. She had already reached the emperor level, and she would probably be dragged out to be bullied if she went into retreat. Xiao Yun silently played with thunder. Seeing Yi Hanyun's childish mouth, couldn't help but smile. Husband is stronger than you. Don't always hold back during sparring. Wait until you step into the emperor realm before you can hold back. Yi Hanyun swallowed. By the time she realized what was happening, it was already too late. You bad husband, just know how to bully me. Yi Hanyun twisted her delicate body like a little octopus, but was quickly subdued by Xiao Yun. Before she could say much, Xiao Yun picked up Yi Hanyin's delicate body and took her to take a couple's bath. When they came out, Yi Hanyin transformed into an octopus again, clinging to Xiao Yun, fearing that this bad person would bully her again. You rest well. The husband needs to deal with the Huangfu family. Xiao Yun patted Yi Hanyin's bottom, and only then did she pout and let go of her little hands, getting up to help Xiao Yun get dressed. Before leaving, Xiao Yun didn't forget to lift the quilt and admire Yi Hanyin's perfect figure. You bad husband, you're so wicked. Yi Hanyin angrily hid under the quilt, her pretty face burning. This bad person really manages to surprise her every day, just never seeing the character for joy. Xiao Yun happily returned to the Linglong Pavilion guest room, looking at Dongfang Xiao and the others. Let's go. To the Huangfu family. Chapter 53. Moral kidnapping? Are you stupid? Not long after, Huangfu Prefecture. Outside the Huangfu clan's small world, a large number of Ouyang and Dongfang clan cultivators were hovering in the clouds, preventing any cultivators from approaching the Huangfu clan's territory. Huangfu Prefecture is vast, with many cities. However, being blocked by the two ancient imperial clans, ordinary cultivators did not dare to get close. When Xiao Yun appeared with his people, he did not find a single disciple by his side. Those hoping to feast their eyes were left disappointed, but the two ancestors, Dongfang Jing and Ouyang clan's old ancestor, had smiles on their faces. They were well informed. The news that Taiching Palace had lost both their lady and soldiers had reached their ears yesterday. We welcome Senior Xiao Yun. The clan's ancestors bowed. And although the cultivators from the Dongfang and Ouyang clans did not understand why, they still clasped their fists and bowed to Xiao Yun. We pay our respects to Senior Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun raised his right hand casually and spoke slowly. We are all from the same side. No need for excessive formalities. Hiss. Dongfang Jing and the Ouyang clan's old ancestor couldn't hide their excitement upon hearing this. What did it mean? Had they become one of their own? With a powerful emperor backing him, once this matter was resolved, he would return and challenge his opponents. Senior, my Dongfang clan possesses an extreme Dao Emperor weapon capable of opening small worlds. Dongfang Jing was about to take out the extreme Dao Emperor weapon when Xiao Yun interrupted him. No need for that trouble, just go straight in. Straight in? Ordinary Emperor-level cultivators couldn't possibly do that, could they? Dongfang Jing was shocked. He thought Xiao Yun was at most a late-stage Emperor, likely a mid-stage Emperor. But now it seemed, Senior Xiao Yun was very likely an invincible being. Throughout history, only peak Emperor-level cultivators were worthy of the title of an invincible being, because such existences rarely fell in battle. Even now, the number of solo defeats does not exceed 3. The known ones are the Yaoqi Empress and the ancestor of the Dugu clan, who had recorded battle achievements. Otherwise, the Dugu clan wouldn't still rank first among the 3,000 prefectures in the era without emperors. As for the Yaoqi Empress, it is said that she comprehended a time divine ability, which gave her the confidence to kill invincible beings. If Xiao Yun guessed correctly, the source of that time divine ability was the ancient city of buried sand. While Dongfang Jing was in shock, a crack was also torn open in the Huangfu clan small world. Others don't go in, it's too crowded. As soon as Xiao Yun spoke, the cultivators from the Dongfang and Ouyang clans awkwardly stopped. Dongfang Jing rubbed his hands and followed closely behind Xiao Yun. Not long after, inside the Huangfu clan's small world, Xiao Yun, accompanied by Qingming Jian, Dongfang Jing, Dongfang Xiao, and the 3 from the Ouyang clan, flew out from the spatial crack. Many Huangfu clan members, who were drowning their sorrows in wine, looked up in confusion. Were there more reckless clan members wanting to go out and take a look? Several groups had gone out in the last 2 days, and as soon as they did, their soul lamps went out. Now outside were cultivators from the Dongfang and Ouyang clans, with over 100 gathering just in the Saint Realm. With this kind of momentum, it was clear they wanted to annihilate the Huangfu clan. Damn, so impressive. Dongfang Jing was filled with excitement. The Huangfu clan small world was left behind by a late-stage emperor. If it were a small world left by an invincible being like the Dugu clan, even Senior Xiao Yun would have to rely on an extreme Dao Emperor weapon to enter. Unless this constraint was broken. No, it's impossible. How did you get in here? This is the small world left by my ancestor of the Huangfu clan. It was meant to leave a bloodline for my Huangfu clan in times of extermination. Huangfu Jing was almost enraged to the point of spitting blood. He never thought that hiding in the small world would be useless. Oof. Ants, do you still not understand that Senior Xiao Yun is an invincible being? Boom. What did you say? An invincible being? Huangfu Jing's face was filled with confusion. Are you kidding me? There hasn't been a great emperor for 20,000 years. And now you tell me Xiao Yun is a peak emperor invincible being? Ha ha. Interesting, he might be impressive, but what does it have to do with my Huangfu clan? I can't provoke him, but can I not hide? Right off the bat, he slaughtered thousands of my clansmen, and the two ancient imperial clans have sealed off the entire Huangfu prefecture. What do you want to do? Did I provoke you? Senior Xiao Yun, may I ask if we have any grudges between us? No. Xiao Yun's response was calm, to the point of being unsettling, as if he had just finished a sage moment. His reaction left Dongfang Jing and the Ouyang clan's old ancestor dumbfounded. Wait, don't tell me that after all this, you just randomly picked a lucky person out of boredom? All right, at least getting Senior Xiao Yun to recognize both clans as their own makes it all worth it. Dongfang Xiao and Ouyang Yi, who understood a bit more of the situation, quickly exchanged reassuring glances with their clan's ancestors. Then, my Huangfu clan did have that scoundrel who teased your disciple? Not at all. Huangfu Jing, are you deliberately messing with me? Huangfu Jing was about to get angry, but upon recalling Xiao Yun's strength, he immediately transformed his anger into a smile. Senior Xiao Yun must be interested in the territory of the Huangfu clan? Not at all. It's just that the Yaoqi Empress and I made a little deal. A deal? Damn. Senior Xiao Yun knows the Yaoqi Empress? Dongfang Jing and the others were left gaping. Who was the Yaoqi Empress? She was a model for female cultivators. It was said that she had already ascended, and the Yaoqi Holy Land had not produced any great emperor cultivators since, not even a small world to hide in. The deal you made should not need to be discussed with my Huangfu clan, right? Huangfu Jing's expression changed unpredictably. Could it be related to the Yaoqi Holy Land? When someone is unlucky, they can choke on water. There is indeed no need to discuss with you, because the Yaoqi Empress asked me to investigate who destroyed the Yaoqi Holy Land. Unfortunately, while others are unclear, the Dongfang and Ouyang clans seem to know quite a bit. Oh, so is this matter? Dongfang Jing and the others breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they could deal with the Huangfu clan, it was fine. Just don't cause any blunders. Senior Xiao Yun, are you trying to do whatever you want just because of your powerful strength? At the time, my Huangfu clan's pride did indeed do something wrong, but the Yaoqi Holy Land bullying the small, was it right? We are just competing over who has the bigger wrist. What talk of right and wrong? Clap, clap, clap. After Huangfu Jing finished speaking, Xiao Yun couldn't help but applaud him. Dongfang Jing and the others blinked, completely not understanding what kind of scheme Xiao Yun was concocting. But while they were still in a daze, Huangfu Jing's protective aura suddenly shattered, and his entire leg was ripped off. Oh, why? Huangfu Jing was filled with confusion. Xiao Yun had just applauded. Didn't that mean he agreed with his words? What did it mean to strike now? There's no reason. Do you think trying to morally kidnap me is a bit stupid? Come, answer me. What is the purpose of our cultivation as cultivators? Chapter 54. Oh, so you've learned to answer back. Free and easy, thoughts clear. Huangfu Jing subconsciously responded, and by the time he realized, Dongfang Jing and the others were looking at him with expressions of surprise. Oh, so you've learned to answer back. Doesn't the senior worry about being laughed at if this gets out? Whoosh. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Jing and the others immediately turned their heads away, covering their ears. What? What did you just say? I didn't hear anything. You all. Huangfu Jing was almost so furious he could spit blood. But at this point, he knew the Huangfu family was doomed. Senior Xiao Yun, if you have something to say, just say it. How many forces are still left that pursued the Yaoqi sacred land back then? Xiao Yun's right hand pierced through the void, grabbing Huangfu Jing's neck from hundreds of meters away. The latter felt a difficulty in breathing and opened his mouth with the last bit of hope. If I say it, can it leave a trace of bloodline for my Huangfu family? No, then you might as well kill me. Huangfu Jing was filled with rage. Death was inevitable, and there was no way out, so what was the point of talking? Do you think you have the right to choose? If not, I'll just search your soul. Huangfu Jing wasn't prepared, and his soul was forcefully invaded by Xiao Yun, showing no regard for reason. Kill. Seeing Xiao Yun searching the soul, Dongfang Jing and the others immediately began a brutal slaughter. The Huangfu family and the Yaoqi sacred land had no grievances to speak of. If it weren't for the Huangfu family's genius coveting the saintus and resorting to despicable means, things wouldn't have come to this. Luckily, Senior Xiao Yun didn't play by the rules, or he would have been controlled for 3 breaths. TSK. Actually, the Huangfu family has quite a few beauties. What a pity. Ouyang Yi saw several beautiful young girls and mature women die under his ancestors' power. a look of regret written all over his face. Dongfang Xiao glanced at him, then leaned in with a lewd smile. Brother Ouyang, don't sigh. Tell your ancestor to be gentle, and you might have a chance later. What the hell? You're really a beast, but I like it. Ouyang spoke with flowery language, but the lewd smile on his face betrayed him. Their protectors shook their heads gently, feeling their young master seemed a bit off. He only liked to talk big, making himself happy, but took no action. Senior Xiao Yun already has several partners. Yet the young master is still thinking about how charming the girls are. When most of the Huangfu family had died, Xiao Yun slowly withdrew from Huangfu Jing's Sea of Souls. The latter looked dispirited, as if he could die at any moment. So there is still a loose cultivator, and a demonic cultivator at that. Xiao Yun smashed Huangfu Jing's body with a palm, took his space ring, and then shattered his soul. Senior Xiao Yun, the Huangfu family is nearly wiped out. Xiao Yun nodded slightly. With the Huangfu family's extreme imperial weapon, it could be fed to the thousand-layer mirror. If it really becomes a divine weapon, that would be very interesting. There are many spirit stone mines and various cultivation resources in Huangfu Prefecture. You two families could just split them. Also, the Burning Moon sect, the Yin Wind Sacred Land, and the Yuan family. You could take over all of them. This jade tablet contains a wisp of my divine consciousness. If there's something you can't solve, just crush the jade tablet. Although he had given Ouyang a trump card before, this time both families helped out, so Xiao Yun simply rewarded them with a piece. After all, the Dongfang family and the Ouyang family have decent strength and can help him solve many problems. Thank you, Senior. Dongfang Jing and the Ouyang ancestor were so happy they almost jumped up. They struck gold. It was like a 1-cent investment with a billion return. Dongfang Jing and the Ouyang ancestor couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. If only Dongfang Xiao and Ouyang were girls. They were now trying to figure out how to get them into Senior Xiao Yun's bed. Dongfang Xiao and Ouyang closely followed behind Xiao Yun, feeling that their ancestor's gaze was off. Could it be that he wanted to take their kidneys? That would be too tragic, right? They hadn't even touched a woman yet. By the way, do you know which demonic sect Force Mo Songming is in now? Montak. Songming? Dongfang Jing paused while counting the cultivation resources, but quickly flew to Xiao Yun's side. Senior, during your closed-door cultivation, the demonic sect forces have been growing. I don't know if you've heard of the Devouring Sky sect? The Devouring Sky sect? When did this force rise? Is it in the last 20,000 years? The fact that it made Dongfang Jing feel wary shows that the Devouring Sky sect indeed has some strength. However, demonic cultivators have never followed the usual path. He has seen many bloodthirsty demonic cultivators, killing pregnant women, using vengeful infants to refine treasures, taking the bodies of geniuses to forge bloody city gates, and so on. All sorts of bloody methods emerge endlessly. However, Xiao didn't really mind. It was all just to become stronger. As long as they didn't provoke him, they could do whatever they wanted. You mean Mo Songming is in this Devouring Sky sect? Dongfang Jing nodded slightly, just about to say something when the Ouyang ancestor smiled mysteriously. Senior, Mo Songming is now the third elder of the Devouring Sky sect, and the sect leader is no less than the Ice Fairy. 300 years ago, the last peak quasi-emperor of the Dugu family also fell to her hands. To be precise, apart from you, this Devouring Sky Demon Lord is already the strongest in the 3,000 prefectures. Devouring Sky Demon Lord? Xiao Yun frowned. This name was too unfamiliar. He had never heard of it. I see. I'll find a time to check it out. It's not too late to reap benefits after going. After all, the Huangfu family, the root of the problem, has been dealt with. The Sea of 10,000 Tribulations was prepared for Wan, but the place Xiao Yun really wanted to go was the buried sand ancient city. Time-based divine powers. Why not take them for free? However, if you say she is no less than Bing Yao, then I'll have to check out this Devouring Sky sect sooner or later. Alright, once everything is handled, get ready to go out. Xiao Yun knew there was no need to deal with things here for too long. He needed to rest and resolve the matter of the Sea of 10,000 Tribulations. The Thunder Tribulation Dao fruit would greatly help Lei Wan. And if she also broke through to Quasi-Emperor, it would save Xiao Yun a lot of worry. We respectfully send off Senior Xiao Yun. After leaving the Huangfu family's small world, Dongfang Jing and the Ouyang ancestor respectfully watched Xiao Yun leave. As Xiao Yun departed, he left behind another jade tablet. This was a means to kill the master of the Taixing Palace. Not long after, Qingzhou, in the top guest room of Linglong Pavilion. Seeing Xiao Yun hurriedly return to the small world, Dongfang Xiao and Ouyang skillfully entered closed-door cultivation. Xiao Yun had just returned to the small world. intending to remind Lei Wanwan not to enter closed-door cultivation and to prepare to go to the Sea of 10,000 Tribulations in a few days. However, strange sounds were coming from Bing Yao's courtyard, and Xiao Yun approached with curiosity using his divine sense. He saw Bing Yao squatting on the ground, hugging her little legs. Her icy pupils filled with pain. Yao Yao, Master, don't abandon me. Yao Yao is still useful. I can help you kill people. Upon seeing Xiao Yun appear, Bing Yao quickly grabbed his clothes with her small hands, her eyes full of pleading. Compared to yesterday, there was a hint of spiritual energy around Bing Yao. Xiao Yun stroked his chin. The 3,000 mundane chains were not only for tempering the mind, but also to help Bing Yao recognize that she was a living person. The Supreme Forgetting Emotion record discards the 7 emotions and 6 desires, wanting to break free from it isn't as simple as just changing cultivation methods. Good. Master 1T abandon you. You can speak out any grievances you have. Chapter 55, Lei Wanwan, actually I like Master 2. I want to sleep. Bing Yao tightly clutched the corner of Xiao Yun's clothes, glancing at her room out of the corner of her eye. She wanted someone to accompany her, but was afraid Xiao Yun had impure thoughts, making her particularly conflicted. Then you rest. Master won't leave. Xiao Yun thought that once this girl fell asleep, he could go back to find Han Yan. Okay. Bing Yao looked back 3 times as she walked, until she was wrapped in the quilt, her right hand still tightly gripping Xiao Yun's clothes. Xiao Yun glanced at the chaotic room, filled with sword marks. Knowing that Bing Yao had lost control of her emotions once, reshaping the 7 emotions and 6 desires is a very painful process. However, after getting through this time, her state of mind would improve. After finally waiting for Bing Yao to fall asleep, just as Xiao Yun was about to get up and leave, he found this girl Wen Ti let go even in her sleep. If it were Schwer and the others, they would have already been punished, and their delicate bodies would be in Xiao Yun's arms. Forget it, just one night, a small inconvenience for a big plan. In the future, once this girl becomes a Dao partner, she must be bullied thoroughly. The next morning, Bing Yao rubbed her eyes awake and saw Xiao Yun still beside her, a smile involuntarily appearing on her pretty face. They say Master is a big pervert, but in this room with just the 2 of them, Master hasn't taken advantage of her at all. Noticing that Bing Yao was awake, Xiao Yun helped her adjust the quilt before slowly getting up. Since you're awake, Master should go back to rest. Thank you, Master, for indulging Yao Yao. Bing Yao's expression remained cold, but her tone carried a hint of playfulness. Xiao Yun was not interested in paying attention, and with a flash, he returned to Yi Han Yan's room to rest. But the latter was accompanying Lei Wanwan, so Xiao Yun simply went to Su Yingshue's room to rest, just in time to bump into her coming out of seclusion. Su Yingshue's pretty face instinctively flushed red, feeling like she was in trouble under her husband's hungry gaze. Schwer, husband misses you so much. Xiao Yun reached out and hugged Su Yingshue's delicate body, and before she could react, her clothes-fitting undergarments disappeared. Husband, what are you doing? Just as Su Yingshue wanted to say something, her little mouth was occupied, being savored by Xiao Yun. Su Yingshue whimpered. She had said she wouldn't let herself be wronged, but it turned out to be more than a little bit. She had thought they would have a happy life, but unexpectedly, they ended up living a tough life. Not bad, not bad. My Schwerer is already in the late stage of the sea transformation realm. Husband should reward you. Xiao Yun supported Su Yingshue's fragrant bottom, pressing her delicate body closer. The latter wrapped her arms around Xiao Yun's neck, completely uninterested in the reward but too scared to say anything. Seeing that Xiao Yun was still not satisfied and even wanted to kiss her, Su Yingshue blushed and murmured, Isn't Sister Han Yan here? Why does husband bully me as soon as he arrives? And you don't care. Husband will help you check your health to avoid affecting your future cultivation. Xiao Yun chuckled and lifted Su Yingshue's delicate body, the latter letting out a soft cry. Her pretty face flushed to the extreme. 20,000 words omitted here. Su Yingshue curled up in Xiao Yun's arms, thinking that being in seclusion was indeed better. At least she wouldn't be tossed around. She always said she wanted to die in his arms, but with this situation, it was still uncertain who would die first. Xiao Yun silently played with thunder, and Su Yingshue's voice was soft and gentle, making him want to bully her again. Husband, what has stimulated you? You just know how to tease me. Su Yingshue's voice was soft and tender, causing Xiao Yun's body to tremble. This girl really had a natural coquetry tone. Yao Yao clutched husband until just now. You know, if husband doesn't hug Schwer's fragrant, soft body to rest, it's simply a torment. Simply put, the stinky husband is just lustful. Su Yingshue gave Xiao Yun a charming glare, but noticing his reaction, She was almost scared to death. ISNT, she in seclusion? Husband, hurry up and take down Wan Wan. Help her break through to becoming a quasi-emperor. At that time, Sister Han Yin and Sister Wan Wan will surely be able to accompany husband. Thankfully, Yi Han Yin didn't hear this, or she would have definitely spanked Suing Shui. We are sisters, with no grudges or complaints recently. Why do you want to harm me? Husband just has a little hobby, but he still has to consider your future. If there are opportunities suitable for you, naturally, we cannot miss them. We must seize them. Little hobby? You almost scare me to death. Suing Shui pouted slightly. Husband is good in every way, but his hobbies are a bit too many, and he likes to bully people. But who told her that her heart was filled with Xiao Yun's figure? How could you stop him? All right, let us have a kiss and then rest. Husband, 1T delay your cultivation. As soon as this was said, Suing Shui immediately offered a fragrant kiss. Wan Wan, prepare yourself. Tomorrow Master will take you to the sea of 10,000 tribulations to seek opportunities. It's Master. Lei Wan Wan, who was chatting with Yi Han Yin, trembled slightly. What exactly is Master busy with to use transmission? Could it be he has taken Bing Yao down? Lin Qingxian and Suing Shui were both in seclusion, and Yi Han Yin was beside her, making it hard for Lei Wan Wan not to overthink. The little junior sister has already succeeded. No, she couldn't sit idly by. Han Yin always said Master likes to bully people. She didn't believe it, and she had to see for herself. After all, Master had saved her life. If they could become Dao partners, she naturally wanted to satisfy Master's little hobbies. Okay, Master. Lei Wan Wan clenched her small hands, hoping Master would notice her willow-like figure. Sister Han, how did you and Master end up together? Yi Han Yan's delicate body trembled instinctively, not recalling how moved she was, but the embarrassing images kept flooding her mind. After finally suppressing her shyness, Yi Han Yan slowly opened her lips and recounted how Xiao Yun treated her in detail. A handsome, powerful master not only saved her life, but also gifted her treasures multiple times. Plus, being together every day made it hard not to develop feelings. After listening, Lei Wan Wan instead let out a sigh of relief. Her experience was similar to her senior sister's. Recalling how Master stood up for her heart raced uncontrollably. Little girl, are you feeling frisky? Do you want me to send you to husband's bed? Lei Wan Wan was startled by Yi Han Yin taking advantage of her, and her pretty face instantly turned crimson. Sister Han, what are you saying? Master is yours. Before she could finish her sentence, Yi Han Yin covered her red lips with her hand. No way. Husband will have thousands of beauties in his harem in the future. I don't care. As long as I have a place in his heart. Wow, such a broad perspective. The last bit of worry that Lei Wan Wan had was completely gone. Yi Han Yin smiled, brushing aside the hair on her forehead. Little girl, sister used to think like this too. But husband is too strong. She is no match for him. And if she hadn't admitted defeat in time, she would have been beaten badly. Sister Han, you're so nice. Actually, I also like Master. Just don't know if Master can see me. Chapter 56, Refining the Thunder Tribulation Dao Fruit. Lei Wanshan breaks through again. Don't look down on it. What nonsense are you talking about? Do you really think my husband is some kind of virtuous gentleman? Yi Han Yin raised her little hand and gently tapped Lei Wanshan's forehead. Are you being chased and gone silly? You're so beautiful that even I feel a bit tempted. Let alone my husband. Yi Han Yin reached out to lift Lei Wanshan's skirt, and the latter blushed and dodged, playfully protesting. The two girls began to frolic, and the room was filled with the sound of their silver, bell-like laughter from time to time. The next day, outside the sea of 10,000 calamities, Xiao Yun slowly took out the Thunder Avoidance Divine Stone. Since there was only one, this was Lei Wanshan's opportunity. Bing Yao, Lei Wanshan, and Dongfang Xiao looked at Xiao Yun with puzzled expressions, not understanding why he suddenly took out a blue stone. Inside this is the Xiao Divine Thunder. Even I wouldn't dare to go deep. This item is the Thunder Avoidance Divine Stone, and with my divine soul protecting you, only you can go to the deepest part of the silent thunder pool. Lei Wanshan solemnly took the Thunder Avoidance Divine Stone. She had never heard of the Xiao Divine Thunder, but since her master was so cautious, she had to be even more careful. I will remember my master's instructions. After advising Lei Wanshan, Xiao Yun turned his gaze to Bing Yao and the others. The Sea of 10,000 Calamities also has many mysteries. As long as you don't go to the silent thunder pool, with me here, I guarantee your safety. Thank you, Senior. Dongfang Xiao and the others' eyes lit up. The thunder pearls refined from the Sea of 10,000 Calamities could rival the full force strike of a sage-level powerhouse. If there were enough of them, They could even refine a power comparable to that of a Sage King, which is quite terrifying. Xiao Yun glanced at everyone, and after giving his instructions, he decisively led them into the Sea of 10,000 Calamities. This place is ranked as the third forbidden area, without Xiao Yun. Even quasi-emperor cultivators wouldn't dare to enter the outskirts. The Sea of 10,000 Calamities is actually an area formed by condensed lightning, with currents passing through from time to time. When they were less than 100 meters from the silent thunder pool, Xiao Yun decisively stopped. Lei Wanshan bowed to Xiao Yun and then tightened her grip on the Thunder Avoidance Divine Stone and flew inside. Her life had been saved by Xiao Yun, and even if the latter made a mistake in judgment, she had no complaints. Lei Wanshan, who initially planned to fight to the death, found that the Zixiao Divine Thunder completely ignored her. Lei Wanshan was unsure how terrifying the Zixiao Divine Thunder was, but she could see its power from the surrounding space that was easily torn apart. Not to mention the Zixiao Divine Thunder. Even the lightning continuously surging from the void in the thunderclouds made her heart race, even as a late-stage Sage King. There's only one Thunder Avoidance Divine Stone. My master gave it to me. I must not let him down. Lei Wanshan clenched her fists and used her divine sense to search for the Thunder Tribulation Tao Fruit. However, in this sea of 10,000 calamities, her divine sense could only cover a distance of 1,000 meters. While Lei Wanshan searched for the Thunder Tribulation Tao Fruit, Xiao Yun had already closed his eyes, gathering the surrounding lightning. With his strength, the thunder pearls he refined could rival the full-force strike of a peak quasi-emperor cultivator. But the lightning consumed was also considerable. Fortunately, the lightning in the Sea of 10,000 Calamities is endless, so Xiao Yun wasn't worried about that. In the Tomb of the 10,000 Emperors, currently, only Lin Qingxian, Su Yingxue, and Bing Yao could enter. Lei Wanshan and Yi Hanyan were too powerful to enter the Tomb of the 10,000 Emperors. If they obtained these thunder pearls, those girls would at least be able to frighten the remnants of the emperors. A slightly weaker one could probably directly take away the remnants of the emperor, as the thunder pearls are very damaging to the soul. Xiao Yun conservatively estimated that each of these 3 girls would need to prepare 1,000 thunder pearls. Let them encounter opponents and throw them like beans, and everything would become much simpler. Then prepare thunder-resistant clothing, and it would be even more interesting. 7 days later, Lei Wanshan looked at the Thunder Tribulation Tao Fruit in her hand and finally breathed a sigh of relief. This little fellow had already taken form, and she could have caught it much earlier, but it was in its home ground, making it hard to discern its trajectory. If it weren't for the Thunder Tribulation Tao Fruit trying to crush the Thunder Avoidance Divine Stone, it's likely that Lei Wanshan wouldn't have been able to touch it. Fortunately, she did not let her master down. Lei Wanshan clasped her jade hands together, confining the Thunder Tribulation Tao Fruit in front of her. Then her internal spiritual energy surged wildly as she began to refine the Thunder Tribulation Tao Fruit in front of her. In just 3 breaths, the Thunder Tribulation Tao Fruit transformed into blue light and vanished into Lei Wanshan's body, seemingly trying to destroy her meridians in the process. The corners of Lei Wanshan's mouth slightly rose. Everything the Thunder Tribulation Tao Fruit did was completely in vain. Once she fully refined it, the laws within Lei Wanshan gradually evolved towards the Thunder Tao laws. A Sage King cultivator has just begun to grasp the rules. While mastering a complete single law is something only quasi-emperor cultivators can achieve. As for manipulating the power of the laws, that is probably something only her master can do. The power of the laws can be divided into initial insight, minor success, major success, peak, and perfection. A Sage King is at initial insight. A quasi-emperor is at minor success. An emperor is at major success. The peak of an emperor is at peak, and perfection only exists in the upper realm. However, each step in between is vastly different. After refining the Thunder Tribulation Tao Fruit, Lei Wanshan's power in the aspect of the laws was not inferior to that of quasi-emperor cultivators. If the opponent did not have an extreme emperor weapon, the outcome was uncertain. When the Thunder Tribulation Tao Fruit was completely refined by Lei Wanshan, her aura broke through from late-stage Sage King to peak Sage King. At this moment, when she raised her hand, dark clouds gathered, and her eyes burst forth with an eerie blue light. She looked like a heavenly punishment, gazing down below. If Yi Hanyan could kill the mid-stage quasi-emperor Yin Feng old ancestor at the early stage quasi-emperor level, then the peak Sage King Lei Wanshan at this moment could do the same. Master, Wanshan has not let your expectations down. Lei Wanshan bit her red lip, and the first thing she did after stabilizing her aura was to leave the silent thunder pool to find her master. When Lei Wanshan saw Xiao Yun, The latter had just finished his task. In 7 days, he had refined 7,000 thunder pearls that could rival the full-force strike of a peak quasi-emperor. Xiao Yun paid a little attention to Dongfang Xiu and Ouyang He, helping each of them refine 1,000 thunder pearls, comparable to the full-force strike of an early-stage quasi-emperor cultivator. The two smiled widely. The Sea of 10,000 Calamities is a great place. Just throwing these things out. If no one stops them, an entire state would be leveled to the ground. It's important to know that a state can accommodate tens of billions, even hundreds of billions of living beings. Xiao Yun could wipe out their sect in an instant, but if an elder casually sent someone out, it would be a disaster for the cities under their jurisdiction. Master, the Thunder Tribulation Dao fruit has been refined. Lei Wanshan flashed a sweet smile at Xiao Yun, her courage a bit greater than before. After saying this, she directly linked her arm with Xiao Yun's. Dongfang Xiu and Ouyang instinctively raised their eyebrows. Although they were already used to it, they could not learn Xiao Yun's methods of courting. You, casually helping people wipe out ancient imperial clans, even going to top 10 forbidden areas to seek opportunities. In the entire 3,000 states, there probably isn't a second person who can do it. Learning even a little bit would be fatal. Chapter 57. Exploring the ancient city of burial sand, besieging the master of Tai Ching Palace. Very good. Next, I will head to the top-ranked forbidden area, the ancient city of burial sand. You all don't have to follow this time. I will only take Yao Yao with me. Me? Being Y-O tilted her head in confusion. Although she was at the late stage of the Tongtian realm, was it really necessary to go to the ancient city of burial sand? But since Master was so confident, she could only nod gently. Senior sister WN had the Thunder Avoidance Stone, so perhaps Master also had other treasures that survived in the ancient city of burial sand. So shall we? Wait for you at the old place. Dongfang Xiu and Ouyang turned to look at Xiao Yun. The old place they mentioned was naturally the branch of Linglong Pavilion in Qingzhou. It would take Xiao Yun about a quarter of an hour to take them there, while it would take them several hours to go by themselves. This was still with a protector at the peak of the Saint King realm. If they flew on their own, it would take a day and a night to get there. All right, Xiao Yun nodded gently, taking Lei WN and being Y-O and flying straight towards the ancient city of burial sand. Dongfang Xiu and Ouyang looked helpless, hoping that Senior Xiao Yun could return safely. If he encountered any mishap, both the Dongfang and Ouyang families would suffer greatly. After all, the two families had a deep relationship with Xiao Yun and were already regarded as his lackeys by other forces. A quarter of an hour later, Shazhou, Endless Desert, outside the ancient city of burial sand. Lei WN tightly clutched Xiao Yun's arm, her eyes filled with worry. Master, are you really going in? The ancient city of burial sand is much more dangerous than the 10,000 Calamities Thunder Sea. If you encounter any accidents, Sister HNYN probably wouldn't want to live anymore. Xiao Yun took a deep breath. This girl really didn't know how good her figure was. However, with her thoughts all written on her face, Xiao Yun could tell from her tone that her concern for him probably exceeded that of a master-disciple relationship. Right? Oh, is it really only HNYN? Well, there's also the senior sister and second senior sister. Although I haven't met them, they must be the same. Lei WN's delicate face flushed red, and in her urgency, she brought up L, N, Qingxu N, and Swinxu. But her flustered tone and her wandering eyes had already betrayed her. What about you? Xiao Yun glanced at Lei WN's small hand. Did this girl really treat his arm like steel reinforcement? Could he not grip so hard? You little brat, you're really strong. I also hope Master comes out safely. Reflecting on how Xiao Yun had helped her seek revenge and gifted her the Thunder Avoidance Stone to seize opportunities, she realized that she owed her master far too much. Don't worry, I've already made thorough preparations. Xiao Yun slowly took out a heartless sword puppet and divided a strand of divine soul to attach to it. In the next moment, the heartless sword puppet flew straight into the ancient city of burial sand. With 3 heartless sword puppets scouting, Xiao Yun would be able to grasp the situation inside clearly. Though the heartless sword puppet was a unique treasure, its value could only be realized when used. I knew Master wouldn't joke with his life. Lei WN smiled sweetly, her laughter drawing Xiao Yun's attention. This girl had fair skin, and despite being thousands of years old, she still had the innocent face of a young girl. But HNYN was even more charming. Before Xiao Yun broke through, she already had the allure of a mature woman, and now that charm was even stronger. There's a saying that goes, Women who look like young girls and young girls who look like women are both exquisite beauties in the world. Master, what are you looking at? Lei WN gently touched her face, shyly lowering her head, feeling both embarrassed and a bit pleased. Of course, I'm looking at you, this unbelievably beautiful face, skin as white as snow, and this figure that makes one reluctant to leave. I wonder who will benefit from you in the future. Xiao Yun retreated to advance, and when Lei WN heard her master complimenting her, she was initially very happy, but the last sentence made her unable to sit still. I just want to serve by Master S side. As soon as Lei WN finished speaking, she looked up and saw Xiao Yun wearing a mischievous smile while staring at her. At that moment, Lei WN's pretty face could no longer maintain its composure, and the blush gradually spread to her ears. Master, you're too bad. Lei WN stomped her foot in a playful manner. Master clearly knew her feelings, yet still teased her. She was truly embarrassed to death. I didn't hear or see anything. Being YOS expression was indifferent as she turned her small head away, but her brows involuntarily furrowed. It seems the man has feelings and the woman has intentions, making her feel quite unnecessary. So, did Master bring her here out of fear that she hadn't properly refined her energy and deliberately came to feed her dog food? Too much. This is too much. All right. Go back to the small world to rest first. Strive to break through to the quasi-emperor realm as soon as possible, and obediently wait for me to return to find you. Find me? Does this mean the relationship with Master can get even closer? Lei WN clasped her small hands together, full of anticipation with no fear at all, having never experienced Xiao Yun's punishment. Okay, seeing Xiao Yun open the entrance to the small world, Lei WN cheerfully flew inside. On the other side, in a desolate area of Ouyang Prefecture, the master of Taiching Palace was invited and thought that the Dongfang and Ouyang families wanted to work together with Taiching Palace. After all, being YO was now also a disciple of Senior Xiao Yun, so it was quite normal for the three families to join forces. However, just as the master of Taiching Palace was greeting Ouyang Old Ancestor, he realized that the surrounding space had been sealed, within a radius of 10,000 miles. It was like a transparent sphere, trapping the two of them inside. Brother Ouyang, what do you mean by this? The master of Taiching Palace slowly took out the Heartless Sword, a supreme imperial weapon left by the Heartless Emperor. It means nothing. Senior Xiao Yun has ordered us to come and solve some troubles. Troubles? Us? The master of Taiching Palace's face showed vigilance. Could it be that there was more than just Ouyang Old Ancestor here? While the master of Taiching Palace was still guessing, Dongfang Jing's figure slowly appeared. In his hand, he also held the supreme imperial weapon of the Dongfang family. Turning around, the void in front of Ouyang Old Ancestor gradually revealed the supreme imperial weapon of the Ouyang family. Is there some misunderstanding between us? Being YO is also a disciple of Senior Xiao Yun now. Shouldn't we be allies? Bang! Dongfang Jing and the others didn't respond, but instead urged the supreme imperial weapons to suppress the master of Taiching Palace. The latter's sword energy surrounded him, but all three had supreme imperial weapons accompanying them, and their strengths were not far apart. In the instant of confrontation, the master of Taiching Palace was blasted away. A glimmer of light flashed in his eyes as he tried to use the impact to escape. But Dongfang Jing didn't give him this opportunity at all. The giant cauldron in his hand instantly enlarged to 10,000 meters. Buzz! The master of Taiching Palace was trapped inside, his head buzzing. Seeing this, Ouyang Old Ancestor's laws surged, intending to join forces to suppress the master of Taiching Palace. Even though the latter was trapped, he had no intention of surrendering. The aftermath of the three people's battle had already changed the landscape of the area where they were imprisoned, completely unrecognizable from before. All around were spatial cracks, pockmarked and uneven. Damn it, I personally offered up the Saintus. How could this result happen? Chapter 58. The Fall of the Master of Taiching Palace. I found the sands of time. Dongfang Jing and Ouyang Laozu exchanged a disdainful smile. Wasn't it just wanting to cling to someone powerful? They had been around for millennia, so why act so innocent? Whatever methods were used today, they would have to bear the consequences in the future. If they had just had a good talk with Ice Fairy and slowly revealed that following Xiao Yun would lead to a better future, today would not have happened. Senior Xiao Yun was known for being protective. How could an outsider compare to Ice Fairy, his personal disciple? Enough already, trying to put on an act in front of us. If it weren't for the fact that the elder of Taiching Palace had a debt of gratitude to Ice Fairy, today, it wouldn't just be you, the palace master, who would die, but the entire Ta Ching Palace. Jun, Dongfang Jing suddenly brought his hands down, and 5 beams of light immediately converged, completely burying the giant cauldron into the ground. A yellowish array constantly emerged above the cauldron, and with each appearance, the cauldron became increasingly powerful. With Ouyang Laozu's help, the palace master of Ta Ching Palace quickly let out a scream of agony. I'm not wrong. It's just that your clan doesn't have any fairies. Otherwise, you would have longed to send her to Xiao Yun's bed, just like I did. What right do you have to criticize me? What gives you the authority to accuse me? Return to the Void Sword Burial. The palace master of Ta Ching Palace had bloodshot eyes, and his flesh was gradually disappearing. Yet an extremely powerful sword intent shook the giant cauldron. Arrogant. You think you can turn the tables on your own? Without hesitation, Dongfang Jing took out a drop of blood and dripped it into the giant cauldron. In an instant, the shaking cauldron became still. However, Dongfang Jing's face turned pale, and his entire aura became extremely weak. Dongfang Jing had already exhausted most of his lifespan, and forcibly suppressing the palace master of Ta Ching Palace had drained him completely. If it weren't for Ouyang Laozu's presence, he wouldn't have dared to play such a risky game. Brother Ouyang, I leave the rest to you. Why go through all this? Senior Xiao Yun has left a trump card. You really don't have to do this. Ouyang Laozu wore a bitter expression. The Dongfang Jing, who had just been full of spirit, was now sighing. Ouyang Laozu did not hold back. After shattering the palace master of Ta Ching Palace's soul, he collected the opponent's spatial ring and the extreme imperial weapon. No, I can't let Senior Xiao Yun think the Dongfang family is useless. Anyway, I don't have much lifespan left. Killing the palace master of Ta Ching Palace would not be in vain. Dongfang Jing laughed heartily, but deep within his eyes was a lingering attachment to the world. With Xiao Yun as a powerful ally, he truly wanted to see if the Dongfang family could rise to greater heights. Sigh, you have less than half a year of lifespan left, and you can still laugh? The holy medicine for extending lifespan is not available in my Ouyang family, but we do have a bit of spiritual medicine in stock. You. Before Ouyang Laozu could finish, Dongfang Jing gently shook his head, interrupting him. My Dongfang family is one of the ancient imperial clans. It's not like we can't get our hands on lifespan-extending spiritual medicine, but with my current cultivation, lifespan-extending holy medicine is useless. Dongfang Jing smiled nonchalantly. Lifespan-extending holy medicine is even more precious than soul-enhancing holy medicine. This matter should still be reported to Senior Xiao Yun. Perhaps he has a way. After all, he has lived for so long and knows much more than us old folks who have been in seclusion for years. Just as Dongfang Jing was about to refuse, Ouyang Laozu pointed to the spatial ring floating in his palm. The wealth of the palace master of Ta Ching Palace and the extreme imperial weapon should at least be shown to Senior Xiao Yun. If all else fails, let and the others convey the message. After finishing, Ouyang Laozu tore through the void and headed straight for the Dongfang family with Dongfang Jing. Once he settled Dongfang Jing, he then flew to the Linglong Pavilion in Qingzhou to find someone. Upon learning that Xiao Yun had gone to the ancient city of buried sands, Ouyang Laozu felt a wave of darkness sweep over him. Senior Xiao Yun is truly bold. There are so many forbidden places, yet he insists on going to the top-ranked one. Throughout endless ages, it seems only one cultivator has come out of the ancient city of buried sands, and that is the Yaoqi Empress. Apart from her, several invincible beings have been trapped inside, gradually perishing. However, Ouyang Laozu did not dare to interfere with what Xiao Yun wanted to do and could only wait patiently. The Dongfang family and the Ouyang family were tied together because of Senior Xiao Yun, and naturally, Ouyang Laozu did not wish for the Dongfang family to lose a peak quasi-emperor powerhouse. The next day, inside the ancient city of buried sands, with each step Xiao Yun took, he stabilized the space he entered, avoiding being trapped within. To explore the ancient city of buried sands, Xiao Yun had already lost 2 heartless sword puppets. This last one was kept for the exit, in case the spatial coordinates were eroded by the power of time. This would be his backup plan. As for Bing Yao, this was actually Xiao Yun's greatest confidence. He had obtained 100 death substitute puppets from the Moon God sect, which were useful for cultivators below the Saint Realm. Leaving a spatial mark, this guaranteed 100 chances. Yao Yao, here are 100 death substitute puppets for you, and also a container for the Sands of Time. Next, Master will be waiting for your good news. As long as you obtain the Sands of Time, Master can teach you a divine ability related to time. What the heck? 100 death substitute puppets. Did you wipe out the Moon God sect? They take 3 years to create one, and you produced 100 at once? Bing Yao's small mouth opened slightly. She felt she had been too conservative before, acting like a bandit, seemed to leave nothing lacking. It's just that no one can replicate it. After all, the Moon God sect isn't just any random sect. Master, if I don't make it, remember to set up a monument for me. Xiao Yun's mouth twitched slightly. 100 death substitute puppets, and you're still afraid? Each time you get killed, you can return back to your side. But after Bing Yao finished speaking, she went a scout ahead, leaving Xiao Yun with a desolate back. The latter looked speechless, but his brows gradually furrowed. Because his divine sense was also restricted here, even though he had no issues in the sea of 10,000 calamities. To be precise, it wasn't that his divine sense was restricted, but it had been divided into countless fragments. Xiao Yun swallowed hard. Could it be that the ancient city of buried sands was originally a fragmented world? Hiss. If that's the case, it's a good thing I asked for 100 death substitute puppets. 3 breaths later, Bing Yao returned with an expressionless face, and 1 death substitute puppet was missing. Master, I was trapped in the same time and could only choose to commit suicide. It's fine, continue exploring. Xiao Yun gave Bing Yao an encouraging look, and she flew out again to scout. Until the 3rd time, Bing Yao's soul was severely damaged, and she could only stop to rest. Fortunately, Xiao Yun had already prepared holy medicine for recovering souls. Master, my body was torn apart by the power of time. Master, my head and neck are in 2 different places. Master, Bing Yao repeatedly tested the waters, and the holy medicine Xiao Yun prepared was gradually running low. Bing Yao began to panic, and her mindset changed drastically. Dying is dying. After all, there are many chances to live again. A rotten life is just that. After consuming 49 death substitute puppets, a different change finally appeared on Bing Yao's face. Master, I found the sands of time. Chapter 59, Gathering the Sands of Time. Bestowing the immortal elixir. Wow, finally, Xiao Yun's eyes brimmed with tears. Is he finally going to master the divine ability of eternal moment? Controlling the opponent for just a breath of time? Isn't that too sinister? Not to mention the Emperor's cultivation level. Even Bing Yao, with her heavenly realm cultivation, can decide life and death in just 1 breath. Master, don't be too happy yet. I have only found it, but I can't bring it back. How should I put it? I can see it, but when I try to take it, it's just emptiness. Hiss. When Bing Yao said this, Xiao Yun's heart sank. Isn't it just like that? Isn't there still a spatial dimension? Xiao Yun took a deep breath, seriously supporting Bing Yao's fragrant shoulder. It's fine, let's try again. This time, I'll give myself a stab to trigger my master's divine soul. Bing Yao, didn't you say you're protective? How come a situation is completely different from what was said after coming over? This isn't just sending me to my death. It's like I'm stabbing myself. Did I encounter someone with the same name? Master, can I still come back alive? Look at what you're saying. I can't say for sure. Xiao Yun forced a smile, but Bing Yao almost believed him. If it weren't for Xiao Yun's confident demeanor, she would have already given up. In her whole life, she had never been hurt, but after coming to Xiao Yun, she had experienced death nearly 50 times. I got it. Bing Yao closed her eyes, thinking that it was just dying once more. She just had to grit her teeth and get through it. Under Xiao Yun's expectant gaze, Bing Yao held the death substitute and flew in once again. When she saw the sands of time again, Bing Yao decisively stabbed herself, triggering Xiao Yun's divine soul protection. Master, this should be the sands of time, right? Bing Yao pointed at a grain of white sand not far away, where the surrounding space was wrinkled, and fragments of time intertwined. No matter how you look at it, this sand is unusual. This is indeed the sands of time. Xiao Yun pulled Bing Yao behind him, his expression somewhat solemn. This girl is really bold. She just plunged into the depths of the abyss of death surrounding the sands of time. Sigh, with a death substitute. She is truly fearless. If trapped, she can just end it herself. Master, you can't take it out either? No, it can be taken out, but it will consume some divine soul. Just a bit of soul consumption. Once we get this sands of time, we can possess a time divine ability. Who cares about that? Anyway, in the 3,000 states, no one can do anything to us. Let us go for it. Saying it and doing it. Xiao Yun made hand seals, mobilizing all the divine souls he could use. In the next moment, under Bing Yao's gaze, spatial cracks appeared, pressing towards the sands of time. In a place that Bing Yao couldn't reach, even with all her strength, Xiao Yun reached out with his bare hands towards the sands of time. Until he slowly retrieved it, Xiao Yun signaled Bing Yao to place it in a container. Once the sands of time entered the spatial ring, Bing Yao finally let out a sigh of relief. It seemed she had overthought it. It wasn't that complicated. It was just that the position of the sands of time was a bit special. Let's go back. Bing Yao nodded gently and then returned the same way. while Xiao Yun's divine soul gradually disappeared into the air. A quarter of an hour later, Qingzhou, Linglong Pavilion Branch. After sending Bing Yao back to the small world, Xiao Yun then moved to the top-tier guest room. Originally, Dongfang Xiu and others were supposed to be in closed-door training. But at this moment, only Ouyang Yi was safely in closed-door training. Dongfang Xiu, on the other hand, was rubbing his hands, his face full of anxiety. Xiao Yun frowned, wondering what happened. Senior Xiao Yun. Dongfang Xiu hesitated to speak, and his protector was even less inclined to open his mouth. As Dongfang Xiu and Xiao Yun's relationship was a bit closer, how can a big man be so shy in his words? To say it quickly, Xiao Yun scratched his head. He remembered that Dongfang Xiu hadn't interacted with women, right? Could it be that his white moonlight was taken away? That can't be. With the strength of the Dongfang family, apart from the Swallowing Heaven sect and the Dugu family, they wouldn't fear anyone. If Dongfang Xiu's white moonlight was taken, not only would she be retrieved, but the mother of the cultivator who took her would probably be retrieved too. Senior, do you know where there are any longevity holy medicines? The medicine clan. Without a second thought, Xiao Yun said, the medicine clan isn't too strong among the alien races. They only have many factions protecting them because they have given up many benefits. They only wanted to break through to a higher alchemist realm and wouldn't lack money at all. It seems they have given up spiritual stone mines, holy medicine quotas, and other precious qualifications, but they have earned back 100-fold, 1,000-fold in other aspects. For Xiao Yun, that's just a matter of a sentence. But for the Dongfang family, they can't force the medicine clan, otherwise they would be enemies with many factions. Moreover, there aren't many longevity holy medicines in the medicine clan. This, not to mention that there are few in the medicine mountain. Mainly they wouldn't take them out even if they had. Who in your family is dying? As soon as Xiao Yun spoke, Dongfang Xiu fell silent. Bro, you're being too direct. Can we be a bit more tactful? Someone else's mother died, and you just rush in to say, damn, she's dead. What's the difference? After a long pause, Dongfang Xiu finally looked at Xiao Yun. My family's second ancestor and Ouyang's old ancestor joined forces to kill the palace master of Taqing Palace, but they also paid a considerable price for it. Ouyang's old ancestor said that the second ancestor has less than half a year left. Common longevity elixirs won't work on him. I really have no way out. I ask you to provide guidance. If the medicine mountain really hides longevity holy medicine, then my Dongfang family must obtain it. Dongfang Xiu's eyes turned blood red. Losing a peak quasi-emperor would definitely give the resentful factions a chance to rob. This, didn't I leave a divine thought? How could this old fellow still be so stubborn? Xiao Yun shook his head lightly. The Dongfang family is indeed quite stubborn. Leaving a divine thought was just a precaution. Unexpectedly, that kid Dongfang Jing actually risked his life. That's unnecessary. That thing can only be used once. If Dongfang Jing were alive, he could protect the Dongfang family many more times. This, Dongfang Xiu also didn't know the specific reason and could only present the ruthless sword and the spatial ring of the palace master of Taqing Palace for now. Senior, I'm not clear on the specifics. This is the ultimate imperial weapon of Taqing Palace. Please take it. As Xiao Yun took out the ruthless sword from the spatial ring, it immediately displayed hostility. If it weren't for Ouyang's old ancestor sealing it in the spatial ring, it would have probably gone berserk long ago. Xiao Yun easily subdued it, and then turned his gaze back to Dongfang Xiu. This is the immortal elixir, given by that kid Ouyang Yi. It can extend life for 1,000 years without any problem. Xiao Yun took out the immortal elixir, leaving Dongfang Xiu completely dazed. He knew that the immortal elixir was given by Ouyang Yi, but hadn't it already been used on Yi Hanyan? Senior, this. Stop with the this and that. Hurry and take it. I have other matters to attend to. Anyway, the immortal elixir is with you. How you handle it is your business. Seeing that Dongfang Xiu was still in a daze for a long time, Xiao Yun left the immortal elixir and directly entered the small world. He wasn't in a hurry to bully his own woman. He needed to comprehend the sands of time and attain the divine ability of eternal moment. Chapter 60. Time Divine Ability. Momentary Eternity. Young Master Wei. The shock on Dongfang Xiu's face lingered for a long time. The legendary most powerful immortality elixir for extending life. And it was just given away by Elder Xiao like that? If he had kept it, he could have lived for another 10,000 years. Not to mention Xiao Yun. Even if the Dongfang family obtained this immortality elixir, they would instinctively keep it for themselves. When that old ancestor is about to pass away, they would take it out to extend their lifespan. If the news is sent back, if there are still cultivators in the clan who are dissatisfied with Elder Xiao, there will be no mercy. Additionally, A blood letter should be sent directly to bring the second ancestor over to refine the immortality elixir. Dongfang Xiu's expression was cold. They say with such a good talent, why must he follow Xiao Yun? He likes fairies, not men. Moreover, the Dongfang family often sends a large number of cultivators to help Xiao Yun solve some troubles. Although no one is spreading rumors outside, there are always some people among the clan's disciples who like to gossip. However, after this incident, anyone who speaks out can be regarded as a traitor of the Dongfang family. Elder Xiao is willing to give out the immortality elixir. What do these actions of the Dongfang family amount to? Young master, rest assured, this matter only needs to be reported to the second ancestor, and the family will be under the second ancestor's watch. Dongfang Xiu narrowed his eyes slightly. This situation is very normal. After all, there will inevitably be greedy people in the clan. Having already divided the cultivation resources of 3 states, now obtaining the immortality elixir, if anyone dares to complain further, they will be directly chopped and fed to the dogs. Beside him, Ouyang Yi's protector also had a very complicated expression. If it weren't for Elder Xiao, their relationship with the Dongfang family wouldn't be so close. Now, the two families have joined forces and even have more than a dozen marriage alliances. Inside the small world, Xiao Yun took the sand of time from Bing Yao and returned to Yi Hanyin's room. Seeing Xiao Yun resting on her lap, Yi Hanyin instinctively rubbed his head, her eyes flashing with a hint of maternal love. Her husband like this always made her want to feed him something. Xiao Yun didn't think too much about it. If Lin Qingxian and Su Yingxue were cultivating, the 1,000-layer mirror naturally returned to Xiao Yun's hands. Besides the Huangfu family, the Yuan family's extreme imperial weapon, now there is also a heartless sword. Once he comprehends the sand of time, it will be time to consider upgrading the 1,000-layer mirror into a divine weapon. Once this matter is settled, it won't be long before Qingxian and the others each have an extreme imperial weapon. What top-notch holy weapons? They're already inferior. How can the disciples of the emperor be so mediocre? Husband, Wan hasn't come out of her room since she returned. Did you take advantage of her? Xiao Yun kissed Yi Hanyin's thigh, almost forgetting about this matter. However, the main thing is important. Lei Wan will eventually be dealt with, so there is no rush. Do I still need to take advantage? That girl wishes she could stick to her husband. Forget it. This matter is not urgent. Let us talk about it. After comprehending the sand of time, Xiao Yun put away the 1,000-layer mirror and the sand of time, then got up to taste Yi Hanyin's sweet and delicious lips before he instantaneously moved to the closed-door cultivation room. Yi Hanyin was kissed until she almost couldn't catch her breath. Her clothes were in a disarray. However, since her husband didn't mess with her, Yi Hanyin couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Ever since confirming their relationship with her husband, every day has been very fulfilling. But she still hoped for a bit of leisure, not always just knowing how to cultivate. Combining work and rest could yield twice the result with half the effort. Being physically and mentally happy makes cultivation very effective. Shortly after Xiao Yun left, Lei Wan, who received a message from Yi Hanyin, immediately flew over. She looked around and, seeing that Xiao Yun was not present, a hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes. Sister Hanyin, the master is not here. Lei Wan's thoughts were written all over her face, and Yi Hanyin couldn't help but pinch her pretty face. Your husband is comprehending the sand of time. You came late. Disappointed, Lei Wan sat down, and Yi Hanyin couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth. She was also a bit exasperated, relying on her perfect body. She is looking forward to being bullied by her husband, right? Before breaking her body, Yi Hanyin thought the same way. Now, seeing Xiao Yun, she really wanted to take a detour. He was too good at stirring trouble. What's wrong? Disappointed? Your husband isn't unaware of your thoughts. However, the time divine ability is indeed very strong. Once comprehended, both of us will benefit greatly. Look at how restless you are. You should cherish the present well, or you might not be able to run away in the future. Lei Wan's pretty face flushed. How could you be restless? The master is indeed very good. If it weren't for Yi Hanyin revealing this matter, she would have thought Yi Hanyin was jealous. Oh, Sister Hanyin is really annoying. I'm not restless at all. The next day, outside the small world, in the guest room of Linglong Pavilion, Qingzhou, after Dongfang Jing refined the immortality elixir, not only did his lethargy dissipate, but his body also radiated boundless vitality. I didn't expect Elder Xiao to be so generous with the immortality elixir. I truly. Dongfang Jing sighed, while Dongfang Xiu reminded him from the side. Second ancestor, Elder Xiao is not treating us poorly. Dongfang Jing lightly touched his head. Without the immortality elixir this time, he would have soon passed away. For Elder Xiao, The Dongfang family is just minor help. However, since she and the Empress of Yaoqi are friends, she must pay attention to Mo Tsangming, who was mentioned earlier. What are the Devouring Heaven sect? Even though they previously overshadowed the Dugu family, the Devouring Heaven Demon Lord has been in closed-door cultivation for over 100 years. I will keep this matter in mind, and when I return to the family, I will send someone to keep an eye on Mo Tsangming. If Elder Xiao has any ideas, send a blood letter directly. Dongfang Xiao understood the second ancestor's intention. After all, the Devouring Heaven sect has not been established for long, and it is basically the achievement of the Devouring Heaven Demon Lord alone. Montak Kengming, as the third elder of the Devouring Heaven sect, has many matters to handle. If Elder Xiao goes, and he is not there, it would not be good. Understood. Second ancestor. 3 days later, Lin Qingxian emerged from her closed-door cultivation amidst the roaring thunder. She was surrounded by shards of top-notch spirit stones, and her aura had reached the Nirvana realm. After overcoming the ninefold thunder tribulation, Lin Qingxuan's body had undergone a complete transformation. At this stage, she completely possessed the ability to regenerate lost limbs, though it requires time and lifespan. Moreover, after dispelling her inner demons in the 9-turn Qinglian pool, Lin Qingxian faced no obstacles when breaking through to the Tongtian realm. Su Yingxue was trying hard to catch up with Lin Qingxian, but since both girls practiced the same technique, she was still tormented by Xiao Yun when she exited her cultivation. Now her cultivation barely reached the early stage of the divine concealment realm, and breaking through a major realm is just the effort of others over 10 years. Huh, where's my husband? After Lin Qingxian came out, she happily took a bath, thinking her husband would come out, but she didn't see his figure. I don't know. Su Yingxue appeared in a bathrobe, feeling that she and Lin Qingxian were really extravagant. They actually used top-notch spirit stones for cultivation, while others treat them as treasures. But thinking about it, what with the protective sect formation and the spatial teleportation array, they didn't need to worry about those things. Top-notch spirit stones are of little use to her husband. Just then, Xiao Yun's figure flew out from the closed-door cultivation room, a smile plastered on his face. Momentary eternity, just grasping it. Husband. 3. Master. 1. As soon as Xiao Yun emerged, Lin Qingxian, Su Yingxue, Yi Hanyan, and Lei Wanwan all flew out of the courtyard with smiles, rushing into his embrace. Chapter 61. Bullying Lei Wanwan, the transformation of Kain Changing. Xiang. Xiao Yun couldn't hold her, so he could only give her a kiss. Lin Qingxian and the others were fine since they had already given themselves to Xiao Yun, and their lips had been kissed many times. But Lei Wanwan was different. She still had her first kiss, although he didn't kiss her lips. Kissing her cheek still made her feel a bit shy. Moreover, Lin Qingxian and the others were all present. Husband, I'm already in Nirvana realm. Lin Qingxian rubbed her head against Xiao Yun's chest like a little cat waiting to be petted. Good. Later, husband will reward you well. Xiao Yun's lips curled up slightly, while Lin Qingxuan's pretty face turned red with embarrassment. Here it comes again. This is not a reward at all. If it really is, she might as well let it go to Schwer. What about Yao Yao? Xiao Yun was bullying Lin Qingxian in his arms, and Yi Hanyan immediately volunteered to leave to avoid being caught in the crossfire. If husband wanted to bully someone, it would be her who would suffer. Not long after, Bing Yao was brought over by Yi Hanyan, her brows furrowed. Should she really be here in this situation? Master, despite her inner doubts, Bing Yao still respectfully looked at Xiao Yun. Peak of Tongtian realm. Good, you're almost at the venerable realm. Bing Yao didn't speak because Lin Qingxuan's cultivation was much higher. Qingxian, in the future, please allocate some top-grade spirit stones for Yao Yao to assist in her cultivation. Okay, husband. Lin Qingxian showed a sweet smile. Regardless of whether Bing Yao was an ice fairy or not, they would all be sisters from now on. In the past 2 days, I finally used the sands of time to comprehend the time divine ability, eternal moment. Now, you all focus your attention. I will pass this divine ability to you. Xiao Yun split 5 jade orbs and sent them into Lin Qingxian and the others' minds. Eternal moment. It freezes the time in a localized area. Practitioners of the same realm can freeze time for at least a breath, and the weaker the soul power, the longer the frozen time. This ability can be used for single combat or group fights. It is definitely a counterattack divine ability. If you take the initiative, the opponent won't have a chance to strike back. The 5 girls closed their eyes to refine the cultivation method of eternal moment, becoming more and more astonished as they looked at it. Only Bing Yao remained calm. Having died nearly 50 times, this was what she deserved. When they opened their eyes, the excitement in their eyes couldn't be concealed, and Lin Qingxian was even prepared to be bullied. Usually, when there was nothing to do, husband liked to mess around. Now that he was teaching such a heaven-defying divine ability, she might need to rest well to recover. Husband, Wanwan's comprehension is a bit poor. Could you personally guide her later? Yi Hanyan lightly opened her lips, and Lin Qingxian and Su Yingxue couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Good sister, you're so kind. I hope you can always be so brave in the future. Wanwan is a bit slow-witted. I hope Master can teach her well. Originally, Lei Wanwan, who hadn't reacted, immediately became certain of her thoughts when she saw Yi Hanyan constantly giving her signals. She proactively looped her arm around Xiao Yun's. Xiao Yun's lips curled up slightly. Was there someone who actively offered themselves? Good. I like to guide you, kind of foolish disciple. Under Bing Yao's astonished gaze, Xiao Yun picked up Lei Wanwan's delicate body and instantly disappeared from sight. 666. No need to act anymore. When Xiao Yun brought Lei Wanwan to her courtyard, she jumped down voluntarily and invited him to take a couple's bath. Xiao Yun's lips curled up slightly. It seemed this girl wanted to show him her best side. After becoming partners, being honest with each other was indeed very important. Master, thank you. Lei Wanwan reached out to pull Xiao Yun into the tub, and after shedding her clothes, she proactively offered her first kiss. You know, Master has never been a good person. Xiao Yun lowered his head to taste Lei Wanwan's lips, and she whimpered, making it hard to hear what she was saying. By the time they finished their couple's bath, Lei Wanwan's pretty face was already flushed red. Xiao Yun placed her on the bed and reached out to push aside her hair. Master, Wanwan is still a pure maiden. Please cherish me. Lei Wanwan blushed, closed her eyes, and didn't dare to look at Xiao Yun, her heart racing like a little deer. For these years of fleeing, her only thought was to improve her cultivation and live well. When it came to matters between men and women, Lei Wanwan was completely clueless. From today onwards, if you don't call me husband, I'll spank you. 20,000 words omitted here. The next day, Lei Wanwan woke up with a furrowed brow, realizing she was lying in Xiao Yun's arms, and her pretty face couldn't help but turn red. She regretted it. No wonder Han Yin's sister told her to cherish the present days. It turned out her husband had so many hobbies and could really mess with people. She almost got played to death. Little lazy bug, you can really sleep. Xiao Yun silently teased Lei Wanwan. Upon hearing this, she couldn't care about being shy anymore and puffed up her cheeks. Immediately after, a small punch landed gently on Xiao Yun's arm. It's all your fault. You said you wouldn't let me suffer even a little, and look, it's definitely more than a little. Lei Wanwan's nose twitched. She thought being Master S woman would be sweet, but instead, she suffered a lot. Sigh, this is just the beginning. It seems there will be no shortage of hard days ahead. Having just lost her virginity, Lei Wanwan hoped she could get pregnant, at least to hide for 10 months. If every day was so fulfilling, she wouldn't have the chance to go out and relax. All right, it's all husband S fault. You continue to rest, and I'll handle some small matters. Small matters? Lei Wanwan lay in Xiao Yun's arms, her phoenix eyes wide open, filled with curiosity. Xiao Yun released one hand and took out the Qianchongjing and the Wuqing sword, 3 extreme Dao Emperor weapons. Qianchongjing, let's see what you can do. Xiao Yun suspended the 3 extreme Dao Emperor weapons in midair and then urged Qianchongjing closer. Originally, Qianchongjing was a bit shaky, but seeing the 3 similar items offering no resistance, it immediately revealed a greedy aura. Under the watch of Xiao Yun and Lei Wanwan, the Wuqing sword was the first to be swallowed. After resting, Qianchongjing's surface gleamed even more than before. Master, I'm so hungry. Can they be eaten too? The spirit of Qianchongjing was a delicate little girl, after all, personally forged by the Empress of Yaoqi. Seeing Qianchongjing take the initiative to ask him, Xiao Yun became interested. Tell me, how many extreme Dao Emperor weapons do you need to devour to upgrade to a divine weapon? Master, if I swallow them, I can definitely undergo earth-shattering changes. Qianchongjing wasn't sure, but she had a strong feeling. Go ahead, they're all prepared for you. After all, the extreme Dao Emperor weapons were useless to Xiao Yun since he had no opponents. Wow, thank you, Master. Upon hearing Xiao Yun say this, Qianchongjing's body trembled with excitement. Following that, it swiftly devoured the remaining 2 extreme Dao Emperor weapons. When Qianchongjing completely refined the 3 extreme Dao Emperor weapons, its body gradually changed from white to silver white. Not only did it become more beautiful, but a spatial rift gradually tore open above its head. With the rumble of thunder, Xiao Yun couldn't help but smile slightly. The thunder tribulation was coming. This was the baptism of upgrading to a divine weapon. The heavenly Tao does not allow the existence of divine weapons, as they do not belong here. 1-1. Rest well. Husband will go help Kai Changing. Chapter 62. The thousandfold mirror ascends to divine weapon. Before Lei Wanwan could respond, Xiao Yun stood up, and his clothes automatically adorned his body. He then took the thousandfold mirror and left the courtyard, heading to a remote area of the small world. Rumble. With the departure of the thousandfold mirror, the thunderclouds also shifted, and the thunder grew increasingly terrifying. However, the tribulation lightning refused to descend, while the people across the 3,000 states felt a sense of dread. Such a terrifying tribulation lightning had surpassed the comprehension of all cultivators. The major ancient imperial clans wore grim expressions. Such overwhelming pressure made the thunderclouds comparable to a living, invincible being. It was Elder Xiao Yun. Apart from him, no one else in the entire 3,000 states had such capability. The Dongfang and Ouyang families thought of Xiao Yun almost simultaneously, and, aside from these two families, other forces aware of Xiao Yun's strength, such as the medicinal clan, were also thinking the same. After a period of panic, most cultivators breathed a sigh of relief upon realizing that this tribulation lightning was not aimed at them. Half an hour later, a white bolt of tribulation lightning transformed into a pillar, tearing through the sky, directly targeting Xiao Yun's small world. The thousandfold mirror spun continuously, not only blocking the tribulation lightning, but also converting it into its own nourishment. It seemed that the heavenly Tao had sensed the intention of the thousandfold mirror. As the thunderclouds crackled with lightning, brewing an even more terrifying tribulation lightning. 10 breaths later, a rare 7-star alignment appeared within the thunderclouds, but unfortunately, this was a manifestation of the tribulation lightning. This strike represented annihilation. The heavenly Tao exerted all its strength, attempting to completely shatter the thousandfold mirror. Master, save me. The thousandfold mirror had not fully transformed yet, and seeing 7 bolts of tribulation lightning descending together, it felt as if its vision darkened, although it had no eyes. Rest assured, during the tribulation, I will ensure your safety. Xiao Yun stood in the void, his eyes piercing through space, crossing the thunderclouds, as if locking eyes with the heavenly Tao, clearly doing nothing, yet causing the thunderclouds born from the heavenly Tao to flicker with increased urgency. As the 7-star alignment of the tribulation lightning approached, Xiao Yun slowly clenched his right hand, a barrier formed entirely from laws materializing. Zzz. 7 bolts of tribulation lightning struck the barrier of laws, continuously generating arcs of electricity that spread outward. Seeing that the thousandfold mirror was prepared, Xiao Yun finally allowed a bolt of tribulation lightning to enter, giving it ample time to absorb. The heavenly Tao, witnessing this, was furious, and the thunderclouds seemed ready to overturn the entire sky. But it could only watch as Xiao Yun assisted the thousandfold mirror in its ascension. Just as the second bolt of tribulation lightning was about to be introduced, the heavenly Tao could no longer endure and unleashed the final terrifying bolt of tribulation lightning. This strike was stronger than the previous 8 bolts, and had already faintly surpassed the strength of an invincible being. When the last bolt of tribulation lightning descended, the thunderclouds dissipated by more than half. What are the invincible? In front of the heavenly Tao, before the thunderclouds had completely vanished, the heavenly Tao saw its full-powered strike of tribulation lightning was still blocked by Xiao Yun. Now, this was interesting. In the 3,000 states in the world, only the heavenly Tao could still fight. Xiao Yun pressed his left hand down, the imperial might lifting his robes, facing the heavenly Tao head-on without the slightest hesitation. The heavenly Tao, seeing this scene, was almost enraged enough to condense the thunderclouds again and initiate a second tribulation. But human strength has its limits. The heavenly Tao was not omnipotent, just like a sage in a mad state. It had run out of power. Fool, is this all you've got? And you're still trying to act tough with me? Xiao Yun had expected the heavenly Tao to come up with something different, but it turned out it had this little strength. Xiao Yun was fully prepared for a battle, but now he could only vent his frustrations on the tribulation lightning. Under his control, the thousandfold mirror perfectly absorbed the remaining tribulation lightning, and its mirror body completely transformed into a silvery white. The thousandfold mirror swayed its mirror body, hovering in front of Xiao Yun, seemingly waiting for its new master's touch. It had 2 masters. One was the Yaoqi Empress who created it, and the other was Xiao Yun, the new master it recognized. This power was incredible. If the Yaoqi Empress hadn't ascended, she would probably be tied up and spanked. Xiao Yun reached out to caress the mirror body while also accepting its abilities. After its advancement, the thousand-fold mirror transformed into the nine-fold mirror. However, it should be called the Nine Heavens Mysterious Mirror, but Xiao Yun was too lazy to change the name, as long as it was easy to use. This thing, with a casual strike, represented the peak of this dimension. In Xiao Yun's hands, slaying gods was effortless. The ninefold mirror could unleash 9 distinctly different heavenly lights, all condensed from supreme pillars of law. For example, the light of annihilation, the light of order, the light of reincarnation, and so on. The key was that it could also reflect the heavens and had the ability to see through illusions, surpassing all eye techniques. Most importantly, it could also release illusions itself. How could you handle that? However, what intrigued Xiao Yun the most was the ability of 9 mirrors returning to 1, which could project Xiao Yun to any location, such as the perilous tomb of the myriad emperors. The strongest beings inside were merely invincible. Facing Xiao Yun's projection, they would be utterly defenseless. However, this ability required the consumption of 100 million top-grade spirit stones at a time, quite a financial burden. Fortunately, Xiao Yun had 3,000 money houses in the 3,000 states, so if he ran low, he could just check how many he had. All right, you take a good rest. I won't be needing you for now. When Qing Xian and the others go to the tomb of the myriad emperors, that's when you'll be needed. Okay, master. The ninefold mirror zipped away, its mirror body immediately losing its luster and falling into slumber. Xiao Yun placed it in his courtyard and then returned to Lei Wanwan's room. She was playing with her hair, and when she saw Xiao Yun crawl back into bed, her delicate body instinctively trembled. Those snow-white and exquisite jade-like feet bent backward at a 90-degree angle. Husband, has the thousandfold mirror really become a divine weapon? Indeed, in the future, Qing Xian and the others will have an extra layer of protection when they go to the tomb of the myriad emperors. Xiao Yun and Lei Wanwan intertwined their fingers, closing their eyes to savor her fragrance. After resting for 2 days, husband will go check out the devouring heaven sect. Huh? 2 days? Lei Wanwan lightly bit her red lips. She would rather Xiao Yun go to the devouring heaven sect tomorrow. Otherwise, she would have to suffer old grievances. Truly, when in poverty, one strikes precisely, and when in wealth, one suppresses with firepower. Husband, why don't you go tomorrow? This important matter must not be delayed. Lei Wanwan earnestly advised, but Xiao Yun had already seen through her thoughts. With a mischievous smile on his face, he quietly watched as Lei Wanwan finished speaking. The moment she looked up, her heart raced like a deer. Her guilty expression was reminiscent of Su Yingxue when she tricked Xiao Yun into thinking Lin Qingxian had encountered mishap. H husband, why are you looking at me? I'm just speaking the truth. Lei Wanwan's eyes darted around, her delicate face involuntarily flushing red. Initially, she wondered why Sister Han Yin and the others didn't let her husband replenish his energy. After all, having several partners, it was inevitable to feel overwhelmed. Now, having experienced it herself, she felt that replenishing her husband's energy might lead her to bear the consequences. Yes, you're right. Husband is just lazy. Want to get closer to our Wanwan. Oh dear, I wonder who dreams of calling husband all the time. This little girl's dreams are a bit off. Chapter 63. Arrival at the devouring heaven divine continent. Imperial might spreading for hundreds of thousands of miles. Huh, did my husband not sleep at all while I was dreaming? Although I didn't do anything, my husband has been working so hard for so long. Yet he isn't even a bit tired? Oh my, I really don't know whether to say this is good or bad. I suddenly feel sleepy. Lei Wanwan blushed and turned her pretty face away, quickly closing her eyes, but her long eyelashes fluttered, clearly pretending to be asleep. Xiao Yun didn't expose her, letting go of her small hand and pulling her delicate body into his arms to rest. Lei Wanwan would occasionally open one eye to sneak a glance. And when she saw Xiao Yun's breath was steady, she let out a sigh of relief. 7 days later, Xiao Yun got up and dressed with the help of Lin Qingxian. These past few days, Xiao Yun had been wandering in the flower beds. If it weren't for Schwer and the others needing to cultivate, he would have wanted to make up for over 100,000 years of being single. Xiao Yun touched Lin Qingxuan's long leg, signaling her to rest well. Now that my husband is gone, I can finally cultivate properly. Lin Qingxian placed her delicate hand on her chest and unconsciously let out a sigh of relief. She had never wanted to go into seclusion so much before. Although her heart was already shaped like Xiao Yun's, she couldn't help but feel nervous every time. When Xiao Yun left the small world, only Bing Yao followed him out to relax. As for the reason, probably only Xiao Yun knew. However, When she received the top-grade spirit stones, Bing Yao was also extremely shocked and then truly delighted. It previously took a year or even longer to break through to the sovereign realm with her cultivation method. But with the method Xiao Yun provided, Bing Yao felt that she could break through to the sovereign realm in just a month. Coupled with cultivating with top-grade spirit stones, in another 7 days, she could challenge the sovereign realm. Senior Xiao Yun, are we going to the Devouring Heaven sect now? Do you have something to do? When Xiao Yun noticed Dongfang Xiu's proactive inquiry, he couldn't help but furrow his brows. He had just enjoyed 7 days of comfort. Could it be that trouble awaited him again? You misunderstood. The family cultivators have been keeping an eye on that Mo, Songming. But he hasn't been in the Devouring Heaven Divine continent for the past couple of days. Not here. Since we come all this way, we might as well go wait at the headquarters of the Devouring Heaven sect. It's a good opportunity to see that Devouring Heaven Demon Sovereign, the strongest in the 3,000 states. Xiao Yun was well aware of the reputation of the Dugu Emperor. Being able to defeat the 3 peak quasi-emperors of the Dugu family indicated that the Devouring Heaven Demon Sovereign had some strength. It's just that he didn't know whether they would come at him one by one or all 3 together. If all 3 came together and still lost, then the Dugu family's reputation as the strongest power in the 3,000 states would be up for grabs. Then let's go take a look at the Devouring Heaven Divine continent. Going to the Devouring Heaven Divine continent? Are you sure you're not going to see the Devouring Heaven Demon Sovereign? You dare say that? I'm too embarrassed to expose you. Dongfang Xiu silently complained. Senior Xiao Yun already had several partners. How could the Devouring Heaven Demon Sovereign be stronger than him? Master, can I still call you that tomorrow? Why do you say that? Xiao Yun turned to look at Bing Yao, who had regained her emotions and started to have more thoughts. Now, among Master's 5 disciples, the first 4 senior sisters had already been taken care of in bed, and she felt that it wouldn't be long before it was her turn. Bing Yao glanced at Xiao Yun and rolled her eyes. Everything was unspoken. My aloof disciple and lecherous master. Xiao Yun wanted to say something, but hesitated. He did have thoughts, but Lin Qingxian and the others were all proactive. Especially that Qingxian girl. To give him the harmony powder, she was indeed a talent. The system also mentioned the rebellious disciple, and now there were a total of 5, with only Bing Yao, this girl, wholeheartedly devoted to the path. The others all wanted to rebel against their master. Now it's good. They succeeded, but they don't dare anymore. In the midst of laughter and chatter, Xiao Yun and the others arrived at the Devouring Heaven Divine continent. This place was quite different from other states. The closer one got to the center, the more intense the demonic energy became. The Devouring Heaven Divine continent looked grand and magnificent, but in reality, it was filled with demon cultivators. Opening one's eyes, all around were demon cultivators wanting to sacrifice your flesh and blood. Could you endure this? I smell the scent of cultivators from other states. Before Xiao Yun and the others approached the Devouring Heaven sect, nearly 10,000 demon cultivators gathered around them. The treasures in their hands were particularly eerie. Bone staffs, bone knives, eyeball rings, and even beating hearts. At first glance, there wasn't a single normal cultivator's treasure among them. A bunch of lowly ants dares to block the way. Dongfang Xiu pressed down with one hand, and the earth-yellow power of the laws instantly enveloped all the cultivators. In an instant, the bodies of nearly 10,000 cultivators were crushed. However, this move not only failed to serve as a deterrent, but instead gathered 3 Saint King demon cultivators. As a giant of the demonic path, even if cultivators from the Dugu family came over, they would dare to act. If a female came, she would definitely face severe punishment, turning into a concubine or furnace cauldron. Daring to rampage in the Devouring Heaven Divine continent. Do they really think this is their home? The Saint King demon cultivators laughed sinisterly, but when they noticed Bing Yao beside Xiao Yun, their eyes immediately filled with greed. Girl, such a beautiful girl. She can actually rival the Devouring Heaven Demon Sovereign. If I could defile her, it would be worth dying. As soon as this was said, the gathered demon cultivators openly stared at Bing Yao's delicate body. Look at that face, a beauty of the world. Look at those long legs, snowy and delicate. And this figure, how can one not be amazed? Just looking at her is pleasurable, let alone playing with her. Master, Bing Yao hid behind Xiao Yun, who squinted his eyes but did not look at the group of demon cultivators in front of him, because a black-robed old man was watching everything from 10,000 meters away. Are they cultivators of the Devouring Heaven sect? Interesting. As Xiao Yun muttered to himself, the Saint King demon cultivator looked at him with extreme arrogance. Kid, if you obediently offer up the girl beside you, maybe you can enjoy yourself a bit before dying. Otherwise, The seat will let you know what it means to be skinned and pulled. Boom! Xiao Yun glanced at the Saint King Demon Cultivator, and his imperial might instantly enveloped him. Without holding back, that Saint King Demon Cultivator was crushed into a mist of blood. No, it's impossible. He clearly didn't team make a move. Could it be a soul technique? The other two Saint King Demon Cultivators were completely confused. Their previous greed and arrogance instantly replaced by deep fear. After all, the unknown is what truly terrifies people. A group of noisy ants. Xiao Yun slowly extended his right hand, and a huge, illusory hand instantly grabbed the spying black-robed old man. His imperial might spread around him, instantly covering 100,000 miles. In the blink of an eye, within 100,000 miles, whether it was demon cultivators or other demonic beings, they all died under Xiao Yun's imperial might. Below the great emperor, all are ants, and at this moment, it received the best testimony. In fact, Xiao Yun did not use his full strength. Otherwise, in a single thought, all the billions of lives in the devouring heaven divine continent would be annihilated. Go back. Let your demon sovereign come out to see me. Xiao Yun tore off one of the black-robed old man's arms, leaving a spatial mark on him before letting him go back to notify the devouring heaven demon sovereign. If he dares to run, unless he commits suicide, otherwise, he will be caught by Xiao Yun. Yes. Chapter 64. The strongest in 3,000 states, Nangong Wan. Senior, are we just going to wait here? Dongfang Xiao took out a chair from his spatial ring. Although the place was a bit empty, it was still acceptable. Senior, let's leave. Many people just died here, and it's really uncomfortable. Ouyang, he said with a face full of frustration. Waiting in midair was just too terrible. Master, I don't like this place either. Bing Yao frowned tightly, rare for her to speak. Look how anxious you all are. Just go rest at the headquarters of the Swallowing Heaven sect. Damn it, go rest at their headquarters? Who dares to leave Xiao Yun's line of sight? Dongfang Xiao and the others exchanged glances, swallowing nervously. Although they had never seen the Swallowing Heaven Demon Lord, they knew how powerful the Dugu family was. Who could defeat the Dugu family? A moment later, inside the main hall of the Swallowing Heaven sect, Xiao Yun was resting in the primary position, and Dongfang Xiao and the others didn't dare to leave his 100-meter radius. If the Swallowing Heaven Demon Lord returned, they would probably face a terrible death. The Dongfang and Ouyang families might be effective in other places, but in front of the Swallowing Heaven Demon Lord, they were nothing. Without Xiao Yun, they wouldn't even dare to step into the territory of the Swallowing Heaven sect. Xiao Yun lay sideways in the position of the Swallowing Heaven Demon Lord, his divine consciousness already covering the entire Swallowing Heaven sect. Unfortunately, there was not a single peak quasi-emperor among them. No matter how strong the Swallowing Heaven sect was, it was still a rising star. Apart from the Swallowing Heaven Demon Lord, there was no second peak quasi-emperor. Since he couldn't locate anyone, there was only one possibility. The Swallowing Heaven Demon Lord controlled a certain emperor's small world. To control a small world, one must meet two conditions. One is to possess the core of the small world and refine it for one's own use. The second is that the owner of the small world, that is, the emperor, must be completely annihilated, leaving no remnant soul. If there is a lingering remnant soul, forget about controlling the small world. It would first attempt to seize the body. Even in Xiao Yun's previous era, there was no such fortunate person. After all, the Invincible could invade other small worlds and tear apart small worlds with extreme emperor weapons. Even Invincible person's small world is not absolutely safe. On the other side, within the small world controlled by the Swallowing Heaven Demon Lord, when the demon cultivator whose arm Xiao Yun had twisted hurriedly reported, a stunningly beautiful woman slowly opened her eyes. Her face, like moonlight condensed, was breathtakingly beautiful, yet carried a chilling aura. As she rose, her alluring red lips slowly exhaled a breath of dark energy. Her proud figure seemed like a divine creation, her long legs almost defying nature. However, her delicate body was concealed by a black robe, emanating a terrifying pressure that made it hard to breathe. This was the leader of the Swallowing Heaven sect, the head of the demon path, the Swallowing Heaven Demon Lord, Nangong Wan. When she emerged from the small world, the elders of the Swallowing Heaven sect didn't dare to raise their heads. Clutching his severed arm, one elder trembled uncontrollably. Who just arrived? The other party didn't reveal their identity, but since both the Dongfang and Ouyang families were present, it was highly likely that it was the recently renowned Emperor Xiao Yun. Emperor Xiao Yun? Nangong Wan's eyes narrowed slightly. The sudden arrival of Emperor Xiao Yun at the Swallowing Heaven sect probably wasn't a good omen. Moreover, The other party seemed somewhat lecherous. What if he had his sights set on her? However, the incidents with the Yuan and Huangfu families served as cautionary tales. Escaping was futile. Nan Gongwan sighed lightly, a rare hint of worry appearing between her brows. She had been in seclusion for so long. How could she have attracted such a presence? Regardless of how Xiao Yun had survived, no one in the present could contend with him. The other party was already waiting for her. If it was a blessing, it wouldn't be a curse. And if it was a curse, it couldn't be avoided. She might as well go and take a look. Nan Gongwan's red lips parted slightly, and without waiting for the elder's response, her delicate figure slipped into the void, heading straight for the main hall of the headquarters. As Nan Gongwan entered the hall with her snow-white long legs, Dongfang Xiao and the others instinctively swallowed hard. If Bing Yao was an ice lotus untouched by worldly dust, then Nan Gongwan was a proud and deadly blood rose. The former had a holy aura, while the latter seemed like a forbidden beauty, the kind that could explode at a glance. The leader of the Swallowing Heaven sect, Nan Gongwan, had met the senior Xiao Yun. Nan Gongwan respectfully bowed to Xiao Yun, her gaze observing the changes in his expression. Gulp! Before Xiao Yun could speak, Dongfang Xiao, Ouyang, Yi, and even Qing Mingjian couldn't help but swallow hard. Nan Gongwan was both beautiful and charismatic, exuding an aura of a powerful woman. It was likely that no male could resist her charm. Even a beauty enthusiast would have to give a thumbs up and exclaim how stunning she looked. See? Xiao Yun pointed to the closest position on the right. Nan Gongwan didn't sit down. Instead, she looked up and met his gaze. Senior, has the sect offended you in any way? Xiao Yun gently tapped the armrest of the chair, speaking slowly. I came solely for Mo Songming, and I happen to want to see the strongest in the 3,000 states. Not daring. Nan Gongwan quickly waved her hands. To claim to be the strongest in front of Xiao Yun was practically seeking death. However, since he specifically mentioned Mo Songming, could it be that the third elder had done something? Nan Gongwan's eyes narrowed slightly, a dangerous glint flashing within them. In the Swallowing Heaven sect, the souls of all cultivators above the sage realm were held in Nan Gongwan's hands. If she wished, with a single thought, she could annihilate these elders completely. All right, no need to be so formal. I came here just for the matter of the Yaoqi sacred land. This Mo Songming was once an accomplice in the destruction of the Yaoqi sacred land. The Yaoqi sacred land? Nan Gongwan breathed a sigh of relief. From Xiao Yun's tone, he didn't seem interested in the Swallowing Heaven sect. This piqued her curiosity. She was a demon cultivator, and even if the other party wasn't interested in her, could he truly feel no disgust? The means of demon cultivators are cruel and bloody, even targeting mortals, making them quite close to demons yet far from humanity. I'll have someone urge him to come back immediately. In the meantime, if you don't mind, may I arrange a place for you to rest? What? You want me to stay? As soon as Nan Gongwan said this, Dongfang Xiao and the others immediately woke up. They felt uneasy even practicing at night. Except for Bing Yao, Dongfang Xiao and the others shook their heads at Xiao Yun, hoping he wouldn't stay. If Xiao Yun left, would their bodies still be intact tomorrow? All right. Nan Gongwan's expression remained unchanged. She was just being polite, but she didn't expect Xiao Yun to be so straightforward. However, she also didn't dare to be negligent. While arranging for someone to notify Mo Songming to return, she personally led Xiao Yun. Nan Gongwan's residence wasn't too terrifying. Instead, it was a tranquil place filled with the scent of flowers. In the center stood a 9-story pavilion, inside which, apart from her, no other beings existed. Just as Nan Gongwan was about to speak, Dongfang Xiao and Ouyang hugged each other in despair, looking at Xiao Yun with hopelessness. Say, Senior, can we stay in the same room? I'm afraid I won't see you tomorrow. Chapter 65. Misunderstanding. Let me take you as my disciple. Nan Gongwan's lips slightly curled up, as if she rarely smiled, giving her a somewhat eerie appearance. The already fearful Dongfang Xiao and Ouyang almost wanted to run back to find their mothers at that moment. Oh my, they would be dismembered when they returned to their rooms, right? Such a beautiful fairy. Why are you afraid? Can't you just appreciate her? Appreciate? It's easy for you to say, but she is the devouring demon lord, the strongest in the 3,000 states. You think just by opening and closing your mouth, you can appreciate her? If we were emperors, it wouldn't just be simple appreciation. Nan Gongwan is indeed very beautiful, but few dare to look at her. Those who had impure thoughts in front of her were now minced and fed to the holy medicine. Senior, and this sister here, may I have a word with you? Nan Gongwan directed her words at Xiao Yun, nodding to Bing Yao. Bing Yao instinctively prepared to go back and rest. But upon hearing Nan Gongwan call her, She pointed at herself in confusion, her face slowly forming a question mark. Wait, if you want to be together, go ahead. Why bring me along? What? Afraid I'm not full and trying to stuff me with dog food? Despite her thoughts, Bing Yao had heard many stories about Nangong Wan and knew she was not that kind of casual woman. Lin Qingxian and the others were different. They had received too many favors from their master, and it was mutual affection. But Nangong Wan was different. She was meeting her master for the first time. Let us have tea in the flower sea. Xiao Yun casually pointed ahead, and Nangong Wan immediately clapped her small hands. In an instant, a pavilion constructed from the power of laws quickly appeared in the sea of flowers. Xiao Yun and Bing Yao teleported over, with Nangong Wan following closely behind. Dongfang Xiao and the others were trembling in fear, worried that there might be some restrictions inside the pavilion that would directly kill them. However, Nangong Wan left a barrier, preventing them from getting any closer to the pavilion, not even able to hear a sound. It is rumored that the Holy Maiden of Taiching Palace cultivates the supreme forgetting emotions record, which requires severing the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Seeing it in person now doesn't seem to match the rumors. Could it be? Does Senior Xiao Yun have another plan? Nangong Wan was very curious. With Xiao Yun's strength, he could easily enslave the entire 3,000 states. But he chose to play the role of taking disciples, and only female disciples at that. If he were lecherous, he would have been brazen with her, yet he showed no disdain for her being a demonic cultivator. Does becoming an emperor change one's perspective? Or has Xiao Yun always been like this? If he is not lecherous, then it was said that aside from Bing Yao, he had ambiguous relationships with other disciples, and several of them had even been taken to bed. Everyone has their own choices. My disciples don't need to take extreme paths. The devouring demon lord invited me here. It shouldn't be to ask this question, right? Xiao Yun's words warmed Bing Yao's heart. Although her personality remained solitary, she was indeed living better and more freely here with Xiao Yun than in Taiching Palace. As expected, nothing can be hidden from the elder. Actually, I just want to know, is there still hope for ascending to the throne of the emperor? While speaking, Nangong Wan waved her small hand, and 3 cups of steaming tea stopped in midair, slowly pushing towards Xiao Yun and Bing Yao. If the senior does not wish to answer, then let us enjoy tea in the sea of flowers. Xiao Yun took a slow sip, while Bing Yao tilted her head, her face filled with curiosity. Nangong Wan seemed nonchalant, but in reality, she was the one most concerned. Years ago, in the battle against the master of the Forbidden Zone, she had already shattered the laws of this world, making the normal chance of becoming an emperor zero. Zero chance. Could it be that Senior Xiao Yun is enlightening me to take an alternative path to becoming an emperor? But those who ignore the shackles of heaven and earth are probably the legendary chaos body. Even in an era of incomplete laws, it wouldn't affect the chaos body's path to becoming an emperor. However, the chaos body was extremely rare even in Xiao Yun's time, and now it was nowhere to be found. Is it destined that I can only stop here in this life? Nangong Wan looked up at the sky at a 90-degree angle, a hint of melancholy flashing across her brows. Thank you for your enlightenment, Senior. I am deeply grateful. If you have time, you're always welcome to visit the Devouring God sect. Nangong Wan lightly parted her lips and drank the hot tea in one gulp, as if feeling no temperature at all. What if the strongest in the 3,000 states cannot become an emperor? After all, it's just a matter of being born at the wrong time. If one cannot become an emperor, everything is just an illusion. Is the demon lord disappointed? In fact, the tomb of the many emperors is not without opportunity. As soon as Xiao Yun said this, Nangong Wan immediately looked over, her breathing becoming a bit rapid. Is what you said true, Senior? Xiao Yun sneered, slightly swirling the teacup in his hand, no matter how he fiddled with it. The tea inside remained as steady as ever. It's true, but currently only I have a way, and each person's purpose for going to the tomb of the many emperors is different. The demon lord seeks to become an emperor. The imperial clans wish to resurrect their ancestors, and the major holy lands seek opportunities for supreme imperial weapons. There are also those with foundations in the upper realm who attempt to open the passage between the two worlds to leave this incomplete world of laws. Though the demon lord is strong, she cannot enter the tomb of the many emperors. Nangong Wan fell silent for a moment, slowly reaching for her black robe, revealing her snow-white, fragrant shoulder. This scene left both Xiao Yun and Bing Yao dumbfounded, their mouths nearly able to fit an egg. Hey, what are you doing? Is that not what the senior meant? The killing intent in Nangong Wan's eyes gradually dissipated as she thought Xiao Yun was trying to threaten her. In order to take revenge, Nangong Wan planned to become an emperor to settle her grievances before coming back to kill Xiao Yun. But seeing the confusion on his face only left Nangong Wan at a loss. What I meant is, you can take me as your master. Yao Yao, Qing Xian, and Shui Er all have pretty good strength. And with my trump cards, your chances of becoming an emperor are quite high. Take you as my master? So I misunderstood. Nangong Wan's pretty face slightly flushed, but quickly suppressed it, silently covering her snow-white shoulder with her black robe. Disciple Nangong Wan pays respects to master. Ding! Congratulations to the host for accepting the disciple. Nangong Wan. Reward. 1 God-level immaculate pill. 1 God-level purifying demon lotus pill. A wisp of ancient demon chi, and an extreme Dao imperial weapon, devouring pearl. Wow! Targeted rewards. I'm never stingy with my own people. This devouring pearl will be a gift for taking a disciple. Nangong Wan smiled sweetly, knowing that Xiao Yun treats his disciples well, but with her strength and status. Becoming an emperor is the most useful. Master, I don't lack for top-tier holy weapons. I can't accept this. This is an extreme Dao imperial weapon, and it actually perfectly matches my laws. Nangong Wan was halfway through her refusal when her pupils widened. This devouring pearl seemed tailor-made for her. It was just too suitable. With the devouring pearl, even if the 3 ancestors of the Dugu family came together, they would not be her match. What did you just say? I didn't hear clearly. Xiao Yun's lips curled up slightly. What's the matter? What if the devouring demon lord is strong? Isn't it still easy to handle? Xiao Yun knew that Nangong Wan had an extreme Dao imperial weapon, but it was ultimately stolen from someone else. The devouring pearl, however, is the most compatible with her, directly doubling her combat power. Chapter 66. Without understanding your past. One has no right to criticize your right or wrong. Nangong Wan felt a bit awkward. Although her strength was considerable, it was still difficult for her to refuse an opportunity to become even stronger. Moreover, this opportunity did not require her to pay any price. It was just a bit embarrassing. She had spoken too much, forgetting that her master was a powerful emperor. All right, just accept it. Is there any reason for me to take back what I have given? Xiao Yun did not continue to tease Nangong Wan, who rarely showed a smile. Thank you, master. Xiao Yun lightly tapped her head and took out a divine-level pure Dan and a divine-level cleansing demon lotus Dan to present them to Nangong Wan. Master, this is... Nangong Wan was a bit anxious. She thought that Xiao Yun did not trust her and wanted to use the pills to poison and control her. She seemed eager to prove that she absolutely had no such thoughts. No need to be nervous. This is the pure Dan that I specially bestow upon my disciples, which can completely eliminate impurities from your body. Even I have greatly benefited from it. Otherwise, I wouldn't take the time to delay you. This other cleansing demon lotus Dan can not only purify your karmic obstacles, but will not affect your demonic nature. It can even cure your hidden ailments, making it very suitable for you. After you refine these 2 pills tomorrow, I have another gift for you. Another one? Oh my God. How could I have suspected my master before? I must be out of my mind. Master, do you really not dislike Wanner as a bloodthirsty demon? Nangong Wan's eyes welled with tears. For the first time, she truly felt this selfless help. Clearly, she was not unattractive. Yet she did not have a place among the fairies, and her reputation in the 3,000 states was pitifully low. The name of Ice Fairy Bing, Yao, could evoke endless imagination among cultivators. But her own title, the Devourer of Heaven, could make infants stop crying and cause cultivators to flee in terror. If it weren't for the battle 300 years ago when she defeated the siege by the ancestor of the Dugu family, her reputation might have continued to decline. Even though she won, others only feared her, with not a shred of respect. All of this was because she was a demon, a demonic cultivator who might fall into madness at any moment, a pest that everyone wanted to hunt down. Nangong Wan had long been immune to such opinions, and she didn't care about what others thought. Only strength mattered. However, Xiao Yun's words struck the deepest part of her heart. Xiao Yun reached out and gently stroked Nangong Wan's pretty face, smiling broadly. Without understanding your past, one has no right to criticize your right or wrong. Moreover, cultivators are meant to compete with others in battle against the heavens. It's just a matter of different methods. It's just an identity. No need to take it to heart. As long as I am here, even if the 3,000 states cannot accommodate you, no one can harm you in the slightest. As soon as Xiao Yun finished speaking, tears began to fall uncontrollably from the corners of Nangong Wan's eyes. She never expected that there would still be someone in the world who understood her, and that this concern would be so pure. In that moment, Xiao Yun was deeply etched into Nangong Wan's heart. She tilted her head, seemingly enjoying Xiao Yun's caress on her face. Bing Yao rolled her eyes. Although she did not know what her master was thinking, she was deeply shaken inside. After all, if it were her, she would also be deeply moved at this moment. After a long while, Nan Gongwan realized she had lost her composure and hurriedly placed Xiao Yun's hand back down. Master, thank you. Nan Gongwan smiled slightly, having rarely smiled in her life. Yet today she smiled twice, both because of Xiao Yun. No need to worry, go back and refine it. Xiao Yun stretched his back and said, Little demon lord, just take your time. However, this girl has an extraordinary background. If the Dugu family incites cultivators to attack, he wouldn't mind making the Dugu family completely disappear from history. As Xiao Yun's disciple, only he, as the master, has the right to judge right or wrong. Nan Gongwan performed a bow, expressing her recognition of Xiao Yun from the bottom of her heart. After completing the bow, she vanished from the spot. Not far away, Dongfang Xiu, Ouyang, Yi, Qing Mingjian, and their protectors were all rubbing their eyes in disbelief. No way, did they just see Xiao Yun touch that female demon lord's face? And she looked so pleased. The key point was, it seemed they had become master and disciple. Does this mean that they might have to visit often in the future? Damn, this is too terrifying. Perhaps Xiao Yun thinks Nan Gongwan is great, but she only treats Xiao Yun this way. If a peak quasi-emperor ancestor came to try, would his head get crushed? Master, were you just coaxing the demon lord, or was it your true feelings? Bing Yao hesitated for a long time before finally asking as Xiao Yun was about to leave. Xiao Yun smiled slightly. Did it need coaxing? He had thought this way all along. Before he had risen, there were hardly any kind-hearted beings among so-called holy lands, alien races, or ancient imperial clans. Their actions were not much better than those of demonic cultivators. In Xiao Yun's heart, there was no distinction between good and evil. As long as they did not provoke him, it was fine. You can be bad all you want, just don't come to provoke me and the people around me. Do as you please. It was indeed sincere. Do you think demonic cultivators are irredeemable? Although Taiching Palace is not a leader of the righteous path, they will still take action against demonic cultivators if necessary, even if more of it is for themselves. No, it's just curiosity. Bing Yao lowered her head. Ever since her emotions returned, she had developed her understanding of all things in the world. Curious? I think demonic cultivators might give those low-level cultivators a glimmer of hope. Except for a very small number of demonic cultivators, most evil cultivators and demonic cultivators are actually quite lacking in talent. They're just resentful, unwilling to live their lives beneath others, which is why they walk the path of demonic cultivation. When an older sister or younger sister is taken away, or family members are slaughtered for merely looking at a cultivator, it's not unreasonable to fall into demonic cultivation. Demonic cultivators can't live long. Even if they don't go mad, their lifespan cannot withstand the wear and tear. By the way, Yao Yao, last time you were in a hurry to refine the sands of time, I forgot to tell you that the master of Taiching Palace has died. Dead? A strange color flashed in Bing Yao's eyes. Is Master worried that the other party will seek revenge and harm you? However, Master S. gaze was indeed sharp, as the palace master was indeed that kind of person. Sending her here without gaining any benefits, he would definitely create obstacles elsewhere. And the tomb of the emperors is the best place. Thank you, Master. I will go down to cultivate too. Bing Yao's lips moved slightly before she thanked Xiao Yun. Although she felt a bit touched inside, she didn't know how to express it. So she chose to focus on cultivation instead. What is the rush? There are still 2 years. My little Schwerer will be enough to reach the status of a venerable. The cultivation level to enter the tomb of the emperors is at the venerable level, but basically they are all at the peak of the venerable level. At that time, almost all cultivators from the 3,000 states that meet the requirements will squeeze in, even knowing the dangers are numerous. If one could bring out an extreme emperor weapon or even an immortal herb, it would be worth it. Chapter 67. The Yandera Demon Lord wants to possess Xiao Yun. On the other side, in Nan Gongwan's boudoir, after refining the divine level pure Dan, she discovered that her body expelled foul-smelling impurities, her face filled with shock. With her strength, such heavenly materials were naturally easy to find. She didn't expect that the pure Dan given by her master could expel so many impurities. It seemed that she hadn't cleaned herself out properly before. The most direct benefit was that the speed of her spiritual energy operation increased, making her spellcasting faster. And the absorbed spiritual energy was purer than before. Even without the devouring pearl, Nan Gongwan was confident she could take on the 3 ancestors of the Dugu family alone. After returning from her last injury, if she got hurt again this time, it would be a disgrace to the pure Dan given by her master. Her master truly was a remarkable person. After cleansing her delicate body, Nangong Wan changed into a charming purple long dress. Regardless of whether the rumors were true or not, she decided to wear less black robes and show her feminine side to her master. Nangong Wan focused her mind and turned her gaze to the pure world demon Lotus Dan. Purifying karmic obstacles was too exaggerated, but healing hidden ailments was indeed somewhat attractive to Nangong Wan. Having come this far on her own, she naturally had taken risks before. Not long after, Nangong Wan, having refined the pure world demon Lotus Dan, felt a wave of comfort throughout her body, sensing that she had reached her optimal state. Master, everything is because of you, leading to the current version of myself. As she thought about this, her mind was filled with images of Xiao Yun, causing her breath to become involuntarily rapid. Her pretty face flushed, and she had already envisioned many inappropriate scenarios in her heart. In the end, she even hugged herself, closed her eyes, and enjoyed the moment as if she were in Xiao Yun's embrace. Master, can only be mine. Nangong Wan's eyes were filled with madness. Revenge was important, but her master was equally important. She felt she could no longer live without Xiao Yun. If it weren't for the fact that she couldn't win, she would definitely tie him up right now. She thought about breaking his legs and then taking care of him for a lifetime, feeding him with her mouth. Any intimate action would be acceptable, as long as it was just the two of them in their own world. Gradually, Nangong Wan burrowed into her blanket, thinking about the moments when Xiao Yun bullied her, and with a sense of shyness, she fell asleep. The next day, Dongfang Xiao and Ouyang spent a night in fear, not daring to rest at all. Even when cultivating, they would occasionally shiver. Until Xiao Yun appeared in Nangong Wan's boudoir with Bing Yao, the latter had already returned to calmness. However, the way she looked at Xiao Yun was particularly bold. Master, Wana rarely wears women's clothing. What do you think of this outfit? Gulp. Even though she had Qing Xian and Shui Er as her fairy partners, they didn't like wearing purple dresses. The two girls had their own styles. Qing Xian preferred wearing blue long dresses, while Shui Er was more casual, wearing white or black dresses depending on her mood. Yi Han Yin and Lei Wanwan were also not suited for purple. Bing Yao, not yet a partner, wore a pure white long dress, resembling a celestial maiden descending from the heavens. Nangong Wan's purple long dress immediately captured Xiao Yun's attention. This girl was not only breathtakingly beautiful, but her outfit also struck a chord in his heart. There's a saying, purple is the most enchanting. Not to mention, it certainly awakened the lustful thoughts of the master. Xiao Yun teased, and instead of being upset, Nangong Wan felt pleased inside. However, Xiao Yun knew too little about Nangong Wan. After teasing her, a strand of extreme demonic aura appeared in his palm. Even Xiao Yun sensed danger from it. Master, this aura is the ancient demon evil source chi. Refining it will make the demon clan mere trash in front of you. You will become the new ancient demon lord with a human body. As soon as Xiao Yun said this, Nangong Wan felt as if struck by lightning. Such a treasure must have been hard for a master to obtain, right? This is really a gift? It feels like it's asking for my life. In Nangong Wan's heart, Xiao Yun had already become perfect, and now this incident almost made her faint. Master, don't speak. Hurry and refine it. I'm afraid it will go berserk. Xiao Yun was terrified of this thing. He felt that it was a presence to be wary of even in the upper realm. If it weren't for the system suppressing it, his peak emperor-level cultivation would be nothing. The system's actions were too grand, elevating him to the level of the ancient demon clan. What difference was there in pulling out the ancestors of the gods? Seeing Xiao Yun's serious expression, Nangong Wan didn't dare to delay and quickly urged her demonic energy to refine the ancient demon evil source chi. For others, this thing could be life-threatening, but for Nangong Wan, it was a tremendous supplement. Her body was enveloped by demonic energy, but quickly transformed into purple light and concealed itself within Nangong Wan's body. Xiao Yun, are you kidding me? I was afraid of this thing, and you modified it in an instant without a sound? But soon, Xiao Yun's expression changed dramatically, because when Nangong Wan opened her eyes, her body had already achieved the emperor level before her cultivation did. With her physical body reaching the emperor level, if the laws didn't collapse at this moment, Nangong Wan's cultivation would undoubtedly break through to the emperor realm. Boom! It seemed that the heavenly Tao sensed something, but as the thunderclouds began to gather, they were frightened away, seemingly unwilling to strike at Nangong Wan. Wana, how do you feel? Xiao Yun waved his hand in front of Nangong Wan, fearing that this girl might have lost her mind. But she smiled mysteriously, secretly kissed Xiao Yun, and then stepped back. Master, Wana is doing great, but I could only refine 1/1000th of it. This gift is too precious. In the future, Wanner will definitely repay Master well. This is also Wanner's gift to Master. Nangong Wan pointed at her alluring red lips, seemingly teasing Xiao Yun. As long as he wanted, her first kiss could be taken immediately. Xiao Yun sighed lightly, his mind filled with thoughts of 1 billionth. He knew this thing was perverted, but he didn't know it was this perverted. Girls nowadays are really not reserved at all. If you have the ability, kiss me again. Nangong Wan's eyes brightened, as if she had the same intent. Bing Yao, caught in the middle, couldn't stand it anymore. Master, do you have to drag me in as a witness while you two are flirting? I truly believe in your evil. Can I apply to retreat to the small world to cultivate? Xiao Yun chuckled. This girl, going back is also fine. Just as Xiao Yun was about to nod, Nangong Wan's subordinate brought news. She put away her smile and looked respectfully at Xiao Yun. Master, Mo Songming has returned. A hint of killing intent flashed in Nangong Wan's eyes. Regardless of whether he deserved to die, he was already on her must-kill list. She almost had to eat Xiao Yun's tofu, but he returned at this moment. Killing him 10 times wouldn't be enough. Let us go. Let's see. Yao Yao, if you want to go back to cultivate, just go. Xiao Yun opened the entrance to the small world, and Bing Yao flew in without a moment's hesitation. As soon as Bing Yao left, a hesitant expression appeared on Nangong Wan's face. She reached out several times, but in the end, she mustered the courage to wrap her arm around Xiao Yun's. Master, Wanner will lead the way. Chapter 68. Master, can I hug you? Not long after. In the main hall of the sky-devouring sect, 2 rows of elders skillfully lowered their heads to respectfully greet the appearance of Nangong Wan. Even Mo Songming was the same. But when they raised their heads, they saw that the person sitting in the first seat was Xiao Yun. Meanwhile, Nangong Wan, who always boasted about being invincible in the world, was now obediently standing to the side. Master this. The elders who could enter the main hall were all at the late stage of the Holy King realm. However, they had never encountered such a scene before, almost thinking they'd seen a ghost. Fortunately, the ghosts in their hands were still there, so it didn't go out of control. This is Emperor Xiao Yun, and also my master. Those who do not bow to him will suffer the pain of 10,000 ants gnawing at their hearts. Hiss. The demon lord has a master now? Emperor Xiao Yun. Is this the notorious lecherous Xiao Yun that has been making waves in the 3,000 states recently? It is said that all his disciples are extraordinarily beautiful, and even 2 of them rival the demon lord herself. Paying respects to Senior Xiao Yun, the elders of the sky-devouring sect respectfully saluted Xiao Yun, while the usually indifferent and fierce Nangong Wan was now proactively standing behind Xiao Yun, massaging his shoulders. The elders all lowered their heads, fearing this was an illusion, and that they would wake up to find their families gone. Montak Kingming, what were you thinking when you besieged the Yaoqi sacred land back then? Who do you think you are? Swish. Upon hearing this, Mo Songming instinctively flew towards the main hall's exit. He thought the demon lord had something to discuss, but it turned out it was directed at him. The Yaoqi Empress has already ascended, and unexpectedly, someone is speaking up for the Yaoqi sacred land. Kneel. Seeing Mo Songming trying to flee, Nangong Wan's mind stirred, and the source of his soul immediately exerted its power. Mo Songming's body crashed heavily into the main hall, clutching his head and convulsing. His entire face turned extremely pale from the pain. Master, I was wrong. I will definitely answer Senior's questions truthfully. Mo Songming felt as if his head was about to explode, knowing that Nangong Wan could take his life at any moment. Nangong Wan snorted coldly and tormented Mo Songming for 10 breaths before finally stopping. The other elders exchanged glances, all relieved. Thankfully, it had nothing to do with the Yaoqi sacred land. Otherwise, they would have suffered the same fate today, the day they submitted their soul sources. They knew they could never escape Nangong Wan's control in this life. However, the latter's strength was overwhelming, and many elders were willingly following her. Senior, I really did not harm any cultivators from the Yaoqi sacred land. I only wanted to steal the 1,000 layers mirror left by the Yaoqi Empress. Back then, the Yaoqi ancestor and Huangfu Jing fought for half a year in the 9 heavens with imperial weapons, their blood and energy almost drained. Yet they were still suppressed by the 1,000 layers mirror. I thought the Yaoqi sacred land was under siege and took the opportunity to act. But the Yaoqi ancestor didn't give me a chance. Mo Songming's words were a mix of truth and lies, making it hard to discern. Xiao Yun's mouth curled slightly. If he hadn't searched Huangfu Jing's soul, he might have believed Mo Songming's words. This guy was personally invited by Huangfu Jing, and while it was true he sought to steal the 1,000 layers mirror, it was a lie that he hadn't killed any Yaoqi sacred land cultivators. Half of the Yaoqi cultivators had died under Mo Tsangming's killing formation, all for the sake of advancing their cultivation. Unexpectedly, after breaking through to the mid-stage of the Quasi-Emperor realm last time, he has made no progress over the past 9,000 years. No wonder he is just a third elder and not the Grand Elder. Vanya, I've been entrusted by the Yaoqi Empress to help her take revenge on the Yaoqi sacred land. Kill him, you won't. Before Xiao Yun could finish, Mo Tsangming turned into a corpse, his soul completely dissipated between heaven and earth. The other elders were astonished to kill a mid-stage quasi-emperor just like that. It was still the same style. As expected of the Demon Lord, the strike was clean and decisive. The sky-devouring sect was different from righteous cultivators. They were shocked at first, but then a glint of greed flashed in their eyes. The research value of a mid-stage quasi-emperor's corpse is very high. Refining it into a puppet to serve as a protector for future generations would be excellent. Since we have offended the master, killing him is the only option. There's no need for you to take action personally, so as not to dirty your hands. Nangong scanned the elders below, and seeing their calm reactions, she finally spoke gently. Second elder, you will handle Mo Tsangming's corpse. Thank you, Demon Lord. The second elder clearly wasn't normal, as his arm was filled with heavy killing intent, as if it was pieced together. While Nangong was helping to massage shoulders, she also explained in Xiao Yun's ear. This second elder is keen on researching puppetry, and he doesn't even spare his own body. He is fused with beast blood and demonic limbs, and by now, he's long ceased to be human or ghost. Master, is there anything else? If not, I will let them withdraw. Nangong tone was gentle, and the elders below were somewhat incredulous. Is this still the Demon Lord? If she hadn't just killed Mo Tsangming, everyone would think the Demon Lord had been possessed. Her voice used to be cold and sharp, but now she sounds so gentle. Does she want to become a voice-controlled fairy? Xiao Yun nodded lightly, having noticed Nangong changes. Just yesterday, she was still indifferent, devoted to the path. Now, she was just a step away from breaking through to the Emperor realm, yet her attitude had changed, as if she could be bullied at any moment. Wanner, since we have some free time, would you like to talk to me about your past? The past? Nangong shivered, her snow-white, jade-like fingers unconsciously tightening. In an instant, a surge of overwhelming hatred shot up to the clouds. At that moment, Xiao Yun reached out and held Nangong hands. If you don't want to talk, then don't. Always thinking about the past is no different from hurting yourself again. With your master here, the past will never repeat itself. Nangong lips trembled as she felt an indescribable sensation at that moment. Today was only the second day since she met her master, and also the second day since she became his disciple. But he not only understood her, he respected her, and was even willing to protect her. This feeling was something Nangong had never experienced before. Master, say whatever you want. There's no need to be restrained with me. Xiao Yun pinched Nangong delicate face cold, yet with a wonderful touch, giving a kind of intoxicating feeling. Nangong allowed Xiao Yun's actions, looking up at him for a long time before slowly opening her mouth. Master, can I hug you? Of course. As soon as Xiao Yun nodded, Nangong leaped into his arms. She sniffled, seeming to have suffered a great grievance, seeking comfort from her family. Even Xiao Yun, at this moment, couldn't muster any thoughts of taking advantage of the situation. He held his hand up in the air for a long time, and seeing Nangong unwilling to let go, Xiao Yun gently patted her back. It's all right, it's all in the past. In the future, your master will be here. Xiao Yun knew what had happened to Nangong. After all, they were not from the same era. But the defenseless Nangong now resembled a child too much. Hearing this, Nangong instinctively hugged tighter, fearing this was all a dream, afraid that when she woke up, Xiao Yun would leave. Chapter 69. Nangong offers herself. Master, my legs are weak, and I can't walk very well. Can you carry me back to rest? Nangong phoenix eyes held a hint of expectation. Her alluring figure seemed to entice Xiao Yun into wrongdoing. The latter was not exactly a virtuous gentleman. As soon as Nangong acted like this, she was immediately lifted by Xiao Yun around her waist. With a smile, Nangong wrapped her arms around Xiao Yun's neck, as if there were only the two of them in her eyes. Wanner, others say master is a big lecher. Aren't you afraid that your master? Hee. A mischievous smile appeared at the corner of Xiao Yun's mouth. He thought he could scare Nangong, but she instead revealed a charming smile. Wanner's strength was lacking, and now her legs were weak. If master wanted to do something, she could only let it happen. Nangong pretended to be weak, causing Xiao Yun to feel dizzy. This girl seemed to truly have feelings for him, lying without batting an eye. Ha ha, this is too interesting. The strongest in the 3,000 states. Chasing after the peak ancestors of the 3 quasi-emperors was no problem. Now, after just a few words, she says her legs are weak, truly deserving of some discipline. Xiao Yun decided that he had to teach her a lesson, so she would know that cultivation should not be neglected. Thus, Xiao Yun directly carried Nangong Wan into his little world. Holding her delicate body, he let her choose a courtyard before placing her by the bed. Nangong Wan gently stroked her forehead, looking as if she was about to collapse at any moment. Master, Vania Fitz or Ditzi. Nangong Wan leaned into Xiao Yun's arms. But he had already caught her in advance. All right, stop pretending. I'm not a fool. I'm not a good person. I just want to remind you that we could take things step by step. Step by step? Nangong Wan's small mouth puffed up slightly. She couldn't take things step by step at all. She could only think about how Xiao Yun would bully her to sleep. Since it had come to this, then. Just as Xiao Yun finished speaking, Nangong Wan pounced on him, her delicate body lying on top of him. Master, I am the Demon Lord. I'm also not a good person. Besides, since Master is interested in Wander's past, shouldn't you understand my boundaries first? If you don't know my background, how can you know if I will speak the truth? Nangong Wan's pretty face flushed, and her jade hand gently traced Xiao Yun's chest. At this point, Xiao Yun turned over and took charge, lowering his head to taste Nangong Wan's small mouth. The latter trembled. This was her first kiss. However, thinking about being able to accompany Master day and night, Nangong Wan even began to respond in kind. With the cunning Nangong Wan cooperating, her purple dress was quickly removed. Master, everything is Wander's willingness, but I am still a pure maiden. Master should cherish me. Nangong Wan wrapped her arms around Xiao Yun, already prepared to offer herself. A dream, after all, is just a dream. Now, she wanted to truly experience Master's presence. As long as you don't regret it. The corner of Xiao Yun's mouth slightly lifted. It just so happened that this girl's body had already reached the Emperor realm. But her cultivation had not caught up yet. He wanted to see if she could handle this Emperor body well. 50,000 words omitted. The next day, Nangong Wan nestled in Xiao Yun's arms, her face full of happiness. She had finally achieved her wish. Xiao Yun gently stroked Nangong Wan's small belly. Being in the Emperor realm was great, able to withstand the sun. It had to be said, Wander was truly enticing. At first, she kept mumbling that she hoped Master would only love her from now on. She wanted to be with Xiao Yun for a lifetime, allowing him to bully her until death. But now, she was silent, pretending not to hear. Regarding Xiao Yun's preferences, Nangong Wan's understanding was refreshed time and again. Still wanting to monopolize? Forget it. Don't get played to the point of being broken. Who would have thought this girl had a bit of a Yandra attribute? Xiao Yun laughed while playing with thunder, and Nangong Wan pouted her red lips. Both shy and powerless, she could only choose to remain silent. Always saying she had a good figure and wanted to die in her own body, yet she still had to tease him from time to time. She also mentioned that when she stepped into the Emperor realm, she would spar with him for 3 days and nights. She didn't say anything about that. But what does Yandra mean? Husband, what does Yandra mean? You always come up with new terms. Xiao Yun lowered his head and kissed the side of Nangong Wan's face before speaking. It means being obsessed in love. If you were stronger than your husband, would you want to drive away Qing Xian and the others? Would you want to stick to me every day and create a world that belongs only to the two of us? Hiss. Nangong Wan lowered her head in shock. Could her husband read minds? How did he know she had such thoughts? But that was in the past. After experiencing her husband's abilities, she can no longer be a Yandra at all. Before Nangong Wan could finish her sentence, Xiao Yun kissed her small mouth again, playfully tasting. It wasn't until she was almost breathless that Xiao Yun slowly released her. Seeing the two of them with a thin, crystal-clear thread connecting their lips, Nangong Wan couldn't help but feel a bit shy. Her husband seemed to be addicted. If she hadn't begged for mercy, he probably wouldn't have let her go now. Once her injuries healed, she would definitely kill all those who spoke nonsense. Well, women were good at this. It was all nonsense. She could hardly move, and they call that an advantage? Come on, tell me, where's the advantage? Now that her husband knew her inside and out, wasn't it time to talk about her past? Perhaps her husband could help her resolve it? Xiao Yun released her and gently patted Nangong Wan's bottom. The latter playfully glared at Xiao Yun. However, after a long silence, Nangong Wan decided to tell Xiao Yun everything, as they had already established a bond as partners. Actually, I have the bloodline of the Dugu family from the upper realm. The reason I fought with the Dugu family was not for fame. Suppression? Xiao Yun gasped. He never imagined that Nangong Wan actually came from the Dugu family. However, With their strength, it seemed quite easy to wipe out Nangongwan, right? Nangongwan knew that Xiao Yun was full of questions, turned her delicate body, and lay in his arms, continuing, "In my memories, my parents had 2 children. I'm the elder sister. Because they gave birth to me in the land of demon blood, I was contaminated by the demon blood right after birth, diluting the Dugu family's bloodline. At that time, I was suffering, and they were also injured, but they did not return to the Dugu family to save me. Instead, they chose to abandon me in the ancient demon ancestor land, letting me fend for myself. Thousands of years ago, a powerful demon from the upper realm led people into the 3,000 Dao states. Later, the ancient demon ancestor land was shattered, and I was too weak, getting swept into a spatial rift, which brought me to the lower realm. Upon learning that there was also a branch of the Dugu family here, Nangongwan's eyes were filled with overwhelming hatred. She knew how to return to the upper realm, but the premise was to break through to the emperor. This had almost become her obsession, something she had to accomplish in this life. Chapter 70. Projecting to the Dugu family, Ancestral Remnants. Xiao Yun gently caressed Nangongwan's delicate face, his eyes filled with heartache. Abandoned by her biological parents and unexpectedly cast down to the lower realm, she had also discovered the presence of her family's members. Anyone in her situation would harbor murderous intent. If it weren't for the demonic blood, Nangongwan would have likely died long ago, and there would be no today as strongest in the 3,000 states. "Wanner, you have your husband now," he reassured her. "Your husband's cultivation is merely sealed. Once we go to the upper realm, I can help you take revenge. If you want, I can help you destroy the Dugu family in the lower realm right now." This time, Xiao Yun was genuinely angry. He had no time to waste and planned to annihilate the entire Dugu family with a single finger. With the Qianzhong mirror, even the small worlds of the Invincible couldn't block Xiao Yun. "Husband, I want to do it myself." Nangongwan clenched her fists, but Xiao Yun patted her bottom. "Since it's just collecting some interest, there's no need for anything complicated. I'll help you deal with the Dugu family. At that time, let your subordinates clean up the remnants of the Dugu family." Xiao Yun tightened his embrace around Nangongwan's delicate body. This girl had suffered too much. No, even his disciples were a group of unfortunate souls. But before Nangongwan could say anything else, Xiao Yun lowered his head and gently bit her earlobe. In an instant, Nangongwan's body trembled involuntarily. "If you don't listen to your husband, there will be consequences." Nangongwan knew what Xiao Yun wanted to do, to let her know that she was no longer alone. Though shy, she was deeply moved. "Husband, thank you. There's no need for thanks. After all, the Dugu family in the lower realm has no great enmity with you. But since we have already formed a grudge, let your husband take action." Xiao Yun slowly took out the Qianzhong mirror, which immediately awakened from its slumber. Master, can I be of use now?" Nangongwan looked at the Qianzhong mirror in surprise. She wasn't surprised by the awakening of its spirit, but the mirror's tone was so coquettish. It felt even more spoiled than herself. Originally, Nangongwan wouldn't have acted spoiled, but who let Xiao Yun threaten her with the thunder? "Let us project. I will personally destroy the Dugu family." Xiao Yun's soul tore through the void from his small world, locking onto the Dugu family's small world. The next moment, a massive finger slowly emerged from the space crack, coming into view of everyone. "I, Emperor Xiao Yun, have come only to avenge Wanner." Boom! As soon as the words fell, the finger condensed by Xiao Yun slammed down, instantly turning the Dugu family members outside the small world into meat paste. Even with all their might, they couldn't evade Xiao Yun's finger. Nearby cultivators were terrified and wished to avoid it. They could never have imagined that even the safest Dugu family in the 3,000 states would suffer such a calamity. Throughout the process, they could only hear Xiao Yun's voice but couldn't see his figure at all. The land of the Dugu family now bore a massive finger pit. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun held Nangongwan's delicate body, silently appreciating the scene. At the same time, the Qianzhong mirror took advantage of Xiao Yun's action to lock onto the Dugu family's small world. Master, if you don't use spirit stones, I will have to remain silent for a while." Xiao Yun instinctively waved his hand, about to say he had plenty, but he awkwardly realized he had given all of it to Qing Xian and the others for cultivation. "Ahem. Wanner, give your husband 100 million premium spirit stones. I've given all to Qing Xian and the others." Nangongwan smiled and continuously poured out box after box of premium spirit stones from her spatial ring. "Husband, if it's not enough, just tell me, and I'll go rob some." Nangongwan didn't actually mind any spirit stones. If they were insufficient, she would just start a fight, and the spirit stones would immediately come. As for the spirit stone mines in the Tongtian divine continent, they were all managed by the elders. She was not involved at all. Waner is truly capable. Come, give me a kiss. Xiao Yun kissed Nangong Wan's small lips while allowing the Qianzhong mirror to project his soul into the Dugu family's small world. At the same time, the previously restless Dugu family became extremely tense upon learning they were targeted by Xiao Yun. If Xiao Yun borrowed an extreme imperial weapon capable of breaking open the small world, they would truly be in deep trouble. Calm down. Even if Xiao Yun is an emperor, so what? Our few ancestral souls are still here, as long as he is not invincible. He cannot do anything to our Dugu family. As soon as the second ancestor of the Dugu family finished speaking, the family members felt more at ease. Even if their opponent was an emperor, they still had the strength to resist. However, just as the second ancestor's words fell, the entire small world projected Xiao Yun's. Xiao Yun's was tens of thousands of feet tall, and to the Dugu family members, he appeared as insignificant as ants. Xiao Yun, my Dugu family has no feud or grudge with you. Just because you took Nangong Wan as your disciple, you want to wipe out my Dugu family? You say it's for revenge, but has my Dugu family ever defeated Nangong Wan even once? What kind of revenge is this? The second ancestor of the Dugu family couldn't help but laugh in anger. However, Xiao Yun did not waste words, his right hand slightly raised. Immediately, a sword aura burst forth from the void. As the sword aura completely detached from the void, it evolved into a heavenly, slashing might. Xiao Yun did not hold back. With this sword strike, the entire Dugu family would perish. Seeing this, the second ancestor of the Dugu family, without a second thought, ordered the family members to extract their vital blood to summon the ancestral souls. The next moment, the most talented ancestor of the Dugu family, the peak emperor-level Dugu gang, slowly condensed his soul. Upon seeing Xiao Yun's intent to annihilate the family with a single sword, he couldn't help but frown slightly. Brother Xiao, how could it be you? Dugu gang was not familiar with Xiao Yun, but since the latter was still alive and aimed to destroy the Dugu family, this was not good news. Moreover, this aura. Xiao Yun was also an invincible being. Dugu gang, we have only met once. Don't act like we are very familiar. Dugu gang had previously looked down on Xiao Yun, who had just stepped into the emperor realm. However, that was all in the past now. Xiao Yun was not here to reminisce. Brother Xiao, may I ask, how did the Dugu family offend you? Have you joined the Forbidden Zone and wished to sacrifice the entire Xianhuang realm for ascension? Dugu gang, seeing his plan exposed, showed no embarrassment and continued to question. But Xiao Yun coldly snorted, and the sword aura hovering above his head directly slashed down. Break! Dugu gang took out a massive cauldron to collide with the sword aura. However, before a conclusion could be reached, the ground below began to crack first. The space at the center of the confrontation was marked with deep cuts by the sword aura, which lingered for a long time. 3 breaths, merely 3 breaths later, Dugu gang's soul weakened, and the cauldron was overturned by the sword aura. Without the cauldron to block it, the sword aura instantly split the entire small world in two. The sword aura surged throughout the Dugu family, immediately accompanied by a series of screams. How could this be? The 3 old ancestors of the Dugu family were filled with shock. Dugu gang had been an invincible being when alive. Even if Xiao Yun was also invincible, how could he suppress the ancestral soul of Dugu gang? Could it be that today was truly the day the heavens sought to destroy the Dugu family? Chapter 71. The Fall of the Dugu Family. Xiao Yun, what exactly did my Dugu family do to offend you? Dugu gang's face was filled with gloom, and the remaining members of the Dugu family hurriedly continued to sacrifice their blood. The next moment, 2 more emperor souls were summoned, but their momentum was clearly inferior to Dugu gang. However, summoning 2 more ancestors caused the already dwindling Dugu family members to faint due to the lack of blood. Some even experienced a decline in their cultivation, looking as if they were ready to fight to the death. Just ask your clansmen, and you'll know. Clansmen? Dugu gang turned to the 3 peak quasi-emperors in his family, wanting them to provide a reasonable explanation. How could they not have completely crushed their enemy in the cradle when they were attacked to the point of annihilation? Did they have to wait for their enemy to seek revenge? How could he have such a group of foolish clansmen? What have we done to offend you besides dealing with the Devourer Demon Lord? You suddenly took her as your disciple and quietly came to annihilate my Dugu family. Dugu gang turned to Xiao Yun again, who had a slight smirk on his lips, filled with disdain. Waner was originally a member of the Dugu family in the upper realm. Even if she was tainted by demonic blood after so many battles, you couldn't possibly not know this. Whether it was the upper realm that made you do this, or if you had your own selfish motives. You know better than I do as an outsider. The three ancestors of the Dugu family exchanged glances. They indeed knew that Nangong Wan had the bloodline of the Dugu family. But this had nothing to do with the main family in the upper realm. It was because they discovered that even though Nangong Wan's bloodline was impure, it was much purer than their branch families. If they extracted the bloodline from Nangong Wan, they might be able to sense the upper realm. They just didn't expect Xiao Yun to be aware of all this. They hadn't even told Nangong Wan and had purely acted under the pretext of attacking the demonic cultivators. Is what he said true? Ancestor, I. Before the words were finished, Dugu Gang sighed deeply. Forget it. It has come to this. Let us fight. No matter the reason, I will do everything I can to protect my family. Right or wrong, Dugu Gang no longer cared. After all, he was a part of the Dugu family. Even if he had already fallen, he could not just watch Xiao Yun slaughter his clansmen. Just the three of you think you can stop me? Let alone your souls. Even if your true bodies are still here, you cannot protect the Dugu family. Sword, Gome. Xiao Yun pointed to the sky, and a pure sword-intent sword flew out from a void. Arrogant, Dugu Gang and the three joined forces to form seals, each summoning their strongest killing moves. In an instant, the wind and clouds changed. A remnant shadow of a Xuanwu emerged from the ground, and monstrous waves surged out from the spatial rift. The giant cauldron above Dugu Gang had instantly rushed toward Xiao Yun. In a moment of eternity, a breath, in the moment the long sword was swung out, the entire battlefield froze in an instant. When Dugu Gang and the others reacted, the long sword had already pierced through their souls. Dugu Gang turned around in a daze, only to see that not a single member of his family was left alive. This is the divine ability of the Yaoqi Empress. How could you also possess it? Considering your contribution in fighting against the Lord of the Forbidden Zone, this Emperor allows you to speak your last wish. Xiao Yun stood with his hands behind his back, while Dugu Gang looked at his lower body, which was becoming ethereal, and couldn't help but laugh. He knew that once he disappeared, it would be complete silence. Before I die, I have deduced that the descendants of the Forbidden Zone have not been completely exterminated and will return at any time. If you're willing, then kill them all. Before the last word was spoken, Dugu Gang's soul completely dissipated between heaven and earth. Xiao Yun narrowed his eyes. Deducing at least required the consumption of over 5,000 years of lifespan. He had no clansmen to protect, so he was interested in doing that. However, since it was Dugu Gang's last wish, if he encountered the descendants of the Forbidden Zone, Xiao Yun would not let them go, not out of righteousness, but because the goal of the descendants of the Forbidden Zone was to sacrifice the entire 3,000 states, and perhaps the Tomb of the Emperors would also cause trouble. But this matter could only be left to fate, as Xiao Yun also could not deduce out of thin air. At the very least, he needed to know the other party's name. If it were a group deduction, let alone Xiao Yun having 90,000 years of lifespan left. Even 900,000 years of lifespan wouldn't be enough. Xiao Yun gathered all the cultivation resources of the Dugu family together, and then let the 1,000 layers mirror break open the small world. When the projection ended, Xiao Yun's main body also came to collect these cultivation resources. It must be said that the Dugu family was indeed the #1 force in the 3,000 states, with 30 billion premium spirit stones alone and 2 extreme Dao Emperor weapons. After finishing all this, Xiao Yun spread his voice throughout the entire 3,000 states. The Dugu family has been destroyed. Who dares to bully my disciple? This is the consequence. This time, there was no need to wait for the news to spread, because Xiao Yun's voice was heard by everyone. In an instant, all the major immortal ancient sects, ancient imperial clans, and alien sacred lands sent people to investigate the situation. But upon seeing the Dugu family's devastated state, everyone gasped in shock. Even a powerful family like the Dugu family, after offending senior Xiao Yun, has met with annihilation. At this moment, those ancient imperial clans who wanted to trap their opponents could not conceal Xiao Yun's strength, because it was obvious to even a fool that a single person had annihilated the entire Dugu family. It was clear that Xiao Yun was a powerful emperor. No matter how he broke through, the reality was right in front of them. It was much wiser not to provoke him than to question why. Inside Xiao Yun's small world, when Xiao Yun returned, he continued to hold Nangong Wan's delicate body under the covers. The latter's eyes were already brimming with tears. It turned out that having someone to rely on felt so refreshing. So what kind of hard days had she been living all these years? Although following her husband would bring many hardships, at least she felt fulfilled every day. Husband, thank you. Xiao Yun reached out and scratched Ningong Wan's delicate nose. This girl was really too charming, especially those long legs, just like Qing Xian and the others. They were the kind that you would never tire of playing with for 1,000,000,000 years. Thank what? There are only 2 years left until the tomb of the emperors. When Schwerer and the others reach the peak of the venerable realm, husband will take you to travel the mountains and rivers. Ningong Wan softly hummed, her eyes filled with happiness and anticipation for the future. I will listen to my husband. All listen to me? Xiao Yun lifted the covers and admired Ningong Wan's delicate body, causing her to pout in annoyance. She had just broken through, and she couldn't be tossed around again. So annoying, you've already bullied me, and you're still looking. Ningong Wan twisted her delicate body in protest, her little mouth pouting high. All right, then let us rest well, and later, husband will teach you a few unique divine abilities. Unique divine abilities? You better be talking about divine abilities. Ningong Wan lightly bit her silver teeth. She had personally experienced how bad her husband could be. Xiao Yun held Ningong Wan to rest. Now, the 2 extra extreme Dao Emperor weapons in his hands would definitely not be enough for Schwerer and the others. The key was that these extreme Dao Emperor weapons did not suit Schwerer and the others. System. Is there a way for Schwerer and the others' premium holy weapons to be promoted to extreme Dao Emperor weapons? Chapter 72. The Tomb of the Emperors opens. Supreme Sacred Weapon advances to Extreme Dao Emperor Weapon. Ding. Host. The potential of the Supreme Sacred Weapon rewarded by this system is higher than that of the 1,000 Heavy Mirror. However, except for Bing Yao, Lei Wanwan, and Yi Han Yin, Lin Qingxian, and Su Yingxue have 2 low cultivation, and it is not recommended to promote them immediately. Can it be promoted? Could it be like the 1,000 Heavy Mirror, able to devour extreme Dao Emperor weapons for advancement? If the potential is greater, does it mean it can continue to advance even after becoming a divine weapon? Wow, this is interesting. System. What conditions do Schwerer and the others need for their sacred weapons to advance? Ding. 3 supreme sacred weapons, or 1 extreme Dao Emperor weapon. Hiss. Supreme sacred weapons can work too? Xiao Yun has destroyed so many forces and has 7 supreme sacred weapons plus 2 extreme Dao Emperor weapons in his hands. In other words, if he gets 2 more supreme sacred weapons, Schwerer and the other supreme sacred weapons can be advanced. However, Han Yin and the others will have a hard time using them, as they cannot enter the tomb of the emperors. When Schwerer and Qing Xian catch up in cultivation, they will be prioritized along with Bing Yao. As for the 2 inferior ones, the 3,000 red dust chains in Bing Yao's hands are no longer very useful. So just grabbing one will do. If worst comes to worst, Wanner still has some. This girl is even more of a bandit than Xiao Yun. At least Xiao Yun has a reason, while Ningong Wan looked for trouble without any pretense, wanting to wipe out your whole family if she feels displeased. What's up? You don't accept it? Go down and tell your family about your grievances. 2 years later, with only 1 day left before the tomb of the emperors opens, Xiao Yun and Lin Qingxian have also stopped their travels. Along the way, they looked at mountains, waded through water, weaved through the woods, and wandered on snowy highlands. Xiao Yun indeed left many traces with the women, while Bing Yao remained as indifferent as ever. The only thing worth celebrating is that Ningong Wan's belly has grown quite large. Yi Han Yin and Lei Wanwan, after all, haven't reached the peak of Quasi-Emperor yet, so they still have a chance to escape, but Ningong Wan really can't evade it all. 2 years have passed, and now Yi Han Yin and Lei Wanwan have both broken through to the peak of Quasi-Emperor. As for Lin Qingxian, Su Yingxue, and Bing Yao, they need to go to the tomb of the emperors, so their cultivation has been halted at the peak of the venerable realm. Ouyang Yi and Dongfang Xiu were sent back to their own homes 2 years ago by Xiao Yun. Ladies, tomorrow Schwerer and the others will go to the tomb of the emperors, so husband must give you a gift. A gift? Bing Yao calmly swings on the swing, thinking that this unorthodox gift has nothing to do with her. Upon hearing the word gift, Su Yingxue and the others immediately turned into a gust of fragrant wind, preparing to flee the scene. The gift husband speaks of must be to make their bellies bulge. Look at Wanner's belly. It's already 5 months along. And sometimes she still gets bullied. No, we don't want it. Husband can give it all to Wanner. Lin Qingxian fled as if escaping. Wanner's waist is too slippery and soft, and she even shows off the husband when nothing is happening. Perhaps only a real vixen can surpass Wanner. She can't. Her waist is as hard as her life. She can't twist at all. Why is it me again? Ningong Wan's pretty face turned red. But with Xiao Yun resting on her legs, she had no chance to run away. Xiao Yun was also at a loss. Hearing the word gift made them run away. Has his reputation been ruined? Come back, come back. Husband is serious with you. Now that Wanner has an extreme Dao Emperor weapon in hand. It's time to upgrade it into an extreme Dao Emperor weapon for you all. An extreme Dao Emperor weapon? It can still be upgraded? Lin Qingxian and the others blinked in confusion. Even Nangong was a bit surprised. However, with so many surprises from husband, one more doesn't matter. Nangong Wan's gaze is now fixed on her belly, because inside is the crystallization of her love with husband. Wanner, do you have any and use supreme sacred weapons? Yes. Nangong Wan smiled like a crescent moon, unconditionally supporting whatever Xiao Yun wants to do. You all come over here, and Yao Yao. You also bring out 2 supreme sacred weapons. Me? Bing Yao pointed at herself, and seeing Xiao Yun's serious expression, she instantly appeared in front of him with a teleport. Lin Qingxian and the others, knowing not to be bullied, cooperated very obediently. Not long after, including the supreme sacred weapon given by Nangong Wan, Xiao Yun quickly arranged them. 3 supreme sacred weapons, or 1 extreme Dao Emperor weapon, were placed in front of Bing Yao's supreme sacred weapons. As the girls waited eagerly, their supreme sacred weapons swallowed the resources in front of them in one gulp. As the luster grew more intense, their shapes became exceptionally imposing, and their aura surged upwards, until they advanced to extreme Dao Emperor weapons. Lin Qingxian and the others couldn't help but exclaim, "Husband, this, my Night Crow, has now become an extreme Dao Emperor weapon?" "Yes." Shouldn't Ti Shuer thank him a bit? Xiao Yun rested on Nangong Wan's beautiful legs, looking at Su Yingxue with a mischievous smile. Although he couldn't see all of Nangong Wan's face, it didn't stop him from teasing his other women. Su Yingxue's pretty face turned red. Then she took the initiative to squat down and offered a fragrant kiss for Xiao Yun to taste. "Husband, kiss me." Yihan Yin and the others saw that Su Yingxue was just giving a kiss, and all crowded around with a spoiled tone, while only Bing Yao silently stood in place. With the atmosphere built up to this point, why don't we also give a kiss? Rogue Master. Bing Yao flared her nose and ran away, a hint of barely noticeable blush flashing across her pretty face as she turned. All right. Qingxian, Shuer, you also go back to rest. Tomorrow husband will personally take you to the tomb of the emperors. Xiao Yun distributed the remaining death substitutes to the 2 women, while the others automatically floated towards Bing Yao's room. Lin Qingxian and Su Yingxue giggled as they returned to rest, and Yihan Yin hurriedly followed. Lei Wanwan walked the slowest, but was picked up in Xiao Yun's arms. Husband, I also want to go rest. Look, we're already an old married couple. Don't be nervous. 1 is called sleeping, and 2 people are called resting. Can we really rest? Lei Wanwan's delicate body was lifted by Xiao Yun, her face flushed as she buried her head down. She didn't even know how many times she had been bullied, and she didn't believe Xiao Yun's nonsense at all. Her husband is leaving. Before Xiao Yun left, he still wanted to tease Lei Wanwan, and Nangong Wan couldn't help but complain, yet was helpless. Husband is like this, always so unserious. Nangong Wan's face was filled with the glow of maternal love as she gently stroked her swollen belly, her eyes gradually filled with a hint of killing intent. Duga family, once we reach the upper realm, I will make you pay back double, and that younger brother I've never met. You better pray that they can protect you too. The next day, Xiao Yun got up with Lei Wanwan's service and then was sent off with a kiss from Nangong Wan. When Xiao Yun appeared at the tomb of the emperors with Bing Yao, Lin Qingxian, and Su Yingxue, countless cultivators from the 3,000 states had already been waiting for a long time. A rough glance showed that the number was at least over 10 billion. This is just the visible crowd, as many scattered cultivators had no place to settle and could only rush in at the last batch. However, the ancient imperial clans and alien holy lands they feared all bowed and saluted when they saw Xiao Yun appearing with women on both sides. Salute to Senior Xiao Yun. Chapter 73. Entering the Tomb of the Emperors. No need for formalities. Xiao Yun sat back, and behind him immediately appeared a supreme throne formed by countless sword energies. Lin Qingxian and Su Yingxue sat on Xiao Yun's lap, overlooking the beings below. Xiao Yun, Senior, you become even more handsome after 2 years. As soon as Dongfang Xiu and Ouyang Yi appeared, their lewd aura immediately surfaced. Xiao Yun glanced at the 2, both at the peak of the venerable realm, and their families had arranged for 100 peak venerable clan members for them. Not bad. It seems they didn't slack off in the past 2 years. Seeing Xiao Yun smiling in response, the other outstanding talents from various forces were envious to the point of tears. Ever since the fall of the Dugu family 2 years ago, the title Xiao Yun the Great has become well known. Unfortunately, only the Dongfang and Ouyang families have gained recognition from him. While waiting for the tomb of the emperors to open, cultivators from afar spread their divine senses to catch a glimpse of the mighty emperor's demeanor. However, upon seeing two fairies sitting in his arms, many immediately broke down. They had never seen such beautiful girls. Could it be that mighty emperors truly could do as they wished? Damn it, I won't allow Senior Xiao Yun to touch them. Look, getting emotional, they must have been spoiled too much, and still, they don't want him to touch them. Ha, stop it. I have a friend who is about to break down, of course. That person ISNT me, I don't care. While everyone was patiently waiting, the higher-ups of the Dongfang and Ouyang families also respectfully bowed to Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun nodded lightly. After all, he had already informed Shui, and the others about the tomb of the emperors. This event lasts for 3 years, during which the spatial rift will not disappear, allowing for free entry and exit. Some cultivators even wait until all the outstanding talents come out before going in to pick up the scraps. Although opportunities are rare, their lives will be much safer. Gradually, half an hour passed. The spatial rift of the tomb of the emperors opened precisely at noon. Lin Qingxian and Su Yingxue each gave Xiao Yun a kiss before flying in. They, along with Bing Yao, were allocated 16 death substitute puppets. The two girls took care of Su Yingxue, who received 17, as she had the least experience in killing. Xiao Yun's divine sense spread throughout the area. Anyone harboring ill intentions towards the three girls would meet a fate of complete annihilation as soon as they approached the spatial rift. As a husband, it was naturally best for him to help them avoid trouble. On the other side, inside the tomb of the emperors, the three girls decisively separated from Ouyang, Yi, and the others, as one must always be cautious of others. Only the three of them could fully trust each other, as they had been together for quite some time. Moreover, the purpose of Lin Qingxian and the others entering was not for the extreme Dao Emperor weapons, but for the corpses of the mighty emperors. Xiao Yun had given them 10 jade tokens, each containing Xiao Yun's divine soul. This divine soul was different from the protective divine soul. The latter could only be triggered in times of danger, while the former could be actively summoned to suppress the emperor's corpse and the remnants of its soul. However, before Lin Qingxian and the others could head deeper into the tomb, they were surrounded by 100 peak venerable scattered cultivators. The three girls were just too beautiful. With 3 fairies together, anyone would have wicked thoughts. If they could defile 1 or 2, it would be worth dying for. Xuya, this group of trash is perfect for you to practice on. Lin Qingxian showed no interest on her face. Now that their holy bodies were fully developed and they possessed extreme Dao Emperor weapons, even peak Saint Realm cultivators would die at their hands. Unless a great Saint Realm cultivator appeared, they would only have the option to flee. In other words, the 3 of them were already among the top tier of talents. Without a doubt, no matter how strong the other talents were, being able to contend with peak saints was the best they could hope for. Not to mention winning, they were on completely different levels. Alright, Su Yingxue changed her previously delicate demeanor. The divine eye in her godly vision burst forth with unusual colors. Immediately, a golden spear slowly emerged from the void above her head. Go! With a gentle wave of Su Yingxue's jade hand, the golden spear shot towards the scattered cultivators at lightning speed. The scattered cultivators quickly gathered their divine powers to defend, but without exception, no one could stop the attack of the golden spear. In an instant, nearly 10 people were pierced through by the spear, and it showed no signs of stopping. Seeing this, Bing Yao directly closed her eyes. The judgment spear was Su Yingxue's strongest killing move. Even she didn't dare to be distracted. It was likely that none of these scattered cultivators would survive. Sure enough, in just 3 breaths, half of the 100 peak venerable scattered cultivators had been killed. Those hit by the spear almost all took out their ultimate techniques to defend, but it was futile. Their methods were like paper, easily pierced by the judgment spear. Just as it seemed that these scattered cultivators were about to be wiped out, a long spear flew out from the void and collided with the judgment spear. However, the judgment spear only paused for a moment before continuing to chase after the scattered cultivators. At this point, a group of cultivators hiding in the distance had no choice but to reveal themselves, especially the leading young man, whose face turned pale. This fairy? Why go to such extremes? Su Yingxue snorted coldly, showing no intention of acknowledging the other party. Although her temperament had softened a bit, her heart and body already belonged to her husband, and she had no interest in even speaking to him. You, Su Fairy, don't be ungrateful. Xiao Yun can't protect you now. If the 3 of you follow me, I will ensure your safety in this tomb of the emperors. Unlike that Xiao Yun, who clearly has the cultivation of an emperor, but still lets you take risks. Boom! The young man attempted to belittle Xiao Yun, hoping to instill disgust for him in the three girls. But as soon as he finished speaking, Su Yingxue, who had originally wanted to ignore him, suddenly revealed a fierce, killing intent in her eyes. How dare he speak ill of her husband? Shui, shatter all their bones, let them die in agony. Lin Qingxian and Bing Yao almost moved, but this was meant to be an experience for Su Yingxue, so they chose not to interfere. I will never let them die easily. Not to mention that Xiao Yun was their husband. Just the things he had done to save them were enough for them not to allow others to slander him. Truly ungrateful. Do you think the saint son of the cloud, am made of mud? Bang! Just as the saint son of the cloud was about to show his might, a terrifying figure emerged behind Su Yingxue. The left half of this figure was golden, while the right half was black, with light and dark energies intertwining. Su Yingxue slightly raised her hand. Her left hand gathered divine punishment light, while her right hand summoned terrifying black flames. With one strike, in just one strike, the heart of the saint son of the cloud was pulled out. Moreover, the divine punishment light prevented him from even healing his wounds, forcing him to watch helplessly as his heart was crushed. As he watched the vitality leave his body, the saint son of the cloud was filled with terror. Was this a human? He could contend with peak saints, yet he was utterly helpless before Su Yingxue. Forget about his shattered heart. He could only think about surviving. But unfortunately, Su Yingxue gave him no chance. She slaughtered all the scattered cultivators, then methodically crushed the bones of the saint son of the cloud as followers one by one. Finally, she imprisoned their souls, torturing them for half an hour before stripping them of their qualifications to enter reincarnation, causing them to completely dissipate. Just a bunch of trash. Let us quickly fulfill our husband's orders and leave this filthy place. Lin Qingxian led the way deeper, with Su Yingxue and Bing Yao closely following. They did not notice that a group of black-robed, demonic cultivators in the distance were watching everything closely. Chapter 74. Nangong Wan's backup. Meet the great Emperor Toba. Are they the Tao partners and disciples of the great Emperor Xiao Yun? The leading demon cultivator licked his lips, greed flashing in his eyes, almost impossible to hide. But there was a hint of caution in his gaze. Because of the strength displayed by Su Yingxue, approaching her would be akin to seeking death. After all, he was only on par with the Chuan Yun Holy Son. However, as a demon cultivator, why engage in direct confrontation? I heard that the Ice Fairy is still a pure maiden, and the great Emperor Xiao Yun has no intention of forcing her. The other two fairies have been with the great Emperor Xiao Yun the longest. Who knows if they have secretly given birth in the past 2 years? Odison, are we really going to target them? Not to mention the strength of the great Emperor Xiao Yun. Just the strength of that snow fairy would probably be enough to kill 100 of me. Recently, the demon cultivators have been gloomy. He is merely lowering himself to others, not an idiot. The disciples and Tao partners of the great emperor, how could their strength be lacking? Who said we have to act personally? Before the words could finish, the leading demon cultivator's head was chopped off alive. In the next moment, a group of demon cultivators clad in the robes of the Swallowing Heaven sect surrounded them tightly. Swallowing Heaven Son, you are the Swallowing Heaven Son. The surrounding demon cultivators were terrified. Even the Swallowing Heaven Demon Lord expressed some approval, although the latter had not given guidance. The Swallowing Heaven Son had always followed the great elder of the Swallowing Heaven sect for cultivation. It is said that, after Nangong Wan left the Swallowing Heaven sect, she even left behind the Swallowing Heaven Demon art for him. To covet a few ladies, what a bunch of filthy bugs. It seems the Demon Lord was right. You exterminators of the world are just tired of living. Skin them alive, break their bones, and throw their souls into the demon-devouring goo as nourishment. The Swallowing Heaven Son stepped on the head of the leading demon cultivator until it turned into a mist of blood before speaking. His orders had already announced the fate of this group of demon cultivators. The demon cultivators of the Swallowing Heaven sect are the elite among elites. Dealing with fellow demon cultivators requires no effort at all. Holy Son, do we still need to secretly protect the 3 ladies? With their strength, we might only cause trouble. The demon cultivators of the Swallowing Heaven sect hesitated. No matter how strong they were, they probably wouldn't be able to defeat Su Yingxue even when working together. Even the Swallowing Heaven Son had to admit that, despite their outstanding talents, they could not match Su Yingxue. However, before the Swallowing Heaven Son came, he had received a secret letter from Nangong Wan. His purpose was not only to help Su Yingxue and the other two ladies clear their troubles, but also to root out the descendants of the Forbidden Area. But he couldn't guarantee that there were no spies within the Swallowing Heaven sect. After all, the Demon Lord only controlled the soul origins of the Elders, and these were all at the level of the Venerable Realm, so the Swallowing Heaven Sun did not elaborate. Just do your own thing. The ladies do not need it, does not mean we can leave at will. After the Swallowing Heaven Sun finished speaking, he immediately led his people to continue following Su Yingxue and the other two ladies. Not long after, the three ladies of Su Yingxue flew over a ravaged battlefield, their eyes occasionally flashing with shock. The so-called Tomb of the Emperors is merely an independent space left behind by powerful emperors after their deaths. They died in battle, naturally without time to build a tomb. The emperors' tombs spoken of by cultivators are actually just spatial barriers left behind by the emperors after their deaths. This spatial barrier is formless and colorless, and one can only enter upon triggering it. But once inside, whether one gains a legacy or is possessed is still uncertain. However, cultivators with techniques, like Lin Qingxian and Su Yingxue, can vaguely probe the spatial barriers. The three ladies finally found one, but as soon as they entered, they collided head-on with an ancient imperial clan. You are the wives of Senior Xiao Yun? The eyes of these imperial clan cultivators were filled with caution, yet they did not dare to act recklessly. The woman of an emperor must have trump cards for self-defense, but they had finally found the place where their ancestor fell. How could they just let it be? If something happens to them, they would still be exterminated by Xiao Yun upon returning. Opportunities belong to the strong. Choose one. Let them go or be driven out. Seeing that the other party meant no harm and was merely wary of them, Lin Qingxuan's tone softened, though her attitude remained resolute. You are extremely rude. This is the resting place of my Tuoba family's ancestor, and you are absolutely not allowed to act recklessly here. Damn, this is the place where their ancestor fell. Lin Qingxian awkwardly scratched her head. No wonder they exploded the moment she spoke. This is like you are paying respects at your ancestor's grave. Suddenly, three very beautiful sisters come up and tell you to take your family and get lost, even wanting to destroy your ancestor's grave. Would you agree? This matter has nothing to do with looks. There is simply no room for negotiation. Just as Lin Qingxian was about to leave, the remnant soul of the Tuoba family's ancestor slowly awakened. Seeing his clan members approach, he was filled with a sense of comfort. However, upon noticing the Dao patterns of cultivators of the same realm on Lin Qingxian and the other two ladies, he couldn't help but frown. Moreover, were they too beautiful? Each one was remarkable, not losing to the former Linglong fairy. After the battle back then, although we fought with all our might, the laws of heaven and earth should be incomplete. But how can I perceive the Dao patterns of the Emperor from you? Could it be that there are exceptionally talented individuals in later generations who have taken an alternative path to enlightenment? Alternative enlightenment? Lin Qingxian and Su Yingxue touched their noses. Their husband had said that he was just selfish. At the time, he was carefree and owed nothing to anyone. My husband and the Linglong fairy were from the same era, named Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun? The great Emperor Tuoba frowned. A cultivator who could become an emperor was certainly not unfamiliar to him, but his impression of Xiao Yun was too shallow. What brings you here? I am, after all, from the Tuoba family. The legacy cannot be passed on. There is nothing valuable here besides my corpse. But with your cultivation, even if my remnant soul does not take action, you cannot take it away. Once the great Emperor Tuoba spoke, Lin Qingxian, who was originally planning to leave, couldn't help but brighten her eyes. With her husband around, whether it was techniques, divine abilities, or supreme imperial weapons, what was she lacking? And the inheritance of an emperor? She didn't care about that. What she wanted was the emperor's corpse. Does Senior Tuoba mean we can dispose of the emperor's corpse as we wish? The great Emperor Tuoba furrowed his brows. He had an ominous premonition. But three-peak Venerable Realm rookies couldn't even break through the defenses of the emperor's corpse, let alone take it away. Thinking of this, the great Emperor Tuoba immediately relaxed. If you can do it, this emperor will not interfere. The great Emperor Tuoba raised his hand to stop the Tuoba clansmen who were about to speak. Seeing that their ancestor had made up his mind, they could only helplessly take out the soul-nurturing container. Ancestor, you can possess any clan member present or reside in the Sea of Souls. Once we leave the Tomb of the Emperors, the family can immediately help you reconstruct your body. Chapter 75. Are you making the Emperor work? Norus. Let's see if they can take the Emperor's corpse and leave. The corner of Emperor Tuoba's mouth slightly lifted. Lin Qingxian and the others had the support of an emperor behind them, making it difficult to offend them. There was still a wisp of divine fire within his imperial corpse. As long as it could be separated, returning to the Emperor realm would be a piece of cake. If it weren't for the heavy death energy of the imperial corpse making direct resurrection too troublesome, Emperor Tooba truly wanted to come back to life. After all, if he were to reshape his body, his strength would definitely not exceed the late stage of a quasi-emperor. Ancestor, this is what you said? Lin Qingxian chuckled as she slowly took out a jade token given by Xiao Yun under Emperor Tooba's watchful gaze. Crack! The moment the jade token shattered, a wisp of Xiao Yun's soul also emerged. Gulp! Upon seeing this, Emperor Tooba suddenly had an ominous premonition. Cheating, this is cheating. Husband, Emperor Tooba said that as long as we take away his imperial corpse, it means we have the capability. Lin Qingxian smiled playfully, and Xiao Yun immediately understood what was happening. But it's just Emperor Tooba, who was only at the late stage of the Emperor realm when he was alive. Not something to be afraid of. Only those exceptionally talented, invincible beings might be worthy of Xiao Yun's attention. All right, come back soon. Husband misses you. Xiao Yun's eyes were filled with tenderness, but as he raised his hand, he completely suppressed and sealed Emperor Tooba's imperial corpse. Lin Qingxian had long been prepared and had emptied a spatial ring. This was all for storing the imperial corpse, to prevent their aura from being too strong and shattering the heavenly materials, earthly treasures, and spirit stones. As for what Xiao Yun thought, Lin Qingxian and Su Yingxue had pretended not to hear. You think that? Clearly, you want to sun me, and I'm too embarrassed to expose you. Damn, invincible beings. Emperor Tooba was completely bewildered. You said your husband was an emperor, but you didn't say he was an invincible being. The key was that bringing in the soul jade token would also affect the soul, equivalent to extracting a wisp of the soul. Hey. Senior Xiao Yun, I was just joking you. Before Emperor Tooba could finish speaking, Xiao Yun looked at him with a cold face. Even if you recover to the late emperor stage, to go back on your word in front of this emperor, has the Tooba family tired of living? No, I wouldn't dare. Emperor Tooba displayed a smile that was uglier than crying. This time he truly lost both his wife and soldiers. It's over. His hope of returning to the emperor realm was shattered. It seemed that Xiao Yun let his women in to seize the imperial corpse, allowing them to attain the path to becoming emperors. In the past, every 3,000 years, a wisp of divine fire would descend, and whoever refined it first could step into the emperor realm. But 100,000 years ago, the divine fire stopped descending, and the forbidden zone was established. They wanted to sacrifice all living beings in the 3,000 states to obtain a bridge to communicate with the upper realm, which led to the conflict. Now that his imperial corpse was being taken away, Emperor Tooba felt as if his soul was lost. But the next moment, a sword light rapidly came, and the distracted Emperor Tooba was directly erased. Ancestor, the imperial corpse has already been taken away. Why still deal a fatal blow? The proud descendants of the Tooba family angrily questioned Xiao Yun's soul, who remained indifferent, his tone extremely cold. It's simple. I'm afraid you will set traps against Schwerer and the others, especially since you also want to take away an emperor's remnant soul. Once the soul jade token is crushed, it can no longer be used, and if you go far, it will dissipate into the world. Since there is a conflict, Xiao Yun couldn't allow the Tooba family to create trouble for Lin Qingxian and the others. He only gave out 10 soul jade tokens in total. If this trouble isn't resolved, he would need to use it again next time, which would be too troublesome. Better to kill 1,000 by mistake than let one go. Relying on imagination to kill people. Can you be any more domineering? Are you making the emperor do things? Xiao Yun once again gathered sword energy from all directions, then turned around, unleashing a devastating attack of sword energy on the Tooba family cultivators. After confirming that no one survived, Xiao Yun finally left. The heavenly son of the sky didn't know what happened inside, but seeing Lin Qingxian and the others come out safe from the spatial barrier, he couldn't help but rub his eyes. Wow. As expected of his sisters of the Demon Lord, nothing happened at all. 2 hours later, Lin Qingxian and the 3 women ran into Dongfang Xiao and Ouyang Yi, but their situation wasn't too good. They were being besieged by a group of black-robed cultivators. Although the clan members who were brought in didn't die, they were all injured. Bing Yao and the 3 women exchanged glances and decided to step in to save them. After all, having followed their husband for some time, they were considered loyal followers. Lin Qingxian charged ahead, and before she arrived, sword energy struck first to save the day. In an instant, more than 30 black-robed cultivators died under her sword, without even the strength to resist. Retreat. The black-robed cultivators saw that the situation was not right and immediately fled. Lin Qingxian was too fierce. They were simply no match for her. Su Yingxue unleashed the Night Crow, and chains bound a large number of black-robed cultivators, with the sharp blades at the tips slicing off heads as easily as cutting wheat. Bing Yao hovered in midair, and an ice spike formation appeared above her head, launching a barrage of ice spikes at the black-robed cultivators. In an instant, apart from a few captives caught by Su Yingxue and the two black-robed cultivators engaged with Ouyang Yi and Dongfang Xiao, all the other black-robed cultivators were killed. But with the addition of Su Yingxue and the others, the two were soon subdued as well, before Lin Qingxian and the others could interrogate them. These descendants of the Forbidden Zone had already reversed their meridians and self-destructed, clearly having been prepared for capture. Thank you, three ladies, for coming to our rescue. They are descendants of the Forbidden Zone, and we don't know where they came from. I feel they definitely won't just target us. Other forces are likely also. Dongfang Xiao panted, not expecting the descendants of the Forbidden Zone to be so powerful. Three ladies? Lin Qingxian and Su Yingxue smiled, while Bing Yao frowned. She truly felt like she couldn't clear her name even if she jumped into the Yellow River. All the disciples of the Master were taken care of, yet she was the only one left out. Probably no one would believe her. Descendants of the Forbidden Zone? Didn't you find the spatial barrier of your ancestor? Xiao Yun did mention that they should be careful of a certain sixth one. Unexpectedly, I didn't encounter it, but Dongfang Xiao and the others did. Ladies, it's not that easy. Some forces have already been destroyed. If we rashly go in, we might be in great danger. Dongfang Xiao gently shook his head. Not everyone was as lucky as the Tuoba family. Ladies, I did find a suspected ancestor's spatial barrier, but I didn't dare to go in. What if I guessed wrong? Ouyang, he awkwardly scratched his head, and Lin Qingxian couldn't help but be on guard, quietly taking out a soul jade token. And let's go take a look. Ouyang, he had the clan members rest for a moment, and immediately got up to lead Lin Qingxian. Lin Qingxian and Su Yingxue nodded slightly, each using their heavy pupils and divine demon eyes to take a look, discovering that there indeed was a spatial barrier. Let's send someone in to take a look. Ouyang, he didn't dare to let Lin Qingxian and the others go in. He had finally built a good relationship with Xiao Yun. If something happened to Lin Qingxian and the others, the Ouyang family would probably face serious consequences. As soon as Ouyang Yi's words fell, an Ouyang family cultivator immediately flew out, gathering his divine powers to strike the void before him. Only when the spatial barrier was triggered did he fly in alone. Young Master, we didn't go wrong. This is the place where ancestor Zhen passed away. Chapter 76. The ancestor of the Dongfang family, Dongfang Zhen. The ancestor of Zhen. Ouyang Zhen. A hint of surprise flashed in Ouyang Yi's eyes. He was the invincible one of the Ouyang family. Unfortunately, the later generations are not competitive, only able to rank in the top 10 within the 3,000 states. Ladies, and you, I'll go in first to see if there's any danger. Ouyang, he led the group in, while only Dongfang Xiao pointed to himself. Come on, the two of us are still friends. Now we don't even have names? 666. If you keep playing like this, I'll just call you Dogsheng from now on. The three women, Lin Qingxian and the others, couldn't help but cover their red lips and laugh at Dongfang Xiao, who was speechless with anger. These two lively characters really easily bicker wherever they go. Soon, Ouyang Yi's excited voice came from inside, and Lin Qingxian and the others slowly entered. However, she still remained vigilant, keeping the soul jade token hidden in her sleeve. When the three women and Dongfang Xiao entered, Ouyang Yi was smiling as he told his ancestor about them. Upon learning that Lin Qingxuan's husband was an invincible one, Ouyang Zhen didn't dare to be neglectful. He was still a remnant soul, and the Ouyang family had Xiao Yun's protection. Out of emotion and reason, his attitude should not be harsh. Ladies, this is the place of my sitting into oblivion. You may not care for the cultivation method, but how about this extreme imperial weapon? Swish, swish, swish. Before Ouyang Zhen could finish speaking, Lin Qingxian and the other three had already taken out their extreme imperial weapons. Ouyang Sr., there is no need to be so polite. Our husband has already selected suitable extreme imperial weapons for us. However, since the senior is here, may I ask a question? A question? Ouyang Zhen's expression became solemn, and even the remnant soul stood straight. Please speak, madam. Does the senior know if there are any imperial corpses nearby? Imperial corpses? Could it be that Xiao Yun's purpose is, as an invincible being? Ouyang Zhen immediately understood Lin Qingxuan's intention to collect imperial corpses. Refining imperial corpses into puppets could indeed create the best fighters who are not afraid of pain. However, the reason they are called imperial corpses is because they lack the remnant souls of the emperors. Just their aura can intimidate the small fry. Moreover, there is still a trace of divine fire within them. It is this trace that can allow quasi-emperor peak cultivators to break through to become emperors. Although very few can achieve this. If it's an invincible being, then everything makes sense. I know, but if you go in, you might easily be possessed. Lin Qingxuan's lips curled up slightly as she cupped her hands in salute to Ouyang Zhen. Just inform us, senior. We have our ways to handle the rest. Ouyang Zhen pondered for a long time before gently nodding. He raised his hand and tore off a corner of his imperial corpse's clothing, sending it to Lin Qingxian. Madam, with your heavy pupils, you must be particularly sensitive to spatial anomalies. This item carries my emperor's aura. The remnant soul of the master of the Forbidden Zone will surely sense it. At that time, Madam can trigger the spatial barrier using this. Lin Qingxian bowed in thanks, and then led her group away. Ouyang, he sighed, thinking about how the family had worked hard for so long, only to either encounter ambushes or die within the spatial barriers. Now, despite his own mishap, he had somewhat fulfilled the wishes of several generations of his family. Yeah, take my imperial corpse and leave the tomb of the emperors. Ouyang respectfully nodded, immediately taking out a soul-nurturing container to prevent Ouyang Zhen's remnant soul from dissipating. On the other side, Lin Qingxian and the others, carrying the corner of Ouyang Zhen's clothing, were checking nearby for any spatial barriers. Once there was an anomaly, they could trigger the spatial barrier, similar to fishing. Just thinking about Ouyang Zhen dying with the enemy, and now his aura appearing. Wouldn't you be anxious? His descendants are here to rescue him. Just work harder, reshape his body, and refine the divine fire within the imperial corpse. And returning to being an emperor is not a dream. Dongfang Xiao followed closely behind, feeling quite self-conscious after witnessing the three women's strength. He thought he was doing well, but he didn't expect the descendants of the Forbidden Zone to also have top-tier talents. If it weren't for Lin Qingxian and the others stepping in to save them, they would have ended up beaten to death. Just as Dongfang Xiao was feeling down, Lin Qingxian and Su Yingxue almost simultaneously stopped and looked to the left. There, a faint spatial fluctuation caught the attention of the two women. Ladies, did you find something? Lin Qingxian didn't speak. She raised her hand and unleashed a sword aura, triggering the spatial barrier. Without a word, they flew into it with the soul jade token. Wow, this is too fierce. I hope nothing goes wrong. Dongfang Xiao watched the two women fly in without hesitation, his mouth agape, as if he could fit an egg in it. Once the group entered, Dongfang Xiao was dumbfounded, because Xiao Yun's soul was currently beating up the remnant soul of the master of the Forbidden Zone, not to mention the imperial corpse showing off. It didn't even put up a fight, and was taken into Lin Qingxuan's spatial ring. It was only when the remnant soul of the master of the Forbidden Zone was defeated that Dongfang Xiao gradually came back to his senses. Senior Xiao Yun, what is this? This little guy bared his teeth on my Qingxian, so I just gave him a little punishment and took him out. Xiao Yun appeared to be unsatisfied, scaring Dongfang Xiao. Wait, don't get too carried away. Give me a beating too while you're at it. After all, he is a remnant soul of an emperor. He can take a few punches from you, but as a mere respected one, I'd just be 30 to 70 divided. You punch once, and I break open 7 times in 3 breaths, then die on the spot. Senior Xiao Yun, there's something I need to inform you. I encountered an ambush from the descendants of the Forbidden Zone with Ouyang Yi, and it was thanks to the 3 ladies that we were saved. I didn't Bing Yao gritted her silver teeth in anger, pointing at one person after another, wondering when she had seen her master being so intimate with anyone. Her master liked beautiful women. If he really did, she would be in for a lot of trouble. Bing Yao was focused on the path and didn't want to be beaten every day. Descendants of the Forbidden Zone? I know if I find my own ancestor. You should come out quickly. Xiao Yun smiled mysteriously, while Bing Yao puffed up her cheeks. Dongfang Xiao was completely bewildered. Did Senior Xiao Yun anger his wife? It seems having too many women isn't good. Thankfully, he was a single dog. If it didn't work, he could just mess around. All right, Senior. Lin Qingxian chuckled lightly. Now having 2 imperial corpses. If her husband wanted 10, it seemed they would need to work harder. 3 days later, Lin Qingxian had used the Soul Jade token 5 times, and there were 5 imperial corpses in her spatial ring. However, this time, the spatial barrier triggered again was from Dongfang Xiao's ancestor, Dongfang Zhan. Upon learning the reason and seeing the corner of Ouyang Zhen's clothing, he shook his head lightly. Ladies, This place is indeed the tomb of the emperors, and the aura on this clothing has already dissipated. Dongfang Zhan's expression was strange. Although he hadn't seen Xiao Yun many times, he knew a bit about him, because Dongfang Zhan was also a pursuer of Linglong Fairy, but unfortunately, the latter was only close to Xiao Yun. Had it not been for Xiao Yun being too selfish and coinciding with the chaos caused by the master of the Forbidden Zone, perhaps the two would have long since become Dao partners. He knew the location of Linglong Fairies sitting into oblivion, but one was Xiao Yun's white moonlight, and the other was his current partner, and now three came at once. If they bumped into each other, Xiao Yun would probably be in a dilemma, not knowing whether to sit or stand. Chapter 77. Noble Discourse. Is this about my husband? I wonder if the senior has any advice? Lin Qingxian, seeing Dongfang Zhan say this, couldn't help but clasp her fists and bow to him. Dongfang Zhan coughed lightly, not knowing how to respond for a moment. Seeing Dongfang Zhan fall into silence, Lin Qingxian thought he wanted to take over and quickly gave Su Yingxue a glance. The two girls were sisters who had weathered the storm together and understood each other instantly with just a look. Su Yingxue silently placed her right hand into her sleeve, and a soul jade plaque appeared. Does Senior Dongfang know my husband? Sort of. If you know him, then you know him. If you don't, then you don't. What does sort of mean? Can be played like this? Then, in the senior's heart, what kind of person is my husband? Lin Qingxian was a bit curious. Her days were so fulfilling that she had almost forgotten what her husband was like when he was serious. What kind of person is Xiao Yun? Dongfang Zhan stroked his chin. He hadn't seen the other party a few times. It was just that Xiao Yun was either in black or white attire, either cold and silent or floating around in white to show off. Brother Xiao doesn't talk much and is focused on his path, but he is gentle and refined, speaks nobly, is kind to others, and will help out when he sees injustice. Most importantly, he is not very interested in women. Are we talking about the same person? Bing Yao frowned tightly. There are a total of 6 disciples, 5 of whom have been through the ringer. You call that not being interested in women? When it comes to talking nonsense with your eyes wide open, you take the cake. Lin Qingxian and Su Yingxue exchanged glances, their expressions appearing particularly strange. Does this person really know her husband? What gentle and refined, noble discourse. Lin Qingxian thought of the Sacred Land Choir, and Su Yingxue remembered how her husband taught her to curse. As for kindness, Dongfang Zhan, staying in the soul nurturing vessel, was baffled by Lin Qingxuan's reaction. Did he really praise someone wrong? He didn't know Xiao Yun well. He only investigated that he was a loose cultivator. He rejected Linglong Fairy's multiple invitations. So isn't that being uninterested in women? Do the 3 ladies know Linglong Fairy? Linglong Fairy? Lin Qingxian and the others exchanged glances. Doesn't her husband have a Linglong token? What exactly does this old man want to do? Asking such irrelevant questions. They just want to know where there's an imperial corpse, collect it, and leave. Why is it so complicated? Of course, we know her. My husband still has the Linglong token. If she were still alive, maybe we would be lucky enough to be sisters with her. No? Sisters? Are you serious? One after another. Looking so spirited, are you content to serve one husband? Shouldn't there be a commotion? Aren't you going to argue? Shouldn't you cry and complain? No. Do you only have looks and figure, but no brains? Are you serious? Actually, I know the place where Linglong Fairy sat down. Since the conversation had reached this point, Dongfang Zhan just wanted to finish quickly and then run away. Where? Lin Qingxuan's eyes lit up. She also wanted to witness the stunning Linglong Fairy and see what she was like. Less than 100 miles from here. Dongfang Zhan pointed eastward, and Lin Qingxian nodded lightly, then left without looking back. As for Dongfang Xiao, naturally, he took his ancestor away. Although the Dongfang family had more than one emperor, they couldn't bet their lives on it. If they guessed wrong, it would be a complete disaster. Bringing back the battle ancestor was already quite impressive. Not long after, Lin Qingxian and the 3 girls arrived at the place Dongfang Zhan mentioned, and there were only 2 locations nearby with spatial fluctuations. Just as they were about to enter, the surroundings began to stir. Soon after, nearly 1,000 black-robed cultivators flew out slowly, all of them at the peak of the venerable realm. The leader wore a gray stone on his chest, clearly the source that blocked Lin Qingxian and the others probing. Descendants of the Forbidden Zone, you should know our identity. Are you not afraid that my husband will turn the 3,000 states upside down? Clang, clang, clang. As soon as Lin Qingxian finished speaking, rows of top-grade magic treasures lit up. Except for the leading cultivator, the others had no vitality, resembling walking corpses. Emperor Xiao Yun is indeed very strong, but he doesn't know our location and can't do anything about it. Once this matter is settled, a mere invincible being can't stir up any waves. Kill them. Lin Qingxuan's heavy pupil swept over, and she saw the leading cultivator silently chanting a spell. It seemed she guessed correctly. It wasn't that there were too many descendants of the Forbidden Zone invading, but that they had controlled the cultivators, although she didn't know what method they used. She had already seen several unique divine abilities of the Sacred Land cultivators. However, this method was just right to be countered by Lin Qingxian. Her heavy pupil had not yet reached perfection. If she advanced further, she could perceive everything, even the spatial barrier of the Emperor's resting place. She could see through directly. Just as Lin Qingxian was about to take action, rows of ice spikes suddenly erupted from the ground, and in an instant, all the nearly 1,000 black-robed cultivators were pierced through. The ice spikes did not stop, but instead swiftly moved towards the descendants of the Forbidden Zone. His pupils dilated. He couldn't believe the scene before him was real. 1,000 peak Venerable Realm cultivators were actually defeated in an instant. Is this human? With the same peak Venerable Realm cultivation, is the gap really this big? However, the descendants of the Forbidden Zone had no time to think further, as the ice spikes were incredibly fast. In just a moment, they froze the entire area within 1,000 miles. The descendants of the Forbidden Zone wanted to resist, but were thrown away upon contact. Subsequently, ice cones as thick as arms protruded from the ground, piercing through the legs of the descendants of the Forbidden Zone, hanging him upside down from the ice cone. How many of you came in? Having learned from the last experience, this time, Bing Yao froze the descendants of the Forbidden Zone's meridians in advance, preventing him from reversing his meridians to self-destruct. Cough, cough. If you have the ability, kill me. I will not. Before he could finish speaking, Bing Yao formed an ice sword and severed the entire left arm of the descendants of the Forbidden Zone. A few people? I will never. Seeing that the descendants of the Forbidden Zone still held firm, Bing Yao also cut off his right arm. But he stared at Bing Yao, still showing no intention of speaking. In desperation, Bing Yao directly erased him. They were not like Xiao Yun, who could directly invade the opponent's sea of souls to search for memories. If they did the same, they would probably be counter-killed. It seemed the situation was more complicated than they thought. Perhaps the talents who entered this time were all targets they controlled. Going out would lead to being discovered. But inside here, few could survive under the siege of so many people. Lin Qingxian frowned. It seemed they needed to speed up. But although this was the tomb of many emperors, the resting places of emperor-level beings were different. Some were few miles away, while others were hundreds of thousands of miles away. How could they find them? Some people were randomly attacking, but they couldn't find the resting places of the emperor-level beings and ended up being caught and killed by their opponents. The godson of the devourer and others hiding in the dark wiped the cold sweat off their foreheads unconsciously. Damn, this is too fierce. Instantly killing 1,000 peak Venerable Realm cultivators. What kind of heaven-defying protection task is this? Chapter 78. 10 breaths to kill 100,000. Meet the Linglong Fairy. Son of the Divine, may I ask, is this really an order from the Demon Lord? You probably won't last a single move if you go up there. Are we here to protect or to be battlefield reporters? The demon cultivator beside the Son of the Divine could no longer hold back and spoke up. But the Son of the Divine shot him a glare. Dare to question the Demon Lord's command? Do you want your whole family to perish? Once the name of the Demon Lord was mentioned, not only did the earlier demon cultivator fall silent, but even the other demon cultivators dared not speak. They might have seen little of Nangong Wan's methods, but their father's generation had certainly seen plenty. That guy had finished a meeting in the morning and had his entire clan wiped out by the afternoon. But at this moment, the surrounding aura was growing increasingly dense, with numbers even exceeding 100,000. Countless cultivators, all dressed in black robes, were clearly under the control of the descendants of the Forbidden Zone. There were even more than 20 prodigies at the sun level. They took the lead, and even the Son of the Divine showed a look of despair. With so many cultivators, they could bury Su Yingxue and the others in a pile. It seemed that their absence over the past few days was not due to neglect, but rather to give too much importance, actually dispatching 100,000 cultivators. At this moment, the Son of the Divine could no longer control himself and immediately jumped out with his people, protecting Lin Qingxian and the other two in the middle. He even threw the gray stones that shielded their spiritual perception to Lin Qingxian and the others. 3 ladies. We have been ordered by the Demon Lord to protect you in secret. There is no time for too much explanation now. We will force our way through a gap to buy time for you. As long as you get a certain distance away with this hidden spirit stone, they want to be able to find you. son of the devouring heavens? Lin Qingxian and the others hadn't taken it seriously at first. After all, they were just 100,000 peak cultivators, no different from a swarm of ants. As for exhausting themselves, was that a joke? Unless it was a desperate move. The energy consumed was still less than the energy absorbed. Moreover, their total energy was comparable to that of a holy king powerhouse. Wait, there's no need for that. Just watch. Lady, that S-100, the son of the divine, opened his mouth, but halfway through, the three women unleashed their full power. In an instant, the surrounding area for thousands of miles turned into a realm of ice. The air, the earth, everything visible and invisible was sealed in ice by a single sword. Looking at Su Yingxue, her body had already transformed into a divine demon, with divine light on the left and raging demonic flames on the right. One side used demonic energy as fire, while the other used divine light for purification. Along with her eyes erupting with divine light, she was like a humanoid killing machine, capable of overwhelming even a sun-level cultivator with a single strike. Finally, there was Lin Qingxian, whose surroundings had transformed into a domain of heavy pupils, where the bones of every cultivator approaching her were crushed first. Seeing that there were still tens of thousands of cultivators alive, she revealed the patterns of her golden bones. In an instant, the heavens and earth darkened, and the spiritual energy within a radius of thousands of miles was instantly drained. Then, rows of circular arrays connected heaven and earth, erupting with a murky white beam of light. In front of the light beam, the bodies of peak cultivators were like paper, easily burned to nothingness. This terrifying strike was like a calamity descending from the heavens, completely unresistible. The three women displayed their divine powers, and in just 10 breaths, only 10 breaths of time, what was once a deadlock with 100,000 cultivators attacking, 10 breaths later, the area within nearly 10,000 miles was already in ruins. All 100,000 cultivators were completely wiped out, and not a single sun-level prodigy survived. No, it can't be. Can 100,000 be killed so quickly? Quick, pinch me. I feel like I'm dreaming in broad daylight. Stop freaking out. This is real. We've fallen behind. After all, the ladies' husbands are emperors, not something we can imagine. The son of the divine looked gloomy. Without comparison, there was no harm. Now he felt like he had trained to be a dog. It took him a lot of effort to kill his son, but here with Lin Qingxian and the others, he couldn't even take a single blow. You all go do your own thing. We can take care of ourselves. Lin Qingxian spoke softly, her voice somewhat cold. The demon lord only gave us one task. The son of the divine felt somewhat frustrated. The devouring heavens sect did not have the background like the Dongfang family. They didn't dare to break the spatial barrier. Entering would mean being possessed. Lin Qingxian suddenly remembered that Sister Wan was a demon lord, and there was no emperor sitting there, so it was no wonder they were idle. Then, will you listen to us? You are the sister of the demon lord. Of course, we will listen to you. The son of the divine looked at Lin Qingxian respectfully, not knowing what she wanted. Kill. Or do you want someone else's skin? Or perhaps a heart? The demon lord rewarded based on hearts, and he didn't know what this fairy wanted. You go stay by the spatial rift and see what others have gained. Go grab a little. Take this hidden spirit stone with you. And don't let the descendants of the forbidden zone set their sights on you. The son of the divine twitched at the corner of his mouth. Did the lady think they were dragging her down? Yes, it must be that woo. But even if it was themselves, they indeed seemed to be of no help. Lady, if we do this, can you explain it to the demon lord? I'm afraid when I go back, I'll be the only one left at home. Is Sister One that ruthless? The cultivators of the devouring heavens sect are simply terrified to the bone by her. No problem. Lin Qingxian smiled and nodded at the son of the divine. The latter left with his people without looking back, as if he had made a certain decision. Since the lady has guaranteed it, then it would be easy to speak to the demon lord. He didn't believe it. After all, he was the #1 demon cultivator. If he couldn't help the three ladies, could he not handle the other prodigies from different forces? Sister Qingxian, the spatial barrier over there has opened. Let us hurry in. Su Yingxue pulled Lin Qingxian's hand, pointing at the spatial rift behind them. Although they were very strong, the area around them had been flattened. But the battles of emperor-level powerhouses could easily change the world, and it couldn't affect the spatial barrier at all. Instead, if they were too slow, the spatial barrier would heal again. Let us go. Lin Qingxian nodded at Bing Yao, and Su Yingxue held the soul jade pendant, leading the charge inside. Inside the spatial barrier, what met the eyes of the three women was a tower, 9 stories high, exuding a powerful imperial might. Looking up, they saw a fairy with a melancholic expression sitting at the very top of the tower. Even though she was only a remnant soul, that pure aura made it impossible for anyone to feel a hint of blasphemy. Is this the founder of the Linglong Pavilion, the Linglong Fairy? Lin Qingxian's eyes were filled with surprise, and even Bing Yao couldn't help but exclaim. This aura was unmatched. Even she felt moved upon seeing her. It was said that she was an invincible being, a fairy whose strength and beauty surpassed all through the ages. As the three women entered, the remnant soul of the Linglong Fairy slowly opened her eyes, and a hint of excitement flashed in her gaze. Because she detected the aura of an old friend. It was the one she had invited but was rejected, Xiao Yun. Chapter 79 must bring you back to life. When the Linglong Fairy looked down, she was also amazed by the unique aura of Lin Qingxian and the others. The three fairies walking together would be a scene that guarantees a 100% turnback rate in any era. They all carried the aura of Xiao Yun, and the Linglong Fairy knew that Xiao Yun must have survived that calamity. Could it be that these three fairies are his descendants? But why don't they look like him? You, what is your relationship with Xiao Yun? Lin Qingxian and the other two were somewhat surprised, as it seemed they, like Ouyang Zhen, had sensed Xiao Yun's presence. It appeared that among the great emperors, they could detect the Tao rhythm left by each other. Lin Qingxian and Su Yinxue's faces flushed. Their Tao rhythm was undoubtedly the strongest. After all, their husband always bullied them. Husband, master, husband, master. The Linglong Fairy's face turned pale. She would rather hear that they were descendants than partners. She had known Xiao Yun for thousands of years. If she hadn't been so reserved, they would have probably been together long ago. So you're the wife of an old friend. What brings you here? As long as it can be helped, this emperor will agree. This tone, still claims there is nothing between them. Look at that melancholic gaze. Still thinking about Xiao Yun even in death. I should let my husband come out to talk to you. Lin Qingxian felt a bit uncomfortable under their gaze and decided to let Xiao Yun come and see his old friend. As the soul jade tablet shattered, Xiao Yun's soul also appeared in the scene. When he saw the Linglong Fairy looking at him with a melancholic expression, Xiao Yun was startled. Don't do this. I haven't done anything to wrong you. As soon as Xiao Yun spoke, the Linglong Fairy smiled very happily. After 100,000 years, you seem to be living comfortably. Now you even have a partner. Xiao Yun, can't I speak? I'm handsome, strong, and I can't have a partner? In the past, he avoided provoking beautiful women in anger. Now that he's a great emperor, it would be quite rational not to chase after beauties across the 3,000 states. Yes, it's been so long since we last met, and you still like to kill the conversation. As soon as Xiao Yun said this, Bing Yao quickly bit her red lip, almost laughing out loud. Lin Qingxian and Su Yinxue covered their lips and chuckled. Is this how you catch up? The Linglong Fairy smiled knowingly, understanding Xiao Yun's nature, and teasingly looked at Lin Qingxian and the others. If I had not fallen, I would definitely come to congratulate you on your wedding day. As soon as this was said, the atmosphere suddenly became subtle. Xiao Yun, having learned from Lin Qingxian and the others' experiences, naturally picked up on her implied meaning. Moreover, looking at the Linglong Fairy's gaze, there was no need to listen for implications. You have feelings for me? Xiao Yun's bluntness caused a flash of panic in the Linglong Fairy's eyes, especially with Lin Qingxian and the others watching. It made her feel like she was having an affair, which made the Linglong Fairy very embarrassed. You, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm just a friend to you, that's all. Linglong, is it still stubborn after this? Xiao Yun shook his head gently. This girl really is tough. Her feelings are all written on her face, yet her mouth is full of refusals. The full name of the Linglong Fairy is Yu Linglong. It is said that her true body is a piece of jade birthed from the spiritual veins of the snow mountains, inherently possessing a trace of chaotic energy, allowing her to cultivate at an extraordinary speed. Hearing Xiao Yun say this, all her stubbornness turned into helplessness. Yes, she had already fallen. Why hide her feelings any longer? Even if Xiao Yun rejected her multiple times, she didn't dislike him in her heart. On the contrary, she respected his choices. Everyone has the right to make their own choices. After all, Xiao Yun was a rogue cultivator who fought his way out and had no attachment to the 3,000 states. Not joining the forbidden area was already considered very merciful. Although Yu Linglong was also considered a rogue cultivator, once she appeared, she received the favor of the great emperors. Her innate talent for cultivation was astonishing, and the few hardships she encountered were all resolved because of Xiao Yun. Unfortunately, Xiao Yun was not interested in her brilliant identity and even avoided her. Thinking of this, Yu Linglong couldn't help but let out a long sigh. I do have feelings for you, but some things are just missed. You now have a new life, while I no longer belong to this world. So what do you want me to do? What to do? Of course, to be partners. Even if the tomb of the emperors ends, those ancient imperial ancestors can only reshape their bodies to the emperor level. Refining divine fire takes hundreds or thousands of years. During this time, all the heavenly materials and earthly treasures in the 3,000 states are Xiao Yun's backyard. As long as Yu Linglong's true body regains vitality and her soul is nurtured well, with his personal help, how could she not be revived? Others can't do it because they don't have the conditions. They can't do it lawlessly. The cost of nurturing the soul is something they can't afford either. Then obediently listen. Wait for me to revive you, and we can live that shameless life together, eventually having 100 children. Huh? When did you become so indecent? Yu Linglong was taken aback. The Xiao Yun she knew before was never this indecent. Has he now let himself go? What? Unwilling? Seeing Yu Linglong not speaking for a long time, Xiao Yun couldn't help but lean closer and tease. Even though he knew both of them were in a residual soul state, Yu Linglong still instinctively kept her distance. When she heard the silver bell-like laughter of Lin Qingxian and the others, Yu Linglong realized she had been teased. Her face flushed, and she glared at Xiao Yun with annoyance. If you really can do it, I will leave it to you, but I've already harmed my origin. I'm afraid ordinary holy medicines won't work. At least they must be of emperor caliber. A trace of worry flashed in Yu Linglong's eyes. This matter is not that easy. She had long given up. This trace of residual soul still exists, only to see who her successor is. So what? If the 3,000 states can't do it, then let us nurture it in my small world. If it can't be done here, then go to the upper realm. Your Primaline, I will definitely get it. As Xiao Yun spoke, he even took the opportunity to glance at Yu Linglong's imperial corpse. The latter's face flushed red. She never expected that, even in death, he would be so restless, feeling an immense sense of shame. If he had just died, wouldn't he want to take advantage of the situation? You, why are you so inappropriate now? If you keep this up, I won't talk to you anymore. Yu Linglong turned away, unable to look at Xiao Yun, knowing he would tease her. Then how about this? Qingxian, would you be willing to let Linglong rest in your sea of souls? Although Lin Qingxian was his woman, Xiao Yun would not make her do something she was unwilling to do. Of course, except for bullying, that was non-negotiable. Willing. Sister Linglong coming is a blessing for me. There is no need for you to say that. As long as you don't mind that I'm a latecomer, I'm all ready. Latecomer? Lin Qingxian interrupted Yu Linglong with a smile. Having known her husband for 100,000 years, she was the latecomer, right? If it weren't for various reasons, Yu Linglong would have probably given birth to a baby for her husband long ago. Sister, go in and rest first. I will prepare a separate space ring to nourish your imperial corpse. Chapter 80. The Great War erupts. Female cultivators block the way. Lin Qingxian proactively invites Yu Linglong to rest in her soul sea, not at all afraid of her seizing her body. Xiao Yunqing remains silent for a long time. Although he likes Yu Linglong, he won't allow her to harm Qingxian, otherwise he wouldn't have asked for Lin Qingshuan's opinion. However, seeing the two women getting along harmoniously, Xiao Yun lets out a sigh of relief. Qingxian, sister, this Linglong pagoda is temporarily of no use to me. You take it for self-defense. Yu Linglong generously takes out her extreme Dao imperial weapon, while Lin Qingxian silently takes out her broken void blade. Sister, my husband gave me an extreme Dao imperial weapon. Hiss, so ruthless? When did extreme Dao imperial weapons become so rare? Where did you get it from? Is this still the 3,000 states? Yu Linglong's head buzzes, still unable to come to her senses, while Bing Yao and Su Yingxue also reveal their extreme Dao imperial weapons. At this moment, Yu Linglong simply covers her head. Oh no, I just died for 100,000 years, and I can't keep up with the current pace. No, extreme Dao imperial weapons are the pinnacle of the 3,000 states weapons, which shouldn't be taken out except during life and death battles. How come Lin Qingxian and the others each have one? The key is that she hasn't heard of any of them. Xiao Yun, did you destroy several sects? You don't need to worry about that. Anyway, I didn't destroy your Linglong pavilion. Xiao Yun raises an eyebrow at Su Yingxue, whose face instantly flushes red, looking extremely cute. So what can I do? Yu Linglong sees that when Xiao Yun looks at Su Yingxue, she becomes shy, and she instantly understands their relationship. However, she is more curious about how she can help. You don't need to do anything, but Qingxian, how many soul jade medallions are left? Xiao Yun turns to Lin Qingxian, who immediately gathers with Su Yingxue and takes out 4 pieces. Husband, there are 4 left. Besides Sister Linglong, We have already prepared 5 imperial corpses. Collecting imperial corpses? Yulin knows that Lin Qingxian and the others don't intend to refine puppets. It seems to be Xiao Yun's idea. However, bringing so many imperial corpses out, it seems there won't be any chances of becoming an emperor outside. Otherwise, Xiao Yun wouldn't let his women take such risks. You want to, as you expected, we are already in the end of the Dharma era. To be with Qingxian and the others for a long time, this step is necessary. Long-term companionship? When these words came out, Lin Qingxian and the 2 women were immediately moved. Only Bing Yao had a strange expression, but couldn't quite say why. I see. But the invincible being that sat down near me, the last time the tomb of all emperors completely dissipated, the Emperor's sutras and extreme Dao imperial weapons. I wonder if they still exist. Qingxian, if you have any ideas. Before Yulin could finish her sentence, Lin Qingxian and Su Yingxue shook their heads simultaneously. They just wanted to quickly take the imperial corpses and go back to cultivate, reaching the peak of quasi-emperor as soon as possible. As for the Emperor's sutras and extreme Dao imperial weapons, they held no attraction for them. Lin Qingxian and Su Yingxue didn't have family forces to consider. They were now wives of the Xiao family. They didn't have any movement in their bellies, so naturally, they didn't need to think too much. Even if they did, it would be enough to have their husband guide their children in cultivation. Just get used to it. My Snower and the others no longer look down on this trash. Look down on? They still think highly of it. They're just afraid of wasting time. Su Yingxue mumbled in her heart. But she didn't want to waste the opportunity of the Soul Jade Medallion. What kind of changes have occurred outside? A glimmer of curiosity flashed in Yu Linglong's eyes. She felt like a product of the old era. Linglong, although you are in a remnant soul state, you should be able to perceive the places where the masters of these forbidden zones have sat down, right? I heard that the descendants of the forbidden zones are causing trouble in the tomb of all emperors. If we resolve it early, it will be much better to come out. Hiss, descendants of the forbidden zones? Upon hearing this, a killing intent involuntarily erupted from Yu Linglong's phoenix eyes. The great emperor has perished, yet they still refuse to give up? This group of guys has truly reached an irredeemable point. That's right, but sensing the spatial barrier doesn't consume much. Upon hearing this, the 3 women, Lin Qingxian and the others, let out a sigh of relief. They thought the remaining 4 imperial corpses would be very difficult, but with Yu Linglong around, they didn't have to be as serious as before. Thank you, Linglong. I will work hard in the future to make you a mother as soon as possible. You really are a bad seed. I don't want to talk to you. Yu Linglong feels shy. This bad Xiao Yun just knows I tease her. Bang! At this moment, a loud noise came from outside. Xiao Yun quickly spread out his divine soul to look, only to see thousands of cultivators battling outside. In the sky, underground, and in the clouds, there were figures of cultivators everywhere. Most of these cultivators were from the immortal ancient sect, the ancient imperial clan, the alien holy land, and even the demon clan and devil cultivators. Rarely, they were actually joining forces to fight, and their opponents were all in black robes. Husband, is there danger outside? Dongji? For Qingxian and the others, it's not really considered danger. It's just a conflict between the descendants of the forbidden zones and various major forces. You don't need to intervene. Anyway, the Dongfang family and the Ouyang family have already retreated, so just avoid this area. Yu Linglong hesitated but knew Xiao Yun didn't want to meddle. However, thinking that the situation on the Forbidden Zone side was already unmanageable, with not even an emperor, she simply pretended not to hear. Okay, husband. Lin Qingxian and Su Yingxue had no objections. They didn't have that kind of sympathy. As long as they and their husband were safe, that was enough. As for Bing Yao, after experiencing the matter with the Taiqing Palace, she hadn't joined the Forbidden Zone side, which was already considered the right path. When Xiao Yun's divine soul dissipated, Yu Linglong also withdrew her Linglong Pagoda, leaving not a trace. Lin Qingxian and the other 3 transformed into 3 streams of light, avoiding the area where both sides were fighting. However, the surrounding area for 10,000 miles was completely mired in mud. If it weren't for Lin Qingxian and their formidable strength, it would have been nearly impossible to move an inch. The 3 women's looks were stunning, but their behavior was even more peculiar. While everyone else was killing, Lin Qingxian and the others only wanted to leave, which quickly drew the dissatisfaction of many cultivators. So what if they are fairies? Seeing the descendants of the Forbidden Zones being surrounded and killed, they just sit idly by. Hey, don't say that. Their husband is a great emperor strongman. Perhaps even the descendants of the Forbidden Zones would have to give them face. As the discussions increased, some cultivators even raised their middle fingers at Lin Qingxian and the others before being killed. Soon, A holy weapon blocked Lin Qingxian and the other's path. It was an iron umbrella. When the iron umbrella spun in the air, a pair of delicate, snow-white jade feet gently stepped on the tip of the umbrella. Looking up, they saw a stunning beauty with a score of 9 out of 10 winking at Lin Qingxian. Behind her, over 100 peak cultivators of the respected realm hovered in the air. Sisters, with great enemies before us, are you really so heartless? If all the geniuses here are slaughtered, the next one could be you. You are so beautiful. If you lose, the outcome could be very tragic. Chapter 81. Cultivation is all about understanding one's thoughts. Clang. After listening, Lin Qingxian directly took out the broken void blade and coldly looked at the female cultivator. Get out of the way, or die. The female cultivator's face turned ashen. She had tried to persuade them out of goodwill, but unexpectedly, it resulted in drawn swords. Did they really think that with just the 3 of them, they could break through the slaughter in this area? Qingxian Fairy, I know your husband is Emperor Xiao Yun, but this is not the tomb of all emperors. If something happens to you, no one can protect you. I kindly advised you. And with so many talents here working together, do you still want to be stubborn? Before the female cultivator could finish her last word, her body was split in 2 by the sword energy. In an instant, the 100 female cultivators behind her wore expressions of shock. The saint had died so decisively? You killed the saint. Do you want to join the Forbidden Zone and become enemies with all forces in the 3,000 states? The female cultivators were furious. They had only tried to persuade her, yet she drew her sword to kill? Just because you have an emperor backing you. Does that mean you can do as you please? Outside it might be fine, but here is the tomb of all emperors, with no emperor-level protection. Your husband's ideas are still too advanced. You guys only know how to stand on a moral high ground to criticize others. No wonder your husband always says, if you can take action, don't just yap. Lin Qingxuan's eyes turned cold, and her delicate body instantly vanished from where she stood. A breath later, the bodies of the 100 female cultivators blocking the way fell to the ground like raindrops. When they fell, both the Holy Land geniuses and the descendants of the Forbidden Zone were stunned. In a breath, she had killed 100 cultivators of the same realm. This Lin Qingxian. Not only was she beautiful, but her strength was also so formidable. What kind of window did God close for her? Is there no way out for her? Qingxian's sister, your strength. Not to mention the cultivators present. Even Yu Linglong was stunned for a long time. No, when she was at the revered realm, she couldn't achieve what Lin Qingxian just did. It's all thanks to her husband's teachings. Lin Qingxian felt a bit shy. Who told her husband to be so strong? She always hoped to close herself off for a longer period. Once her cultivation was sufficient, she would go polish her divine powers. Anyway, she couldn't let herself be idle. Otherwise, if her husband saw, she would be dragged off to have children. According to her husband's words, being pushed a bit harder would motivate her to cultivate. After this incident, whether it was the descendants of the Forbidden Zone or the Holy Land geniuses, they all moved aside. Everyone wasn't a fool. With just a single sword strike, she could wipe out 100 cultivators of the same realm. If she got serious, she could probably fight 1,000 by herself. Moreover, she had already made her move. If they tried to block her now, it would only mean they were tired of living. Lin Qingxuan's green dress fluttered without wind. Seeing that no one was blocking her anymore, she gracefully sheathed her sword. Maybe I was wrong. From your perspective, these guys are simply not worth it. Yu Linglong watched from start to finish. Lin Qingxian and her friends were not lacking in strength. And if it weren't for their capabilities, who could say what the outcome would be? Sister Linglong, there is no need to feel this way. My husband has said that as long as one is human, nothing is strange. We just need to do our own thing. If we really can't stand it, just kill her whole family. My husband says cultivation is all about understanding one's thoughts. Letting unpleasant people live means you can't reach understanding at all. Even though it contradicts my own philosophy, why does it sound so refreshing? It wasn't until now that Yu Linglong understood why she was so concerned about Xiao Yun. Because he is selfish and takes it for granted, yet lives more transparently than any emperor. When a person dies, the light goes out. Even if they have 1,000,000 years of lifespan, once dead, they have nothing left. After leaving the battlefield, Lin Qingxian and the other 2 continued to roam deep within the tomb of all emperors. Unfortunately, even with Yu Linglong there was not a hint of spatial barrier fluctuations nearby. It was as if the spatial barrier here had completely disappeared, just like when Yu Linglong left her place of enlightenment. To verify her guess, Yu Linglong asked Lin Qingxian to go to a place in her memory. She remembered that several masters from the Forbidden Zone had fallen. If there were no traces there, it would only indicate one thing. The descendants of the Forbidden Zone had made sufficient preparations and taken many ancestors away. Now that conflict had erupted again. It was probably to sacrifice all beings in the 3,000 states once more. Aside from the Ouyang and Dongfang families, many forces hadn't even seen their own ancestors, let alone others' ancestors. When Lin Qingxian arrived at the place Yu Linglong mentioned and still did not detect any fluctuations of the spatial barrier, she knew things had indeed gotten very bad. Bad. It seems the descendants of the Forbidden Zone have been preparing for this day for too long. In contrast, these ancient immortal sects and Holy Land geniuses only know internal strife. This emperor can't see any hope at all. Yu Linglong's expression was sorrowful. What kind of people had she been protecting? Sister Linglong, you don't have to feel this way. Actually, my husband is very strong. Can't you just let go of those worries and live a bit more comfortably? Lin Qingxian gently shook her head. Even the closest people were pushing her away. Right now, Lin Qingxian's faith in Xiao Yun was absolute. Regardless of anything else, she was very happy. My sister is right. It's my obsession that's too deep. Yu Linglong stopped speaking, while Lin Qingxian stroked her chin, gradually forming a plan in her heart. No matter whether it was timely or not, I want to try again. Since the descendants of the Forbidden Zone have made sufficient preparations, they must be going out, right? We can just wait at the necessary place. Perhaps they haven't all left yet. It's already so difficult for us to search. How could they be able to find someone precisely? Bing Yao and Su Yingshue's eyes lit up, very much in agreement with Lin Qingxian's words. No matter what power it is, let us check the spatial rings first. If we catch one, our gains from this trip might exceed expectations. Time is of the essence. Let us head back now. Sister Wanner's people are doing the same thing. Lin Qingxian smiled gently. The swallowing heaven divine son must be doing the same thing now. Probably robbing is a pastime. After all, no matter how powerful the swallowing heaven sect is, they have no foundation in the tomb of all emperors. 3 hours later, at the spatial fissure of the entrance and exit of the tomb of all emperors, when Lin Qingxian and the other two appeared, a thick ice wall blocked all cultivators first. What the? The three fairies appeared simultaneously. Did they obtain something already? No way. They are not from any imperial clan. To gain opportunities, they probably still need to rely on senior Xiao Yun's divine soul. Let's not talk about that. It seems they are blocking the way, not letting us pass. Hiss. At first, many cultivators were admiring the beauty and figures of the three women, but seeing them block the way immediately caused dissatisfaction among many cultivators. What do these three fairies mean? Blocking the way and not letting us out. Do they want to search our spatial rings? Chapter 82. The spatial rift blocks the door. Who is in a hurry is the heir of the Forbidden Zone. Lin Qingxian pointed with her small hand, her tone becoming cheerful. I didn't expect that before I could say anything. You had already finished speaking. Boom. The cultivator's head buzzed. Wait, are you three really going to search everyone's spatial rings? Are you illiterate, or do you think you could do whatever you want? Despite only a few days passing, some people had suffered heavy losses and were already thinking of going back. At this moment, the gathered cultivators were not many, but there were still around 3,000. You really think you can stand in the way of 3,000 cultivators with just 3 people? As soon as Lin Qingxian said this, it immediately caused a stir in the crowd. After surviving to the exit with great difficulty, you tell me that I have to check the spatial rings? So what if you're a fairy? Your actions are too domineering. Exactly. If you don't give a reasonable explanation, be careful you won't be able to leave the tomb of the emperors. PFF. Lin Qingxian wasted no time. The fastest way to break the doubts was to make them recognize the gap. One breath, another breath. Lin Qingxian instantly killed nearly 100 cultivators, including loose cultivators and those from Holy Lands. Anyone who spoke too much basically became a corpse. Before others could check, the bodies were smashed in a blood mist by her sword energy, preventing them from being used by the heirs of the Forbidden Zone. Who else has any objections? Speak up if you dare. Lin Qingxian showed a kind smile, instantly making other cultivators take 2 steps back. No, this is not a fairy. This is a killing demon, right? The recently killed cultivators were all at the peak of the venerable realm, and their protective aura seemed like a joke in front of her. How can we fight? There's simply no way to fight. Let it be. Insult if you must. It's not the first time I've been looked down upon. Line up honestly. Split into 2 groups, 1 meter apart, and behave. Lin Qingxian had Bing Yao watch, and whoever was disobedient would be dealt with. However, before checking the spatial rings, she still clarified things. Before the check, I must remind you that the heirs of the Forbidden Zone have controlled a large number of talented cultivators. Moreover, the corpses of the emperors of the Forbidden Zone have disappeared in large numbers. My inspection is just to prevent them from reviving those emperors. If anyone deliberately causes trouble or refuses to cooperate, that person must be disguised as an heir of the Forbidden Zone. Good heavens! The heirs of the Forbidden Zone. Such a strange identity. It has been tens of thousands of years. How do they suddenly come back? Who knows if what you said is true or not? Anyway, we can't defeat you. Lin Xingxuan's lips curled slightly as she instantly approached the speaking cultivator. Right, since you all can't defeat me. Why do I need to explain to you? Everyone has no objections. Only you have objections. Could it be that you are an heir of the Forbidden Zone? Just as the cultivator wanted to say something, his arm was chopped off. The entire person was pierced through by a sword energy, crashing into a nearby tree and nailed there. As Lin Xingxuan's soul entered his spatial ring, a powerful imperial might swept over. The other party clearly had no marks of the ancient imperial clan, nor any stamps of affiliated forces. Without thinking, that imperial might came from a corpse of the emperor of the Forbidden Zone. Without saying a word, Lin Xingxian killed that heir of the Forbidden Zone with a single sword strike. Then she crushed a piece of soul jade to let Xiao Yun's soul come out to suppress the emperor's corpse of the Forbidden Zone. As soon as Xiao Yun's soul appeared, all the thousands of cultivators buried their heads down. The ancient imperial clan could destroy at will, let alone this group of small trash. Qingxian, you did well this time. When you come back, your husband will definitely reward you. A reward? Who is rewarding whom? Lin Qingxian bit her silver teeth lightly. She didn't want a reward. She wanted a rest. Her husband is really annoying. Yes, probably still holding on to his sister for some advantage. Husband, I can't just stay stuck here. What if I gather enough numbers? Lin Qingxian's coquettish tone made the thousands of cultivators doubt their ears. No, are they deaf? The fairy is actually being cute? How does it feel like she just killed 100 people, and now seems like 2 different people? No need to worry. Just focus on intercepting the heirs of the Forbidden Zone. Their aura has already been remembered by your husband. Later, I will inform those ancient imperial clans. If they can't stop it, it means the 3,000 states cannot escape this disaster. Xiao Yun spread his hands. He sleeps with his girl, and the lives of others have nothing to do with him. The Swallowing Heaven cult, the Dongfang family, and the Ouyang family can provide some protection. The former is Wanner's force, and the latter 2 families' ancestors contributed significantly to the 3,000 states and are close to him. So Xiao Yun naturally wouldn't sit idly by. All right, husband, with your word, I'm at ease. Lin Qingxian smiled and patted the big thunder, letting out a sigh of relief. Xiao Yun swallowed hard. This girl is really charming. Even after going through trials, she still makes him think about her so much. Seemingly noticing Xiao Yun's gaze, Lin Qingxian's pretty face couldn't help but blush. Even in the soul state, she was still so unruly. Her husband was truly mischievous. While Xiao Yun and Lin Qingxian were chatting and laughing, those cultivators had already obediently lined up, with Xiao Yun supporting them. What could they say? Go touch Xiao Yun's tiger whiskers? Ha ha, they were just bold. It didn't mean their lives were also tough. 3 ladies, what are you doing? Before Xiao Yun's soul dissipated, the Swallowing Heaven son flew over with his men. He was still squatting on someone in front, only to find that dozens had been killed and people weren't coming his way. He thought the spatial rift had changed positions, but it turned out Lin Qingxian and the others were blocking the door here. Who is this kid? Seeing the Swallowing Heaven son was particularly unfamiliar. Xiao Yun furrowed his brows. However, the stamps on the other party were somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall them for a moment. After all, Xiao Yun's main body was still busy eating with Nangong Wan. It was arranged by Sister Wanner, but their strength was not as strong as ours. They would be dead ends if they entered the spatial barrier, so they let them rob, but didn't expect to encounter them here. Van es arrangement? Xiao Yun nodded lightly, and the Swallowing Heaven son hurriedly led his men to bow to Xiao Yun. Greetings, Senior Xiao Yun. By the way, we just caught a sneaky guy. He might be an heir of the Forbidden Zone. Do you want to take a look? Heirs of the Forbidden Zone? Xiao Yun stroked his chin, not refusing. But as that cultivator presented him, Xiao Yun's soul encountered a powerful repulsive force. In the end, under Lin Qingxian's astonished gaze, it directly dissipated in place. Su Yingxue and Bing Yao hurriedly came over to take a look and found that the other party was carrying a mind suppression stone. This mind suppression stone specifically restrained souls, equivalent to the soul defenses left on the heirs outside, being unable to trigger. Lin Qingxian gasped. The three sisters were too strong, and didn't T notice this thing at all. No wonder those Holy Land talents were also refined into puppets. It turns out the mind suppression stone was causing trouble, but even encountering the swallowing heaven sun was suffering a great loss. He simply couldn't defeat Lin Qingxian and the other two, but there were not many cultivators who could match him. Chapter 83. The Ancestor of the Jiang Family. Jianglan leaves the tomb of the emperors. He possesses the suppression stone. No wonder so many holy sons and daughters are struggling to protect themselves. The descendants of this forbidden zone truly have grand ambitions. If given a bit more time, do they intend to massacre these hundreds of billions of cultivators? Other cultivators looked shocked as they saw Xiao Yun's soul being forced apart. Xiao Yun is an emperor. The only thing capable of dispersing his soul must be a top-grade suppression stone. Suppression stones are divided into ordinary and top-grade. Ordinary suppression stones are only effective against cultivators below the emperor level. However, this top-grade suppression stone is effective against emperors and above, and its effect is extraordinary. Madam, please put away this top-grade suppression stone first. The heaven-swallowing sun chuckled, allowing Xiao Yun's senior soul to retreat. He dared not make the same mistake twice. Lin Qingxian did not refuse, putting the top-grade suppression stone into her spatial ring before investigating the spatial ring of the descendants of the Forbidden Zone. But this glance was shocking. Inside, there were actually 10 emperor corpses, each exuding a strong and terrifying aura. However, one of the emperor corpses was not the master of the Forbidden Zone, but suspected to be from an ancient imperial clan. Although Lin Qingxian did not use the Soul Jade token, she was protected by Xiao Yun's soul. Yet, facing 9 opponents, the 9 masters of the Forbidden Zone failed to harm Lin Qingxian in the slightest. Child, the descendants of the Forbidden Zone harbor great ambitions. I am powerless to change the situation. I hope you can escape and inform the 3,000 states so they can prepare early. Lin Qingxuan's expression was solemn. She listened to her husband's advice and was a bit selfish, but she was not heartless. If all of this was due to this senior's character, then fighting alongside the masters of the Forbidden Zone was indeed worthwhile. Unafraid of danger, she was willing to protect her life just because she was a part of the 3,000 states. It is only such individuals that Lin Qingxian admires. Husband, save him. At the moment Lin Qingxian retracted her soul, she decisively took out the Soul Jade token and crushed it. With the obstruction of the top-grade suppression stone removed, Xiao Yun's soul descended once more. Lin Qingxian said no more, pointing to the spatial ring of the descendants of the Forbidden Zone, and Xiao Yun immediately acted to suppress. Soon, an emperor corpse dressed in the Jiang character clothing exited the spatial ring and appeared outside. Thank you, Dao brother, for your assistance. You are. Xiao Yun? A wisp of remnant soul was sealed within the emperor corpse. Although it would dissipate upon leaving the body, the voice remained unaffected. You are. Jianglan? Xiao Yun glanced at the emperor corpse, a hint of shock flashing in his eyes. Jianglan was the invincible figure of the Jiang family and one of Yu Linglong's suitors. However, he did not look down on Xiao Yun. Instead, after Yu Linglong clearly rejected him, he never appeared again. It was said that during battles with the masters of the Forbidden Zone, he was exceptionally fierce, defeating 2 out of 3 opponents. Jianglan's role was crucial. After all, his opponents were 3 invincible figures. If one more appeared, the others would face dire consequences. Unexpectedly, their next meeting was separated by realms. Unfortunately, Fairy Linglong also perished in that battle. In truth, she has always had feelings for you. Brother Xiao, my remnant soul cannot hold on much longer. I hope you can take care of the Jiang family. Cannot hold on much longer? Those Xiao Yun, save cannot be stopped by the heavens. Xiao Yun had been kind before, and now having saved Qingxian, he would certainly not stand by idly. Bring the soul-nurturing container. Senior, here it is. The heaven-swallowing sun hurriedly took out the soul-nurturing container, preserving Jianglan just as he was about to dissipate. The Jiang family is now very low-key. This emperor does not know much about them. You will know once you return. Jianglan did not speak, gratefully cupping his hands toward Xiao Yun. He had not expected that the person he wished to protect before his death was so close to Xiao Yun. Perhaps it was a sign that his life was not meant to end just yet. Over 100,000 years have passed. I wonder how the Jiang family is doing now. As an invincible figure, he was one of the first to fight the masters of the Forbidden Zone. However, he did not know how long the battle lasted. Qingxian, since there are several more emperor corpses, we need not stay in the tomb of the emperors for long. Come out. Your husband is waiting outside. After Xiao Yun spoke, Jianglan allowed his emperor corpse to be packed into a new spatial ring. He understood that this was not a place for conversation. All right, husband. Senior Mai. The heaven-swallowing sun pointed at the descendants of the Forbidden Zone. The kid was silent, likely aware that the situation was dire. However, it had changed too much, and he felt there was little point in staying here. After all, the mission given by the Demon Lord was to ensure the safety of the three ladies. Kill him, but you also need not stay any longer. Inside, it is now a battle between the descendants of the Forbidden Zone and the talents of the Sacred Lands. It will be hard for you to gain anything by going in, so there is no need to get involved. Xiao Yun nodded to the heaven-swallowing sun, knowing the latter was arranged by Nangongwan. All right. Upon hearing this, the heaven-swallowing sun immediately twisted the head of the descendant of the Forbidden Zone off. This time they brought 100 people in and managed to bring them all back out, making it quite a thrilling and exciting adventure. After Lin Qingxian and the three ladies left, the heaven-swallowing sun decisively led his people out as well. Those waiting to have their spatial rings searched looked bewildered. After all that, they didn't need to search. They thought it was domineering, but it turned out to be a scheme of the descendants of the Forbidden Zone. Not long after, outside the tomb of the emperors, Xiao Yun embraced Nangongwan's delicate figure, welcoming Lin Qingxian and the three ladies, while also being wary of those within the 3,000 states who had already allied with the Forbidden Zone and attempted sneak attacks. However, no sneak attack came, and discussions arose one after another. They all said the heaven-swallowing Demon Lord had a solitary personality, but now it was clear she had a gentle expression. Are you sure this is the Demon Lord and not some fairy who hasn't appeared in the world? I really admire Emperor Xiao Yun. Someone as difficult to get along with as the heaven-swallowing Demon Lord, and he actually made her belly swell. Woo! Although the Demon Lord is cold, she is truly beautiful and fierce. I didn't expect her to have a husband now. Damn! I won't allow Xiao Yun to touch the Demon Lord tonight. Look, are you getting emotional again? Usually, you too would hide as if you wanted to retreat into your mother's womb. Now you've fallen in love? Nangongwan ignored the surrounding voices, smiling as she leaned against Xiao Yun, her small hand occasionally rubbing her belly. This was the crystallization of her love with her husband, even though she had gone against her master. Husband. At this moment, Lin Qingxian and the three ladies flew out from the spatial rift. Both she and Su Yingxue smiled as they rushed over. One hugged Xiao Yun's arm, while the other held Nangongwan's. Nothing happened, right? Nangongwan looked at Su Yingxue with a gentle expression. She hoped nothing had happened to her sister. Sister, don't worry. They were all a bunch of weaklings and couldn't possibly defeat us. Lin Qingxian shook Xiao Yun's arm and smiled at Nangongwan. Demon Lord, we three ladies really don't need your protection. As soon as the heaven-swallowing sun came out, Nangongwan's aura changed instantly, returning to the cold, murderous heaven-swallowing Demon Lord. Vanya, they help a lot. Let them go back and claim their rewards. You're about to be a mother yourself. Don't be so fierce all the time. Chapter 84. The disappointment of the ancestor of the Jiang family. Better to join the Forbidden Zone. Got husband. Nangongwan nodded obediently, nestling like a little bird in Xiao Yun's arms. This scene left the powerful saints from the 3,000 states dumbfounded. No way, is this even right? They had just caught a glimpse of the shadow of the devouring heaven demon lord. And how did it change to someone else as soon as Xiao Yun spoke? Damn, with this little woman's demeanor, you're telling me she is the devouring heaven demon lord? This is outrageous, simply too outrageous. I think you might not know. Just a kiss on the cheek, and she believes. Xiao Yun pointed at his own face, and at that moment, the surroundings instantly fell silent, with some cultivators even breathing rapidly. Although Nangongwan was fierce, she was still a fairy, and those who admired her were numerous, just not daring to look openly. But now, with Xiao Yun's words, they felt like kicking him away. Nangongwan showed no signs of shyness about the kiss. After all, her husband kisses her every day. Compared to kissing, a peck on the cheek was nothing. In front of everyone, Nangongwan didn't hesitate at all and turned to kiss Xiao Yun on the side of his face. Xiao Yun smirked, tasted Nangongwan's small mouth, and then let her and Su Yingxue return to the small world. Xiao Yun glanced at the spatial ring in his hand, which contained Jiang Land's imperial corpse. We're the Jiang family members. Hiss. As soon as Xiao Yun said this, the Jiang family cultivators instinctively trembled. The Jiang family had always kept a low profile. Could it be that the clan members who went to the tomb of the emperors offended Xiao Yun's woman? Despite their despair, the Jiang family as quasi-emperor cultivator still flew out amidst the mockery of the surrounding saints. I wonder what the great emperor has commanded. The quasi-emperor of the Jiang family didn't dare to raise his head, hoping only that his death would be swift. Bring this emperor back to the Jiang family. After all, Jianglan saved Qing Xian once. Saving someone? The ancestor has been dead for so long, and he can still save people? My goodness, this is so outrageous. As soon as Xiao Yun said this, the saints waiting to see the joke immediately turned pale. Wasn't it said that they would be exterminated? How did it turn into a repayment of gratitude? Damn it, the living had no chance, yet someone who had been dead for so long could help Xiao Yun? Who could stand this? In fact, the Jiang family's strength was not weak. At least it was not inferior to the Ouyang family. This, fellow elder, please move. The quasi-emperor of the Jiang family left a Saint King elder to assist the clan's juniors, while he personally led Xiao Yun. A quarter of an hour later, inside the Jiang family's small world, a large number of Jiang family members were refining divine abilities, battling with demon beasts, and even forging treasures and refining pills themselves. From Xiao Yun's perspective, the Jiang family was simply a place of peace. The key was that they could be self-sufficient and had even planted many spiritual and holy medicines. As Xiao Yun looked around, he occasionally nodded lightly, until he was led to the Jiang family's hall. After the family head and ancestor of the Jiang family appeared, they both looked particularly restrained. As soon as Xiao Yun sat in the main seat, he immediately sensed that the Jiang family ancestor's condition was not quite right. This guy seems to be on the verge of death. No wonder they were so low-key. The clan had only 2 quasi-emperors in total. The one leading him was at the mid-stage of quasi-emperor, which was clearly not enough in an ancient imperial clan. Xiao Yun said nothing and took out the soul-nourishing container in Jiang Lan's imperial corpse, placing them in front of the Jiang family ancestor. This aura, could it be the ancestor Jiang Lan? The Jiang family head and the ancestor of the Jiang family were both excited, and Jiang Lan's voice gradually came from the soul-nourishing container. How did the Jiang family end up in such a situation? The Jiang family head and ancestor exchanged glances, both showing a wry smile. Ancestor Jiang Lan, please wait a moment. The family has long prepared the heavenly materials and earthly treasures for you to reshape your body. The Jiang family ancestor seemed to want to change the topic, but Jiang Lan was not a fool and could naturally hear the implications. Given the current situation of the Jiang family, even if Jiang Lan could reshape his body, his strength could not return to that of an emperor in a short time. Jiang Lan is a friend of this emperor. If the Jiang family is in trouble, this emperor will not sit idly by, seeing Jiang Lan's silence. Xiao Yun spoke with a smile. The Jiang family ancestor looked up at Jiang Lan, and upon seeing the latter nod, he finally lifted his robe. Before Xiao Yun and Jiang Lan could frown, they saw that the Jiang family ancestor's body was covered in black patterns. Clearly, there were no injuries, but his vitality was deteriorating, and his foundation was severely soaked. If it weren't for the suppression of the supreme imperial weapon, the Jiang family ancestor would have probably passed away long ago. Xiao Yun pointed with his right hand, and his own laws instantly invaded the Jiang family ancestor's body. In an instant, the latter spat out a mouthful of black blood. Eternal silence, black blood. This is a highly toxic substance formed from the life essence and endless resentment of the master of the Forbidden Zone. Did you discover the traces of the descendants of the Forbidden Zone? Is that why you suffered this toxic attack? Xiao Yun rubbed his chin, while the Jiang family ancestor, who stabilized his breath, quickly bowed and thanked Xiao Yun. After completing the bow, he slowly sat down in a chair and began to speak. I was infected by eternal silence black blood because someone betrayed the 3,000 states. I had someone inform the Dugu family, but the Dugu family not only didn't believe it, but also executed the clan members I sent, claiming I was slandering the Ji family for my own selfish interests. Ji family? Jiang Lan's pupils widened. The Ji family's invincible ones had also made extraordinary contributions. Unexpectedly, the descendants of the Ji family targeted the Jiang family like this. Although there were grievances between the Jiang family and the Ji family, it shouldn't have led to such a toxic attack, right? If it weren't for the supreme imperial weapon as suppression, wouldn't the Jiang family be exterminated? Damn, the descendants of Ji truly deserve to die. Once I regain my strength, I will definitely wipe out the entire Ji family. Jiang Lan's words made the Jiang family ancestor sigh again. Ancestor Lan, forget it. Perhaps this is the fate of my Jiang family. It's fine if the Dugu family doesn't believe it, but even others don't believe it. Now, my Jiang family has no choice but to remain silent. We have already caused the Ji family to harm many people, and I am too lazy to manage it. What nonsense righteousness. What protecting the common people. No one believes my Jiang family at all. If it happens again, I will definitely use my life to warn all the ancestors and let the Forbidden Zone slaughter the 3,000 states. A bunch of heartless dogs. Had I known today, it would have been better to have the whole family join the Forbidden Zone. The Jiang family ancestor was genuinely disappointed with the 3,000 states. He was angry about being ambushed. But whether it was the Dugu family or other forces, not believing the Jiang family was one thing. Even collaborating with the Ji family to suppress the Jiang family was another. Now, over 90 of Jiangzhou's territory had become the feast of other forces. A person lives on a breath, and a tree lives on its skin. The Jiang family worked together, waiting for the end of the tomb of the emperors to gather the strength of the entire clan to make the Ji family suffer heavy losses. Unexpectedly, with the return of ancestor Zhonglan, this matter could only continue to be put aside. Zhonglan looked down at his hands, and, at that moment, several direct descendants of the Jiang family jumped out. The Ji family is a group of despicable and shameless villains, collaborating with other forces to slaughter our clan members and even trying to disgrace our clan's women. It was the ancestor who bravely fought despite his injuries, allowing the clan members a chance to move into the small world to escape disaster. If you're truly my Jiang family ancestor, you should lead the clan members to fight back and kill all the Ji family scum. Chapter 85. The Jiang family's gift to the emperor. The Yinyang life and death lotus. Get out. The ancestor of the Jiang family was afraid that Zhonglan would get angry, so he quickly scolded several direct descendants. Although they listened to the ancestor, the defiant expressions on their faces were deeply engraved in Zhonglan's heart. Seeing the clan members looking at him with indignation, Zhonglan felt a mix of emotions. I'm sorry for making Senior Xiao laugh. They are all direct descendants of the clan and can basically go wherever they want. The ancestor of the Jiang family took a deep breath and was extremely respectful to Xiao Yun. After all, it was Xiao Yun who destroyed the Dugu family, and regardless of the reason, it allowed the Jiang family to vent their anger. What do you think? Xiao Yun focused his gaze on Zhonglan, who lowered his head, his tone somewhat gloomy. I naturally stand with my clan, but my current strength. Zhonglan hesitated to speak, and Xiao Yun stroked his chin. Zhonglan was a decent person, and it would be interesting if he could cooperate with the Ouyang family and the Dongfang family in the future. This emperor is not pleased with the Ji family. If you're interested, quickly reshape your body and go watch the fun. There are a few beautiful wives at home. This emperor won't stay out too long. Xiao Yun stood with his hands behind his back, and his words left both Zhonglan and the ancestor of the Jiang family stunned. What did they just hear? Xiao Yun wanted to deal with the Ji family? Wasn't this helping their Jiang family? How much help did Zhonglan's ancestor provide to make the domineering emperor Xiao Yun willing to lend a hand to the Jiang family? What's wrong? Unwilling? Then I'll leave. Xiao Yun gently shook his head, pretending to walk away, and Zhonglan immediately snapped back to his senses. The entire Jiang family was grateful for Brother Zhao's kindness. If there's a task in the future, our Jiang family is willing to go through fire and water without hesitation. Zhonglan's expression was serious. He knew Xiao Yun wanted to help him, so he also had to express his stance. Xiao Yun said nothing and quietly watched Zhonglan, signaling him to hurry up and reshape his body. He also needed to start working on reviving Yuling Long. Reviving was different from reshaping the body. Reshaping the body used a drop of blood essence and relied on heavenly materials and earthly treasures to deduce a complete body. Although the body was still his own, it required some time to adapt. However, if it was revival, the cultivation could return to its peak, equivalent to having a good sleep. But revival came at a greater cost. 5 types of medicinal herbs were needed, starting from imperial grade, while holy medicines were useless. The ancestor of the Jiang family knew that reshaping the body would take time, so he quickly bowed to Xiao Yun. Senior Xiao, reshaping the body takes a day. How about this? You can rest in the guest room first. Once Ancestor Lan is ready, and you have time, we can go to the Ji family? The ancestor of the Jiang family spoke with respect, but did not lower himself too much. Without saying anything else, Xiao Yun was still not displeased. However, he was too lazy to bother with guest rooms and preferred to go back and let Linglong call a master to see if the system would reward him with precious imperial medicines for revival. By the way, does the Jiang family have these imperial medicines? If not, knowing their whereabouts would suffice. Xiao Yun wrote down the imperial medicines needed for revival on a piece of paper and pushed it in front of the ancestor of the Jiang family. The latter took a look and immediately gasped in surprise. The imperial medicines listed were ones that many emperors might never have seen in their lifetime. Holy medicines already possessed spiritual intelligence and were very difficult to catch. Imperial medicines were even rarer because they could disguise themselves. Sometimes they appeared right in front of you, and you wouldn't even recognize them as an imperial medicine. Soul-nurturing wood heart, 9-turn resurrection grass, 9-orifice linglong fruit, chaos qinglian, yin-yang life, and death lotus. These are all imperial medicines that can revive an invincible being. The ancestor of the Jiang family was astonished. Perhaps Xiao Yun also had a friend he couldn't help but revive. However, gathering these imperial medicines would probably require turning the 3,000 states upside down. Imperial medicines were not like top-grade spirit stones that could be obtained by killing a few people. If they didn't exist, they simply didn't exist. It was just as hard as making a man pregnant. That's right, do you know? The ancestor of the Jiang family had a furrowed brow, but gradually revealed a hint of a smile. Senior, wait a moment. I'll go get something. Huh? Xiao Yun was somewhat puzzled, but the ancestor of the Jiang family quickly returned. This time, however, he was holding a small humanoid lotus, which looked extremely peculiar. The closer he got, the more Xiao Yun's expression changed, because what the ancestor of the Jiang family brought back was the yin-yang life and death lotus, the most difficult to find among those 5 imperial medicines. After all, this yin-yang life and death lotus could allow the soul and body to merge, achieving true revival. Unexpectedly, because of Jianglan's character, he wanted to help the Jiang family and ended up with this unexpected harvest. The other medicines had at least some chance, but Xiao Yun had always placed his hopes for the yin-yang life and death lotus on the system's rewards. Of course, the chaos qinglian was the same. Now that the Jiang family had solved this problem for him, reviving Yu Linglong had a much greater chance of success. Senior, this is the yin-yang life and death lotus, which has been kept in my Jiang family's small world. I originally intended to welcome back the ancestor for him to revive, but unfortunately, after so many years, this is the only imperial medicine I've found. As soon as the ancestor of the Jiang family finished speaking, the yin-yang life and death lotus struggled desperately. Old thief Jiang, you've raised me for so long, and you still want to kill me? If I get the chance, I will make you pay. Xiao Yun's lips curled slightly as he directly knocked the yin-yang life and death lotus unconscious with a big fight. He then sealed its spiritual intelligence and tossed it into the small world. The Jiang family has helped this emperor a lot this time. Prepare the names of the forces that have bullied the Jiang family over the years. Once Jianglan reshapes his body, this emperor will take you Jiang family to settle the score one by one. Thud. Upon hearing this, the ancestor of the Jiang family immediately knelt down with tears streaming down his face. Senior's great kindness, the Jiang family will never forget. If you don't mind, the Jiang family is willing to engrave your name above all our ancestors. From now on, all Jiang family descendants will remember your kindness for eternity. The ancestor of the Jiang family was extremely excited, and his head was bowed very low. This is the soul jade tablet of this emperor. If the Jiang family encounters strong enemies in the future, it can help you turn the tide. Xiao Yun helped the ancestor of the Jiang family up and handed over a soul jade tablet. Open the entrance to the small world, and prepare to return to accompany Lin, Qingxian, and the others. Farewell, Senior Xiao. The ancestor of the Jiang family trembled as he put away the soul jade tablet. Seeing that Xiao Yun intended to leave, he quickly bowed respectfully. Xiao Yun waved his hand and turned to enter his small world. On the other side, inside Xiao Yun's small world, Yihan Yin and Lei Wanju were chatting and laughing with Nangong Wan, while Lin Qingxian and Su Yingxue were swimming back and forth in the pool. From time to time, they splashed water at the 3 girls, and their silver bell-like laughter made Bing Yao, who was swinging on a swing in the courtyard, speechless. How strange is it that without the master, the sisters are so happy? Could it be that they are so afraid of matters between men and women? But Nangong Wan already has children. Madams, your husband is back. Chapter 86. Trick Yu Linglong into apprenticeship. Rich rewards. When Lin Qingxian and Su Yingxue heard Xiao Yun return, they immediately hid in the water. Unfortunately, their snow-white long legs were simply too dazzling. However, Xiao Yun didn't bully them. Instead, he let Nangong Wan rest her head on his lap for easier play with thunder. Nangong Wan's pretty face flushed, and she couldn't help but roll her eyes. All right, no more hiding. If my husband wants to bully you, he could do it anytime, right? Let Linglong come out too. Lin Qingxian and Su Yingxue bit their lips and flew out of the pool with their wet black hair. Lin Qingxian waved her jade hand, and a strand of Yu Linglong's soul appeared in a transparent form. To her surprise, this sister was already pregnant. Yu Linglong looked at Nangong Wan with envy, while the latter was momentarily stunned. Does this sister think it's fun? Even like this, my husband still bullies me, always saying to trust him. He knows his limits. But I no longer believe that. Linglong, the reason I'm letting you come out this time is because I actually have something else to tell you. There's no need for us to be so polite. Yu Linglong raised her jade hand slightly, her brows furrowing in a playful manner. She had already expressed her feelings. So why Xiao Yun still being so distant? Could it be that he can't revive her? Even so, as long as she confesses her feelings, at least she wouldn't have any regrets. You see, Warner and the others are all my disciples. Why don't you just join them and be my disciple too? Huh? Yu Linglong's mouth slightly opened, and she was momentarily at a loss for words. No, she had already started imagining herself merging her soul with Xiao Yun. But now Xiao Yun asks this? Does he have some special preference? That he won't bully her if she's not his disciple? Lin Xingxian and the 5 girls covered their mouths and giggled, although they didn't understand why. But their husband had many interests. This sister would need time to adapt after being revived. Is Linglong unwilling? Xiao Yun frowned. This wouldn't do. There were still 4 imperial herbs left, which were too hard to find. Trick this girl into becoming his disciple, no matter which imperial herb he would reward. It would save a lot of trouble. No. Never mind. As long as you like it, I will follow your wishes. Yu Linglong bit her red lips for a long time, thinking that since she had expressed her feelings, what was the big deal about becoming a disciple? As long as he didn't go too far and made her call him father. Then call me master first, let me hear it. While chatting and laughing, Xiao Yun lifted Yi Hanyun's skirt, making her blush so much that her breathing quickened. This annoying rogue husband. It's one thing to bully her on a daily basis, but now he lifts her skirt. What a bad guy. Her legs had been touched by him 1,000 times, and she still wasn't tired of it. Really impressive. Master. After Yu Linglong finished calling, she turned her head away, feeling a strange sense of shame. Ding. Congratulations to the host for accepting the disciple. Yu Linglong. Reward. 1 divine level pure Dan. 1 top tier imperial herb. Chaos green lotus, imperial herb. Soul nurturing wood heart. Extreme Dao, imperial weapon. 9 turn glazed tower. There are both chaos green lotus and soul nurturing wood heart. If it weren't for Nangong Wan resting on his legs, Xiao Yun would have jumped up in excitement. He originally thought there was only 1 item, but unexpectedly there were 2. Now he only needed to find the remaining imperial herbs, and the matter of reviving Linglong would be completely settled. The soul nurturing wood heart stabilizes the remnant soul and has the effect of slowly repairing it. For Linglong now, she could even stop staying in Lin Qingshuan Sea of Souls and completely rely on the soul-nurturing wood heart. As for the Chaos Green Lotus, it can nourish the Imperial Corpse, allowing the soul and body to merge and enhance compatibility. Most importantly, the Chaos Green Lotus can eliminate the dead energy within the Imperial Corpse. Once given to Yu Linglong, she would no longer be an Imperial Corpse, but a sleeping beauty. Bad Xiao Yun, is this okay now? Yu Linglong's tone was soft, lightly biting her red lips in a very shy pose, making Xiao Yun laugh heartily. Teasing this girl really has a strange charm. Come, take this soul-nurturing wood heart first. Qing Xian, take out Linglong's imperial corpse. My husband has use for it. Huh, useful? Even though Yu Linglong was inexperienced, her mind conjured up many inappropriate images. She was already dead. Did she have to suffer this calamity again? Lin Qingxian glanced at Xiao Yun. Although her husband was always playful, he wouldn't joke about serious matters. Thinking of this, she threw away all the distracting thoughts in her mind and released Yu Linglong's imperial corpse. With Xiao Yun around, Nangong Wan and the others wouldn't be affected by the pressure emitted by the imperial corpse. Bad guy, couldn't you wait for me to wake up before doing that? Yu Linglong clenched her small hands, while Nangong Wan gently shook her head. How could her husband act recklessly? There must be some divine medicine that allows the imperial corpse to be stored better. Under the watchful eyes of the girls, Xiao Yun directly took out the Chaos Green Lotus and placed it on Yu Linglong's lower abdomen. The next moment, Xiao Yun gathered a massive amount of spiritual energy with his right hand to help refine Yu Linglong's imperial corpse. As the Chaos Green Lotus emitted a green light, the coldness on Yu Linglong's imperial corpse gradually dissipated, and her complexion began to turn rosy. It was as if she was just sleeping. Most importantly, the appearance of the soul-nurturing wood heart made Yu Linglong's remnant soul grow stronger and stronger. Just half a quarter of an hour later, Yu Linglong left Lin Qingshuan's Sea of Souls and attached herself to the soul-nurturing wood heart. Xiao Yun, I seem to not need to trouble sister Qing Xian anymore. Xiao Yun's soul extended a hand, gently caressing the pretty face of the remnant soul state Yu Linglong. Linglong, don't worry, I will definitely find the last 2 imperial herbs as soon as possible. I said before, your original aim, I must have it. Yu Linglong, who was originally very shy, was already immersed in Xiao Yun's confessions of love. But with that last sentence, she really couldn't hold it in anymore. This rogue, this bad guy, why does he always bring up that matter? Is he so concerned about her intact body? Husband, you really know how to ruin the atmosphere. Clearly, Sister Linglong was about to be moved to tears. Moved to tears? Xiao Yun's lips curled slightly. This was just the beginning. There would be plenty of opportunities to cry in the future. All right, let's leave Linglong's matter here for now. Wanner, you're pregnant, so I won't let you undergo tribulation for now. Han Yin, Wan, come here to your husband. Xiao Yun helped Nangong up, and the latter blushed as she tidied her disheveled clothes. Everyone listens to their husband. Nangong kissed Xiao Yun on the cheek before rubbing her belly and going to rest nearby, to facilitate Lin, Qingxian, and the others getting pregnant in the future. Xiao Yun had already prepared more than a dozen soft reclining chairs. They could rest without affecting their bellies. Husband, Yi Han Yin and Lei Wan. In a coquetry tone, each wrapped their arms around Xiao Yun's arms. He nodded at Lin Qingxian and immediately revealed 2 imperial corpses. Don't be restless. Your husband will take you to break through to the Emperor. Chapter 87. Yi Han Yin and Lei Wanjun breakthrough to Emperor. Flirting? They are clearly being coy. Their husband is just too annoying. Yi Han Yin and Lei Wanjun swayed their delicate bodies, almost igniting Xiao Yun's anger. These 2 girls really don't realize their charm, nor do they know how good their figures are. Xiao Yun gently patted their bottoms. They really need to be disciplined. Once their bellies swell up like Wanner's, they will behave. Nangong Wan was leisurely resting, her exquisite white jade feet gently swaying. Seemingly sensing Xiao Yun's gaze, those little feet instinctively tightened. Husband, what bad idea are you plotting again? Xiao Yun embraced the 2 women's delicate bodies and took them to an open space outside their residence. Then, using the power of the laws, he drew the divine fire from the 2 imperial corpses. Behave, prepare for tribulation. Yi Han Yin and Lei Wanjun exchanged glances and sat in the void, one on the left and one on the right, ready to refine the divine fire for their own use. The extracted divine fire must be refined within 10 breaths. Otherwise, it will certainly return to the heavens and earth. In today's broken laws, returning to the heavens and earth means complete dissolution. But what surprised Xiao Yun was, both divine fires were refined, yet there was no sign of a thunder tribulation. Moreover, the 2 women's auras remained at the peak of Quasi-Emperor, but they had surpassed the peak of Quasi-Emperor cultivators. Xiao Yun carefully discerned and found that it would take them about 10 years to completely refine the divine fire, which was too long. This was the first time Xiao Yun had extracted divine fire from an imperial corpse, and he didn't expect it would require time to wait. 10 years was too long. What if he wanted to bully them? Moreover, it wouldn't do to just waste time like this. Fortunately, there were a total of 14 imperial corpses. If he took 2 more, he should be able to make this 10-year wait disappear completely. Qingxian, take out 2 more imperial corpses. All right, husband. Lin Qingxian heard Xiao Yun's voice and immediately flew over with the spatial ring. After releasing 2 imperial corpses, she quickly returned to Su Yingshue's side. Xiao Yun did not hesitate and decisively extracted 2 more strands of divine fire, sending them to Yi Han Yin and Lei Wanjun. The 2 women immediately began to refine the divine fire in front of them like greedy children. With the help of the 2nd strand of divine fire, the thunder tribulation of the 9 heavens immediately appeared, directly reaching Xiao Yun's small world. Han Yin, Wanjun, if you can't hold on, use the extreme Dao Emperor weapon to share the pressure. Xiao Yun furrowed his brows, fearing that these 2 silly girls would stubbornly endure with their bodies. The thunder tribulation for breaking through to Emperor consists of 9 layers of heavenly thunder, with terrifying power, and the chance of falling is as high as 70%. However, generally, there would be some preparations, and those who fall are mostly loose cultivators without any foundation or trump cards. One could say that even with the opportunity, it would be useless. But there was no other way. The Holy Land's talents and the Imperial Clan's talents were all guaranteed admissions. Without needing to speak, the necessary cultivation resources would appear the next day, and the cultivation environment was undoubtedly excellent. When the 2 strands of 9 heavens thunder appeared, the entire 3,000 states was already shrouded in dark clouds. Many forces speculated that someone was attempting to break free from the predicament in this era without emperors. It was unknown which force it was, but if they succeeded, it was likely that the 3,000 states would rewrite the heavens and earth. Xiao Yun took out the 1,000-heavy mirror, solemnly gazing at the heavenly Tao. With his protective law, even the heavenly Tao would not dare to harm his women. Fortunately, The two women held on until the seventh layer of heavenly thunder, and with the aid of the extreme Tao Emperor weapon, they successfully passed through the last two layers of heavenly thunder. The Quasi-Emperor and Emperor are completely different realms, feeling the immense aura within their bodies. The two women couldn't help but smile. They had become emperors. Husband. The first thing Lei Wanjun and Yi Hanyan did to stabilize their auras was to return and give Xiao Yun a sweet kiss. After Xiao Yun completely destroyed the 4 imperial corpses, he embraced the slender waists of the two women. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing 2/5 of the task. 3 more to go, Xiao Yun thought while adjusting his clothes-fitting undergarments. In just a second, the two women's charming faces turned completely red. Their husband's unique divine ability was truly unpredictable. It was 2 against the heavens. Not bad, not bad. Later I'll let husband experience your prowess. Xiao Yun calmly played with thunder, and Lei Wanjun immediately ran off, leaving only the blushing Yi Hanyan. Oh no, I can't escape. I'm going to face the consequences. So what if I broke through to Emperor? With my husband's excited gaze, will I even be able to walk tomorrow? Wanner, you all chat with Ling Long for a bit. Let her understand what era it is now. Husband and Hanyan have some urgent matters to attend to, so I won't accompany you all. Yi Hanyan covered her blushing face, burying it in Xiao Yun's shoulder, allowing him to lift her up by the waist. Husband's words are so annoying, but sometimes he is also very endearing. So sometimes, Yi Hanyan really wants to stuff her foot into her husband's mouth to stop him from talking nonsense. The next day, Xiao Yun woke up refreshed and finally got dressed with Yi Hanyan's assistance. Seeing that this girl was curled up in the blanket, Xiao Yun couldn't help but kiss her forehead. Rest well, husband still needs to go to the Ji family today. It's just about exterminating an ancient imperial clan. It won't take long. By the time I come back, husband will pamper you well. Xiao Yun chuckled, but Yi Hanyan puffed up her cheeks. No way. Husband is so good at teasing people. Can't I have a good rest? If you keep this up, I want to let you in bed for the rest of the month. Yi Hanyan swayed her delicate body, afraid that Xiao Yun wouldn't agree. A whole month to rest. She has to take it seriously. Little girl, are you still playing this game with husband? Do you want her bottom to be spanked again? Oof. Bad husband. I'm ignoring you. Yi Hanyan buried her head in the blanket, while Xiao Yun laughed and left. Occasionally teasing his woman was truly a boundless joy in life. He was just short of making her belly swell. Not long after, Xiao Yun appeared at the Jiang family, where Jiang Lan and the Jiang family's ancestor had long been waiting. Reshaped, Jiang Lan was now at the peak of Quasi-Emperor. Brother Xiao, please. Jiang Lan saluted Xiao Yun, who then turned his gaze to the Jiang family's ancestor. Is the list ready? Yes, including the Ji family. There are a total of 7 major forces. 7 major forces? The Jiang family elder was shocked upon hearing this. Could it be that Senior Xiao Yun not only intends to deal with the Ji family, but also wants to completely help the Jiang family seek justice? In that case, you all bring some clansmen with you. 300 should be enough, preferably the single ones. Huh? You still want them to be single? Not just Jiang Lan. Even the Jiang family ancestor was a bit puzzled. Senior, what do you mean? Xiao Yun turned his face, revealing a mischievous smile. Didn't the Ji family send people to try to disgrace your Jiang family women? This time, when we go over, the Ji family women will be your playthings. Those with families won't be scolded, and these singles won't have any burdens. Play, then kill, and even play in front of the Ji family. Wow, this is so exciting. As soon as Xiao Yun spoke, the Jiang family ancestor was taken aback. Senior Xiao Yun's methods were truly lovable. Thank you, Senior. I will go arrange this now. Chapter 88. Returning the favor with their own methods. The ancestor of the Jiang family rubbed his hands as he left, looking eager to test whether he still had the vigor of his youth. Xiao Yun gently shook his head. His partner was too beautiful, making it hard for him to look at ordinary women. Moreover, during the 2 years he rested, he had played enough robber-themed games. He was already tired of things like masked kidnappings and catching mermaids in pools. Before long, nearly 500 Jiang family disciples were eager to try their luck, looking at Xiao Yun with hopeful eyes, as if wishing to be chosen. Senior, look at this. Upon hearing your thoughts, all the single ones in the clan have come. They haven't even touched a woman yet. How should we select them? The ancestor of the Jiang family smiled at Xiao Yun, while the Jiang family members kept quiet, but the sound of them swallowing was extremely loud, causing Jiang Lan to close his eyes. Just look, if Xiao Yun weren't a member of the Jiang family, his prestige would definitely surpass that of his ancestor. Select what? Just let them all go. As soon as Xiao Yun finished speaking, the scene fell into silence. Then, everyone knelt on the ground, respectfully looking at Xiao Yun. Thank you. Senior Xiao Yun, let's go. With a wave of Xiao Yun's hand, space tore open a large rift, and he flew in first, followed closely by the ancestor of the Jiang family and the clan members. A quarter of an hour later, inside the Ji family's small world, when Xiao Yun stepped on the Ji family ancestor, the faces of the Ji family members were filled with despair. No, it's impossible. Your Jiang family has clearly been hiding away. When did you gain Xiao Yun's support? Smack! The Jiang family ancestor immediately launched into a fierce confrontation, glaring at him menacingly. How dare you call the name of Senior Xiao Yun? You piece of trash. The Ji family ancestor stared at the Jiang family ancestor, knowing that the latter would never let the Ji family off the hook. He never dreamed that Xiao Yun would intervene in their affairs. Losing the clan was minor. If Xiao Yun believed the Jiang family's words, then the Ji family would carry the stigma for eternity. Collaborating with the Forbidden Zone, there would be no place for the Ji family in the 3,000 states. They would be dug up from their graves and have their bones crushed. All right. Let us not waste time on this garbage. What I promised you can now begin. A slight smile appeared on Xiao Yun's face, and the Imperial might instantly enveloped the entire Ji family's small world. Regardless of their quasi-emperor cultivation or lower-tier cultivators, everyone knelt on the ground, unable to move at all. Immediately afterward, Xiao Yun raised his hand slightly, and all the Ji family members uncontrollably flew into the air. What? What do you want to do? The Ji family ancestor felt a thud in his heart, gaining a sense of foreboding. Didn't your Ji family want to humiliate the women of my Jiang family? Today, Senior Xiao Yun is backing us up. So let my clan's single members take good care of your Ji family's women. The Jiang family sons commanded, letting the Ji family members clearly see what their daughters and wives were about to endure. Wow. Upon hearing this, the Ji family ancestor felt a chill run down his spine. Most members of the Jiang family arranged partners for their children upon reaching adulthood, especially after being targeted by the Ji family. There shouldn't be many singles left. How come there are still nearly 500 clan members? Moreover, such humiliation would ensure that the Ji family could never find peace even in death. Vicious, too vicious. Ha ha. Long live Senior Xiao Yun. Beautiful ladies, I'm coming. Before the Jiang family members tore the clothes off the Ji family women, they had to thank Xiao Yun for taking good care of them. However, this long live made Xiao Yun speechless. He had a lifespan of 1,000,000 years. Would he only live for 10,000 years? What if he lived for 100,000 years? Would he die 9 more times and go back? No, don't. Husband, save me. Beasts, you beasts, let go of my wife. Let go of my daughter. You animals, come at me if you dare. In an instant, the entire Ji family small world was filled with despair and wails, watching their women and daughters being bullied while they were powerless to do anything. Many Ji family members had their hearts shattered, spitting blood on the spot, unable to bear such pressure, and some had already started cursing their ancestor. What kind of ancient imperial clan are you? Why do you have to collude with the Forbidden Zone? What kind of ancestor are you? No matter how powerful the Forbidden Zone is, the Ji family's downfall is all your fault. You old ancestor. Why didn't you die sooner? Her. Sleep with her. She is the direct descendant of the ancestor, sleeping with her in front of the ancestor. The Ji family members, with madness on their faces, pointed out the direct descendants of the Ji family ancestor. At first, the Jiang family ancestor was somewhat reserved, but later he completely let loose. Let the Ji family women see if he was still vigorous in his old age. Yet the Ji family women, burdened with humiliation, didn't even have the chance to commit suicide. This matter is decided by the ancestor. What does it have to do with us? Xiao Yun, what you're doing is even more despicable than the Forbidden Zone's overturning of the 3,000 states. Several Ji family women who were being bullied lost their minds and began shouting at Xiao Yun. The Jiang family members slapped them while humiliating them, forbidding them from disrespecting Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun snorted coldly, calmly observing everything. The ancestor decides? When you were slaughtering other factions, didn't the cultivation resources fall into your hands? The Ji family rises and falls together. You only think about enjoying life, and now that you're facing calamity, you want to wash your hands of it. You're really naive. As soon as Xiao Yun said this, the Ji family members lowered their heads. When they exterminated other clans, their families were merely playthings. But after all, they were from the Ji family, with high status and bloodlines far superior to those people. Those lowly beings could be killed without a second thought. How could they compare to the Ji family? Jianglan, there are nearly 20,000 Ji family women here. Aren't you going to go have some fun? Xiao Yun looked at Jianglan beside him, who gently shook his head. Xiao Yun said nothing more and sent out a strand of his soul to notify the members of the Dongfang and Ouyang families. Let them also bring their single clan members over. So many G family girls shouldn't go to waste. Xiao Yun, if you have the ability, just kill me. Why you have to humiliate my G family like this? You G family have allied with the Forbidden Zone. How you die is just a thought away from me. Xiao Yun didn't even look at the G family ancestor, letting him watch his relatives and clan members being defiled by enemies. Before long, Ouyang, Yi, and Dongfang Xiu each brought 1,000 clan members over. Upon seeing the extravagant scene of the Ji family, none could tear their eyes away. Senior, this is... Xiao Yun briefly explained the situation. The Ji family betrayed the 3,000 states, targeted the Jiang family to death, and even wanted to defile the members of the Jiang family. This emperor was merely helping them return the favor. However, having so many girls was too wasteful. So both of you should join in. And you too, go pick a few untouched Ji family women. Consider it a coming-of-age ceremony that I'm helping you with. Hiss. So exciting? Dongfang Xiu and Ouyang exchanged glances. In the past, they had been bound by clan rules and never dared to do such things. But now, this was an order from Senior Xiao Yun. How could they dare to disobey? Thank you, Senior. We will definitely take good care of the Ji family ladies. Chapter 89. The Fall of the Ji Family. The 9 Rebirth Soulgrass and the Dongfang family? Dongfang Xiu and Ouyang, you were still a bit shy. Not revealing it in front of the Ji family members, but instead hiding it away. However, this made no difference to the Ji family members. Did hiding it mean that their women and daughters would not be humiliated? Brother Xiao, do you plan to do the same with the other 6 forces? Jianglan took a deep breath and turned to look at Xiao Yun. The latter shook his head slightly. His focus was on the Ji family because he couldn't stand their betrayal of the 3,000 states. Moreover, since the ancestor of the Jiang family had given him precious imperial medicine, he wanted to return the favor in kind. The other forces were just a bit hateful. But rivalry among forces had always been like this. It was enough to wipe out their entire family and prevent them from entering reincarnation. There was no need to go too far. The Ji family had gone too far. This emperor just wanted them to feel a bit of others' pain. To be honest, I have been hunted by sacred lands and even ancient imperial clans numerous times. They even teamed up with the demonic sect to kill me. Do you think the Xiao Yun who walked out like this would protect the 3,000 states? If it weren't for you, Jianglan, saving my wife, and if your Jiang family hadn't given me the imperial medicine I wanted, apart from the Ouyang family and the Dongfang family, the death of the 3,000 states would have nothing to do with me. Xiao Yun snorted coldly. He never denied that he was a selfish person. After all, this kind of life was too enjoyable. I understand. Jianglan knew that Xiao Yun had no feelings for the 3,000 states. That he hadn't joined the Forbidden Area was already quite good, though he was doing it for the greater good. He was actually also doing it to protect the Jiang family for persecution. Too excessive. Kill those high-level cultivators. Continue. This emperor needs to go back for a trip. Although not every woman of the Ji family needed to die, the unbearable sounds never ceased, and Xiao Yun stood up solemnly. However, before leaving, he completely wiped out all Ji family holy kings and above, not giving the Ji family a chance to fight back. Watching Xiao Yun return to his small world, Jianglan's expression was solemn. After isolating the sound, he closed his eyes to rest. He couldn't join, but since his clan members liked it so much, let them vent their anger properly. 7 days later, Bing Yao, Lin Qingxian, and Suing Xue all broke through to the Saint Realm almost simultaneously. And under the urging of Yi Han Yin and Lin Qingxian, Xiao Yun also left the small world. Nangong Wan was pregnant, and Yu Linglong had not yet been resurrected. Bing Yao was not his Dao partner. Now it was just these few suffering. If Xiao Yun didn't leave, they would want to enter seclusion again. Water is good. Qing Xian and the others didn't come to see me off. Nangong Wan gently helped Xiao Yun smooth out the creases on his robe, and he couldn't help but lean down to kiss her cheek. Nangong Wan playfully scolded. Why didn't the sisters come to see you off? Shouldn't you know best? The sisters also need to rest. Why don't you take the initiative this time and chase after Bing Yao? Nangong Wan smiled. They were all proactive. But Xiao Yun had never been proactive. Even with Yu Linglong, he couldn't be considered very proactive. Ha, not for now. That girl hasn't recovered from her shadow yet. Xiao Yun gently stroked Nangong Wan's belly. That girl Bing Yao had died nearly 50 times after he took her to the burial sand ancient city. Wanner even wanted him to chase her. That girl would probably stab him with a sword. All right, just a kiss. Husband, go handle your business. Xiao Yun lowered his head to taste Nangong Wan's soft lips, and she closed her eyes, allowing him to bully her. Until she was almost out of breath, she finally gave him a playful glare. When Xiao Yun reappeared in the Ji family's small world, Many Ji family women had already died under the slaughter. Compared to 7 days ago, Dongfang Xiao, Ouyang, He, and the Jiang family members were now more than 2,500 cultivators, each one listless, as if their bodies had been hollowed out. It was indeed enjoyable. Once it got tiresome, just kill. But they were not Xiao Yun. Their bodies couldn't take it. Enjoyable? Enjoyable. Thank you for your concern, Senior. So enjoyable. But can't take it. Members of the three families looked at Xiao Yun with fervor. If he were part of their family, they would definitely recommend him as the clan leader. Since it's enjoyable, then kill all the Ji family members. Leave not one behind. With that, the members of the three families unsheathed their swords without hesitation and killed the women in their arms. As the slaughter began, Dongfang Xiao and Ouyang, he couldn't just stand by and also join the killing side. An hour later, the entire Ji family was silent. Under the cover of Xiao Yun's divine sense, it was impossible for there to be any survivors. However, led by the ancestor of the Jiang family, they turned the Ji family upside down. He knew that Xiao Yun still needed other imperial medicines. What if the Ji family had some? Senior, what are you looking for? Imperial medicine. This emperor still needs the 9 rebirth soul grass and the 9-pointed Ling Long fruit. Xiao Yun looked calmly at Ouyang, having no hope for this kid. Sacred medicines were fine, but imperial medicines were not comparable to sacred medicines. Even Xiao Yun couldn't find them, because imperial medicines could shield the heavenly secrets, unless hidden near Xiao Yun. Otherwise, he had no way. Senior, my family has the 9 rebirth soul grass. But that was a long time ago. I don't know if it has been used. Ouyang patted Dongfang Xiao's shoulder. They had talked a lot in the past 2 days, and this kid said everything. Your family has it? Hearing this, Xiao Yun's tone changed. Dongfang Xiao chuckled, his tone a bit uncertain. Senior, my family indeed has a forbidden area, said to be raising something extraordinary. How about this? Later you follow me back to the Dongfang family, and see if it's the 9 rebirth soul grass. Dongfang Xiao had never seen it. He only knew that the ancestor said he needed to gather several imperial medicines. But after searching for tens of thousands of years, luck had only been on the 9 rebirth soul grass. All right, you go back first and tell that Dongfang Zhan not to use it. Dongfang Xiao stood up straight, almost bowing. In his heart, Xiao Yun was much closer than the ancestor Dongfang Zhan. Dongfang Zhan was just his ancestor, but Xiao Yun had given him many benefits and let him celebrate his coming-of-age ceremony for 7 days. With this combination, he almost wanted to ask Xiao Yun if he wanted to establish a family. If he were to establish one, he, Dongfang Xiao, will be the first to change his surname. All right, if Zhan ancestor dares to use it, I will fight him. Dongfang Xiao rushed back to his family with the clan members, fearing that Zhan ancestor would use the 9 rebirth soul grass. Xiao Yun rubbed his chin. Resurrection was not without imperial medicines to substitute, but the substitutes were still imperial medicines, similarly hard to find. If the 9 rebirth soul grass was still there, then only the 9-pointed Ling Long fruit was missing. This meant that when Ling Long was resurrected, he would not only have one more Dao partner to bully, but also gain another disciple of an emperor. Once Wanner gave birth to the child, it would just be a matter of waiting for any one of Qing Xian, Shuer, or Yao Yao to break through. At that time, when they went to the divine realm, they could still be carefree and at ease. Chapter 90. The Fate of the 9-aperture Ling Long Fruit. Not long after, Jianglan brought all the spoils from the Ji family and presented them to Xiao Yun. Brother Xiao, you might not need these, but you have several wives who can make use of these cultivation resources. Xiao Yun did not refuse. He wasn't interested in anything else, but he could take the top-grade spirit stones. Aside from the top-grade spirit stones, you can take everything else back. Upon hearing this, the ancestor of the Jiang family was overjoyed, as there was a holy medicine inside that could resolve the eternal black blood in his body. Even with Xiao Yun suppressing it, not resolving it would always leave a thorn in his heart. All right, Fina. Seeing that Xiao Yun wasn't interested, Jianglan didn't press further. Let's go and eliminate the other 6 major forces. I'm eager to get the 9-turn resurrection grass. The ancestor of the Jiang family nodded lightly and took his clan members back first, while Jianglan followed Xiao Yun to the other forces. The process of annihilation went very smoothly. With one sword strike, it was crisp and clean, and there was basically no resistance. Even peak quasi-emperor cultivators were cut down with a single blow. Similarly, Xiao Yun only took the top-grade spirit stones and refused everything else. The Jiang family could handle the cultivation resources in Jiangzhou themselves, while the cultivation resources from the 7 states of the Ji family could be dealt with by the Dongfang and Ouyang families together. The Dongfang and Ouyang families were practically branded with Xiao Yun's label, and no force dared to offend them. Those coveting forces had the heart of thieves, but lacked the courage. Inside the Dongfang family's small world. After Xiao Yun helped the Jiang family take revenge, the Jiang family publicly revealed evidence of the Ji family's dealings with the Forbidden Zone across the 3,000 states. However, it was clear that after this incident, the Jiang family completely maintained neutrality. With Xiao Yun around, they were not afraid of the Forbidden Zone destroying the 3,000 states and then coming to annihilate the Jiang family. Senior, you finally came. The 9-turn resurrection grass is still here, but it has a bit of a fiery temper. As soon as Xiao Yun entered, Dongfang Xiu immediately transformed into a lackey and led the way for him. The faces of Dongfang Jun and other high-ranking members of the Dongfang family turned dark. Although they were asked to get close to Senior Xiao Yun, this was too much like being a dog. Fiery temper? I don't care about this or that. Just suppress it all. Xiao Yun took Dongfang Xiu to the forbidden area inside the small world, where a young man was playing excitedly. Upon being disturbed, he immediately showed an angry expression. You dog of the Dongfang family, you've kept me trapped for so long and still treat me as medicine? If you have the guts, come and try. The strength of the 9-turn resurrection grass had already reached the late quasi-emperor stage, and even Dongfang Jing would have to expend some effort to subdue it. However, it was clear that Dongfang Jing and the others had already made a move before Xiao Yun arrived. At this moment, the activity range of the 9-turn resurrection grass was only 3 meters, making it extremely uncomfortable. Yes, it is indeed the 9-turn resurrection grass. Xiao Yun remembered that he still had 2 emperor corpses, which he could give to Dongfang Xiu and Ouyang later. Just 10 years, after all. They can afford to wait. I heard that this emperor medicine is useful for seniors, so we imprisoned it. Originally, it was prepared to revive the war ancestor, but unfortunately, emperor medicines are truly hard to find. Obtaining this one was already quite difficult, and seeking other emperor medicines would be as hard as ascending to the heavens. Dongfang Jing gently shook his head. It was best if it was useful for Xiao Yun, even if Dongfang Zhan refined it. His strength would not break through to the emperor level. The function of the 9-turn resurrection grass is to fill the remnants of the soul and make the remnants complete. This emperor medicine, I won't take it from you for free. Before leaving this realm, Dongfang Xiu will achieve the emperor level. As soon as Xiao Yun finished speaking, the entire upper echelon of the Dongfang family was swept up in a storm. Promising the emperor position, Senior Xiao Yun is not joking, right? Even if he is invincible, the laws of this realm are incomplete. Even with his immense abilities, it would be of no use. However, since Senior Xiao Yun dared to make a guarantee, no matter how much the Dongfang family doubted, they could only remain silent. Such a person could not be deceiving them. Perhaps he had. Extra emperor corpses? What about that brat Dongfang Zhan? Xiao Yun put away the 9-turn resurrection grass and turned to look at Dongfang Jing and the others. Ahem. Senior, the war ancestor is currently refining the divine fire within his emperor corpse, trying to step back into the emperor realm. But the progress is slow. I'm afraid he won't be able to meet you for a while. Xiao Yun nodded lightly, realizing that in 10 years, there would be another slaughter between the 3,000 states and the Forbidden Zone. By then, both sides would likely have dozens of emperors appear. Aside from the Dongfang and Ouyang families, Xiao Yun believed that other ancient imperial clans were not to be underestimated. Even if one appeared from 100 states and 10 from 1,000 states, that would be 30. But it didn't matter. Even if invincible beings appeared, Xiao Yun could still wipe them out with a wave of his hand. Besides, with the obstruction of the 3,000 states forces, the Forbidden Zone probably wouldn't be able to bring out many emperor corpses. Do you know the whereabouts of the 9-aperture Linglong fruit? 9-aperture Linglong fruit? Dongfang Jing and the others touched their noses, and just as they were about to speak, a member of the Dongfang family rushed in. Second ancestor, elders. The people from the Huangquan sect request an audience, saying they have important matters to discuss with Senior Xiao Yun. Huangquan sect. The sect of the Huangquan emperor? Xiao Yun had indeed heard of this force, which was both righteous and evil, rarely showing itself. Could it be that they were trying to curry favor with Senior Xiao Yun again? Did the Huangquan sect say what it was about? Dongfang Jing muttered softly. Ever since Xiao Yun flattened the Dugu family, countless forces had visited the Dongfang and Ouyang families. They all wanted to curry favor with Xiao Yun, hoping he would protect their own families and forces. Unfortunately, the Dongfang and Ouyang families were too lazy to deal with them to avoid annoying Xiao Yun. The Huangquan sect said they have an emperor medicine in hand and want to see if Senior Xiao Yun is interested. Emperor medicine? Xiao Yun, who was originally disinterested, immediately perked up upon hearing the words emperor medicine. Dongfang Jing knew what Xiao Yun meant and immediately directed his clansmen to lead the way. At this moment, there was no need to put on airs. After all, the emperor medicine was important, and if someone got there first, it would be hard to find another. When Xiao Yun and Dongfang Jing left the Dongfang family's small world, the elder from the Huangquan sect had already been waiting for a long time. He rubbed his hands together, looking particularly anxious. But the moment he saw Xiao Yun, he immediately recognized him. "I've met Senior Xiao Yun. Let's get straight to the point. What emperor medicine do you have in hand?" Xiao Yun raised his hand to interrupt the elder from the Huangquan sect, who immediately became serious and put away the flattery. "It's the 9-aperture linglong fruit, but—" "Damn, speak quickly." Seeing the other party hesitating, Xiao Yun frowned. "It's like this. We obtained the 9-aperture linglong fruit from the tomb of the many emperors. But this has offended the Tianyuan sword sect. If Senior is willing to help, the 9-aperture linglong fruit will be offered by our Huangquan sect, Tianyuan sword sect." Xiao Yun had no impression of this force at all, but Dongfang Jing reminded him from the side. "Senior, this Tianyuan sword sect is a force that has risen sharply since you destroyed the Dugu family. It is said that they have newly recruited 3 quasi-emperor cultivators, and, generally, ancient imperial clans would avoid them." Chapter 91. A sword to annihilate the sect, reviving the imperial medicine, is complete. How arrogant is this emerging force? Even if the Huangquan sect is declining, they shouldn't have lost their extreme Dao imperial weapon, right? The Huangquan emperor and the Yaoshi empress were from the same era and have long ascended to the upper realm. But of course, they wouldn't take the extreme Dao imperial weapons with them, as there are better ones in the upper realm. I will definitely help you with this matter. Let's first go to the Huangquan sect and talk. What does it matter if they're the Huangquan sect or not? With this 9-aperture linglong fruit, I can bully that linglong girl right away. We've known each other for 100,000 years. Let's have 100,000 babies. Good. Thank you, Senior. Xiao Yun raised his hand to stop Dongfang Jing and the others from following, speaking slowly and deliberately. "After I resolve the Huangquan sect's matter, I have important matters to attend to. You don't need to follow. Quickly focus your attention on Dongfang Xiao, but don't let him do anything to harm his foundation. Just keep distractions to a minimum." Dongfang Jing bowed respectfully, while Dongfang Xiao awkwardly scratched his head. To be honest, the Ji family girls are really charming, but unfortunately, they must die. Otherwise, the desire for revenge won't be extinguished. However, with these enlightening teachers, in the future, if I have a Dao partner, I want to be completely useless. You little brat, why are you still so happy? Quickly gather your thoughts and go into seclusion. Senior Xiao Yun personally promised. You can't keep him waiting too long. In the days to come, all the cultivation resources of the Dongfang family will be prioritized for your use. Over the years, following Senior Xiao Yun, you've gained a lot of benefits. Take all the top-grade spirit stones from the clan for your cultivation. Top-grade spirit stones for cultivation? This seems to be the treatment that Senior Xiao Yun gives to his wife, also the highest treatment in all of the 3,000 prefectures, without exception. However, the more this is the case, the tighter Dongfang Xiao clenches fists. He couldn't let Senior Xiao Yun and the family down. After this indulgence, he must correct his mindset and focus on cultivation. 15 minutes later, outside the Huangquan sect's mountain gate, when Xiao Yun and the Huangquan sect elder appeared, the entire Huangquan prefecture had already been plunged into chaos. 2 figures flickered high in the sky, and spatial rifts opened like a sea of clouds. Low-level cultivators who were not careful would face annihilation. Xiao Yun glanced over and knew that the ancestors of the Tianyuan sword sect and Huangquan sect had both summoned their extreme Dao imperial weapons. The Huangquan sect was also surrounded by the Tianyuan sword sect, and a number of quasi-emperor cultivators outweighed the Huangquan sect. No wonder they sought his help. Other forces might have ulterior motives and could swallow the imperial medicine without taking action. But Xiao Yun had the ability to settle this, and there was no reason not to help. As the protective array of the Huangquan sect was about to shatter, the Huangquan sect elder immediately knelt before Xiao Yun. "Please, Senior, help save our Huangquan sect." The elders of the Tianyuan sword sect turned pale when they saw Xiao Yun appear. Didn't this kid leave the Huangquan sect? Why not only did he not leave, but he also brought the living king of hell, Xiao Yun, with him. "Senior, this matter concerns the Tianyuan sword sect and Huangquan sect privately, if you are willing to stay out of it. The conditions promised by the Huangquan sect will be tenfold from the Tianyuan sword sect." Tenfold? Xiao Yun's expression was strange. And the Huangquan sect elder was also a bit surprised. Is this person for real? Do you think you can invite an emperor-level powerhouse like me with ordinary things? The Tianyuan Sword Sect elder knew this but was harboring a glimmer of hope. They launched the sect extermination war for the 9-aperture Linglong fruit. If they handed it over after the fight, wouldn't that be for nothing? Gaining some cultivation resources is better, but it can't compare to a single imperial medicine. You mean to say that if I let go of the 9-aperture Linglong fruit, you will offer 10? What the hell? Bro, don't joke with me. The dozens of elders of the Tianyuan Sword Sect stared blankly at the speaking elder, even instinctively moving a few steps away from him. What the hell? Are you out of your mind? A single imperial medicine is not even in sight, and you dare to say 10 times. Sending your mother to a brothel wouldn't even cover the compensation. This, senior, the item you seek is just that imperial medicine. If the Huangquan sect is exterminated, it will still be yours. The Tianyuan Sword Sect elder gritted his teeth. Having come this far, they couldn't afford to offend Emperor Xiao Yun, right? Senior. The Huangquan sect elder looked anxious, fearing that Xiao Yun would agree, which would only accelerate the Huangquan sect's demise. Xiao Yun raised his hand to interrupt the Huangquan sect elder, smiling as he looked at the people from the Tianyuan Sword Sect. You can be so perceptive, which makes me very happy, but your tone of voice makes me quite unhappy, because what I hate the most is being asked to do things. Bang! As soon as the words fell, the Tianyuan Sword Sect elder was instantly cut into a mist of blood by sword energy. Using a sword in front of Xiao Yun is simply a joke. You. The quasi-emperors of the Tianyuan Sword Sect swallowed hard. Without thinking, they ran far away. I don't care about this or that. If I offend Emperor Xiao Yun, who in the entire 3,000 prefectures can survive, to hell with the Tianyuan Sword Sect, it's better to not wait. But coming was easy, leaving was very difficult. Xiao Yun casually waved his hand, and a flying sword slowly appeared before him. The flying sword, like Xiao Yun's servant, flew out at an extremely fast speed the moment he waved his hand. In just a breath of time, the bodies of tens of thousands of cultivators from the Tianyuan Sword Sect turned into a mist of blood that exploded in midair. Following that, the beasts beneath them also turned into blood mist, and the flying ships were split in two. Those fleeing cultivators, even quasi-emperors, were also wiped out by a single sword. The might of an emperor is terrifying, with no possibility of survival. Thank you, senior, for your rescue, your great kindness. Before the sectmaster of the Huangquan sect could finish his thanks, Xiao Yun raised his hand to interrupt him. I only came for the 9-aperture Linglong fruit. Between you and me, it is merely a transaction. Xiao Yun was not interested in hearing those flattering words. The reason he didn't help the Tianyuan Sword Sect was simply because he was too lazy to wait. I understand. This is the 9-aperture Linglong fruit obtained from the tomb of the many emperors. The sectmaster of the Huangquan sect sighed. He understood that Xiao Yun was afraid that the Huangquan sect would use his name to bully others. However, to receive his protection, even if only once, was indeed quite good. No wonder the Dongfang family and the Ouyang family could possess cultivation resources across several prefectures. With this strength, to flatten an ancient sect in a breath, how do you expect me to fight back? Xiao Yun took the 9-aperture Linglong fruit, which seemed to have been sealed long ago and had no chance to activate. It seems that the Huangquan sect's cultivators seized the fortunes of other emperors, but unfortunately, they all benefited him. Linglong treasure. With all 5 imperial medicines gathered, your perfect body is about to be compromised. Xiao Yun rubbed his hands and left, but before he left, he gave the Tianyuan Sword Sect's ancestor a sword. The elder of the Huangquan sect and the elder of the Tianyuan Sword Sect fought so fiercely that they almost sank the entire Huangquan prefecture. But with a single sword from Xiao Yun, the battle was concluded, and even the extreme Dao imperial weapons ended up benefiting the Huangquan sect. Upon learning that it was Xiao Yun who came to their rescue, the elder of the Huangquan sect sighed. He never expected that the 9-aperture Linglong fruit would be a disaster, nearly causing the Huangquan sect to be exterminated. Fortunately, Xiao Yun was interested in this imperial medicine. Otherwise, today, it would have been the Huangquan sect's turn to be removed from the list. Chapter 92. Yu Linglong's Resurrection. Bullying Yu Linglong. While dealing with matters in the Huangquan sect, Xiao Yun had already returned to his own small world. Since he had gathered 5 imperial medicines, it was time to revive Yu Linglong. Lin Qingxian and the others, who were resting, heard that Xiao Yun had collected the imperial medicines and hurried out to see Yu Linglong's resurrection. When Lin Qingxian and the others appeared, Xiao Yun had already presented the 9 turns soul-returning grass to Yu Linglong. This was the imperial medicine that would restore her soul to its peak. After refining it, her residual soul would become a complete divine soul. Following that was the 9 orifices Linglong fruit, which would restore Yu Linglong's spiritual awareness and consciousness. After years of demise, she would lose some memories, but the 9 orifices Linglong fruit would bring them all back. Previously, Yu Linglong only knew she had feelings for Xiao Yun, but after refining the 9 orifices Linglong fruit, she could remember every detail of how her feelings developed from unfamiliarity to affection. Xiao Yun did not rush her. He waited for Yu Linglong to refine the 2 imperial medicines before taking out the yin-yang life and death lotus. Linglong, are you ready? Yu Linglong tilted her head and smiled like a crescent moon. Although she was in a spiritual state, Xiao Yun's efforts to revive her had already touched her deeply. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yun placed the yin-yang life and death lotus into Yu Linglong's imperial corpse's mouth. Soon after, Yu Linglong's soul slowly merged into her imperial body. With everything prepared, Xiao Yun could clearly sense that Yu Linglong's soul and body were merging perfectly. After all, that was originally her physical body. A quarter of an hour later, an incredibly terrifying aura emanated from Yu Linglong. Under the watchful eyes of Lin Qingxian and the others, she slowly opened her beautiful phoenix eyes. Yu Linglong gently raised her small hand and touched her delicate face, unable to hold back 2 streams of tears. She was alive. She had truly come back to life. Throughout history, Xiao Yun was the second cultivator to gather 5 imperial medicines. As for the first, that was from an era even earlier than when the Yaoqi Empress existed. I'll help you check your body to see if there's any discomfort. Xiao Yun approached with a grin, but Yu Linglong frowned and instinctively wanted to hit him. However, upon realizing it was Xiao Yun, she quickly held back and allowed him to take advantage. The memories of her past battles surged, and when Xiao Yun rushed over, Yu Linglong thought it was the master of a forbidden zone and was prepared to engage in a life-and-death battle. How annoying, you're too eager. Yu Linglong let herself be held by Xiao Yun, who was both kissing and hugging her. Since she had taken the immaculate pill while she was asleep, her delicate body was currently free of any impurities. What's wrong? After working hard for a while, can't you enjoy yourself? Splash. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Yun jumped into the swimming pool with Yu Linglong in his arms, causing her to cover her face immediately. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing task Progress 3-5. As expected, this girl Linglong was indeed something, seeing Yu Linglong's cheeks flush as she covered her face. Not daring to meet anyone's gaze, her delicate body allowed Xiao Yun to take advantage of her. Over the past 2 days, Nangongwan had occasionally mentioned that the master wouldn't be overly indulgent just because she was a pure maiden. When it came time for suffering, it would be no less. Thinking of this made Yu Linglong very nervous. Although she liked Xiao Yun in her heart, this was a significant matter in life. Why are you so nervous? I'm not exactly a good person. Yu Linglong, do you want to hear what you're saying? Nangongwan and the others smiled, already accustomed to their husband's teasing. No, I'm not nervous. It's just that right now, should I call you master or husband? Yu Linglong lowered her small hand, blinking her lively eyes, and gave Xiao Yun a playful smile. Such a bold move naturally came with a price like her first kiss. Yu Linglong looked at Xiao Yun, tasting her lips, her eyes filled with shyness that was almost about to burst out. However, Xiao Yun had no intention of letting her go and continued to kiss her more passionately in front of Lin Qingxian and the others. Except for Bing Yao, Lin Qingxian and the others had all been kissed like this, and not just once. Now, seeing Yu Linglong in the same situation, they felt a bit shy, but were more interested in watching. At first, Yu Linglong's delicate little hands were gently pushing against him in protest. But soon, the frequency of her pushes decreased until she stopped moving altogether. Because when Xiao Yun kissed, he never simply kissed. After finally letting Xiao Yun release her, Yu Linglong realized her intimate clothing was missing. Ah, you rascal! Yu Linglong exclaimed, but her delicate body was already scooped up by Xiao Yun. Linglong, would you be my woman? Upon hearing this, Yu Linglong's eyes sparkled with a smile, and even before she nodded, her face was already filled with agreement. I can't say no to you. Yu Linglong lowered her head. Her blushing face was the answer. Xiao Yun laughed heartily, holding her delicate body and instantly teleporting to her room. Lin Qingxian and the others scattered, afraid of being caught in the crossfire. Husband, please be gentle. This is still Linglong's first time. 50,000 words omitted here. The next day at noon, Yu Linglong curled up in Xiao Yun's embrace, refusing to lift her head regardless of how he poked her. In addition to that blood-red plum blossom, Xiao Yun had taught her many unique divine abilities. Each one would benefit her for a lifetime, making it unforgettable. Husband, how annoying. What about the promised tenderness? Yu Linglong sniffled, almost overwhelmed by the playful teasing. No wonder Wanner and the others were so scared. All that relentless energy was directed at her. She simply couldn't take it anymore. Yu Linglong was also exhausted. She felt like she couldn't move anymore. How about I be a bit gentler today? Xiao Yun said with a smile, but Yu Linglong immediately let out a delicate hum, her eyes showing a hint of fear. No, you need to let me rest properly. I'm very generous. You can go accompany Qing Xian and the others. I want to sleep with Wanner today. Yu Linglong blinked rapidly, seemingly trying to cover up her fear. Come on, husband will still stay with you today, but I won't do anything. Won't do anything? Do you expect me to believe you? Yu Linglong rolled her eyes. Hadn't her husband said the same thing yesterday? And what happened? Not only did the flowers bloom, but she was almost exhausted. She thought she would only suffer, but unexpectedly, she had to endure even more hardships. At this rate, it seemed she would have to continue living a difficult life. I don't believe you. You just want to deceive me. Xiao Yun kissed Yu Linglong's collarbone, causing her delicate body to shiver, thinking she was going to be bullied again. Linglong, in a couple of days, would you like your husband to accompany you back to Linglong Pavilion? Sure. At that time, I'll bring some top-quality spirit stones for Qing Xian and the others to cultivate. Without a second thought, Yu Linglong nodded. What was wrong with taking a few spirit stones from her own property to help her sisters? If anyone dared to refuse, they would see what it meant to have the strength of an invincible being. Xiao Yun kissed Yu Linglong's lips again. This girl was currently completely focused on him. But that was fine. The Linglong Pavilion indeed had plenty of spirit stones. Chapter 93. Greedy for more? Only a dead end awaits. 3 days later, Xiao Yun woke up in Nangong Wan's room, the latter's face filled with playful annoyance, her pretty face blushing red. Although her belly wasn't overly exaggerated, it still couldn't escape a calamity. Her husband just loves to be mischievous, and she couldn't let him have all the fun. Nangong Wan had long gotten used to Xiao Yun taking advantage of her, but now she had to be careful. Do you think Qing Xian and the others can handle it? Xiao Yun hooked Nangong Wan's chin and couldn't help but kiss her soft red lips. Ugh, I'm ignoring you. Nangong Wan's pretty face turned even redder. She just knew he would bring up such an embarrassing topic. My husband plans to take Linglong to Linglong Pavilion today. Do you want to come along for a stroll? Xiao Yun kissed Nangong Wan's collarbone, and her gaze gradually became dreamy, but she snapped back to reality just in time. I'm not going. The Devouring Heaven cult doesn't care, so why go to Linglong Pavilion? Nangong Wan pouted. She hadn't done anything. It was her husband trying to suffocate her. It wasn't enough to bully her every day. He occasionally had to be mischievous. Xiao Yun sighed deeply. That was just his little hobby, enjoying practicing holding his breath with his woman. A normal woman is good, whereas Nangong Wan and the others are good. All right, my husband will just accompany Linglong to take a look then. Before leaving, Xiao Yun sampled Nangong Wan's little mouth until she was almost breathless before letting go. Nangong Wan pressed her finger to her red lips, gazing at Xiao Yun as he left. But fearing being bullied, she quickly hid under the blanket. Not long after, inside the main hall of Linglong Pavilion, when Xiao Yun and Yu Linglong appeared hand in hand, the main hall's head and elders all came out. Who is the immortal of Linglong? An invincible being. Her revival will surely elevate Linglong Pavilion to new heights. In no time, the news spread rapidly throughout the 3,000 states, and soon many forces rushed over to present gifts. But when everyone saw Yu Linglong sitting on Xiao Yun's lap, countless cultivators' hearts shattered. Dude, you already have several immortal partners. Are you not letting the immortal of Linglong off? Other immortals might be love-struck, but the immortal of Linglong was an invincible being, not afraid of Xiao Yun's existence at all. Who would have thought she had become Xiao Yun's woman? And they were still playing tricks. Everyone, please head back first. I have important matters to attend to, so I want to keep you. Yu Linglong hooked her arms around Xiao Yun's neck, her tone leaving no room for doubt. The main hall of Linglong Pavilion was filled with face and grandeur upon seeing Yu Linglong return. Previously, there was only one quasi-emperor cultivator, but now there were 3 quasi-emperors, one of which was at the peak, with 10 Saint Kings lined up in 2 rows. From their demeanor, if they didn't leave, they could show their strength. Those ancient immortal teachings were not afraid, but with Yu Linglong present, who would dare to act recklessly? Plus, with Xiao Yun also there, opposing him would be tantamount to courting death. Immortal, are you revived now to retake control of Linglong Pavilion? The 3 quasi-emperors looked at Yu Linglong with eager faces, even though she was sitting on Xiao Yun's lap, which seemed somewhat improper. My revival relies entirely on my husband collecting imperial medicine. In the future, seeing him is like seeing me. All cultivation resources within the pavilion will be managed by him. The cultivators of Linglong Pavilion had no objections. Although they were wealthy, Xiao Yun was an emperor. What cultivation resources could he not demand? Since my lady has said so, let us retrieve 90% of the top-grade spirit stones from the pavilion. 90%? What the hell? The managers of Linglong Pavilion swallowed hard. Wasn't he this just asking for their lives? Normally, an entire ancient imperial clan's assets will be only a few billion top-grade spirit stones, but Linglong Pavilion had at least tens of billions of top-grade spirit stones. Didn't you hear what my husband said? Or do I need to reiterate? Originally feeding spirit fruits to Xiao Yun, Yu Linglong, seeing the pavilion's managers hesitating, suddenly felt a surge of anger. And no, we just need time before the quasi-emperor could finish speaking. An invisible giant hand gripped his neck. Don't think I don't know what you're all thinking. Over the years, the cultivation resources you've greedily pocketed, I had no intention of investigating. If you don't know your place, Linglong Pavilion can easily replace you all. Hiss, replace us? The managers of Linglong Pavilion were all terrified, not expecting the situation to be so dire, and immediately took out boxes of top-grade spirit stones from their spatial rings. Each box contained 100 million top-grade spirit stones and belonged to a spatial treasure, and there were 50 of these boxes. When Linglong saw this, she almost laughed in anger. After 100,000 years, Linglong Pavilion had only 50 billion top-grade spirit stones left, which showed how much they had devoured. Even though she wasn't planning to pursue the matter, they were still dragging their feet, wanting to privately swallow this 50 billion top-grade spirit stones. What a bunch of parasites. My husband, how do you think we should handle this? Parasites can only be pulled out by the roots. Anyway, we will leave sooner or later. So why not give these benefits to our own people? Xiao Yun held Yu Linglong's slender waist, while his other hand caressed her smooth, white long leg. Yu Linglong shot a glance at Xiao Yun, but didn't say anything. Instead, she conjured more than 10 rays of colorful light, which instantly enveloped the 3 quasi-emperors and 10 saint kings. In just a breath's time, their souls were forcefully obliterated by the colorful light, leaving only lifeless bodies behind. Not to mention invincible beings, even early-stage emperor cultivators could easily wipe out quasi-emperor cultivators. The emperors did not emerge during the initial period. Many ancient immortal teachings were erased from the annals of history, but those that remained were almost all standing firm by relying on imperial blood. Even a peak quasi-emperor holding an extreme emperor weapon would only qualify to battle against imperial blood. A drop of imperial blood was so powerful. An ancient imperial clan with a remnant emperor soul was even more terrifying. Reviving with imperial blood was not difficult. The challenge was to perish together with cultivators of the same realm. Otherwise, Yu Linglong wouldn't need Xiao Yun to save her. Throughout the ages, some immortal teachings were buried in history, and some holy places changed hands. But in the past 100,000 years, the number of ancient imperial clans that perished was second only to those Xiao Yun had flattened. In the last 100,000 years, the number of ancient imperial clans that perished was fewer than 5. They were simply desperate against Xiao Yun. But for ordinary cultivators, even if you were a Saint King, just stomping your foot could make you never rise again. My husband, do you have candidates? Is it those few imperial clans you have good relations with? Xiao Yun turned his head and spoke under Yu Linglong's astonished gaze. These spirit fruits aren't sweet. They taste better when fed by mouth. Ugh. Yu Linglong's pretty face flushed, but she still gently bit the spirit fruit and delivered it to Xiao Yun's mouth in a kissing manner. So sweet. Yu Linglong rolled her eyes. Her husband was truly a rogue, always finding ways to take advantage of her. My husband plans to let the Jiang family, Ouyang family, and Dongfang family jointly control Linglong Pavilion. Chapter 94. Nangong Wan's baby is born. Yu Linglong appeared calm, as there were few elders left who had helped her establish the Linglong Pavilion in earlier years. Those still alive were so greedy that killing them would be no concern to her. Her mind was filled with thoughts of Xiao Yun. How could she care for something as trivial as the Linglong Pavilion? The most important thing was, she had been hearing her husband mumble about going to the upper realm to restore his cultivation. Naturally, she had no attachment to this lower realm. Unless she had a child with Xiao Yun and needed resources for cultivation, she wouldn't care at all. After all, she listened to her husband. Yu Linglong got up to leave but was pulled back by Xiao Yun, who pointed at his mouth. Feed me a few more. This way is sweeter. You annoying man. Always bullying me. Yu Linglong's pretty face turned red, but seeing Xiao Yun's slight smirk, she hurriedly continued to feed him spirit fruits with her mouth. If she didn't agree, she would have to endure more teasing at night. Unfortunately, Her cultivation was too high. Otherwise, it would be great to have a big belly, at least for a while of rest. The next day, Jiang Lan, Dongfang Jing, and Ouyang old ancestor brought people to congratulate Xiao Yun, and even other saint-level forces from the 3,000 states came in person to present gifts. Many cultivators wanted to witness the revival of the Linglong Ferry. The crowd surrounding Linglong City was so dense that not a drop of water could leak through. People filled both the sky and the ground. However, for a small number of people, after seeing Lin Qingxian, Su Yingxue, and Bing Yao, the anticipation for the Linglong Ferry had lessened. Perhaps she was still beautiful, but since she was no longer the only one, the excitement had diminished considerably. However, with so many forces coming to congratulate, Yu Linglong still sat on Xiao Yun's lap, even feeding him spirit fruits with her mouth. Many cultivators watching were gritting their teeth in envy. Thank you all for coming to celebrate my Linglong's revival. She hasn't been home for many years and conveniently eliminated some pests. However, she is no longer interested in managing the Linglong Pavilion, so I will take over. But you all know I have experience in exterminating clans, while managing a business is truly beyond my expertise. Therefore, the Linglong Pavilion will be jointly managed by the Jiang family, Dongfang family, and Ouyang family from now on. What? Jiang family, Dongfang family, Ouyang family? The crowd was left bewildered. Even Jiang Lan and Dongfang Jing couldn't believe it. The Linglong Pavilion had far more and richer cultivation resources than the previous states, and it was just handed over to them. In this day and age, aligning with the right side truly felt enjoyable. Thank you, seniors. Thank you, Brother Xiao. Xiao Yun waved his hand lightly, with nothing else to do. He returned home to accompany Wanner. With more effort, he hoped to see Qing Xian and the others with big bellies too. Watching Xiao Yun carry Yu Linglong away, with her blushing face, someone finally couldn't help but cry out, "Goddess, my goddess!" 5 months later, in Xiao Yun's small world, in Nangong Wan's room, Nangong Wan was sweating profusely, yet she held a baby girl in her arms. Xiao Yun and Su Yingxue were waiting outside, while Yu Linglong, who was delivering for the first time, looked even more exhausted than Nangong Wan. "Linglong, my daughter. Will my husband not like her?" Nangong Wan had a worried expression. She liked the baby very much, but what about her husband? Would he like her? "Don't worry, your husband loves you so much. How could he not like our daughter?" "I hope so." Nangong Wan's expression was a bit dim, but when Yu Linglong said they could come in, Xiao Yun rushed in first. He didn't even look at the baby. He first squeezed Nangong Wan's little hand and then sat by the bed, letting her lean against him. "Wan, you've worked hard." "Husband, I'm fine. It's just my stomach that didn't cooperate, and the daughter I gave birth to is not." Slap. Before she could finish, Nangong Wan received a light slap. "Not what? Daughters are great. At least they won't compete with their father for girls." Uffed. Yu Linglong and the others exchanged glances and couldn't help but laugh. The husband's focus was quite unique. "Husband, you're being inappropriate again." Nangong Wan shook Xiao Yun's arm in protest, making him gasp. This girl always unintentionally seduced him. It was truly tempting. "If you keep this up, I might have to share meals with our daughter. She eats half a bowl, and I'll eat half a bowl too. I'm not joking. With your beauty, it's a pleasure to look at. By then, our daughter will be raised at home, massaging my shoulders and legs, and others won't have a chance." Nangong Wan smiled sweetly. Her mood lifted significantly. Xiao Yun seemed like a worm in her belly, and after speaking, he held her hand tightly. "Rest assured and take care of your health. After some time, your husband will help you break through to the Emperor realm. I've always kept your matters in mind." Nangong Wan was almost moved to tears. And at that moment, the baby finally couldn't help but cry loudly. "Mommy and Daddy are so loving. Can I go back? No one is paying attention to me. Woo woo woo." Wow, she can talk? Although Xiao Yun knew that the children of high-level cultivators could speak, he had never seen it before. Now that he not only saw it, but also heard it, he was almost startled. "Husband, why are you so surprised? Have you thought of a name?" Xiao Wan. With my surname, I give you this name." Xiao Yun kissed Nangong Wan's little mouth. He wouldn't say he was being lazy. "Mastered in tea, just come up with this on the spot, right?" As Bing Yao spoke, Xiao Yun felt an urge to spank her. Fortunately, Nangong Wan stood firmly by Xiao Yun's side, and the love in her eyes was almost overflowing. All right, Annies love you, little Wanner. Go play with the Annies." Lei Wanfeng took Xiao Wan away, flying and coaxing her. Just as Lin Qingxian and the others were about to leave, Xiao Yun called out to Bing Yao. "Wait a minute. You must be severely punished for slandering the master." "Qingxian, Shui'er, hold her down. I must personally administer some punishment." "Okay, husband." Bing Yao was caught off guard and held down by the two girls, her face involuntarily showing shame and anger. Does the master really have punishment? Or is it just an excuse to take advantage? Slap. As her bottom received a spank, Bing Yao's charming face turned red. Xiao Yun spanked her 3 times before finally letting her go. Ah, master, you rogue. Watching Bing Yao cover her face and leave, Nan Gongwan couldn't help but show a look of reproach. Husband, really, Yao has feelings for you. Don't keep teasing her. This time, you've embarrassed her, and she'll definitely run away when she sees you in the future. Xiao Yun chuckled and shook his head. He wasn't in a hurry. Sometimes, being known as the Rogue Master was even more fun. It doesn't matter. Let's have a kiss first. Nan Gongwan naturally wouldn't refuse a kiss. After all, Xiao Yun wanted to kiss her every day, and she had long since gotten used to it. She didn't know why, but she always felt that after giving birth, her husband seemed to want to tease her even more. Did he have some unique charm? Or did he have a new hobby? Oh my, it's overwhelming. Her husband's hobbies are indeed increasing day by day. Chapter 95. Exceeding the Task. Wanner, are you afraid of your husband? Xiao Yun crawled under the covers, grinning mischievously at Nan Gongwan, who was almost embarrassed to death. And no, it's just that I just gave birth to little Wan, and my body still needs to recover. Nan Gongwan blinked rapidly, constantly hinting to Xiao Yun that she couldn't be exhausted. But her little thoughts were almost written all over her face. How could Xiao Yun not know? However, Xiao Yun didn't push her. After all, she was a valuable asset to him. Having lived in this world for over 100,000 years, today he finally experienced what it truly feels like to be a father. This was nothing like what Nan Gongwan called out. What do you want to eat today? Shall I go slaughter a few holy beasts for you? Xiao Yun pinched Nan Gongwan's pretty face, and she gently shook her head. With her cultivation, she didn't need any supplements. Just let me lean against you, husband. I don't want to eat any holy beasts. I'm a bit tired of them. Tired of them? Xiao Yun felt a bit helpless. But he was also very happy. What could be more important than making his woman happy? Once they went to the upper realm, he would slaughter a few divine beasts for her to try. 5 years later, Xiao Yun had grown into an extremely beautiful little girl who loved to ride on Xiao Yun's shoulders every day, calling out for her father while treating him as a mount. Xiao Yun smiled, but he was working hard every day to conquer her birthplace. However, after 5 years of closed-door training, with tens of billions of top-quality spirit stones, Aixiao, Lin Qingxian, and Suing Xue had all reached the peak of Quasi-Emperor. As for Nan Gongwan, she had already reached the early stage of the Emperor 5 years ago. Unfortunately, the laws of the lower realm had long since collapsed, and there was no way to continue cultivating to break through to the Emperor. Yi Hanyin and Lei Wanjin had not changed at all in their cultivation. Little Xiao once saw her aunt crossing the Thunder Tribulation and showed no signs of fear. However, even if she didn't cultivate much, her cultivation had already reached the early stage of the Saint Realm. Plus, with doting parents, her only worry every day was how to play. Husband, don't spoil her like this. She has no discipline at all. Nan Gongwan was also exasperated. Her husband kept coming to tease her, really making her feel as if he had the intention of giving her a second child. Xiao Yun sat on Xiao Yun's shoulder, gently swinging her little feet, her lively and beautiful big eyes fixed on the Thunder Tribulation, full of curiosity. This little girl was born with a natural affinity for the devouring laws, and Xiao Yun let her be. She wanted to refine the devouring laws. It would help her in the future. It's fine. This little girl is close to me, her father. I'm happy enough. In the midst of their banter, Aixiao and the other 2 women had completed their tribulation and successfully broke through to the Emperor realm. The system's task was to train 5 Emperor disciples, but he had trained 7. Ding! Congratulations to the host for exceeding the task. Cultivation level raised to the peak of the divine ancestor realm. All disciples' extreme Dao Emperor weapons have been upgraded to top-grade divine weapons. Reward: an independent small world, which has automatically merged with the host's small world and cannot be explored by any cultivator. Additionally, within 3 years, the host can ascend to the divine realm at any time. New task released: train 5 divine ancestor realm disciples. Reward: cultivation level of the chaos sovereign realm. Ding! The cultivation level classification for the divine realm has been sent. Please check it, host. Wow, the chaos sovereign realm? Doesn't that mean he would be the master of all realms? At that step, his daughter could be as arrogant as she wanted. After all, her father has the strength. However, it was still very necessary to know the cultivation levels of the divine realm in advance. Xiao Yun checked the classification of the divine realm sent by the system. Indeed, the peak of the divine ancestor realm was the strongest in the divine realm. From low to high, they were God, true God, celestial God, God King, God Monarch, God Emperor, God Sovereign, God Lord, God Emperor, Supreme, Divine Ancestor. Each realm is subdivided into early stage, middle stage, late stage, peak. Among them, the Divine Ancestor realm is not only the invincible being of the divine realm, but also achieves true immortality. At this step, even if one uses their essence blood, they will not age in appearance, because the supreme tribulation is the final tribulation. Most importantly, the Divine Ancestor realm has already seen through time and space. Although it cannot directly reverse life and death, traversing the river of time, or even flowing against it is easy. Moreover, cultivators below the Divine Ancestor realm cannot hide from Xiao Yun at all. In other words, Xiao Yun can now investigate the descendants of the Forbidden Zones and the positions of those who have reshaped their bodies in the Forbidden Zones without consuming any lifespan. Husband, come, let me give you a kiss. After Lin Qingxian and Su Yingxue broke through to the Emperor, the first thing they did was come over to kiss Xiao Yun. Master, thank you. Xiao was focused on the path, and unexpectedly, the path to becoming an emperor was filled with the shadow of her master. In a comfortable cultivation environment, without the need for compromise, even with the incomplete laws, she was still able to step into the emperor realm. Is there a more practical way to express gratitude? Xiao Yun raised an eyebrow at Xiao, and Xiao Wan waved her little hand. Yes. Daddy kisses mommy every day. I've never seen Yao and Daddy kiss. I'm already 5 years old. I can see you two kissing now. Xiao pinched her little hands. She had said it 10,000 times. She was not her aunt. But this little girl just wouldn't listen. But she was too beautiful and too cute. It was really hard to say anything to her. I understand. Xiao lowered her head. Although her master was bad, he had never treated her harshly and had instead given her a lot of help. Thinking of this, she slowly approached Xiao Yun, closed her eyes, and prepared to peck his cheek and run away. But before she got close, her delicate body was embraced, and her little mouth was kissed. This was her first kiss. Woo-woo. Xiao's eyes were misty, not because she was shy from being kissed, but because Xiao Yun took advantage of her while kissing. This rogue probably not only wants her essence, but also hopes she will give him such a beautiful baby, right? When Xiao was about to run out of breath, Xiao Yun finally let go. But the way she was fixing her disheveled clothes while glaring at Xiao Yun was just too cute. Lin Qingxian and the others were laughing on the side. These two